President Joe Biden will face competition from within his own party on the ballot. A new Democratic contender steps into the ring for the 2024 race for the White House. We've got a live report from Washington.
Maine on lockdown. The manhunt continues for a suspected gunman who took 18 lives and left dozens more injured. How the stunning tragedy is already changing the once quiet community.
Pride on the ice. The National Hockey League reverses its ban on rainbow tape. Hear the response from players and fans.
Here comes the sun. New music this morning from the Beatles. Hear the original boy band's final song.
And fall is in full swing, and the proof is right above our heads. The trees are turning vibrant colors, and one part of the country already has a spectacular seasonal display. It's Friday, October 27th. Early today starts right now.
And good Friday morning. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Francis Rivera. New this morning, President Joe Biden is facing a challenge from a member of his own party. Democratic Congressman Dean Phillips of Minnesota has entered the 2024 race for the White House. He will be entering the primary race against the president, who is working to get reelected. NBC's Bree Jackson is following the developments from us from D.C. And Bree, this was a big surprise from Phillips.
Yeah, good morning, Francis. It's not exactly a surprising move in some way. Phillips has always been critical of President Biden's plans to run for a second term. Back in August, he was on NBC's Meet the Press, and he was calling on his fellow Democrats to enter the primary. He made it clear that he is a big supporter of President Biden, but he said it's time for him to pass the torch. Phillips is a third-term congressman and a member of the Problem Solvers Caucus, a group of bipartisan lawmakers in Congress. Now, in an interview with CBS News, he says he has to run for president.
Are you running for president?
I am. I have to. I think President Biden has done a spectacular job for our country, but it's not about the past. This is an election about the future. I will not sit still. I will not be quiet in the face of numbers that are so clearly saying that we're going to be facing an emergency next November.
The Biden campaign did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The White House press secretary was asked earlier this week about reports that Phillips was preparing to enter the race. She somewhat dismissed those questions by saying she appreciated the congressman's almost 100% support of the president. Now, it will be interesting to see how the Biden campaign chooses to respond to this challenge from a fellow Democrat.
All right, Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you.
We are learning more about the lives lost in that mass shooting that still has Maine on edge. One of the victims was Joey Walker, a manager at a bar where one part of the attack happened. His father told Lester Holt that a state trooper said Joey died a hero.
He picked up a butcher knife and he tried to go at the gunman to stop him from shooting anybody else.
Does that change your pain at all?
Oh,
knowing that?
It made it worse.
A shelter-in-place order is still in effect in Lewiston and surrounding communities as the manhunt for suspect Robert Card drags on. Our Emily Aketa visited a community on edge, locked down with the killer on the loose.
Amid an urgent manhunt, tens of thousands of people across 2 counties are sheltering in place. Police telling people to secure their homes and vehicles.
I've never locked my door once at night. I leave them wide open. Now, I'm going to get a ring cam. Scary.
The streets of Maine's second biggest city, Lewiston, eerily quiet. Gas stations, restaurants, and pharmacies shuttering their doors. And dozens of schools, even 3 hours away, canceling classes. Jasmine Gray hasn't left her dorm room at Bates College.
I didn't think this was going to happen my first year of college. It's just something that just doesn't happen in Maine, because it's so safe.
A shock echoed by Trevor Brooks, who learned one of his customers is in critical condition.
It is a close-knit community, you know. I would say we're more like 3 degrees of separation rather than 6 around here.
Governor Janet Mills, who worked in Lewiston for years, called Wednesday's violence an assault on Maine's peace of mind.
Our small state of just 1.3 million people has long been known as one of the safest states in the nation.
The mass shooting's death toll approaches the number of homicides the entire state typically sees throughout the year. A total of 29 homicides last year, 20 the year before. On the Facebook page for Schmeggies, where 8 people died, this post: I'm at a loss for words. In a split second, your world gets turned upside down for no good reason. How can we make any sense of this? A heart-wrenching question many here are wrestling with.
I'm going to go home tonight and be with my kids, and I'm not going to watch the news thinking, wow, that was in Florida or Texas. That was in my backyard.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News, Lewiston, Maine.
Breaking late last night on President Biden's orders, the U.S. has conducted airstrikes in eastern Syria, targeting what the Pentagon describes as facilities used by Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps and affiliated groups. For the latest, let's go to our Chapman Bell, who's monitoring developments for us. Chapman, good morning. What are we learning this morning?
Good morning, Francis. Well, yeah, U.S. military striking 2 facilities used by Iran's Revolutionary Guards and affiliated groups in eastern Syria. And this is in response to a series of attacks beginning 10 days ago. A U.S. military official saying 19 attacks in total on U.S. personnel in Iraq and Syria. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin saying as a result of these attacks, 1 U.S. contractor died from a cardiac incident while sheltering in place, and 21 U.S. personnel suffered minor injuries, adding that the president has no higher priority than the safety of U.S. personnel, and that the U.S. will not tolerate these attacks and will defend itself. Another senior U.S. military official saying the attacks were carried out by F-16 jets using precision weapons, and the 2 facilities hit are described as a weapon storage area and an ammunition storage area, and the goal is to try to hamper any further attacks with missiles and drones on U.S. assets in the region. Now, they do make it clear, though, that this action is separate and distinct from the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas, and it does not constitute a shift in the U.S. approach on this conflict. And they did reiterate as well, though, that they tell Iran and any others not to get involved in this conflict, but they are careful to say that this is distinct and separate, and the goal was to protect U.S. personnel in the area at various bases in Iraq and those stationed within Syria. So, this is clearly to just protect American assets in the area. Francis?
You can't deny the tensions across the board in the region there. Chapman, thank you.
The rollout of the latest COVID vaccine booster is going very slowly. The shots were recommended a month ago, and the CDC says only 7% of adults have gotten it and 2% of children. The CDC's report also found that nearly 40% of adults say they probably won't get the shot. One expert described these rates as abysmal.
New data shows inflation isn't stopping Americans from shopping. From July through September, the nation's economy grew by an annual rate of nearly 5%. The Commerce Department said it's the fastest pace in nearly 2 years. Shoppers are spending more on everything from cars to eating at restaurants, but economists do expect the rate to slow down in the last quarter.
The storm system that brought snow to the Rockies and flooding to Texas is now heading east. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman is with us, tracking exactly when and where the next rain will drop. Morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. And unfortunately for our friends across the middle of the country, you're not getting a break anytime soon. We're going to continue to see rain chances in the forecast as we roll into the weekend for folks there. But here's what it looks like right now on your satellite and radar. You're going to need the umbrella across portions of the Midwest. You can see some snow falling across places like Bismarck. And here's the system that we're closely watching here over the next couple of days. You notice as we get through the day today, it's basically Michigan to Texas that we'll watch for the chance for some of those thunderstorms developing along and ahead of that cold front. As we get into tomorrow, big surge of moisture starts to push into, once again, that middle of the country where we will see heavy amounts of rain possible. The potential for flooding will be there, and not to mention some snow possible as well across the northern tier of that region. We'll see the downpours, of course, places like St. Louis, Oklahoma City. We'll also pick up on some of the ice as well. But notice the temperatures out ahead of that system. 80s across portions of Washington, D.C., Norfolk, Charlotte heads to 81 degrees. Even warmer tomorrow in some of these spots. We'll see numerous records likely. New York City will hit 80 degrees, more than 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Ending up into the 30s for Rapid City. Kansas City hits 48 degrees with some partly cloudy skies. Some showers and thunderstorms expected from St. Louis to Chicago. Partly cloudy skies expected in Pittsburgh with 80 degrees for the high in Philadelphia today. And that is a look at the forecast, guys. Over to you.
Thank you, Angie. After heavy rainfall left parts of North Texas underwater, several people were rescued from the flood. The McKinney Fire Department responded to calls for help after 3 people and a dog were trapped under a bridge. A firefighter strapped himself to the man and his dog, and they were lifted out of the floodwater to safety. North Texas was hit with over 5 inches of rain, and more is expected in the upcoming days.
All right, stay with us. We are back in just 1 minute with a show of pride from the NHL. The stunning reversal of a ban that will now allow players once again to show their support.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday, November 8th at 8 p.m.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Hockey players can decorate their sticks once again. The NHL has walked back its ban on Pride tape this week after backlash and controversy. NBC's Valerie Castro breaks down the reversal.
Pride back on the ice after the NHL reversed its ban on colorful stick tape, which included rainbow-colored Pride tape. Writing in a statement in part, players will now have the option to voluntarily represent social causes with their stick tape throughout the season. The reversal coming just days after Arizona Coyotes defenseman Travis Dermott defied the rule, wrapping his hockey stick with the rainbow tape before this Saturday game against the Anaheim Ducks. The move receiving praise across social media.
This is what a true ally is. It's doing stuff that matters, regardless of the consequences.
Travis Dermott stood to lose a lot, and he stood for what was right.
But also drawing some negative feedback.
Oh, I'm virtuous. Look at me.
Dermott telling The Athletic, quote, "The fight's not over. We're going to continue to talk about this." And adding, "Hopefully I'll have a positive impact on some people that needed that positive impact." Reigning league MVP Edmonton Oilers' Connor McDavid also expressing disappointment with the rule when it was first announced.
Whether that's Pride tape or pink tape or anything, you know, it's something, like I said, it's always something that I've enjoyed in terms of a league standpoint. You know, is it something that I'd like to see put back into place one day? Certainly.
The controversy following a year of policy changes from the NHL, first announcing no theme jerseys of any kind would be allowed after some players refused to wear Pride jerseys. In January, Philadelphia Flyers player Ivan Provorov made headlines after he sat out of a warm-up because of the jersey, citing his religious beliefs.
I respect everybody's choices. My choice is to stay true to myself and my religion.
That's all I'm going to say.
Several teams, including the New York Rangers and the Chicago Blackhawks, then opting out of wearing Pride-themed jerseys in warm-ups. Earlier this month, the league going a step further, banning the stick tape, putting out the memo first reported by ESPN, adding that players could still, however, take part in themed celebrations off the ice.
The latest step is they banned Pride tape, which to me is really crossing a line. It said this one particular community, these are all the rules for that one community, but this one particular community, LGBTQ plus community, you can't be celebrated by wearing Pride tape. I don't get it.
The specialty jerseys are still banned for the season, but players will once again be allowed to stick to the issues and causes that matter to them.
All right, thanks to Valerie Castro for that report.
Still to come, the Beatles are getting back to where they once belonged, how the band's newest and final single came together. Right after this.
I put the drums on.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
It's still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Paul called me up and said he'd like to work on Now and Then. He put the bass on, I put the drums on.
It's the last song that my dad and Paul and George and Ringo will get to make together.
How lucky was I to have those men in my life?
We are back to break down the latest in culture and trends. The Fab Four are back for one final single. Now and Then is being described as the last song recorded by all four original Beatles. It's set to be released on Thursday, November 2nd, as part of a reissue of the band's two compilation albums. A documentary chronicling the making of this song will debut on the 1st. And there was a little bit of controversy here when it comes to John Lennon's voice. There was AI that was used to lift it, but the band is saying that it wasn't a replicated voice, it was just lifted, and then Paul McCartney is saying there was nothing synthetic about that too. That's why it's that fine line, right? You can see why people are like, oh, is it a real thing? Paul McCartney is saying Nothing synthetic.
Not created, just kind of enhanced from what they had. But hey, to be able to get something from arguably the greatest band of all time, once again, that's fantastic. That's technology.
And a documentary, too, along with it.
Unbelievable. All right, the president of the Striking Actors Guild has been bringing a partner to the negotiating table. Multiple sources tell Variety that SAG-AFTRA President Fran Drescher has been coming to the ongoing contract talks with a stuffed animal, specifically a smiling heart-shaped plushie that Drescher says she was given by a young fan. Drescher even took to X on Wednesday defending her heart-shaped companion, saying that she can still lead negotiations even while putting that toy between her and the studio heads. I'm guessing it's for good luck, maybe?
Yeah, and she's getting the full backing of SAG-AFTRA too, because they're going to actually have a plushie day just in solidarity with her to support her. Okay, next year some lucky competitors will get to live out their gator wrestling dreams, described by organizers as the most insane athletic showdown on earth. The inaugural Florida Man Games will feature events based off the headline-grabbing antics of certain residents of the Sunshine State known as the Florida Man. These include the evading arrest obstacle course, in which real police officers chase contestants, a pool noodle mud duel, and a beer belly Florida sumo. The games are set for February 24th in St. Augustine. And I love the fact that Florida can make fun of themselves with the whole Florida Man thing. If you're not a big news watcher, but you're watching us, we love that, by the way. You may not know this whole Florida Man thing, but it's just poking fun about all these crazy stories that are from a Florida man.
They all tend to be coming from Florida. They're even going to have probably a mullet contest, I heard, too. I think it's pretty genius. Sounds supremely entertaining. I'd watch. All right, coming up, a USDA report shows that food struggles in the U.S. are on the rise.
And a beloved burger joint is celebrating its past and present.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday, November 8th at 8 p.m.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw. How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with some stories you may have missed this week. Here's your report rewind. A USDA report released this week shows that food insecurity rose sharply in the U.S. in 2022 compared to 2021. It found that nearly 13%, or 17 million households, struggled to get enough food.
On Wednesday, the FDA said it is gathering information about the death of a 21-year-old woman with a heart condition. A lawsuit alleges she died after drinking Panera Bread's highly caffeinated charged lemonade.
Toscana Riverside restaurant in Georgia charges for bad parenting, at least according to their menu, which has a surcharge that reads for adults unable to parent. The restaurant has gotten many online reviews that mention this happening.
In-N-Out Burger celebrated its 75-year anniversary, growing from a tiny family-owned burger shack in California to a billion-dollar company. The burger chain celebrated Sunday with a festival in Pomona. We'll be back with more after the break.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
With the fall season in full swing and the leaves beginning to change colors, meteorologist Perella Lewis from our Greenville affiliate takes us on a tour of western North Carolina for the fall foliage.
This is really fantastic.
'Tis the season that so many of us look forward to.
Very vivid, very bright.
A mountain of color used to decorate natural beauty like the hundreds of waterfalls hidden inside the Appalachian Mountains.
I think it's absolutely spectacular.
Or the colors that line our highways, pulling leaf lovers out of their homes and into the mountains every single year.
You think like how God creates such beautiful things.
Sunshine, cooler temperatures, and rain are the trinity that helps jumpstart leaves changing colors right in front of our eyes. And autumn brings longer nights, and at the same time, the leaves stop producing chlorophyll, which makes the green colors we see in leaves. And that reveals other chemicals, like carotenoids that are present in the leaf, but finally get to show their colors for a change.
I don't have words for it. If I did, I would be a genius. I would describe it. I think this is a great year. This is a great year.
And according to Professor of Forest Ecology Don Hagen at Clemson University, this year's colors have been delayed, but a vibrant season is still expected for the upstate. The first week of November should be approaching peak season this year.
Don't wait around because it's not going to stay this way very long.
And further up north, it's already peak. Our thanks to Perella Lewis for that report. So making it a point to enjoy it this weekend, because I haven't yet. It's going to be kind of weird because it's going to be close to 80 degrees up here in New York.
Yeah.
Regardless, it's going to be gorgeous.
Yeah, that part is pretty weird that it's still 80 degrees. But I was born in Texas, lived in Arizona for quite a while. So when I came here, not that long ago, less than a decade ago, that was what floored me so much is, wow, real seasons, it's beautiful colors.
Gorgeous if you get a chance to enjoy it, and make sure you do, regardless of the 80 degrees that we're having.
And I'm already raking. All right, the McDonald's McFlurry, it's getting a new look. The popular fast food chain announced it'll no longer serve the ice cream treat with that hollow spoon. The spoon, which which doubles as a spindle, was first introduced back in 1995. And now it'll be replaced by a small black Sunday spoon to help reduce plastic waste. I never really understood why it was hollow in the first place.
Unless you watch them. When you get a chance to see it, it comes right out
through it
when it dispenses. So it's actually really cool to watch. So we get one more chance to see it. You'll be able to enjoy it, especially if you're one of those with these warmer temperatures that we've been having. Enjoy that ice cream. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Have a great Friday. Safe weekend. See you Monday.
Striking back at Iran, the Pentagon says American F-16s hit facilities in eastern Syria, responding to attacks on American bases in the Middle East. A live report ahead.
A shelter-in-place order remains in effect for communities in southern Maine as the suspect in yesterday's deadly shooting massacre remains on the loose. We will bring you the latest on the manhunt.
The UAW union strikes a deal with Ford. We have reactions from the workers themselves who still have to ratify the agreement.
A little later, we will break down the latest in entertainment, including the newest goss on Justin Timberlake after the major revelations in ex-girlfriend Britney Spears' memoir, The Woman in Me.
And we take to the skies with Lighthawk, a volunteer organization dedicated to the conservation efforts on the North American continent. It's Friday, October 27th. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning. I'm Philip Mena.
Thanks for ending the week with us. I'm Francis Rivera. Breaking late last night on President Biden's orders, the U.S. has conducted airstrikes in eastern Syria, targeting what the Pentagon describes as facilities used by Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps and affiliated groups.
For the latest, let's go to our Chapman Bell, who is monitoring these developments for us. Chapman, good morning. What are we learning this morning?
Good morning, Philip and Francis. Yeah, the U.S. military striking two facilities that are supported by Iran's Revolutionary Guards and affiliated groups in eastern Syria. And this is in response to a series of attacks that began about 10 days ago. A U.S. military official saying 19 attacks in total on U.S. personnel in Iraq and Syria. And while most of these attacks have been relatively unsuccessful, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin saying as a result of these attacks, one U.S. citizen contractor died from a cardiac incident while sheltering in place, and 21 U.S. personnel have been suffered minor injuries as a result of these attacks. Now, Lloyd Austin also stressing that the president has no higher priority than the safety of U.S. personnel, these U.S. personnel based in Iraq and Syria, and that the U.S. will not tolerate these types of attacks and will defend itself. And while they're not looking to escalate this, they will defend themselves as necessary, but are hoping that by striking these two facilities using F-16s with precision-guided munitions, that they can put a stop to these attacks. One was described as an ammunition storage area. The other is a weapon storage area. These attacks have been carried out by drones and missile attacks in a time of tension in the region, but stressing that this action is separate and distinct from the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas, and it does not constitute a shift in the U.S. approach to this conflict, adding that there was no coordination with Israel before these attacks, making sure that it is clear that this is not directly linked to the ongoing conflict between Hamas and Israel, but the U.S. saying they will continue to protect U.S. personnel based in these two countries. Francis and Philip.
All right, Chapman Bell starting us off this morning. Chapman, thank you.
Let's turn now to Lewiston, Maine. That community and the towns around it are still on lockdown. People there are dealing with heartbreak and terror as the hunt for a mass murderer continues into another day. Police are flooding the area looking for the man suspected of killing 18 people Wednesday night. NBC's Alice Barr joins us now live from Lewiston. And Alice, good morning. There was reports of a lot of police activity there overnight. What are we hearing from law enforcement?
Well, Francis, really the main activity, as you note, has been police. There have been law enforcement agencies from really all over the surrounding area flooding into what is normally this quiet area in Maine. Between that and here at the hospital, this has been, essentially everything that is happening right now in this area, because we know that there's been a lockdown, essentially shelter-in-place orders for everyone in the surrounding area as the search continues for Robert Card. Now, there are still 3 patients in critical condition in the hospital here. There were 13 injured in addition to the 18 dead. We can show you, I believe, some images from the last known address for Robert Card, the 40-year-old suspected gunman. And there were law enforcement agencies from all over surrounding the home overnight. A lot of efforts to try to see if he could be drawn out, but eventually they did kind of seem to refocus the search. There are a number of areas where they're looking. There was no direct indication he was actually in there. They're just doing due diligence to try to find any possible location for him. We do know that Card's vehicle was found yesterday and that there was a gun found inside, though it's not entirely clear if that was the assault-style rifle that was used in the attack. And this all unfolded in 2 locations, a bowling alley and a nearby restaurant and bar. We've heard just the tragic stories from families of those who were killed and also from the survivors of how all of this unfolded. And then just utter shock from neighbors. We know that Robert Card is a longtime Army reservist. We know he has had some very serious mental health struggles, according to family members. Let's let you hear, though, from one neighbor about what all this has been like over the past several hours.
The last time I saw him was 2 weeks ago when he was helping his father hay this field right here. And perfectly normal. I mean, there was nothing out of the norm. Hardworking farming family, doing their thing. There's been helicopters with spotlights going over. I mean, SWAT team vans and stuff I saw roll by this morning. Unbelievable. You never see that here.
Officials tell NBC News that Robert Card actually threatened a military base and was sent by his own commanders to a mental health facility in July. So there are some questions about how he was able to still possess a gun, and that is just part of what investigators are still urgently working on today.
Well, the community is dealing with the just unimaginable heartbreak and terror there. Thank you, Alice.
The White House is claiming that Russia has started executing their soldiers who do not follow orders. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says that entire units have been threatened with death if they retreat from Ukrainian fire. American officials believe it reflects low morale in the Russian armed forces since the invasion of Ukraine began in late February 2022. The claims are from declassified U.S. intelligence, but not corroborated beyond that. In his briefing, Kirby did not say how many Russian soldiers had been executed, nor did he cite specific examples.
A Chinese fighter jet came within just 10 feet of an American B-52 bomber over the South China Sea. The U.S. military, in a statement, says the 2 aircraft almost collided because of, quote, unsafe and unprofessional airmanship on part of the Chinese pilot. The Chinese did not respond to a request for comment by the Associated Press, but has previously dismissed similar complaints. The incident happened on Tuesday. China has asked the U.S. to cease military flights over the South China Sea, despite it being international airspace.
In a possible game changer for the ongoing strikes, the UAW union has reached a tentative agreement with Ford. It comes as strikes at Stellantis and GM plants expand, with both automakers losing huge sums of money. Our Maggie Vespa reports.
For Ford workers, cleanup along the picket lines.
It was a bit of a shock. You know, I didn't expect Ford to come to the table with a deal so soon.
6 weeks into their sweeping strike against America's big 3 car companies, United Auto Workers announcing their first tentative agreement.
Our stand-up strike has delivered.
UAW leaders say the Ford deal, which still needs to be approved by members, would guarantee a 25% increase in base pay, reinstate cost of living allowances, and get rid of, quote, divisive wage tiers. Ford saying they're pleased with the deal.
The wage increases, the cost of living allowance is huge.
But other members aren't so sure.
What we were shooting for was at least 30 to 35%. 25%, that's, I don't know.
Meanwhile, strikes at Stellantis and GM plants grew this week. GM saying the stoppage has already cost them $800 million in pre-tax earnings. In the wake of Ford's breakthrough, both companies confirm talks continue.
I wouldn't be surprised that eventually GM and Stellantis ultimately agree to contracts with a similar type of pay raise for their workers.
President Biden, who made history joining the picket line last month, calling the Ford deal a testament to the power of employers and employees coming together. Ford saying they want to get their close to 20,000 workers back on the job soon. UAW leadership saying no date for the ratification vote has been set.
Our thanks to Maggie for that update.
The rollout of the latest COVID vaccine booster is going very slowly. The shots were recommended a month ago, and the CDC says 7% of adults have gotten it and just 2% of children. The CDC's report also found that nearly 40% of adults say they probably won't get the shot. One expert described these rates as abysmal.
A major storm system rolls east after dumping snow and rain on the middle of the country. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is here with a look at where it's heading next. Morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. Happy Friday to you. Unfortunately, we've got more rain and more snow to deal with here over the next couple of days. Let's break it all down for you. Here's the deal right now. You can see your satellite and radar showing a bit of a messy kind of wet morning for commute in some spots across the Midwest. We've got some rain falling across parts of the Northeast as well as in parts of the Northern Plains. So heads up for that. Here's the system that we're going to watch here over the next couple of days. Today, it's mainly going to bring us some of these thunderstorms stretching from Michigan down to parts of Texas. We'll see some additional rainfall with that. And as we get into tomorrow, even more rainfall. Big surge moisture starts to work its way into the center of the country. Places like Texas stretching up into Illinois. We'll see some of that heavier rain. Notice the snow falling, kind of that icy mix that we'll have to watch for tomorrow as well. As we get into Sunday, this starts to move into portions of the Northeast and New England. So we'll see some wet weather on tap for folks there. When it's all said and done, maybe 3 to 5 inches of rain will be the highest amounts that we'll see, but you can see widespread amounts 1 to 2 inches across parts of Texas and stretching up into portions of the Midwest. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Ending up with partly cloudy skies in Salt Lake City and a high of 55 degrees today. Chilly for Bismarck into just the mid-20s. Meanwhile, feeling like summer across parts of the East Coast. 80 degrees for Philadelphia, 81 in Washington, D.C. Detroit hits 75 this afternoon. And that is a look at your Friday forecast, guys. Back over to you.
Okay, Angie, great. Have a great weekend.
You too.
It is nearly the end of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Early Today is back in 1 minute with a new trend among survivors called going flat.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big. Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
As Breast Cancer Awareness Month continues, we're looking at a growing trend for breast cancer survivors.
It's called going flat, meaning the patients opt not to have breast reconstruction after having one or both breasts removed. Hannah Yachivi with our Portland, Maine affiliate spoke to one woman who chose this route.
2.5 years ago, Terry did what every woman should do. Check herself. Something she says saved her life.
My hand just went there and I found something suspicious, so I took it to the doctor and had a biopsy, and they confirmed it was hormone-driven breast cancer.
It was stage 2, and Terry was only given 2 surgery options.
One, we could do a lumpectomy where they would just take the tumor out and the area surrounding it, followed by radiation. Or I could do a full mastectomy, take the whole breast off, and go have reconstruction to create a new breast.
After thinking hard about those options and spending much time researching online,
I gave my surgeon a third option. I said I want to go from mastectomy to completely flat.
And that's been a trend that we've noticed in our practice with our 4 surgeons.
Karen Phelps is a nurse practitioner at the Breast Care Center at Maine Medical Center.
I'd say there's a percentage of patients who choose to not do reconstruction because of concerns with reconstruction, whether that be using implants or their own body's tissue, because that's usually a staged surgery process, so it's not always able to be sort of a one and done.
For Terry, that was also the healthiest choice, and one she found many other women were making.
One of them lives in my neighborhood. I mean, there are flatties everywhere. So many women are coming forward and saying, you know, I don't want to do a million surgeries. And after being diagnosed with those awful 3 words, you have cancer, you don't want to waste any time.
Our thanks to Hannah Yeshivi for that report.
Still to come, it's an album that never goes out of style, and now it's been reinvented. The Breakdown, Taylor's version, right after this.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
And around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're back to break down the latest in entertainment. 9 years to the day after its original release, Taylor Swift dropped her re-recorded version of her album 1989 at the stroke of midnight. Just before that, Swift posted a note for her fans on Instagram reflecting on what the album means for her before closing by saying, "It's been waiting for you."
Yeah, it's so great to be able to hear the 5 new tracks on there, too. We were listening to it right before the break. And the one, it's called Slut. But it's not what you think. I mean, it's a really slow, chill vibe, and the lyrics are really, really awesome. Very, very Taylor.
I mean, it's going to skyrocket to the top, as usual, right?
Right, and Taylor Swift's year of pop culture dominance shows no signs of stopping. Thursday saw the superstar named as finalist in 20 categories for the 2023 Billboard Music Awards, including Top Album, Top Hot 100 Song, and unsurprisingly, Top Artist. Other top nominees include Morgan Wallen and SZA with 17 entries, followed closely by The Weeknd with 16, and Drake and Zach Bryan with 14. The awards will be held on November 19th. So I was thinking, is this going to be the moment, the red carpet moment, where she and Travis Kelce are going to officially come out? But then I did a deep dive. That's on a Sunday, the Billboard Awards, right? The next day, the Chiefs are playing the Eagles home in Kansas City. So unless they hop on her jet and fly from Vegas, where this is going to be, the Billboard Awards, to go to that game, I don't know how they're going to do it, but I'm hoping I'm predicting this.
You're on the case, and I'm loving every bit of it. You know, and a generation ago, there was Justin Timberlake, who once said, "What goes around comes around." The singer and actor has now shut off his comments on his Instagram profile after he became the subject of major revelations made by his former girlfriend, Britney Spears, in her new memoir, The Woman in Me. A source told Page Six that Timberlake made that move due to the hateful and disgusting things people were saying on his profile. Her book, released on Tuesday, is currently sitting atop multiple bestseller lists. So just as we were scrutinizing all the Taylor Swift, Justin Timberlake thing, now it's Travis Kelce thing. Now it's Justin Timberlake and Britney Spears.
She came up with some pretty big bombshells, though, in that book, saying that he broke up with her on a Post-it note saying it's over, and then the fact that they were together, she was pregnant. She claims that she got an abortion from him, too. Yeah, a lot of really, really heavy stuff. All right, when we come back, the FDA has issued a warning on probiotics for infants.
And if you have high cholesterol, you're going to want to stay tuned. There's a new diet that could help.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We're back with what you need to know early today. Democratic Congressman Jared Golden of Maine is reversing course. He now says he supports a ban on assault-style rifles. This comes after the mass shooting that left at least 18 dead there.
The suspect in the fatal shooting of Maryland Judge Andrew Wilkinson has been found dead, ending a week-long manhunt. The 49-year-old had been evading police since October 19th.
The FDA has issued a warning about the use of probiotics in preterm babies after an infant death. The agency said there's a risk of potentially fatal infections. There are no approved probiotics for infants of any age.
Have you heard of the portfolio diet? New research from the American Heart Association shows it may help lower cholesterol and the risk of heart attack and stroke. It involves adding plant-based proteins and fiber-rich foods. We'll be right back.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Private pilots who take passengers up in the air for a better look in the environment are converging on Bend, Oregon this weekend. Brad Hicks with This American Land shows us how the view from above can help scientists better understand everything from climate change to endangered species.
Will Worthington,
okay, let me have my passengers for a minute,
is about to help the world in a small way.
So this is the flight that we plan to do.
He's taking 2 conservationists from Mexico on a mission, a flight over the Colorado River Delta. He's one of 300 pilots who volunteer for the nonprofit Lighthawk to help conservation efforts across North America and into Mexico.
Some conservation is best done with an aerial perspective, and that's what Lighthawk provides.
Some flights help conservation groups conduct species counts from above.
Sometimes that work could be transporting endangered species.
And some flights, like today, give a bird's eye view of critical conservation areas. Gabriela Coloca Michel, a wetland specialist with the environmental group Pro Natura Noreste, is eager to study how water is flowing through the delta.
It's amazing to have this opportunity to see in a different perspective.
Cornell ornithologist Osvel Hinojosa Huerta is eager to see how key bird habitats he's helped rebuild are looking for this winter's migration.
It's amazing to be able to see the connections and the habitats and really that configuration of the land. That's super helpful.
They're in good hands. Will Worthington has 6,000 hours at the controls. That's a lot of flying time. And he has soared over this stretch of the river many times with Lighthawk.
We're helping just in a small way, but we're helping in a way that seems to be meaningful.
His passengers are pleased with what they see.
We can see our restoration is working. So we are very thankful to Lighthop.
Back on the ground in Arizona, mission accomplished. Will is already gearing up for another Lighthawk flight next week.
You know, that makes me feel good when I can tell that they really got a kick out of what we did today.
Brad Hicks reporting.
A kick out of that story, too. I mean, you are able to learn a lot when you get that view from above.
Yeah, you get all different kinds of perspective, literal and figurative sense that can help everybody, help us, too. Okay, here's Al Roker with a look ahead on the third hour today.
This morning on the third hour of today, the hottest toys on the market this holiday season. Then some fun, spooky cocktails to serve up on Halloween. And Joy Bauer is answering your superfood questions. That's all coming up this morning on the third hour of today.
A lot of fun Halloween parties this weekend. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Philip Meno.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great Friday, even better weekend.
Developing right now on Morning News Now, a massive manhunt for a mass shooter in Maine. This morning, tens of thousands of people ordered to shelter in place until the suspect, considered armed and dangerous, is found.
He knows warfare. He understands it. He may not have ever been deployed, but he's smart. He knows what to do.
This as we learn more about some of the victims, at least 18 now dead. We have team coverage. Also this morning, Israel set for a ground invasion in Gaza with more overnight raids as calls grow for a ceasefire to let aid in and civilians out. Plus, the U.S. striking Syria in a series of attacks officials call self-defense. We'll bring you the latest. Also today, the man once known as the Crypto King, now a key witness in his own fraud trial. More on Sam Bankman-Fried's testimony in front of a judge as he prepares to face a jury. And we're flipping the script with a look at a new project opening doors for comedians of color. Joe sat down with the founders of the American Black Film Festival about why they're venturing into the world of comedy.
Excited to bring you that conversation coming up a little bit later this hour. Good to have you with us on this Friday morning after a busy news week. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to begin with that multi-state manhunt underway for the shooter that killed at least 18 people, hurt 13 more in Lewiston, Maine.
This morning, tens of thousands remain under shelter-in-place orders. Overnight, law enforcement surrounded the last known address of the suspect, Robert Card, but there was no sign of him. That scene, just one area of intense focus. A relative of the 40-year-old suspect tells NBC News that Card has struggled recently with acute mental health issues. Card is a longtime Army reservist who officials say threatened a military base and was sent by his own commanders to a mental health facility in July. Now, as the community reels from the worst mass murder in Maine's history, grief-stricken families are struggling with so much loss.
It's awful. That moment when I got the call that said, Joey's dead. It brought me back. It brought me right back to my knees.
The world lost a great girl, and I lost a precious daughter.
For the very latest, we are joined now by NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton in Lewiston. So, Antonia, first of all, what is the latest on the manhunt for the suspect?
Good morning, guys. Well, law enforcement has fanned out across New England, and we're talking about an investigation that is not only led by the Maine State Police, but is involving federal partners, FBI, ATF, as well as other local law enforcement agencies, and with assistance from states like Massachusetts and New Hampshire here. And that is, of course, because he is on the run, and there is concern that he may not even be in this county or perhaps even in Maine at this point. And so authorities have a kind of wide lens here. We don't know the exact perimeter. And while, you just talked about the search warrants executed last night, we know that authorities are considering the possibility, he owned jet ski, boats. There are multiple ways in which he could have moved. And as many people have discussed here, we know more about both his mental state and his training, his past. He was an Army reservist. He was incredibly proficient in the use of firearms, had been an instructor in some capacity. And so, we're we're not just talking about anyone on the run here. We're talking about somebody who would very much perhaps have survival skills, have knowledge of the wooded areas throughout Maine. And that is why we are still under a shelter-in-place order here. Businesses are closed. School is out another day, second day in a row. 3 people are still in critical condition behind me here. 3 of the victims passed away in the medical facility here. And so we're in this really heartbreaking and excruciating place, guys, where, the community is starting to grieve, still waiting for the confirmation of the names of some of the victims, but also unable to gather. They can't have vigils. People can't, meet up in public and, process all of this together because we are still in an active threat.
Absolutely, such a good point. Antonia, tell us also in the aftermath, I know we're learning about the victims. Tell us about them.
Well, NBC News has independently verified 14 of the 18 people who were killed that night. But as I mentioned, 3 other people are still in critical condition, and we're learning from some of the residents who we've had conversations with. I spoke to one woman, a woman who's lived here her entire life, named Cynthia Hunter, who was here at the ER as people were brought in minutes after 7 p.m. as the shootings transpired. And she described seeing people of all ages brought in critical condition here. We know from the 14 that we have identified that they're of mixed genders, ages here. And then we also were learning a bit more about what was happening that night. At the bowling alley, it was youth night. And at the bar and restaurant where the other half of the shooting took place, we know that there was a gathering of deaf cornhole players. And so this has sent shockwaves through the entire community, but it has had an outsized impact on the deaf community here in this part of Maine. And so there's immense grief there and an effort to reach out to families and friends of those who were involved in those tournaments and youth nights to see what kinds of supports they need now. And what we're seeing is people are calling their local radio stations. They're reaching out to each other in groups on Facebook right now because they can't get together in person. And so they're kind of finding ways to communally grieve and talk about their losses, or, really just connect notes about what happened that night in the best ways that they can, guys.
So, Antonia, the shelter-in-place order, which impacts towns and schools up to 50 miles away, any idea how long that's going to stay in place? Will it be until Card is caught?
That's what it's looking like right now, although, there are some hopes from the community that perhaps they'll get some information that will allow them to bring at least school back. It's been devastating for kids who have been stuck at home, living in fear, waiting to hear when they might be able to leave their homes. We've heard from people who say that they've been turning their lights out when the sun goes down at night to make sure that, if Robert Card is out there, he doesn't see their home as a target, doesn't choose to come visit them. They've been locking their barns, locking up their cars. And so, the urgency here is to try to get a little bit of life back to normal, a little bit of community presence here on the ground. But what we've heard from authorities is that so long as there is still this concern of an active threat, that they want people to shelter in place. That's the best information, the best advice they can give people right now. I don't think you can see it behind me here, but all day yesterday, there were officers here who had long guns, and they told us that they were going to have that kind of presence in front of the hospital so long as that active threat was in place, and they felt that they needed the shelter-in-place order here, guys.
Antonia, we can, though, see, and as you just referenced, that you are in front of that hospital. Do we have any more information on those who were injured in this?
Well, we know that 3 people are in critical condition and still receiving care here, although doctors and authorities have declined to comment on the exact profile on whether any of those people are minors. The community, though, of course, at this point, if you are, of course, a friend or a mom or dad and you haven't seen your loved one, you're starting to get a sense that you may be about to receive some of the worst news, a family could possibly receive. And so the community has been trying to compare their own notes. But we know that 3 people died here that night, that 3 people are still receiving treatment, and that others were sent to other medical facilities around the state, and we expect to receive updates on them soon.
All right, Antonia Hilton in Maine. Antonia, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, as the manhunt continues this morning, we're learning more about the suspect's background. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Bowdoin, Maine with the details.
In Robert Card's hometown of Bowdoin, Maine, area-wide shock.
It's mind-blowing. Everything about it it's unbelievable. I mean, why this is going on and why this happened.
Even as the suspect's own family reveals chilling details about the decades-long Army reservist. His sister-in-law telling NBC News they alerted police and military officials that Card was experiencing an acute mental health episode in the months before Wednesday's massacre, saying he'd been fitted for high-powered hearing aids a couple of months ago and was picking up voices that he had never heard. His mind was twisting them around. The family concerned about the mental state of someone who performs gun training.
And with what we did, meeting him and the way that he showed us how to use a weapon, and then smart. He's really smart, and he's tactical.
Former Army reservist Phil Gregory says he learned how to use an M16 rifle from Card. They weren't in the same unit, but the 40-year-old left an impression on Gregory.
He knows warfare. He understands it. He may not have ever been deployed, but he's smart. He knows what to do. I think they need the soldiers, to be honest with you, to be here. I really do.
The assault rifle, believed to be the one used to massacre and maim at least 30 people, was purchased legally in 2023, according to two senior law enforcement officials briefed on the matter. And officials tell NBC News Card threatened a military base and was sent by his own commanders to a mental health care facility for 2 weeks of psychiatric treatment in July.
How could someone that fits that profile still be in possession of semi-automatic weapons?
Well, I do think that the statutes around firearms and the possession of those are pretty complex. I know that we will be reviewing that information as we move forward.
Back in Bowdoin, where Card's family has owned land for generations, childhood neighbor Richard Goddard is blindsided.
No one would have seen this coming.
Never expected anything like this to happen here.
There are quite a few new developments seemingly coming in by the hour, including law enforcement saying that a gun was found in that white Subaru. They're checking now to see if it's the same weapon that was used in the mass shootings. At the same time, we're learning that the Card family owns hundreds of acres here as police are scouring the area, with the Card saying that they warned authorities that this is someone who needed help.
All right, Sam Brock, thank you very much. Well, new satellite images of the Gaza Strip show the damage left behind by 3 weeks of airstrikes being carried out by Israeli forces. Here they are on your screen. According to the UN, 42% of homes in Gaza are now uninhabitable. Thousands more have sustained moderate to severe damage.
The death toll in Gaza is also rising. The Hamas-run health ministry says more than 7,000 people in Gaza have been killed. The group also released the names of those victims after President Biden expressed doubt about the validity of those numbers.
NBC News correspondent Jay Gray joins us now from Tel Aviv with the latest. Hey, Jay, so in the last few days also, let's talk about what we've seen militarily, these targeted ground raids of Gaza, and the Israel Defense Forces say that they will continue those as they prepare the anticipated larger ground invasion, because this is just these sort of small teams going in. Tell us about what we've seen, and I understand last night there were more of these raids. How do they compare to what we've seen previously in terms of airstrikes?
Yeah, and Savannah, we've seen the strikes from the air, and they do continue, but these are different. Like you talk about, they're bringing tanks and other equipment inside Gaza, crossing the border with Gaza and moving in for what they call targeted raids at specific sites inside Gaza. We know that they've taken out operational structures and some of the anti-tank areas there. And it's clear, and last night seemed to be even larger than the night before as far as the amount of equipment and number of troops that have moved inside. But it's clear that they are clearing the way for, as they say, the next phase of this war, which it appears will be on the ground.
So, Jay, the United Nations set to hold another vote today, this time on a resolution from Jordan. It calls for immediate ceasefire of bombings in Gaza. Comes after almost all Arab countries condemn the attacks on Palestinians. So what did we see in yesterday's session, and do we expect Israel to stop the bombing if the resolution does pass?
Yeah, and look, what the resolution today is going to say is that they want a cessation of all hostilities. They want this thing to end for now. They're going to call for, at the very least, some pauses, humanitarian pauses, to allow more aid into the area, and that, you assume, would include fuel, which isn't going to happen. And you ask if Israel is going to stop. What they have said repeatedly is that they're not going to stop until they rid the world of Hamas. That is what they're saying. And they're saying that any attempt to stop them would be tying their hands. That's quoting the Israeli leaders, tying their hands at protecting the people of Israel.
And Jay, here in the States, family members of the hostages taken by Hamas met on Capitol Hill Thursday afternoon to plead for their release. I want to play a little bit of that first.
We demand not only the U.S., but all of the international community
put at its highest agenda, #1 agenda, bringing the hostages back home now.
The United States is the only one who can lead this international effort to make our loved ones come back safely.
So, Jay, that also comes amid news that Russian officials say a delegation from Hamas traveled to Moscow to discuss the release of the hostages. What do we know first, of course, about the status of those being held in Gaza, just the latest on hostages, but then also what kind of role Russia could play here, why that meeting would have happened?
Yeah, and look, what we know is that there are 224 hostages now. That's the latest number from the IDF. We've heard from the hostages saying they've been treated well while in captivity. You know, Russia has ties to key players here in the Mideast, so they could help facilitate some of this if that's their goal. From the start of all of this, they have blamed a failure of U.S. diplomacy as the reason for the entire crisis.
Jay Gray, thank you very much for your reporting.
The humanitarian crisis in Gaza is getting worse as food and water is dwindling and trucks with relief supplies are only slowly making their way across the border. Journalist Akram El-Sadari is in Gaza with the latest details.
Khan Yunis city has been witnessing a very long and painful night where the bombardment was continuous and even intensified in the different directions in Khan Yunis city, in the east, in the south, in the north, and also in the west. People were falling dead and injured, and the heavier bombardment has been taking down whole blocks in Khan Yunis. In Khan Yunis refugee camp, last night 25 people were killed under the rubble of their houses when an aerial attack reduced the whole block into rubble. Khan Yunis refugee camp is a very dense area where all the Palestinian refugees in Khan Yunis are living there. Some of them are outside of Khan Yunis refugee camp, but most of them are living in that refugee camp, and it was targeted 3 times yesterday, taking the lives of around 40 Palestinian refugees and also leaving 100 others injured. Nasser Hospital, the one hospital that I'm standing in now, has been receiving the influx of the people who are injured. Hundreds of people literally were coming to Nasser Hospital from all different areas of Khan Yunis city. When I was on my way to Nasser Hospital, I saw with my own eyes 2 aerial attacks that were so massive, and I think they were targeting some houses in the Khan Yunis north area. So the bombardment is heavier, the bombardment is continuous, and the number of people who are injured and killed is increasing. According to the Palestinian Ministry of Health, the number of people killed so far is more than 7,000 people, and they have made a special list of the names of the people, their ID numbers, for the sake of just providing a documentation and a proof for the number of people who have been killed so far. Nasser Hospital has been struggling. They have a problem, they have a severe problem with the shortage of the medical consumables and supplies. They have been making appeals and have been making calls for action for the international community and for the local community as well. They have been calling upon the international community to allow the expeditious entry of fuel supplies to keep operating the hospitals and keep saving the lives, according to the spokesperson of the Ministry of Health. And they have also been making similar calls of actions for the local citizens in Gaza and in Khan Yunis. They have been calling upon those people who might have some limited quantities of fuel to bring that fuel to the hospital so that it would help them continue and resume their activities and continue saving their lives. When it comes to the supplies that were entering Gaza from the Egyptian side, around 72 truckloads were allowed into Gaza throughout the 6 past days, which was also something that is below than the needed, and that was also voiced by different UN officials and local officials, Ministry of Health officials. They are saying that whatever is allowed in Gaza is below the minimum and is insufficient, as not going to change a fraction of the suffering that is happening to the people, and that there is a need also to look into the nature of the things that are allowed into Gaza, including fuel supplies that are now coming to a full stoppage, and also they are depleted quickly in the Gaza Strip. So the situation keeps intensifying. The bombardment keeps targeting different areas in Khan Yunis and throughout the Gaza Strip, Gaza South and Gaza North, and there seems to be much more suffering coming for the Palestinians in the coming days if those fuel supplies were not allowed and if the number of truckloads entering Gaza has not been increased.
All right, Akram Al-Sadri, thank you so much for that report. Now, as the situation in the Middle East continues, the effects of the war are being felt here in the U.S.
A troubling new report from the Anti-Defamation League found there has been a dramatic increase in anti-Semitic incidents since Hamas's October 7th attack. According to the report, incidents of harassment, vandalism, and assault increased by 388% over the same period from last year.
Let's bring in Oren Siegel for more on this. He is the vice president of the Center on Extremism at the Anti-Defamation League. Thank you for joining us, Oren. So according to this report, there were 312 anti-Semitic incidents between October 7th and 23rd. 190 of those were said to be directly linked to the war in Israel and Gaza. So why is the war having such a huge impact right now? And why are we seeing this just dramatic rise in hate in just the last 3 weeks?
Sure. It's not uncommon for conflict in the Middle East to result in spikes in anti-Semitic activity in this country and other types of hate, in part because of the way that the public discussion, the discussion online is, animating some of these activities. These are assaults, this is harassment, this is vandalism. And at a time where some of the broader discussion around the massacre on October 7th includes people who are glorifying, celebrating, and justifying it. That's why the Jewish community feels vulnerable. And in part, I think that's why we're seeing the spike in incidents here in the U.S. and globally.
We also, Oren, I mean, what's happening on social media is really just startling. The report found that there's been a nearly 1,000% increase in the daily average of violent messages that mention Jews and Israel in these extremist channels online. What role do these online channels play, these platforms, social media, in all of this and in the spread of hate?
Well, we have to understand people's worldviews are often created in these online spaces. So the data that you shared about the threats, those are in some of the darker spaces that the ADL tracks, where we know the types of language and campaigns that are organized there animate real-world activity. But frankly, you look at some of the more sort of broader established social media, and so much of what we're seeing there is designed to confuse people or to create anxiety. I mean, it's very hard to get actual information about what's happening during this conflict. And so what social media companies need to do is not allow themselves to be exploited by either extremists who want to incite violence or by those who just want to confuse and disorient the public at a time where they need information that is accurate more than ever.
So we know there are no easy answers or sadly quick solutions, but what are some of the actions you would like to see taken to try and slow the hate, the spread of anti-Semitism?
I think our public discussion, again, whether it's social media or even in our broadcast news, is one about sort of black and white, left and right, Palestinians versus Israelis. And we have to understand that when the conflict occurs and tempers flare, we see hate targeting all communities. And so we actually need to understand that there's sort of a shared mission here in order to push back against the hatred. And you do that by speaking out and not justifying violence, being an ally for others in the community who may be targeted, and, trying to get some cool heads to prevail during a very difficult time.
All right. Oren Siegel, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We do appreciate it.
Important information. Overnight, the Pentagon said U.S. fighter jets hit Iran-backed targets in Syria.
Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin said the strikes were, quote, self-defense, and that they were in response to a series of recent drone attacks against U.S. personnel in Iraq and Syria. NBC's global security reporter Dan DeLuce and our White House correspondent Ali Rafa joined us now to talk about this. Good morning to both of you. Ali, let's start with you. Walk us through what the Pentagon and Austin are saying about these strikes. What are the details we have right now?
Yeah, guys. Well, this was a dramatic retaliation, but also not too surprising considering that since Israel's war with Hamas began on October 7th, we have repeatedly seen White House and Pentagon officials warn any actor, but specifically Iran and its proxy groups, Hamas and Hezbollah, from trying to broaden out this war, from trying to potentially provoke the United States from getting involved and broadening this war out. Defense Department officials saying they won't hesitate to take additional action to protect U.S. forces in this area, saying retaliation would be at the time and place of the U.S.'s choosing. And we saw that retaliation last night in a statement. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says U.S. military forces conducted self-defense strikes on 2 facilities in eastern Syria used by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and affiliated groups, a response to a series of ongoing and mostly unsuccessful attacks against U.S. personnel in Iraq and Syria by Iranian-backed militia groups that began on October 17th. Austin saying Iran wants to deny its role in these attacks against our forces. He says we will not let them. So we understand that 2 F-16 fighter jets specifically targeted weapons and ammunition storage areas in this base in Syria. A defense official saying that those were the types of weapons used on U.S. forces in those attacks. The officials say that only Iranian-backed militia, no civilians were on the base at the time, but they don't have a damage assessment or a casualty count at this time. And guys, it's still unclear whether or how Iran will react to this.
Dan, if you could tell us a little bit more about the attacks the U.S. says its forces have come under in the Middle East over these past few weeks that sparked this.
That's right. So there were nearly daily attacks over 10 days against U.S. forces based in Iraq and Syria, and there were a whole number of U.S. forces that suffered minor injuries, and there was a civilian contractor who was sheltering in place during one of the incidents and died of a cardiac arrest. Here's what Pentagon Press Secretary Brigadier General Patrick Ryder had to say about that.
Between October 17 and 26, U.S. and coalition forces have been attacked at least 12 separate times in Iraq, 4 separate times in Syria, by a mix of one-way attack drones and rockets. I'm not going to have more specific information to provide to you from here in terms of specific groups that have claimed responsibility, other than to say we know that these groups are affiliated with Iran.
So that's him describing the injuries that were suffered. And of course, he's not discussing exactly the specific Iranian-backed groups that carried out some of these rocket and drone attacks, but they're making clear that they hold Iran responsible for the actions of those groups.
So, I mean, Ali, we're also hearing from the White House. President Biden sent a message to Iran's supreme leader warning about these recent attacks. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, we heard from the president on Wednesday during a speech that he gave with the Australian Prime Minister in the Rose Garden, where he issued a warning to Iran's Ayatollah. And he said, quote, "My warning to the Ayatollah was that if they continue to move against those troops, we will respond and he should be prepared." And John Kirby was asked about that during yesterday's White House press briefing, really how that warning was delivered. He wouldn't give any details, just saying that it was. But the U.S. is being very clear to stress that this was done separate from the U.S. diplomatic posture in the Middle East surrounding the Israel-Hamas war, that this was done as a deterrent. So this is definitely a delicate dance for this White House, this administration, as it tries to defend U.S. forces without potentially provoking a wider conflict in this area, guys.
And Dan, before we let you go quickly, if you could just explain this to us, because it's an important nuance here. The Pentagon is trying to emphasize that these strikes are separate from the Israel-Hamas conflict, but Iran did warn the U.S. over its support for Israel at this UN meeting yesterday. How much of this is about telling Iran to stay out of what's going on in Israel? Is that at play here?
I think it is at play. There's an implication there, but it's also significant to point out that this is not the first time that President Biden has ordered airstrikes against Iranian-backed groups attacking U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria. So in the first months of his term in 2021, he ordered airstrikes in a kind of similar sort of series of incidents, and on another occasion. And it's also important to point out that Biden did not order strikes directly against Iran in Iranian territory. So that shows you that they're trying to calibrate everything. They're desperately trying to avoid a full-blown regional conflict and protect U.S. forces and try to contain the situation, but also send very firm messages to Tehran not to endanger American troops. So I think we may see more of this, and this is a very perilous moment, and we're not out of this crisis.
All right, Dan, Allie, thank you both. Appreciate you joining us this morning. Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, from the big screen to comedy shows. I'm going to show you how the founders of one company are flipping the script by opening doors for Black artists.
First, though, after the break, a look at the devastation in Mexico, where Hurricane Otis left a deadly mark.
And our latest storm system is on the move and keeping rain and snow in the forecast. Coming up, we'll show you whose weekend plans could be impacted.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There's more good people than bad people, I know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the banner with everything.
All right, it just did too.
Welcome back. Let's get to the latest track on a storm system that could make for a rainy, even snowy weekend for some.
Yeah, maybe really snowy. Angie Lastman is back with us this morning. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hi there, guys. Good morning. Happy Friday to you. We do, unfortunately, have some rain in the forecast, not just today, but through your Saturday and Sunday plans in some spots. So let's give you the details for the short term. As far as getting out the door this morning and spending any time outdoors, we'll see some of these showery kind of conditions lasting for places across the Midwest. We've already seen some snow falling in northern portions of the plains, and we're going to continue to watch this storm system chug a little farther to the east, and along and ahead of it, we could see some of these showers and thunderstorms developing. So the main focus is going to be basically Michigan to Texas, where we could see some of that active weather through the day today. As we get into tomorrow, we have this big surge of moisture that starts to work into portions of the plains. Some spots that have already received ample amounts of rain over the past couple of days, they're going to see more rain through the day tomorrow. And notice there is some snow possible once again. We'll see kind of an icy mixture too. As we get into your Sunday plans, places like Wichita stretching into Illinois, we could see that snowy, kind of rainy mix. So we'll watch for that across parts of the plains, and in the Midwest, of course, the rain too. But notice the Northeast and New England gets in on the action here as we get into Sunday. It'll be mainly just rain, but we will add in some additional rainfall, of course, happening on the weekend across the Northeast. So we'll watch for that. It looks like the highest amounts of rainfall, though, are going to be centered across the plains. We'll see localized amounts 3 to maybe up to 5 inches. So heads up for that. We could potentially see some flooding concerns there. As far as the snow is concerned, 1 to 3 inches is the more widespread amounts, but we could see in some of the higher elevations up to 9 inches. So something to watch for across portions of Colorado, mainly across the Rockies. Here's the area that I want you to be watching for flash flood risk through the day today. Dallas, Waco, Stephenville, all included in that. So heads up, we'll see those rainfall rates over really saturated soil. That'll be something to note. And this is also something to note. And I think everyone's really sick of hearing me say this, but Philly, New York, 7 consecutive weekends with rain, 8 of the last 9 for Boston. And what happens this weekend? Well, Saturday, that's your day that you're going to want to be outdoors. It'll be really warm, actually, guys. Temperatures are going to be kind of summer-like. Sunday, things start to change. We'll get back into those mid-60s for some of these spots, and the rain will start to work in. So there you go.
Sunday
we will
night's
not
fine.
break the streak.
We'll take it. Well, but we'll take it, though.
At least it's on Saturday.
Exactly. So we can start the weekend.
Bad New York.
I need a sound effect with that.
I know. Yeah, I gave it to you. Don't worry. Thanks, Angie.
International headlines now. We're going to start in Mexico, where we're getting a closer look at the devastation left behind by Hurricane Otis.
That's right. NBC News correspondent David Noriega joins us now on this. Hey, David, good morning.
Good morning. So, yeah, let's start in Mexico. The resort city of Acapulco on Mexico's Pacific coast is struggling to recover from the devastation of Hurricane Otis, which hit the city with unexpected force on Wednesday morning. At least 27 people died and 4 are missing. Much of the city remains without power and paralyzed by mud, which is hampering search and rescue efforts. In China, former Premier Li Keqiang died of a heart attack Friday, just months after retiring from a long political career. He was a pro-business reformer, and he was once highly influential. He was considered a contender for president and leader of the Chinese Communist Party, but he was sidelined when the current leader, Xi Jinping, consolidated power into his own hands. And to top it off, the surviving members of the Beatles are releasing a new song based on a demo recorded by John Lennon in 1970, shortly after the band split up. Paul McCartney says the producers used AI technology to isolate and clean up Lennon's vocals from the recording. The song is called Now and Then, and it's meant to be the band's last song ever.
Wow. How cool is that?
Cool. I know.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that.
David, thank you so much.
Coming up, it could be the testimony that makes or breaks his case.
That's right. Former crypto CEO Sam Bankman-Fried taking the stand in his own defense. We'll have the latest in his criminal fraud trial next up on Morning News Now.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday, November 8th at 8 p.m.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. Later today, FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried will take the stand in his criminal fraud trial and testify in his own defense.
That's right. Today's testimony comes after the judge, in a rare move, decided to hold a hearing on Thursday with Bankman-Fried first testifying without the jury there. In his testimony, he blamed his lawyers for bad advice and claimed the company was under the constant threat of cyber attack.
For more on this, let's once again bring in attorney and NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Senadella. Good to have you with us. So, okay,
Always.
He answered questions without the jury there. Then today he's going to answer possibly the same questions with the jury there. I have to admit, I've never heard of this. So why is this happening, and what can we expect then today?
Yes, so it is very unusual, and it's because the prosecution has already rested. At this point in the trial, it's only Sam Bankman-Fried left who's going to testify. But look, a defendant can't just get up there and say whatever he wants. It has to have been introduced previously to the prosecution, so they have a time to present it in their own case or do their own investigations. Basically, the judge didn't trust that this defendant wouldn't just get up there and say whatever he wanted. So he did an entire dry run, both of direct and on cross. So today we expect to see the exact same thing.
We also have been hearing from him a lot. There's a lot to work with, just material that any of us could see, either on social media or interviews that he's given to the media. Do you think that's going to come up? Are prosecutors going to use that to kind of see if they can catch him anything? Could he perjure himself based on these interviews he's given?
Savannah, 100%. To the prosecutors, this is a gold mine. So even if he doesn't directly contradict himself, if there are any differences in presentation, the prosecution can use this to really just hammer down on his credibility, to say, well, look, at this point you presented yourself as knowing everything, and now you're saying you have no idea what happened, because that's essentially his defense, pointing fingers, saying it wasn't me.
I mean, prosecutors have tried to paint him in an unflattering light. Of course, that's their job. But by looking at his post, talking about his political contributions, is the theory that taking this stand could try and sway how jurors feel about him, and how dangerous is this move?
It's so dangerous. But yes, his theory is that right now, everyone's just doing this. I mean, it's literally just a game of who is most responsible. So the prosecution's cooperating witnesses, Caroline Ellis and Gary Wang, went up there and said, we just acted on direction of Sam Bankman-Fried. So he's going to get up there, and even though he's presented himself as this brilliant mastermind, he actually has to say, I didn't know what was happening. It wasn't me. So he's getting up there to attempt to show some level of naivete. But it's very dangerous because, as we've seen from his interviews time and time again, he does tend to present himself as knowing exactly what is going on. No one has ever accused him of not being smart enough, not knowing enough. So that's ironically what he has to present.
All right, we'll see what happens. Angela Senadella, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And coming up, they are flipping the script in the world of comedy.
When we come back, my conversation with the people behind the American Black Film Festival as they open doors now for comedians of color. This is Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes, shining a spotlight on diversity. Enter the nice crowd. We're not talking about a group of polite people. We're talking about an entertainment company that has been giving Black artists a huge platform since the 90s. I sat down with the power couple behind Nice Crowd, Jeff and Nicole Friday, to talk about their well-known film festival and now their newest venture.
You need only spend a few minutes with Jeff and Nicole Friday to understand what drives them.
What we're really trying to do and what our company, Nice Crowd, does is we want to level the playing field for people of color in the entertainment industry.
That's really been our mission, to level the playing field.
Like expert landscapers, they've been leveling that playing field since 1997. That's when Jeff launched the American Black Film Festival after going to another film festival.
In visiting that festival, he realized that there were so many things about it that weren't even, if you will. And we really wanted to give those opportunities to people who ordinarily wouldn't have that into entertainment or into Hollywood.
What were the challenges you faced at the beginning?
Corporate sponsorship was challenging. And if I'm being very honest, the idea was marginalized in the beginning. So 1997, 20 years before Oscars, hashtag Oscars so white, you know, before George Floyd's murder, and people just weren't committed to diversity. I can just say it out loud. So I've endured this journey of marginalization and, you know, kind of putting it off to the side, and we've watched the world catch up to the mission of the festival.
The festival has given an early career boost to artists who've gone on to achieve great success. Anthony Anderson won the Rising Star Award in 2000. Black Panther director Ryan Coogler received an honor for his short film back in 2011. And Issa Rae says the festival gave her a big break, as she told IMDb.
And for me, they showcased my work and brought me out early when I just had a web series, and to be put on a level with so many other people I admire just meant so much to me.
Your host for the evening. Earlier this month, Nice Crowd launched a comedy festival in Washington, D.C., showcasing comedians of color. The festival's name? Because they're funny.
It's kind of a mission statement and a cool name, if you think about it. You know, why spend the effort to promote diverse comics? Why? Because they're funny.
What can something like this hopefully do for a young comedian?
Yeah, you know, our bread and butter is platforming deserving people that might not get a shot. So we're just replicating that model. You know, we really believe that everyone deserves a shot, and we just don't think that the comedy arena is diverse enough. We truly don't. And so this is just our effort to have some fun and what we call do purposeful for-profit work, you know.
And we want to laugh a lot. Now's a good time. I mean, comedy more than ever, we want to laugh.
You don't understand how good it was out there.
5 years from now, we're going to have a new comedy star, someone that'll have a television series and a $50 million movie that got their start right at our comedy festival.
You say that with confidence.
Oh, man, we've done it before.
Leveling the playing field in comedy, just as they've been doing in film for nearly 3 decades.
As you point out, eventually Hollywood started to catch on and realize this was an important issue. Reality check. Where are we right now? Where do we need to go when it comes to diversity in film?
I think we're in a great place. You know,
I don't, yeah. I mean, he thinks that we're in a great place. I don't know that, I think we're in a better place, but I still think that there's a long way to go to make sure that there are more opportunities for people, not only in front of the camera, but those who are behind the camera and below the line.
And we got to do a better job at making sure that our industry is really forward-thinking and leading the way globally. And we're just doing our little piece of it. You know, we're not going to change the world in our lifetime, but if we can just shift it a little bit forward, we'd be very happy with that.
And the next ABFF, American Black Film Festival, will take place in June in Miami, and it was just announced Issa Rae will be the creative director for that 2024 festival.
I love that. don't know about that. Such a good moment. All right, let's get you some financial headlines now. Cruise is pulling the plug on its robo-taxis in an effort to help rebuild their reputation.
NBC's Savannah Henao joins us with that and other money news. Savannah, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Yes, so just days after California suspended the license of GM's Cruise robo-taxi unit, the company announced it is grounding its entire fleet. That brings operations in Austin, Phoenix, and Houston to a halt. On Tuesday, California accused Cruise of withholding crucial video of an accident involving a pedestrian in San Francisco. In a statement last night on X, that's the platform formerly known as Twitter, Cruise said the suspension of service does not have to do with any new on-road incidents. Rather, it is a chance to reflect on how to better operate in a way that will rebuild public trust. Ford is postponing about $12 billion in planned spending on new electric vehicle manufacturing. The automaker says it is slowing down its investment because customers are increasingly reluctant to pay extra for EVs. Ford is not alone in hitting the brakes on EV plans. On Wednesday, Honda and GM said they were ending a $5 billion plan to develop lower-cost EVs together. Electric vehicle sales are still growing strongly, even at Ford, but not at the pace the automaker anticipated. And Taylor Swift has reportedly reached a new milestone in her career. The pop star's record-breaking Eras Tour helped her achieve billionaire status, according to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. That index estimates her net worth now sits at $1.1 billion. Her Eras Tour could gross $2.2 billion in North American ticket sales alone, and the subsequent concert film that hit theaters this month raked in nearly $100 million in its opening weekend. And by the way, Swift dropped her fourth album remake today with the release of 1989. Taylor's version.
Oh,
I'm sure you already knew that, Savannah.
She did. I've already heard it. There's 5 new songs. They are ridiculous. It's a good day to be a Swiftie.
I heard she had a good dinner last night, too.
She did. I did happen to be at the same restaurant as her, which was also very cool.
Amazing.
There you
very
go.
Cool.
Savannah did not just burst into flames.
Yeah, no, I kept it cool.
I was going to say, what happened?
She's still here
Too much
this morning.
respect. You know, it's like, girl, live this life. You are the best.
Oh, amazing.
Thanks, Savannah.
Thank you. All right. During the pandemic, California led the nation in the number of people experiencing homelessness. Today, many people are still struggling with rising costs, making necessities like housing and food feel out of reach. Well, one California cafe owner is working to change that. He's providing hot meals for those experiencing homelessness, served with an extra helping of support and respect. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson checked it out.
It's just a little card pinned to the door. But for the customers and staff at the Homemade Cafe in Berkeley, California, it buys the most important meal of the day.
So they can take one off and hand it to a waiter.
The card says everybody eats, and it means just that.
Basically, we treat them just like any other customer. They just don't get a bill. No one should go hungry in this world.
Colin Doran owns the Homemade Cafe. His breakfast of eggs, potatoes, toast, and coffee is served to anyone experiencing homelessness or food insecurity. The meal comes with a seat at any open table.
When I first owned the restaurant, you know, people would come and they'd ask customers for food or panhandle. Just, you know, told them to ask me. And, you know, you don't need to bother our customers, but we will gladly feed you.
And Colin stands by his word with the help of the community and their donations to help others. For every $5 a customer donates, another card goes on the board.
Surfer Steve, how's the food?
It's great, and I am so incredibly grateful how they've helped me out in the past couple of weeks.
What does it mean for you, though, to have a place where you can just have a hot meal when times are tough?
Oh, it means everything. It really does.
The cafe has been around since 1979.
You ate here when you grew up?
I did. I had the bacon and the French toast.
Colin and his family were neighborhood regulars. He went on to college in New York and planned on becoming a lawyer, but never quite let go of what he really loved.
Does this feel like a world away from what you wanted to be?
What I thought I wanted to be, yes. Yeah. Definitely. I like food, I like the energy, I like the interactions with the people.
In 2011, he bought the neighborhood cafe and made it his own.
You've always had maybe an affinity for this place, eh?
Oh, absolutely. It's always been sort of a fixture in the neighborhood, in that community.
Hi, guys. Hello. I think I have chocolate pancakes. It's kind of like a family atmosphere.
It is.
Daniel was once a customer who needed to take one of those meal cards.
I lived on this street right way for like 8 years.
You lived on this street?
On this street, right here.
Now he brings home a paycheck as the cafe's dishwasher.
I came in one morning to just ask for food. And it's like, hey, brother, do you want to work? It meant a lot for me, giving me a job, waking up to say, oh, I got somewhere to go.
Fortunately, the Homemade Cafe family is tight, Colin says, because last year was nearly a recipe for disaster.
We were about this close to closing.
Financial fallout from the pandemic, inflation, and meal delivery services hit the restaurant's bottom line hard.
Take me back to when times were tough.
Yeah, the community came through. My staff agreed to take a 20% pay cut to keep us open.
Customers also led the charge for a GoFundMe account that's still turning out support so everyone eats can continue.
People ask me all the time, well, how does that affect your bottom line? How can you afford to do it? If anything, the bottom line's gotten better.
You feeding people for free has actually helped your bottom line.
Yes, it's absolutely counterintuitive to the standard capitalistic model of running a restaurant or a business. But the more free food I give out, the more people I have come in and pay.
Colin says he never expected such an outpouring of support would come with a simple breakfast.
Does that surprise you?
You know, I wish I didn't have to do it. I wish there wasn't hungry people.
Order up, please.
It is giving me faith that doing the right thing, doing things that need to be done, taking care of your fellow man, whoever they may be, whatever position they're in, is the right thing to do, and it's paying off.
Our thanks to Steve Patterson for that report. What a fantastic story. Colin says business is up 15%, and he expects to give away about 5,000 meals this year.
Cool as that. All right, coming up, falling for fall.
That's right. It's that coveted time of year where the leaves change color. We're celebrating the season with a look at the foliage that so many people wait all year for. Stick with us.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We end this hour with a splash of color. It's that exciting time of year when the leaves change from green to vibrant oranges, reds, and yellows.
It's beautiful. Just look behind us. Meteorologist Perella Lewis from our affiliate station, WYFF, in Greenville, South Carolina, takes us on a tour, giving us a peek at the fall foliage that truly makes the season feel magical.
This is really fantastic.
'Tis the season that so many of us look forward to.
Very vivid, very bright.
A mountain of color used to decorate natural beauty like the hundreds of waterfalls hidden inside the Appalachian Mountains.
I think it's absolutely spectacular.
Or the colors that line our highways, pulling leaf lovers out of their homes and into the mountains every single year.
You think like how God creates such beautiful things.
Sunshine, cooler temperatures, and rain are the trinity that helps jumpstart leaves changing colors right in front of our eyes. And autumn brings longer nights, and at the same time, the leaves stop producing chlorophyll, which makes the green colors we see in leaves. And that reveals other chemicals, like carotenoids that are present in the leaf, but finally get to show their colors for a change.
I don't have words for it. If I did, I would be a genius. I would describe it. I think this is a great year. This is a great year.
And according to Professor of Forest Ecology Don Hagen at Clemson University, this year's colors have been delayed, but a vibrant season is still expected for the upstate. The first week of November should be approaching peak season this year.
Don't wait around because it's not going to stay this way very long.
Wow. Look at that.
If it did stay that way forever, though, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
But we get sick of it. So
yeah, then you get to appreciate it. It's special.
Exactly.
Barella Lewis, thank you for that beautiful tour. That was awesome.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning. Good news. It is Friday. Thanks for being here. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, communities across Maine and beyond rattled and on alert. The all-out manhunt for the suspected gunman is ramping up after shootings Wednesday night left at least 18 people dead. And we're learning new information this morning on the timeline of the murders. We've got more on that and the latest on the multi-state search for an alleged killer. In the Middle East this morning, Israel is setting the stage for that long-expected ground assault on Gaza, saying those targeted raids were all in preparation for a wider invasion. It comes as Gaza faces a growing humanitarian crisis. President Biden now calling on Israel to pause its offensive to allow vital aid to cross the border. Elsewhere in the region, the U.S. levying new strikes against Iran-linked sites in Syria overnight. We're covering it all. Also this morning, we are on Money Watch with some breaking inflation data coming up later in the hour. So how is the U.S. economy really performing in the wake of that blockbuster GDP number? We've got the numbers and what it means for your wallet. And of course, if it's Friday, get ready for your can't miss list. We are heading to the movies with a terrifying video game sensation making its big screen debut. Thank you for joining us. We're going to begin with the massive multi-state manhunt for the suspect in that deadly mass shooting in Maine that left at least 18 people dead.
This morning, hundreds of officers are searching throughout New England for this man, 40-year-old Robert Card. We have team coverage this morning, beginning with Sam Brock in Lewiston.
The clock is ticking this morning on an all-out manhunt for 40-year-old Robert Card, who's considered armed, dangerous, and likely off the grid.
This is someone that should not be approached.
After the mass shooting in Lewiston, Maine, that left 18 people dead and more than a dozen injured.
Out of nowhere, he just came in and there was a loud pop.
Card is accused of unloading an assault rifle, first at a bowling alley packed with teens for a youth league night, then minutes later at a popular local sports bar in Lewiston. Authorities expanding a shelter-in-place order. As overnight, they executed a search warrant at the Card family property, calling for anyone inside to come out with their hands up, eventually leaving after there was no sign of the suspect. Among many developments, law enforcement officials telling NBC News a note was recovered at Card's home. Police also say they found a gun in a white Subaru that's been linked to the suspect, though it's unclear if it's the same weapon used in the shootings. As the search continues, the public learning more information about Card and questions growing about his access to guns. Two senior law enforcement officials telling NBC News the weapon used by Card was purchased legally in 2023. As Card's family tells us they were increasingly concerned about his mental health after he began hearing voices and making threats. His sister-in-law revealing they alerted police and military officials months ago. And a Defense Department official telling NBC that this July, Army battalion leaders informed staff that he was, quote, behaving erratically and contacted law enforcement. Card then receiving a medical evaluation.
How could someone that fits that profile still be in possession of semi-automatic weapons?
Well, I do think that the statutes around firearms and the possession of those are pretty complex.
Former Army reservist Phil McGregor says Card taught him how to use an M16 rifle.
He knew that weapon inside and out.
As the community reckons with the violence, a change of heart from a local Democratic congressman who'd previously been opposed to banning assault weapons for civilians.
I now call on the United States Congress to ban assault rifles like the one used by the sick perpetrator of this mass killing.
Our thanks to Sam Brock for that report. Robert Card is now facing multiple murder charges for the victims that have been identified so far.
For more, we are joined now by Catherine Schweit. She is the author of Stop the Killing, How to End the Mass Shooting Crisis, and a former FBI Special Agent executive. Thank you so much for joining us. We know the gun was obtained legally by the suspect, as Sam mentioned. We're also learning Robert Card had a history of mental illness, especially recently. What can you first of all tell us about how easy it is to get weapons like the one that was allegedly used in this attack?
I think in the United States compared to other countries, and I think that puzzles people in other countries, but in the United States, we default towards you can get a gun unless there's a prohibition. And where other countries have essentially kind of licenses, many other countries have a license. You have to get the license first and make sure that you're capable and able and safe. It's safe for you to have a gun. In the United States, it just isn't that way. So every state has its own regulations, and the limited number of background checks that might be done, or the amount of background checks. For one thing is, I think that's a kind of a scary loophole is that we don't have a way to check somebody after they've purchased the gun. So these are legally purchased guns, but when somebody has mental health problems or somebody has stressors in their life, there isn't a way a very easy way to take a weapon away from somebody under those circumstances.
Yeah, and we know now Card's family said he was experiencing a mental break and hearing voices. He had recently even been checked into receiving treatment for this. How does that information impact what goes on here in terms of an investigation and any kind of challenges it adds?
Well, I think it's more informative to, preventing the next shooting. It allows us to recognize that if we let somebody get to a crisis state, like this gentleman obviously got to, without doing the preventative efforts ahead of time for both mental health and any other stressors that he had domestic violence issues in his background, and he had trouble with jobs in his background. Those kinds of stressors all add up to what this turns into, because from an investigative standpoint now, this is simply law enforcement looking for somebody who committed a crime.
So each state, of course, has its own laws. We're looking at Maine's law right now, and this shooting has really put it under scrutiny. Critics saying the laws there are just too lax, especially the yellow flag law. We've heard of red flag, but this yellow flag one, it allows police to ask a judge to take away a person's guns if a medical professional deems that person a danger. Doesn't seem like that might have happened in this situation. I mean, what's the reality here, and what do you think are possibly the best solutions?
I think that not the legislators who passed it might not agree, but I think yellow flag, which I don't know whether it's been used actually in Maine, is kind of window dressing. We say we passed a law that has something to do with something, but getting a law enforcement officer to pick up an individual and take him to a medical professional to get an evaluation and then take that to the judge. And then if the judge adjudicates, then you take the weapons away. That's a lot of steps, and it's likely not going to happen very often. And so if ever, so I think it's unfortunate that that's as far as they've gotten in terms of if they want to change the laws in Maine, they need to change the laws. They need to change the laws that still allow people to hunt, but efforts to prevention have got to be stronger.
All right, Catherine Schweit, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate your expertise on this.
Yeah, thank you. And this morning we are learning more about the victims of this terrible tragedy. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has some of their stories. Hi, Emily, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you. The people here in Lewiston, understandably, still in a state of shock from the unspeakable violence that claimed the lives of 18 of their family and friends. At last check, we know 3 people here are still in critical condition. This is the worst mass shooting in the U.S. so far this year, and the worst mass shooting ever for the state of Maine. This morning, residents of Lewiston, Maine, are grappling with the grief of losing 18 of their own.
She was a loving girl.
She'll be missed horribly.
Among the victims of Wednesday's shooting, 53-year-old Trisha Aslan, who was enjoying a night off with her sister Bobby at the local bowling alley. Her mom says she was shot trying to call 911.
Trisha didn't deserve that. Nobody did. The man that did that has no soul. I pray to God he doesn't do that to no more people. I hope they catch him soon.
Where are you now?
I'm coming to Maine the minute we find out when her body will be released from the morgue. I want to hold my baby one more time. I don't care. I want to put her in my arms.
Kim McConville says her cousin Billy Young and his 14-year-old son Aaron were also among the victims.
They're just innocent people out for a night of bowling. This was a children's event. You know, who expects a shooter to go into a children's event?
Police say the gunman also went to Shemengi's Bar and Grill, where Joey Walker was a manager. His family says they waited an agonizing 14 hours before they learned he was among the 8 people who died there.
That moment when I got the call that said, Joey's dead, it brought me back. It brought me right back to my knees.
His father, Leroy Walker, telling Lester police told his son's wife that Joey died trying to help.
He died as a hero because he picked up a butcher knife and he tried to go at the gunman to stop him from shooting anybody else.
Does that change your pain at all?
Oh.
Knowing that?
It made it worse.
This close-knit community in disbelief that something so horrible could happen here.
I'm going to go home tonight and be with my kids, and I'm not going to watch the news thinking, wow, that was in Florida or Texas. That was in my backyard.
Surreal.
Unreal.
And the tragedy hitting Maine's deaf community especially hard. The wife of 36-year-old Joshua Seal says he was one of several members of the deaf community killed on Wednesday. The group were supposed to be going to the bar for a fun night of cornhole, a night that was shattered by just horrific violence. Joe and Savannah.
Just so devastating. Emily, thank you so much.
Turning now to Israel, where defense forces are preparing to carry out more raids in Gaza ahead of the anticipated ground invasion in the region. Israeli officials say they completed their second raid mission into northern Gaza yesterday, killing one of the Hamas leaders suspected of carrying out the October 7th attack in Israel. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is in Jerusalem with the latest.
The Israeli military conducted another incursion into the Gaza Strip, and we could see more of these in the coming days as Israel attacks Hamas and probes the group's defenses.
Israel carried out another incursion into the Gaza Strip with a column of tanks pushing in for the second night in a row, this time in a new part of Gaza, further east, with drones and jets firing on what Israel says were Hamas command sites. Israel's defense minister vows a full-scale invasion will come when the time is right, while airstrikes and limited incursions prepare the ground. Gaza is being leveled. One leading Israeli newspaper this morning describing the amount of force being used makes hell sound pleasant. The health ministry in Gaza, run by Hamas, says more than 7,000 Palestinians have been killed so far. Our crew in southern Gaza witnessed an Israeli airstrike and rushed toward it. A boy is rescued from the rubble, but a girl remains trapped. She's eventually freed, and our cameraman caught up with her in an ambulance. She's dazed. At a hospital, she's treated on the floor, given air, and comes around as she's cleaned. She says her name is Miral and asks if her father is alive. The medic tells her he's fine, but doesn't know. The Israeli military says it's preparing to fight Hamas in the militants' network of tunnels under the Gaza Strip. It's a dangerous and complicated mission, especially since that's where freed hostages say they were kept. Israel increasing its estimate of the hostages in Gaza this morning to 229. The Israeli public is increasingly divided over the full offensive. A poll this morning saying 49% of Israelis saying Israel should wait. In Tel Aviv, families of hostages are growing frustrated, saying they're being forgotten in the push to expand the war.
Before the army getting inside Gaza, there is much more important thing. to bring them back.
A small amount of aid did get into Gaza this morning, but still no fuel needed to power generators at hospitals. Israel isn't allowing fuel in, saying it could go to Hamas.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much.
Well, human rights groups are sounding the alarm about a major crackdown by Israeli authorities on Arab citizens who live in Israel that have been speaking out against the bombing of Gaza. NBC's Josh Lutterman spoke with some Arabs in Israel about their experiences and their fears.
The Israeli city of Ramla, Arabs and Jews have been living, working, and raising families on the same land for centuries. Yusuf El-Shamli, a grandfather and one of Israel's Arab citizens, says his family has been here for 80 years. But these days, Yusuf fears if he says one word about the suffering of Arabs in Gaza, the Shin Bet, Israel's internal security service, will arrest him. I ask him how it feels to be an Arab in Israel during a war. He says, we Arabs in Israel are like a divorced couple. The kids don't know where to go, to mom or to dad. We're in the middle. Since the Israel-Gaza war started, human rights groups say hundreds of Arabs have been fired, suspended from universities, or even arrested, accused of supporting terror or sympathizing with Hamas, mostly on social media. Israel's police chief has declared zero tolerance for inciting violence and pro-Hamas protests, saying on TikTok, anyone who wants to identify with Gaza, go ahead. I'll put them on buses and send them there. And the president of Tel Aviv University has vowed to be very strict with students who support Hamas, writing, when we feel the offense is criminal in nature, we shall report them to the police. Hassan Jabareen runs Adala, an Arab human rights group representing 80 students who have been suspended or expelled.
We are trying to explain that these people have the right of freedom of expression to express their anger against the war and to criticize Israel, but has nothing to do with supporting violence against Israelis.
Amir, not his real name, was threatened with disciplinary proceedings after a social media post suggesting the historical oppression of Palestinians had led to the Israel-Gaza war.
What was the response to that post?
Well, the response was people accusing me of justifying terrorism. The university has sent me an email basically saying that they have reason to believe that I am supporting the actions of a certain side over the other.
The side of Hamas, whose terror attacks killed more than 1,400 people and triggered an Israeli response that many Arab citizens say includes an unprecedented crackdown on free speech. Amir, who says he opposes violence against civilians, requested anonymity because he says he's concerned about even more retaliation for speaking out about what happened.
How risky is it for you to be speaking out right now?
I mean, everyone is terrified.
Other Arab students have reported being doxxed, their home addresses posted on social media. And popular Palestinian singer Dalal Abu Amna was detained for 2 days, then placed under house arrest, her lawyer says, after posting a Palestinian flag emoji and the Muslim phrase, "There is no victor but God." She later took it down, but says in a new post, "They tried to strip me of my humanity, silence my voice, and humiliate me in every way." Since the war started, Israel's police says they've investigated 110 cases of incitement on social media and arrested 90 people. At least 17 have already been indicted. Most, if not all, are believed to be Arabs, although the police haven't said. Israel police telling NBC News these acts of incitement present a significant threat to the stability of public order and the overall tranquility within our communities. In a nation of nearly 10 million people, roughly 2 million are Arab, about a fifth of the population.
In many mixed cities in Israel, there are mosques right next to synagogues. Some Arabs who are also Israeli citizens say they feel caught between conflicting identities.
Back in Ramla, Yusuf El-Shamli is at the bustling shuk, or market, buying vegetables from Moshe, who he's known for 30 years. He tells me what you see in the media, Jews and Arabs always at odds, isn't what you see in the market. Here's a Jew. Here's a Jew. I'm an Arab. They're Arabs. Yusuf says, here in a mixed city, we're family. The problem, you see, is government.
Our thanks to Josh Lutterman for that report.
Breaking overnight, the U.S. says it launched airstrikes on Iranian-linked targets in Syria. The Defense Department says the strikes were retaliation for a series of drone attacks on American military bases in the region. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more on that. Gabe, good morning.
Joe, good morning. A senior U.S. military official says the two locations hit overnight were a weapons storage area and an ammunition facility in Syria. It is not clear yet whether there were any casualties. Overnight, a dramatic retaliation. The U.S. striking 2 facilities in eastern Syria that the Pentagon says were used by groups linked to Iran. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin calling them self-defense strikes that were a response to a series of recent drone attacks against U.S. forces. The Pentagon says there have been at least 19 attacks on U.S. bases in Iraq and Syria in the last 9 days. 21 personnel have been injured. These strikes meant to deter Iran, which the U.S. says backs the groups launching the attacks. Austin saying, quote, Iran wants to deny its role in these attacks against our forces. We will not let them.
We know that these are Iranian-backed militia groups that are supported by Iran, and of course we hold Iran responsible for these groups.
The new U.S. airstrikes come after President Biden delivered this stark warning to Iran's leader on Wednesday.
My warning to the Ayatollah was that if they continue to move against those troops, we will respond, and he should be prepared.
Amid rising tensions in the region, the Biden administration is walking a fine line, hitting Iranian-backed groups suspected of targeting the U.S. in an effort to deter future aggression, but not wanting to provoke a wider war. A senior administration official telling NBC News that these strikes were entirely separate from the current U.S. diplomacy surrounding the Israel-Hamas war, adding they have to do with restoring deterrence and going after the facilities that targeted our people. No response yet from Iran, Joe.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much.
We've got much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including our continuing coverage of those tragic mass shootings in Maine and how everyday Americans are reacting to seemingly endless violence.
But first, after the break, cleanup efforts are underway in Mexico this morning in the wake of Hurricane Otis, a historic Category 5 storm. We'll bring you the latest from there next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Cleanup efforts in Acapulco, Mexico have begun as officials begin assessing the damage left behind by Hurricane Otis. The historic Category 5 storm slammed the coast early Wednesday morning, making it the strongest hurricane to ever hit the eastern Pacific coast. Telemundo's Julio Vaquero has the latest.
Utter devastation in Acapulco. At least 27 dead after a Category 5 hurricane slammed into the popular Mexican tourist destination, home to nearly 1 million people. I'm not sure how we are alive, he says, but we are. Explosive Hurricane Otis, now the strongest storm ever to hit Mexico's Pacific coast. Otis more than doubled its strength just hours before landfall, leaving residents and tourists with little time to prepare. Some of the worst damage along the city's waterfront, where 165-mile-per-hour winds shredded high-rise buildings and left the streets choked with mud and debris. The exterior of this hotel room, 21 stories up, ripped clean off as the terrified guests sheltered inside. With its streets underwater and power out for hundreds of thousands, Mexican authorities are now scrambling to assess the damage and provide relief. Our house was a total loss, this woman said, as desperate residents fend for themselves. The devastation in Acapulco has no precedent. This is one of the most famous and most important resorts in Mexico. Its recovery will be a huge challenge for the Mexican government and for President Andrés Manuel López Obrador. For now, we still don't really understand the scope of the damage.
All right, Julio, thank you so much. We're heading now into the weekend here with some possible record high temps in store from the Midwest to the East.
That's right. Angie Lastman is here with the latest. Hey, Angie. Hey, guys, what's up? We've got, I'll tell you, some summer-like conditions here across much of the country. We're talking 80-degree temperatures in a lot of spots. We've got St. Louis, Little Rock, Nashville, Roanoke, Washington, all headed to the 80s today. These temperatures will, in some spots, flirt with the records, of course. And we've got upper 70s for Syracuse, running more than 20 degrees above normal for this time of year, and even across portions of the Great Lakes, mid-70s in Detroit today. We will deal with some rain in a couple of these spots, but still some really warm temperatures out ahead of that storm system that's going to be a little problematic, make it a little bumpy for us as we get into the weekend. As we look ahead to tomorrow, more of the same. We, of course, start to see some of that cooler air filtering in behind the system, but folks up and down the East Coast, from Augusta down to Wilmington and into Savannah, you'll see temperatures running way warm. We've got 80s on tap once again tomorrow from Richmond to Savannah, Birmingham, Nashville, all included in that as well. Upper 70s for Detroit, and we'll see numerous record highs likely across that region again for tomorrow. Now, as we look ahead into next week, Sunday really into Monday, that's when we start to see things shift. The pattern changes up a little bit as that system works a little closer. We'll go from the upper 70s in Nashville on Sunday to the mid 50s on Monday, and even chillier than that by Tuesday. Similar story for New York. Upper 50s Sunday. We'll kind of flirt with those mid 60s Mondays, but we'll be back to the 50s on Tuesday, and we go from the 80s to the 50s in just a couple of days in Richmond. So we'll start to see that cooler, more fall-like air start to filter in behind the system once it works a little farther to the east. In the meantime, we've got rain that we're watching through the day today from the Midwest down through parts of the southern plains. We've got frost and freeze conditions happening out west, and we've got great conditions up and down the East Coast. So I showed you those really warm, nice conditions that we'll deal with. We'll stay dry through the day today for most locations as well. But notice what happens here across parts of the Midwest and into the plains. We've got the showers that we're going to track from that system working a little farther to the east. And then especially as we get into tomorrow, big batch of moisture starts to surge into that region. The southern plains will deal with some heavy rain, as well as the potential for some kind of an icy mix, even some snow in that region. And then we'll start to see this shift a little farther to the east here as we get into Sunday. So Sunday will be the day that we deal with some showers across parts of the Northeast and New England. Looking ahead to the rest of the week, weekend. I think the record highs will be something that will get your attention tomorrow across the east. Out west, it looks really quiet, too, for your Saturday, so outdoor plans should be good to go there. We'll deal with the Santa Ana winds out there, though, on Sunday, so heads up for that. And then, of course, that flood risk and the rain that we'll see across much of the country here on Sunday. The southeast looks pretty nice on Sunday, though, so you'll have plenty of warmth and sunshine to go around. And if you're looking ahead to Halloween evening, we've got some spooky showers, guys. Some scary snow across parts of the Great Lakes. I know, it is scary to say snow across the Great Lakes and on Halloween evening. We don't want that. We don't want to wear jackets for our costumes.
No, umbrellas ruin everyone's costume.
Look at this music.
Look at
LA.
72 in LA on Halloween evening, 80s in Miami. You might deal with some showers, but Minneapolis, 32 degrees.
Wow.
I have a feeling kids are going to be in coats.
Yeah, but if you're from Minnesota, you remember the Halloween blizzard many, many, many years ago. 30 inches of snow.
Oh,
nothing will ever top that on
Did
Halloween.
you trick or treat?
Inches.
I think we started to, and then we made our way in.
Yeah, you're like, this is.
Oh my gosh. When I went to school in Boulder, it always snows before Halloween every year. It's like a thing you know, and everybody's in these little costumes and these coats. It's ridiculous.
It was devastating as a kid in Detroit when it would snow and you'd have to wear a coat and ruin my costume.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks,
Angie. Wow, that was so fun and festive. All right, let's get you some international headlines now, starting with a close call involving a U.S. Air Force bomber and a Chinese fighter jet over the South China Sea.
NBC News correspondent David Noriega joins us with that and other world headlines. David, good morning.
Yeah, guys, good morning. So a Chinese fighter jet flew within 10 feet of a U.S. bomber over the South China Sea this week. That's according to the U.S. Defense Department. The Pentagon also said that the Chinese plane was flying at an uncontrolled excessive speed. As you know, the South China Sea is the site of territorial disputes between China and other countries, and in the past, China has demanded that the U.S. stop these military flyovers in the area. Next, more than 1,600 migrants arrived on Spain's Canary Islands in the last week, including on one boat that was carrying 320 people. That's a record for a single vessel on this migrant route, according to the Spanish state news agency. These islands are off the coast of Africa, but they belong to Spain, which means that migrants who set foot there can then go on to seek asylum in mainland Europe. And finally, Maggie Smith, she's the 88-year-old actor who's known for playing Professor McGonagall in the Harry Potter movies, is the latest model for luxury fashion brand Loewe. The photos of Smith for the brand's Spring and Summer 2024 campaign were shot by Jürgen Teller, and they blew up the moment they hit social media. Back to you guys.
Love Maggie Smith.
Love that. What a great idea. That's awesome. All right, David, thank you so much.
Coming up, contextualizing tragedy.
After the break, we'll take a closer look at how gun violence is affecting more and more everyday Americans and the mounting frustration over a perceived lack of action that's coming along with it. That's next on Morning News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The mass shooting in Lewiston, Maine is the latest in a disturbing trend of gun violence in our nation. According to the Gun Violence Archive, there have been 565 mass shootings nationwide so far this year, killing 597 people. And the archive says, based on data, the U.S. is on pace for 700 shootings this year. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk takes a closer look at the gun violence epidemic.
Another community ripped apart by America's gun crisis.
Frustrated, worried. We know a close friend has passed.
At least 18 lives lost in the Lewiston, Maine mass shooting. The 565th mass shooting in 2023, and the deadliest so far this year, according to the National Gun Violence Archive, which defines a mass shooting as at least 4 victims shot, excluding the shooter.
Pray for the families, pray for these victims. Things have got to change. We have to start doing better.
That grief felt across the country, time and time and time again, with more than 35,000 people killed by gun violence so far this year. Families in Monterey Park, California, still recovering from the horrific killing of 11 people at a dance hall studio that took place just 3 weeks into the new year. Flowers and pictures lining the entrance of an elementary school in Nashville after 6 people, including 3 children, were shot and killed there in March. And a community in Allen, Texas, grieving the 9 murdered at an outlet mall in May, and now calling for change. The heartbreak and anger in Lewiston, Maine also felt less than 300 miles away in Newtown, Connecticut.
We know that gun violence is preventable. We need to do more to stand up to this issue, to enact safe laws, and to create the safe communities that we all deserve. So I'm incredibly saddened, but also very angry.
Nicole Hockley watching another mass shooting unfold, nearly 11 years after her 6-year-old son Dylan was killed along with his 19 classmates and 6 teachers at Sandy Hook Elementary School.
I just wish my little boy was back by my side. He would be turning 18 in a couple of months. And I often think about how tall he might be now, or he'd be a senior in high school, what life experiences might be ahead from him. And I'll never know because he's frozen at 6.
Hockley turning her anguish into action, helping launch Sandy Hook Promise, a nonprofit that works to protect children from gun violence through programs and bipartisan policy.
No one should feel unsafe wherever they go, whether it's their school or their bowling alley. Everyone should be and feel safe, and we have the power to make that happen.
More families impacted by senseless gun violence, and the nation once again united in grief.
Our thanks to Stephanie Gosk for that report. In the wake of Wednesday's shooting, Representative Jared Golden of Maine is calling for a ban on assault weapons. Last July, he was one of just 5 Democrats opposing such a measure.
Well, an Idaho judge has denied a request from the legal team of Bryan Kohberger, the man accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students, to have his indictment dismissed.
Yeah, the push was based on an alleged error in juror instructions. NBC's senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has that.
Hey, good morning, guys. If everything had gone as scheduled, I'd be here talking to you about the start of Bryan Kohberger's trial set for this month. Instead, the case has been bogged down with delays for months, but those days could soon be over as 4 families wait for answers.
Just because
the courts didn't like.
This morning, the murder trial against Brian Kohberger moving full speed ahead after a judge in Idaho refused to dismiss the whole case.
I appreciate the argument. I think it's really creative. I am going to deny that argument.
Prosecutors and defense lawyers battling in court for hours Thursday. The judge opting to keep cameras in the courtroom over Kohberger's objection. He's been charged with the stabbing death of 4 University of Idaho students, Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves, in this off-campus home. His defense team arguing the prosecution wrongly instructed the grand jury to indict using a standard of proof lower than required.
There's clearly prejudice in the record that the court can see from what they were being instructed.
The judge finding no support for that claim, saying his hands are tied.
I am constrained by existing law. I can't just change the law.
Much of the legal wrangling in the case has been shrouded in secrecy. Hours of arguments earlier Thursday held behind closed doors.
The grand jury is secret, so that's why it's sealed.
Kohberger's defense team urging the judge to dismiss the case on other grounds as well, suggesting in court papers the grand jury was biased. There was insufficient evidence to charge him, and prosecutors withheld other evidence that could exonerate him. What exactly that evidence might be remains unknown. A judge entered a not guilty plea on Kohberger's behalf in May. The state has said it is seeking the death penalty.
All rise.
Meantime, the families of the victims are anxious for a trial date, as next month marks 1 year since the grisly killings rattled this tight-knit community.
They were amazing, amazing kids in the prime of their life.
The mother of Ethan Chapin appearing at a true crime convention in September with a simple message.
Don't forget these kids.
As for the house where the 4 victims were murdered, it is still standing for now. The university has been paused its plans to demolish it as the court proceedings inch forward. Back to you guys.
All right, Laura, thank you so much. Coming up, we're watching Your Money this morning with some breaking inflation data that's giving us an idea of just how well the U.S. economy is really doing.
And who better to break down those numbers than one half of our amazing Morning News Now economic dream team. He's alone, but he's still great. Investopedia's Caleb Silver.
Caleb came on a Friday for us. Brian, where are you at?
It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
now is real. These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We are back with some breaking economic data.
So the Personal Consumption Expenditure Price Index, which is another monthly report that measures inflation, out for the month of September, rising by 0.4% on the month. Personal income came in at 0.3%. Personal spending was 0.7% on a monthly basis.
So obviously, Caleb Silver is here, Investopedia's editor-in-chief. We don't know where Brian went, delinquent on this Friday. I know, let's frame all the shots with just an empty space next to you. All right, what does this mean? What does this tell us about the economy?
This is exactly where we thought we would be. Inflation has cooled way down from last June when it was at 9%. We got this 3.4% range. We know the Federal Reserve would like to see that at 2.5%. But this is kind of where we're going to be with inflation. Prices have come down to this level, still high for food, still high for shelter. But the Fed looks at PCE, the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index, because it measures a more dynamic view of the economy. They're meeting next week. This will probably tell them this is exactly where we thought we'd be at this point. And the fact that personal income keeps rising tells us that the consumer still has some gas in the tank.
So yesterday, we also then saw GDP up 4.9% year over year, third quarter, better than expected. What were some of the factors that boosted that number?
Spending. We continue to spend aggressively, whether that's on experiences, thank you, Taylor Swift, whether that's on travel, whether that's on groceries, whether that's dining out. We continue to spend. Consumer spending, 70% of GDP here in the U.S., and that is what's keeping the economy going. But if you look at this report, personal income is still growing a little bit, and the savings rate is about 3.4%. Now, back during the pandemic, that was around 18%, but the normal state for personal savings is around 2%. So we're continuing to spend, but we still have some money in the bank by and large across the country.
So as you mentioned, Fed's meeting next week. You also mentioned people probably racking up some interest rates on those credit cards as they keep on spending. What do you think we might see from the Fed next week?
Yeah, the Fed meets in 5 days, 5 hours, and 20 minutes. I'm not counting, but they're not going to raise rates next week. They may not raise rates again this year. The rate raising may be over. Why? Because by all those rate hikes that have happened over the past 20 months, they have a little delayed effect. They are really starting to take effect throughout the economy. If you look at the housing market and the new car market, those are really slow right now. But this is kind of the steady state of inflation. So don't expect that 2.5%, but probably no rate hike. But the Fed's going to keep these rates high for a while. So if you have consumer debt, credit card debt, that's going to keep rising. You got to watch your own balance sheet.
Does something have to give here?
It's going to be the consumer. If the consumer stops spending and feels like a recession's coming, or they're worried about their job, or they can't pay their bills, that's going to put the economy in a big break right now. So that's not happening. We continue to spend going into the holiday season. We'll probably see more of that, and then the bills are going to come in the new year. We'll see how we deal with that.
All right, Caleb, always great to see you. Thanks for
you.
handling it solo today. We appreciate you.
More financial news. Apple Watches could soon be a little harder to get your hands on.
Silvana Hanau is back with us with more financial headlines. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Yeah, so Apple is facing a potential import ban in the U.S. over a technology dispute involving the company's Apple Watch. Now, the U.S. International Trade Commission decided on Thursday that Apple violated the patent rights of medical technology company Masimo by using light-based technology to read blood oxygen levels. Now, most Apple Watches made after 2020 have this feature. The decision now faces presidential review and possible appeals. The Biden administration has 60 days to potentially overrule the decision. OpenAI, that's the parent company of ChatGPT, is forming a new team to study what it calls the potentially catastrophic risks of the technology. The company says the newly formed preparedness team will track, forecast, and even try to protect against some of the major issues caused by AI, from generating malicious code or phishing attacks to more far-ranging issues like nuclear threats. And as part of the team's work, OpenAI is asking people to send ideas on ways AI can be misused for it to study. The company is offering a $25,000 prize for the top submissions. And companies that make deodorant are benefiting from the pushback to get workers back into the office. Unilever, which makes Axe, Degree, and Dove antiperspirants and deodorant, says it is seeing a 15% rebound in sales now that Americans are spending less time at home and more time at work, guys.
Wait, so people weren't wearing deodorant when they were at home?
I thought the same thing.
Still wore deodorant.
I was like, wait a second, exactly.
There's nobody buying toothpaste either?
Right.
Like, what? Disgusting.
That's, we have to do more on that. All right, Savannah, thank you.
Maybe people are like so nervous back at work. They're like, I need more. Yeah, it's so weird.
Piling it on.
Yeah.
Triple the
That is just, that is not what I was expecting.
Well,
That's always deodorant.
That is scary news in itself, but we've got a particularly spooky edition of our Friday Can't Miss list in store for you.
Oh my gosh, I'm so into this music. With a terrifying video game scare fest that's made its way to the big screen, we've got more on that and all the other can't miss content for you. That was Joe, not part of the soundtrack. For your Halloween weekend. Up next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It's the end of an era, and for many, it's a hard one to bear.
Yes, the beloved giant pandas at the Smithsonian National Zoo are waving their final goodbyes before a long journey home to China. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell is in D.C. with the latest on the giant panda's final bow.
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. Just a couple of weeks left for visitors here to see the giant pandas at the Smithsonian National Zoo before they travel to China with their veterinarian and zookeepers. China owns all of the pandas in the United States, and that contract is ending in December. The National Zoo is sending them a little bit early without giving us a specific date after a half-century of history right here in Washington. Saying goodbye can be unbearable. The beloved giant pandas of the Smithsonian National Zoo, so cute, have long been the most popular attraction here.
I am sad to see them go, but it was neat to see them today.
A sentimental transition is underway for the panda staff.
I see them almost more than I see my family at home, so it's hard not to love your job when you're working with pandas every day.
The big change ends 50 years of panda diplomacy. In 1972, First Lady Pat Nixon welcomed the gift from China.
I am pleased to be here and accept the precious gift of the panda.
Later, China leased pandas to U.S. zoos, and that deal is over, forcing the return of Mei Xiong and Tian Tian after 23 years in Washington, and their cub, Xiao Qi-ji.
Certainly, lots of mixed emotions.
To prepare for a 19-hour flight to China, the pandas are now in crate training.
Oh, look at that. Good girl.
That is the biggest part of preparation for their shipment, is because they're going to be spending hours in that crate. So we want to make sure that they're very comfortable.
Their flight is a kind of Panda Express, operated by FedEx.
FedEx has actually transported 15 pandas on 10 separate flights over the past 2 decades.
With extraordinary in-flight dining, 60 to 80 pounds of bamboo will be served, plus favorite treats.
Mei Xiong really loves her pears, Tian Tian really loves sugarcane, Xiao Qi-ji likes butternut squash, and then they'll all get apples or carrots, sweet potato, things like that.
For fans, their November farewell is bittersweet.
I'm just heartbroken that they're leaving.
When the pandas do leave here in Washington, the zoo plans to renovate their exhibit with the hope that other animals will make it their home soon, and perhaps even other pandas in the future. The only remaining place in the United States will be the Atlanta Zoo with 4 giant pandas. But that contract also ends next year, so the fate of the pandas inside the U.S. is uncertain. Joe, Savannah?
All right, thanks to Kelly O'Donnell. Finally this hour. It is Friday. That means it's time for your weekly can't miss list. And this week we have all the spooky movies and streaming shows you need to see on this Halloween weekend.
That's right. We also have something else we're going to start with, though, with Bravos. Darren Karp, our BFF, our LA lady, back with us.
Always.
I'm in 1989 blue this morning because Taylor has released Taylor's version.
This is Savannah's can't miss list today. As soon as I knew I could talk about it, I was like, how many people did Savannah pay in order for me to talk about this? But it is here. This is not a spooktacular album.
No.
This is actually my favorite Taylor Swift album. So this is the 4th re-recorded album coming from Taylor Swift. This is all in response to her 2019 Masters dispute. But this is her 5th album that she ever created. There's a few secret hidden tracks. How many have you listened to already?
I've listened to all of them,
And
except for, did you know Spotify crashed last night and you couldn't get to the vault tracks, and it was like,
Not surprising. Do you have a favorite one? Like, do you like this version? I like that she came out with the song Slut because I feel like it's a direct response into what she's been called over the years. I don't think you were expecting that, Joe.
I was not prepared.
I mean, this is my morning tea for you. But it's a really...
It's like a play on, you know.
It's a... Yeah. She's making fun of the people who have made fun of her in the past.
Just like
she's taking back power.
On this
what do you think
album.
of the album cover? Like, this is...
It's fantastic.
Okay.
She's recreated all these photos. It's just really cool, her reclaiming it. Also, I know you said your favorite song, Bad Blood, right?
Yeah, I love Bad Blood.
I know, and that's on this album.
It's so anthemic.
Back at the time, she released it, and then she released a remix with Kendrick Lamar. She just announced like 20 minutes ago that they re-recorded that too, and she's dropping that. So Kendrick's back.
This is big. Yeah, Joe, have you listened to... Joe is
I know Bad Blood.
unimpressed.
I know Bad Blood.
Okay, let's shake it up.
Is there a Halloween song? Did she do a Halloween song?
Shake it up.
But she loves autumn, so we're in autumn. You like to be autumn vibes.
I do like autumn.
Okay, just give it a listen.
It's so great. We'll hang after.
We'll hang out. You're in your blue.
Office party.
We should talk about Halloween stuff, I guess.
I do have some Halloween
There are
stuff.
some movies, right? Including the one that looks really scary.
Five Nights at Freddy's, which I wasn't really expecting to be kind of creepy, but if you look at this, it's basically about this you know, troubled, rundown security guard who goes to take this kind of job he's not really expecting. Think like Chuck E. Cheese is what Freddy's really is.
Scary like, not that the folks at Chuck E. Cheese want you to think that.
Yeah, back in the day, you know, it's like an animatronic show.
Yeah.
But of course, this is Halloween, so when he takes the job at night, the animatronics come to life, and it's pretty terrifying.
And they're not cuddly.
They're not cuddly.
Wait, this is hysterical.
But like, it's funny because it's so uncomfortable. Like,
but
as I was watching it, yes, it is scary. Josh Hutcherson is in it. It is scary, but it like shouldn't be. Right, but it like shouldn't be, and I'm uncomfortable, but it is a very, very good movie to kind of watch.
I feel like they don't need help making those animatronics scary. So no, I can imagine it would be a very quick little leap to actually being terrifying.
Kind of come to life in a way, yes.
All right, and Wolf Like Me is another one, right?
Wolf Like Me, also on Peacock. Both of those are on Peacock that you can stream, so our sister streaming network, which is great. This stars Josh Gad as well as Isla Fisher. Season 1 was already out, and if you kind of remember, Josh was this single father living in Adelaide, Australia. He was just not capable of emotionally supporting his child, physically supporting his child. He couldn't really be there. Meets Isla Fisher. They have an unexpected friendship. She turns out she's a werewolf, so she's been keeping the secret forever. So this is going to compromise their relationship. They keep meeting up serendipitously. In the season 2, though, no real spoilers, she does get pregnant with a wolf baby. So this is also good. We're going from Taylor Swift to wolf babies. I love the list this morning. You guys really give me the hard-hitting news.
I also love you just saying it turns out she's a werewolf.
Just, you know, that's what happens.
BTW.
By the way, and she's pregnant with a little wolf baby.
No spoilers, but oh my God.
We have 45 seconds. We want to try and get through whatever else we can.
Yeah, I like this historical romance thriller.
Yeah, this is historical fiction. It's called Fellow Travelers. This is an 8-part series on Showtime. Good-looking guys. These are like political operatives that essentially fall in love during the height of the Lavender Scare of the 1950s. During the McCarthy era, they fall in love at probably one of the worst times that you can probably fall in love. Yeah. They go through everything. They go through all the kind of think Forrest Gump, but in this love story. So they're going through the Vietnam War. They're going through McCarthyism. They're going through the AIDS epidemic. And their love story is really timeless, but it can be volatile at times. But it's a beautiful, beautiful historical
Got Matt
story.
Bomer, who's great. And we're not going to have time, but there's 2 shows set in Florida called Neon and Pain Hustlers. I'm sure they're great, right?
Reggaeton artist. That's going to be good. Neon on Netflix.
Very cool. Darren, thank you so much.
Love that.
No bad blood here, guys, right?
Now.
We can shake it off.
Welcome to New York, Darren.
Thank you. Yes.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
News continues right now.
Developing right now on Morning News Now, a massive manhunt for a mass shooter in Maine. This morning, tens of thousands of people ordered to shelter in place until the suspect, considered armed and dangerous, is found.
He knows warfare. He understands it. He may not have ever been deployed, but he's smart. He knows what to do.
This as we learn more about some of the victims, at least 18 now dead. We have team coverage. Also this morning, Israel set for a ground invasion in Gaza with more overnight raids as calls grow for a ceasefire to let aid in and civilians out. Plus, the U.S. striking Syria in a series of attacks officials call self-defense. We'll bring you the latest. Also today, the man once known as the Crypto King, now a key witness in his own fraud trial. More on Sam Bankman-Fried's testimony in front of a judge as he prepares to face a jury. And we're flipping the script with a look at a new project opening doors for comedians of color. Joe sat down with the founders of the American Black Film Festival about why they're venturing into the world of comedy.
Excited to bring you that conversation coming up a little bit later this hour. Good to have you with us on this Friday morning after a busy news week. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to begin with that multi-state manhunt underway for the shooter that killed at least 18 people, hurt 13 more in Lewiston, Maine.
This morning, tens of thousands remain under shelter-in-place orders. Overnight, law enforcement surrounded the last known address of the suspect, Robert Card, but there was no sign of him. That scene, just one area of intense focus. A relative of the 40-year-old suspect tells NBC News that Card has struggled recently with acute mental health issues. Card is a longtime Army reservist who officials say threatened a military base and was sent by his own commanders to a mental health facility in July. Now, as the community reels from the worst mass murder in Maine's history, grief-stricken families are struggling with so much loss.
It's awful. That moment when I got the call and said, Joey's dead. it brought me back. It brought me right back to my knees.
The world lost a great girl, and I lost a precious daughter.
With the very latest, we are joined now by NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton in Lewiston. So, Antonia, first of all, what is the latest on the manhunt for the suspect?
Good morning, guys. Well, law enforcement has fanned out across New England, and we're talking about an investigation that is not only led by the Maine State Police, but is involving federal partners, FBI, ATF, as well as other local law enforcement agencies, and with assistance from states like Massachusetts and New Hampshire here. And that is, of course, because he is on the run, and there is concern that he may not even be in this county or perhaps even in Maine at this point. And so authorities have a kind of wide lens here. We don't know the exact perimeter. And while, you just talked about the search warrants executed last night, we know that authorities are considering the possibility, he owned jet ski, boats. There are multiple ways in which he could have moved. And as many people have discussed here, we know more about both his mental state and his training, his past. He was an Army reservist. He was incredibly proficient in the use of firearms, had been an instructor in some capacity. And so, we're not just talking about anyone on the run here. We're talking about somebody who would very much perhaps have survival skills, have knowledge of the wooded areas throughout Maine. And that is why we are still under a shelter-in-place order here. Businesses are closed. School is out another day, second day in a row. 3 people are still in critical condition behind me here. 3 of the victims passed away in the medical facility here. And so we're in this really heartbreaking and excruciating place, guys, where, the community is starting to grieve, still waiting for the confirmation of the names of some of the victims, but also unable to gather. They can't have vigils. People can't, meet up in public and, process all of this together because we are still in an active threat.
Absolutely. Such a good point. Antonia, tell us also in the aftermath, I know we're learning about the victims. Tell us about them.
Well, NBC News has independently verified 14 of the 18 people who were killed that night. But as I mentioned, 3 other people are still in critical condition, and we're learning from some of the residents who we've had conversations with. I spoke to one woman, a woman who's lived here her entire life, named Cynthia Hunter, who was here at the ER as people were brought in minutes after 7 p.m. as the shootings transpired. And she described seeing people of all ages brought in critical condition here. We know from the 14 that we have identified that they're of mixed genders, ages here. And then we also were learning a bit more about what was happening that night. At the bowling alley, it was youth night. And at the bar and restaurant where the other half of the shooting took place, we know that there was a gathering of deaf cornhole players. And so this has sent shockwaves through the entire community, but it has had an outsized impact on the deaf community here in this part of Maine. And so there's immense grief there and an effort to reach out to families and friends of those who were involved in those tournaments and youth nights to see what kinds of supports they need now. And what we're seeing is people are calling their local radio stations. They're reaching out to each other in groups on Facebook right now because they can't get together in person. And so they're kind of finding ways to communally grieve and talk about their losses, or, really just connect notes about what happened that night in the best ways that they can, guys.
So, Antonia, this shelter-in-place order, which impacts towns and schools up to 50 miles away, any idea how long that's going to stay in place? Will it be until Card is caught?
That's what it's looking like right now, although, there are some hopes from the community that perhaps they'll get some information that will allow them to bring at least school back. It's been devastating for kids who have been stuck at home, living in fear, waiting to hear when they might be able to leave their homes. We've heard from people who say that they've been turning their lights out when the sun goes down at night to make sure that, if Robert Card is out there, he doesn't see their home as a target, doesn't choose to come visit them. They've been locking their barns, locking up their cars. And so, the urgency here is to try to get a little bit of life back to normal, a little bit of community presence here on the ground. But what we've heard from authorities is that so long as there is still this concern of an active threat, that they want people to shelter in place. That's the best information, the best advice they can give people right now. I don't think you can see it behind me here, but all day yesterday, there were officers here who had long guns, and they told us that they were going to have that kind of presence in front of the hospital so long as that active threat was in place, and they felt that they needed the shelter-in-place order here, guys.
Antonia, we can, though, see, and as you just referenced, that you are in front of that hospital. Do we have any more information on those who were injured in this?
Well, we know that 3 people are in critical condition and still receiving care here, although doctors and authorities have declined to comment on the exact profile, on whether any of those people are minors. You know, the community, though, of course, at this point, if you are, of course, a friend or a mom or dad, and you haven't seen your loved one, you're starting to get a sense that you may be about to receive some of the worst news, you know, a family could possibly receive. And so the community has been trying to compare their own notes. But we know that 3 people died here that night, that 3 people are still receiving treatment, and that others were sent to other medical facilities around the state, and we expect to receive updates on them soon.
All right, Antonia Hilton in Maine. Antonia, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, as the manhunt continues this morning, we're learning more about the suspect's background. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Bowdoin, Maine with the details.
In Robert Card's hometown of Bowdoin, Maine, area-wide shock.
It's mind-blowing. Everything about it it's unbelievable. I mean, why this is going on and why this happened.
Even as the suspect's own family reveals chilling details about the decades-long Army reservist. His sister-in-law telling NBC News they alerted police and military officials that Card was experiencing an acute mental health episode in the months before Wednesday's massacre, saying he'd been fitted for high-powered hearing aids a couple of months ago and was picking up voices that he had never heard. His mind was twisting them around. The family concerned about the mental state of someone who performs gun training.
And with what we did, meeting him and the way that he showed us how to use a weapon, and then smart. He's really smart. He's tactical.
Former Army reservist Phil Gregory says he learned how to use an M16 rifle from Card. They weren't in the same unit, but the 40-year-old left an impression on Gregory.
He knows warfare. He understands it. He may not have ever been deployed, but he's smart. He knows what to do. I think they need the soldiers, to be honest with you, to be here. I really do.
The assault rifle, believed to be the one used to massacre and maim at least 30 people, was purchased legally in 2023, according to 2 senior law enforcement officials briefed on the matter. And officials tell NBC News Card threatened a military base and was sent by his own commanders to a mental health care facility for 2 weeks of psychiatric treatment in July.
How could someone that fits that profile still be in possession of semi-automatic weapons?
Well, I do think that the statutes around firearms and the possession of those are pretty complex. I know that we will be reviewing that information as we move forward.
Back in Bowdoin, where Card's family has owned land for generations, childhood neighbor Richard Goddard is blindsided.
No one would have seen this coming.
Never expected anything like this to happen here.
There are quite a few new developments seemingly coming in by the hour, including law enforcement saying that a gun was found in that white Subaru. They're checking now to see if it's the same weapon that was used in the mass shootings. At the same time, we're learning that the Card family owns hundreds of acres here as police are scouring the area, with the Card saying that they warned authorities that this is someone who needed help.
All right, Sam Brock, thank you very much. Well, new satellite images of the Gaza Strip show the damage left behind by 3 weeks of airstrikes being carried out by Israeli forces. Here they are on your screen. According to the UN, 42% of homes in Gaza are now uninhabitable. Thousands more have sustained moderate to severe damage.
The death toll in Gaza is also rising. The Hamas-run health ministry says more than 7,000 people in Gaza have been killed. The group also released the names of those victims after President Biden expressed doubt about the validity of those numbers.
NBC News correspondent Jay Gray joins us now from Tel Aviv with the latest. Hey, Jay, so in the last few days also, let's talk about what we've seen militarily, these targeted ground raids of Gaza, and the Israel Defense Forces say that they will continue those as they prepare the anticipated larger ground invasion, because this is just these sort of small teams going in. Tell us about what we've seen, and I understand last night there were more of these raids. How do they compare to what we've seen previously in terms of airstrikes?
Yeah, and Savannah, we've seen the strikes from the air, and they do continue, but these are different. Like you talk about, they're bringing tanks and other equipment inside Gaza, crossing the border with Gaza and moving in for what they call targeted raids at specific sites inside Gaza. We know that they've taken out operational structures and some of the anti-tank areas there. And it's clear, and last night seemed to be even larger than the night before as far as the amount of equipment and number of troops that have moved inside. But it's clear that they are clearing the way for, as they say, the next phase of this war, which it appears will be on the ground.
So, Jay, the United Nations set to hold another vote today, this time on a resolution from Jordan. It calls for immediate ceasefire of bombings in Gaza. Comes after almost all Arab countries condemn the attacks on Palestinians. So what did we see in yesterday's session, and do we expect Israel to stop the bombing if the resolution does pass?
Yeah, and look, what the resolution today is going to say is that they want a cessation of all hostilities. They want this thing to end for now. They're going to call for, at the very least, some pauses, humanitarian pauses, to allow more aid into the area, and that, you assume, would include fuel, which isn't going to happen. And you ask if Israel is going to stop. What they have said repeatedly is that they're not going to stop until they rid the world of Hamas. That is what they're saying. And they're saying that any attempt to stop them would be tying their hands. That's quoting the Israeli leaders, tying their hands at protecting the people of Israel.
And Jay, here in the States, family members of the hostages taken by Hamas met on Capitol Hill Thursday afternoon to plead for their release. I want to play a little bit of that first.
We demand not only the U.S., but all of the international community put at its highest agenda, #1 agenda, bringing the hostages back home now.
The United States is the only one who can lead this international effort to make our loved ones come back safely.
So, Jay, that also comes amid news that Russian officials say a delegation from Hamas traveled to Moscow to discuss the release of the hostages. What do we know, first, of course, about the status of those being held in Gaza, just the latest on hostages, but then also what kind of role Russia could play here, why that meeting would have happened?
Yeah, and look, what we know is that there are 224 hostages now. That's the latest number from the IDF. We've heard from the hostages saying they've been treated well while in captivity. You know, Russia has ties to key players here in the Mideast, so they could help facilitate some of this if that's their goal. From the start of all of this, they have blamed a failure of U.S. diplomacy as the reason for the entire crisis.
Jay Gray, thank you very much for your reporting.
The humanitarian crisis in Gaza is getting worse as food and water is dwindling, and trucks with relief supplies are only slowly making their way across the border. Journalist Akram El-Sadari is in Gaza with the latest details.
Khan Yunis city has been witnessing a very long and painful night where the bombardment was continuous and even intensified in the different directions in Khan Yunis city, in the east, in the south, in the north, and also in the west. People were falling dead and injured, and the heavier bombardment has been taking down whole blocks in Khan Yunis. In Khan Yunis refugee camp, last night 25 people were killed under the rubble of their houses when an aerial attack reduced the whole block into rubble. Khan Yunis refugee camp is a very dense area where all the Palestinian refugees in Khan Yunis are living there. Some of them are outside of Khan Yunis refugee camp, but most of them are living in that refugee camp, and it was targeted 3 times yesterday, taking the life of around 40 Palestinian refugees and also leaving 100 others injured. Nasser Hospital, the one hospital that I'm standing in now, has been receiving the influx of the people who are injured. Hundreds of people literally were coming to Nasser Hospital from all different areas of Khan Yunis city. When I was on my way to Nasser Hospital, I saw with my own eyes 2 aerial attacks that were so massive, and I think they were targeting some houses in the Khan Yunis north area. So the bombardment is heavier, the bombardment is continuous, and the number of people who are injured and killed is increasing. According to the Palestinian Ministry of Health, the number of people killed so far is more than 7,000 people, and they have made a special list of the names of the people, their ID numbers, for the sake of just providing a documentation and a proof for the number of people who have been killed so far. Nasser Hospital has been struggling. They have a problem, they have a severe problem with the shortage of the medical consumables and supplies. They have been making appeals and have been making calls for action for the international community and for the local community as well. They have been calling upon the international community to allow the expeditious entry of fuel supplies to keep operating the hospitals and keep saving the lives, according to the spokesperson of the Ministry of Health. And they have also been making similar calls of actions for the local citizens in Gaza and in Khan Yunis. They have been calling upon those people who might have some limited quantities of fuel to bring that fuel to the hospital so that it would help them continue and resume their activities and continue saving their lives. When it comes to the supplies that were entering Gaza from the Egyptian side, around 72 truckloads were allowed into Gaza throughout the 6 past days, which was also something that is below than the needed, and that was also voiced by different UN officials and local officials, Ministry of Health officials. They are saying that whatever is allowed in Gaza is below the minimum and is insufficient, as not going to change a fraction of the suffering that is happening to the people, and that there is a need also to look into the nature of the things that are allowed into Gaza, including fuel supplies that are now coming to a full stoppage, and also they are depleted quickly in the Gaza Strip. So the situation keeps intensifying. The bombardment keeps targeting different areas in Khan Yunis and throughout the Gaza Strip, Gaza South and Gaza North, and there seems to be much more suffering coming for the Palestinians in the coming days if those fuel supplies were not allowed and if the number of truckloads entering Gaza has not been increased.
All right, Akram Al-Sadri, thank you so much for that report. Now, as the situation in the Middle East continues, the effects of the war are being felt here in the U.S.
A troubling new report from the Anti-Defamation League found there has been a dramatic increase in anti-Semitic incidents since Hamas's October 7th attack. According to the report, incidents of harassment, vandalism, and assault increased by 388% over the same period from last year.
Let's bring in Oren Siegel for more on this. He is the vice president of the Center on Extremism at the Anti-Defamation League. Thank you for joining us, Oren. So according to this report, there were 312 anti-Semitic incidents between October 7th and 23rd. 190 of those were said to be directly linked to the war in Israel and Gaza. So why is the war having such a huge impact right now? And why are we seeing this just dramatic rise in hate in just the last 3 weeks?
Sure. It's not uncommon for conflict in the Middle East to result in spikes in anti-Semitic activity in this country and other types of hate, in part because of the way that the public discussion, the discussion online is, animating some of these activities. These are assaults, this is harassment, this is vandalism. And at a time where some of the broader discussion around the massacre on October 7th includes people who are glorifying, celebrating, and justifying it. That's why the Jewish community feels vulnerable. And in part, I think that's why we're seeing the spike in incidents here in the U.S. and globally.
We also, Oren, what's happening on social media is really just startling. The report found that there's been a nearly 1,000% increase in the daily average of violent messages that mention Jews and Israel in these extremist channels online. What role do these online channels play, these platforms, social media, in all of this and in the spread of hate?
Well, we have to understand people's worldviews are often created in these online spaces. So the data that you shared about the threats, those are in some of the darker spaces that the ADL tracks, where we know the types of language and campaigns that are organized there animate real-world activity. But frankly, you look at some of the more sort of broader established social media, and so much of what we're seeing there is designed to confuse people or to create anxiety. I mean, it's very hard to get actual information about what's happening during this conflict. And so what social media companies need to do is not allow themselves to be exploited by either extremists who want to incite violence or by those who just want to confuse and disorient the public at a time where they need information that is accurate more than ever.
So we know there are no easy answers or sadly quick solutions, but what are some of the actions you would like to see taken to try and slow the hate, the spread of anti-Semitism?
I think our public discussion, again, whether it's social media or even in our broadcast news, is one about sort of black and white, left and right, Palestinians versus Israelis. And we have to understand that when the conflict occurs and tempers flare, we see hate targeting all communities. And so we actually need to understand that there's sort of a shared mission here in order to push back against the hatred. And you do that by speaking out and not justifying violence, being an ally for others in the community who may be targeted, and, trying to get some cool heads to prevail during a very difficult time.
All right. Orange Siegel, thank you so much for joining us this
Yes.
morning. We do appreciate it.
Important information. Overnight, the Pentagon said U.S. fighter jets hit Iran-backed targets in Syria.
Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin said the strikes were, quote, self-defense, and that they were in response to a series of recent drone attacks against U.S. personnel in Iraq and Syria. NBC's global security reporter Dan DeLuce and our White House correspondent Ali Rafa join us now to talk about this. Good morning to both of you. Ali, let's start with you. Walk us through what the Pentagon and Austin are saying about these strikes. What are the details we have right now?
Yeah, guys. Well, this was a dramatic retaliation, but also not too surprising considering that since Israel's war with Hamas began on October 7th, we have repeatedly seen White House and Pentagon officials warn any actor, but specifically Iran and its proxy groups, Hamas and Hezbollah, from trying to broaden out this war, from trying to potentially provoke the United States from getting involved and broadening this war out. Defense Department officials saying they won't hesitate to take additional action to protect U.S. forces in this area, saying retaliation would be at the time and place of the U.S.'s choosing. And we saw that retaliation last night. In a statement, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says U.S. military forces conducted self-defense strikes on 2 facilities in eastern Syria used by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and affiliated groups, a response to a series of ongoing and mostly unsuccessful attacks against U.S. personnel in Iraq and Syria by Iranian-backed militia groups that began on October 17th. Austin saying Iran wants to deny its role in these attacks against our forces. He says we will not let them. So we understand that 2 F-16 fighter jets specifically targeted weapons and ammunition storage areas in this base in Syria. A defense official saying that those were the types of weapons used on U.S. forces in those attacks. The officials say that only Iranian-backed militia, no civilians were on the base at the time, but they don't have a damage assessment or a casualty count at this time. And guys, it's still unclear whether or how Iran will react to this.
Dan, if you could tell us a little bit more about the attacks the U.S. says its forces have come under in the Middle East over these past few weeks that sparked this.
That's right. So there were nearly daily attacks over 10 days against U.S. forces based in Iraq and Syria, and there were a whole number of U.S. forces that suffered minor injuries, and there was a civilian contractor who was sheltering in place during one of the incidents and died of a cardiac arrest. Here's what Pentagon Press Secretary Brigadier General Patrick Ryder had to say about that.
Between October 17 and 26, U.S. and coalition forces have been attacked at least 12 separate times in Iraq, 4 separate times in Syria, by a mix of one-way attack drones and rockets. I'm not going to have more specific information to provide to you from here in terms of specific groups that have claimed responsibility, other than to say we know that these groups are affiliated with Iran.
So that's him describing the injuries that were suffered. And of course, he's not discussing exactly the specific Iranian-backed groups that carried out some of these rocket and drone attacks, but they're making clear that they hold Iran responsible for the actions of those groups.
So, I mean, Ali, we're also hearing from the White House, President Biden sent a message to Iran's supreme leader warning about these recent attacks. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, we heard from the president on Wednesday during a speech that he gave with the Australian Prime Minister in the Rose Garden, where he issued a warning to Iran's Ayatollah. And he said, quote, "My warning to the Ayatollah was that if they continue to move against those troops, we will respond and he should be prepared." And John Kirby was asked about that during yesterday's White House press briefing, really how that warning was delivered. He wouldn't give any details, just saying that it was. But the U.S. is being very clear to stress that this was done separate from the U.S. diplomatic posture in the Middle East surrounding the Israel-Hamas war, that this was done as a deterrent. So this is definitely a delicate dance for this White House, this administration, as it tries to defend U.S. forces without potentially provoking a wider conflict in this area, guys.
And Dan, before we let you go quickly, if you could just explain this to us, because it's an important nuance here. The Pentagon is trying to emphasize that these strikes are separate from the Israel-Hamas conflict, but Iran did warn the U.S. over its support for Israel at this UN meeting yesterday. How much of this is about telling Iran to stay out of what's going on in Israel? Is that at play here?
I think it is at play. There's an implication there, but it's also significant to point out that this is not the first time that President Biden has ordered airstrikes against Iranian-backed groups attacking U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria. So in the first months of his term in 2021, he ordered airstrikes in a kind of similar sort of series of incidents, and on another occasion. And it's also so important to point out that Biden did not order strikes directly against Iran in Iranian territory. So that shows you that they're trying to calibrate everything. They're desperately trying to avoid a full-blown regional conflict and protect U.S. forces and try to contain the situation, but also send very firm messages to Tehran not to endanger American troops. So I think we may see more of this. And this is a very perilous moment, and we're not out of this crisis.
All right. Dan, Allie, thank you both. Appreciate you joining us this morning. Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, from the big screen to comedy shows. I'm going to show you how the founders of one company are flipping the script by opening doors for Black artists.
First, though, after the break, a look at the devastation in Mexico, where Hurricane Otis left a deadly mark.
And our latest storm system is on the move and keeping rain and snow in the forecast. Coming up, we'll show you whose weekend plans could be impacted.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer Deliberative.
All right, it just made too.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News Special Report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
Welcome back. back. Let's get to the latest track on a storm system that could make for a rainy, even snowy weekend for some.
Yeah, maybe really snowy. Angie Lastman is back with us this morning. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hi there, guys. Good morning. Happy Friday to you. We do unfortunately have some rain in the forecast, not just today, but through your Saturday and Sunday plans in some spots. So let's give you the details for the short term. As far as getting out the door this morning and spending any time outdoors, we'll see some of these showery kind of conditions lasting for places across the Midwest. We've already seen some snow falling in northern portions of the plains, and we're going to continue to watch this storm system chug a little farther to the east, and along and ahead of it we could see some of these showers and thunderstorms developing. So the main focus is going to be basically Michigan to Texas, where we could see some of that active weather through the day today. As we get into tomorrow, we have this big surge of moisture that starts to work into portions of the plains. Some spots that have already received ample amounts of rain over the past couple of days, they're going to see more rain through the day tomorrow. And notice there is some snow possible once again. We'll see kind of an icy mixture too as we get into your Sunday plans. Places like Wichita stretching into Illinois, we could see that snowy kind of rainy mix. So we'll watch for that across parts of the plains, and in the Midwest, of course, the rain too. But notice the Northeast and New England gets in on the action here as we get into Sunday. It'll be mainly just rain, but we will add in some additional rainfall, of course, happening on the weekend across the Northeast. So we'll watch for that. It looks like the highest amounts of rainfall, though, are going to be centered across the plains. We'll see localized amounts 3 to maybe up to 5 inches. So heads up for that. We could potentially see some flooding concerns there. As far as the snow is concerned, 1 to 3 inches is the more widespread amounts, but we could see in some of the higher elevations up to 9 inches. So something to watch for across portions of Colorado, mainly across the Rockies. Here's the area that I want you to be watching for flash flood risk through the day today. Dallas, Waco, Stephenville, all included in that. So heads up, we'll see those rainfall rates over really saturated soil. That'll be something to note. And this is also something to note. And I think everyone's really sick of hearing me say this, but Philly, New York, 7 consecutive weekends with rain, 8 of the last 9 for Boston. And what happens this weekend? Well, Saturday, that's your day that you're going to want to be outdoors. It'll be really warm, actually, guys. Temperatures are going to be kind of summer-like. Sunday, things start to change. We'll get back into those mid-60s for some of these spots, and the rain will start to work in. So there you go.
Sunday
we will not break the streak.
We'll take it. Well, we'll take it, though.
At least it's on Saturday.
Exactly. So we can start the weekend
Bad
with
New York.
I need a sound effect with that.
I know. Yeah, I gave it to you. Don't worry. Thanks, Angie.
International headlines now. We're going to start in Mexico, where we're getting a closer look at the devastation left behind by Hurricane Otis.
That's right. NBC News correspondent David Noriega joins us now on this. Hey, David, good morning.
Good morning. So, yeah, let's start in Mexico. The resort city of Acapulco on Mexico's Pacific coast is struggling to recover from the devastation of Hurricane Otis, which hit the city with unexpected force on Wednesday morning. At least 27 people died and 4 are missing. Much of the city remains without power and paralyzed by mud, which is hampering search and rescue efforts. In China, former Premier Li Keqiang died of a heart attack Friday, just months after retiring from a long political career. He was a pro-business reformer, and he was once highly influential. He was considered a contender for president and leader of the Chinese Communist Party, but he was sidelined when the current leader, Xi Jinping, consolidated power into his own hands. And to top it off, the surviving members of the Beatles are releasing a new song based on a demo recorded by John Lennon in 1970, shortly after the band split up. Paul McCartney says the producers used AI technology to isolate and clean up Lennon's vocals from the recording. The song is called Now and Then, and it's meant to be the band's last song ever.
Wow. How cool is that?
Cool. I know.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that.
David, thank you so much.
Coming up, it could be the testimony that makes or breaks his case.
That's right. Former crypto CEO Sam Bankman-Fried taking the stand in his own defense. We'll have the latest in his criminal fraud trial next up on Morning News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday, November 8th at 8 p.m.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hand with everything.
All right, it just fit too.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Sinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Welcome back. Later today, FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried will take the stand in his criminal fraud trial and testify in his own defense.
That's right. Today's testimony comes after the judge, in a rare move, decided to hold a hearing on Thursday with Bankman-Fried first testifying without the jury there. In his testimony, he blamed his lawyers for bad advice and claimed the company was under the constant threat of cyber attack.
For more on this, let's once again bring in attorney and NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Cinadella. Good to have you with us. So, okay, he answered questions without the jury there. Then today he's going to answer possibly the same questions with the jury there. I have to admit, I've never heard of this. So why is this happening, and what can we expect then today?
Yes, so it is very unusual, and it's because the prosecution has already rested. At this point in the trial, it's only Sam Bankman-Fried left who's going to testify. But look, a defendant can't just get up there and say whatever he wants. It has to have been introduced previously to the prosecution, so they have a time to present it in their own case or do their own investigations. Basically, the judge didn't trust that this defendant wouldn't just get up there and say whatever he wanted. So he did an entire dry run, both of direct and on cross. So today we expect to see the exact same thing.
We also have been hearing from him a lot. There's a lot to work with, just material that any of us could see, either on social media or interviews that he's given to the media. Do you think that's going to come up? Are prosecutors going to use that to kind of see if they can catch him anything? Could he perjure himself based on these interviews he's given?
Savannah, 100%. To the prosecutors, this is a gold mine. So even if he doesn't directly contradict himself, if there are any differences in presentation, the prosecution can use this to really just hammer down on his credibility, to say, well, look, at this point you presented yourself as knowing everything, and now you're saying you have no idea what happened, because that's essentially his defense, pointing fingers, saying it wasn't me.
I mean, prosecutors have tried to paint him in an unflattering light. Of course, that's their job. But by looking at his post, talking about his political contributions, is the theory that taking the stand could try and sway how jurors feel about him, and how dangerous is this move?
It's so dangerous. But yes, his theory is that right now, everyone's just doing this. I mean, it's literally just a game of who is most responsible. So the prosecution's cooperating witnesses, Caroline Ellis and Gary Wang, went up there and said, we just acted on direction of Sam Bankman-Fried. So he's going to get up there, and even though he's presented himself as this brilliant mastermind, he actually has to say, I didn't know what was happening. It wasn't me. So he's getting up there to attempt to show some level of naivete. But it's very dangerous because, as we've seen from his interviews time and time again, he does tend to present himself as knowing exactly what is going on. No one has ever accused him of not being smart enough, not knowing enough. So that's ironically what he has to present.
All right, we'll see what happens. Angela Cinadella, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And coming up, they are flipping the script in the world of comedy.
When we come back, my conversation with the people behind the American Black Film Festival as they open doors now for comedians of color. This is Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday, November 8th at 8 p.m.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We're back with our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes, shining a spotlight on diversity. Enter the nice crowd. We're not talking about a group of polite people. We're talking about an entertainment company that has been giving black artists a huge platform since the 90s. I sat down with the power couple behind Nice Crowd, Jeff and Nicole Friday, to talk about their well-known film festival and now their newest venture.
You need only spend a few minutes with Jeff and Nicole Friday to understand what drives them.
What we're really trying to do and what our company, Nice Crowd, does is we want to level the playing field for people of color in the entertainment industry.
That's really been our mission, to level the playing field.
Like expert landscapers, they've been leveling that playing field since 1997. That's when Jeff launched the American Black Film Festival after going to another film festival.
In visiting that festival, he realized that there were so many things about it that weren't even, if you will. And we really wanted to give those opportunities to people who ordinarily wouldn't have that into entertainment or into Hollywood.
What were the challenges you faced at the beginning?
Corporate sponsorship was challenging. And if I'm being very honest, the idea was marginalized in the beginning. So 1997, 20 years before Oscars, hashtag Oscars so white, you know, before George Floyd's murder, and people just weren't committed to diversity. I can just say it out loud. So I've endured this journey of marginalization and, you know, kind of putting it off to the side, and we've watched the world catch up to the mission of the festival.
The festival has given an early career boost to artists who've gone on to achieve great success. Anthony Anderson won the Rising Star Award in 2000. Black Panther director Ryan Coogler received an honor for his short film back in 2011. And Issa Rae says the festival gave her a big break, as she told IMDb.
And for me, they showcased my work and brought me out early when I just had a web series, and to be put on a level with so many other people I admire just meant so much to me.
Your host for the evening. Earlier this month, Nice Crowd launched a comedy festival in Washington, D.C., showcasing comedians of color. The festival's name? Because they're funny.
It's kind of a mission statement and a cool name, if you think about it. You know, why spend the effort to promote diverse comics? Why? because they're funny.
What can something like this hopefully do for a young comedian?
Yeah, you know, our bread and butter is platforming deserving people that might not get a shot. So we're just replicating that model. You know, we really believe that everyone deserves a shot, and we just don't think that the comedy arena is diverse enough. We truly don't. And so this is just our effort to have some fun and what we call do purposeful for-profit work, you know.
And we want to laugh a lot. Now's a good time. I mean, comedy more than ever, we want to laugh.
You don't understand how good it was out there.
5 years from now, we're going to have a new comedy star, someone that'll have a television series and a $50 million movie that got their start right at our comedy festival.
You say that with confidence.
Oh, man, we've done it before.
Leveling the playing field in comedy, just as they've been doing in film for nearly 3 decades. As you point out, eventually Hollywood started to catch on and realize this was an important issue. Reality check. Where are we right now? Where do we need to go when it comes to diversity in film?
I think we're in a great place. You know,
I don't, yeah. I mean, he thinks that we're in a great place. I don't know that, I think we're in a better place, but I still think that there's a long way to go to make sure that there are more opportunities for people, not only in front of the camera, but those who are behind the camera and below the line.
And we got to do a better job at making sure that our industry is really forward-thinking and leading the way globally. And we're just doing our little piece of it. You know, we're not going to change the world in our lifetime, but if we can just shift it a little bit forward, we'd be very happy with that.
And the next ABFF, American Black Film Festival, will take place in June in Miami, and it was just announced Issa Rae will be the creative director for that 2024 festival.
I love that. I don't know about that. Such a good moment. All right, let's get you some financial headlines now. Cruise is pulling the plug on its robo-taxis in an effort to help rebuild their reputation.
NBC's Savannah Hanau joins us with that and other money news. Savannah, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Yes, so just days after California suspended the license of GM's Cruise robo-taxi unit, the company announced it is grounding its entire fleet. That brings operations in Austin, Phoenix, and Houston to a halt. On Tuesday, California accused Cruise of withholding crucial video of an accident involving a pedestrian in San Francisco. In a statement last night on X, that's the platform formerly known as Twitter, Cruise said the suspension of service does not have to do with any new on-road incidents. Rather, it is a chance to reflect on how to better operate in a way that will rebuild public trust. Ford is postponing about $12 billion in planned spending on new electric vehicle manufacturing. The automaker says it is slowing down its investment because customers are increasingly reluctant to pay extra for EVs. Ford is not alone in hitting the brakes on EV plans. On Wednesday, Honda and GM said they were ending a $5 billion plan to develop lower-cost EVs together. Electric vehicle sales are still growing strongly, even at Ford, but not at the pace the automaker anticipated. And Taylor Swift has reportedly reached a new milestone in her career. The pop star's record-breaking Eras Tour helped her achieve billionaire status, according to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. That index estimates her net worth now sits at $1.1 billion. Her Eras Tour could gross $2.2 billion in North American ticket sales alone, and the subsequent concert film that hit theaters this month raked in nearly $100 million in its opening weekend. And by the way, Swift dropped her 4th album remake today with the release of 1989. Taylor's version.
Oh,
I'm
yes,
sure you already knew that,
she
Savannah.
did. I've already heard it. There's 5 new songs. They are ridiculous. It's a good day to be a Swiftie.
I heard she had a good dinner last night, too.
She did. I did happen to be at the same restaurant as her, which was also very cool.
Amazing.
There you
very
go.
Cool.
Savannah did not just burst into flames.
Yeah, no, you know, I kept it cool.
I was going to say, what happened?
She's still here
Too much
this morning.
respect. You know, it's like, girl, live this life. You are the best.
Oh, amazing.
Thanks, Savannah.
Thank you. All right. During the pandemic, California led the nation in the number of people experiencing homelessness. Today, many people are still struggling with rising costs, making necessities like housing and food feel out of reach. Well, one California cafe owner is working to change that. He's providing hot meals for those experiencing homelessness, served with an extra helping of support and respect. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson checked it out.
It's just a little card pinned to the door.
But for the customers and staff at the Homemade Cafe in Berkeley, California, it buys the most important meal of the day.
So they can take one off and hand it to a waiter.
The card says everybody eats, and it means just that.
Basically, we treat them just like any other customer. They just don't get a bill. No one should go hungry in this world.
Colin Doran owns the Homemade Cafe. His breakfast of eggs, potatoes, toast, and coffee is served to anyone experiencing homelessness or food insecurity. The meal comes with a seat at any open table.
When I first owned the restaurant, you know, people would come and they'd ask customers for food or panhandle. It was just, you know, told them to ask me. And, you know, you don't need to bother our customers, but we will gladly feed you.
And Colin stands by his word with the help of the community and their donations to help others. For every $5 a customer donates, another card goes on the board.
Sir, for Steve, how's the food?
It's great, and I am so incredibly grateful to how they've helped me out in the past couple of weeks.
What does it mean for you, though, to have a place where you can just have a hot meal when times are tough?
Oh, it means everything. It really does.
The cafe has been around since 1979.
You ate here when you grew up?
I did. I had the bacon and the French toast.
Colin and his family were neighborhood regulars. He went on to college in New York and planned on becoming a lawyer, but never quite let go of what he really loved.
Does this feel like a world away from what you wanted to be?
What I thought I wanted to be, yes. Yeah. Definitely. I like food, I like the energy, I like the interactions with the people.
In 2011, he bought the neighborhood cafe and made it his own.
You've always had maybe an affinity for this place, yeah?
Oh, absolutely. It's always been sort of a fixture in the neighborhood, in the community.
Hi, guys. Hello. I think I have chocolate pancakes. It's kind of like a family atmosphere.
It is.
Daniel was once a customer who needed to take one of those meal cards.
I lived on this street right way for like 8 years.
You lived on this street?
On this street, right here.
Now he brings home a paycheck as the cafe's dishwasher.
I came in one morning to just ask for food. And it's like, hey, brother, do you want to work? It meant a lot for me, giving me a job. Waking up to say, oh, I got somewhere to go.
Fortunately, the Homemade Cafe family is tight, Colin says, because last year was nearly a recipe for disaster.
We were about this close to closing.
Financial fallout from the pandemic, inflation, and meal delivery services hit the restaurant's bottom line hard.
Take me back to when times were tough.
Yeah, the community came through. My staff agreed to take a 20% pay cut to keep us open.
Customers also led the charge for a GoFundMe account that's still turning out support so everyone eats can continue.
People ask me all the time, well, how does that affect your bottom line? How can you afford to do it? If anything, the bottom line's gotten better.
You feeding people for free has actually helped your bottom line.
Yes, it's absolutely counterintuitive to the standard capitalistic model of running a restaurant or a business. But the more free food I give out, the more people I have come in and pay.
Colin says he never expected such an outpouring of support would come with a simple breakfast.
Does that surprise you?
You know, I wish I didn't have to do it. I wish there wasn't hungry people.
Order up, please.
It's giving me faith that doing the right thing, doing things that need to be done, taking care of your fellow man, whoever they may be, whatever position they're in, is the right thing to do, and it's paying off.
Our thanks to Steve Patterson for that report. What a fantastic story. Colin says business is up 15%, and he expects to give away about 5,000 meals this year.
Cool as that. All right, coming up, falling for fall.
That's right. It's that coveted time of year where the leaves change color. We're celebrating the season with a look at the foliage that so many people wait all year for. Stick with us.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday, November 8th at 8 p.m.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We end this hour with a splash of color. It's that exciting time of year when the leaves change from green to vibrant oranges, reds, and yellows.
It's beautiful. Just look behind us. Meteorologist Perella Lewis from our affiliate station, WYFF, in Greenville, South Carolina, takes us on a tour, giving us a peek at the fall foliage that truly makes the season feel magical.
This is really fantastic.
'Tis the season that so many of us look forward to.
Very vivid, very bright.
A mountain of color used to decorate natural beauty, like the hundreds of waterfalls hidden inside the Appalachian Mountains.
I think it's absolutely spectacular.
Or the colors that line our highways, pulling leaf lovers out of their homes and into the mountains every single year.
You think like how God creates such beautiful things.
Sunshine, cooler temperatures, and rain are the trinity that helps jumpstart leaves changing colors right in front of our eyes. And autumn brings longer nights, and at the same time, the leaves stop producing chlorophyll, which makes the green colors we see in leaves. And that reveals other chemicals, like carotenoids, that are present in the leaf, but finally get to show their colors for a change.
I don't have words for it. If I did, I would be a genius. I would describe it. I think this is a great year. This is a great year.
And according to Professor of Forest Ecology Don Hagen at Clemson University, this year's colors have been delayed, but a vibrant season is still expected for the upstate. The first week of November should be approaching peak season this year.
Don't wait around because it's not going to stay this way very long.
Wow. Look at that.
If it did stay that way forever, though, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
But we get sick of it. So
yeah, then you get to appreciate it. It's special.
Exactly.
Perella Lewis, thank you for that beautiful tour. That was awesome.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning, good news. It is Friday. Thanks for being here. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, communities across Maine beyond rattled and on alert. The all-out manhunt for the suspected gunman is ramping up after shootings Wednesday night left at least 18 people dead. And we're learning new information this morning on the timeline of the murders. We've got more on that and the latest on the multi-state search for an alleged killer. In the Middle East this morning, Israel is setting the stage for that long-expected ground assault on Gaza, saying those targeted raids were all in preparation for a wider invasion. It comes as Gaza faces a growing humanitarian crisis. President Biden now calling on Israel to pause its offensive to allow vital aid to cross the border. Elsewhere in the region, the U.S. levying new strikes against Iran-linked sites in Syria overnight. We're covering it all. Also this morning, we are on Money Watch with some breaking inflation data coming up later in the hour. So how is the U.S. economy really performing in the wake of that blockbuster GDP number? We've got the numbers and what it means for your wallet. And of course, if it's Friday, get ready for your can't-miss list. We are heading to the movies with a terrifying video game sensation making its big screen debut. Thank you for joining us. We're going to begin with the massive multi-state manhunt for the suspect in that deadly mass shooting in Maine that left at least 18 people dead.
This morning, hundreds of officers are searching throughout New England for this man, 40-year-old Robert Card. We have team coverage this morning, beginning with Sam Brock in Lewiston.
The clock is ticking this morning on an all-out manhunt for 40-year-old Robert Card, who's considered armed, dangerous, and likely off the grid.
This is someone that should not be approached.
After the mass shooting in Lewiston, Maine, that left 18 people dead and more than a dozen injured.
Out of nowhere, he just came in and there was a loud pop.
Card is accused of unloading an assault rifle, first at a bowling alley packed with teens for a youth league night, then minutes later at a popular local sports bar in Lewiston. Authorities expanding a shelter-in-place order. As overnight, they executed a search warrant at the Card family property, calling for anyone inside to come out with their hands up, eventually leaving after there was no sign of the suspect. Among many developments, law enforcement officials telling NBC News a note was recovered at Card's home. Police also say they found a gun in a white Subaru that's been linked to the suspect, though it's unclear if it's the same weapon used in the shootings. As the search continues, the public learning more information about Card and questions growing about his access to guns. Two senior law enforcement officials telling NBC News the weapon used by Card was purchased legally in 2023. As Card's family tells us they were increasingly concerned about his mental health after he began hearing voices and making threats. His sister-in-law revealing they alerted police and military officials months ago. And a Defense Department official telling NBC that this July, Army battalion leaders informed staff that he was, quote, behaving erratically and contacted law enforcement. Card then receiving a medical evaluation.
How could someone that fits that profile still be in possession of semi-automatic weapons?
Well, I do think that the statutes around firearms and the possession of those are pretty complex.
Former Army reservist Phil McGregor says Card taught him how to use an M16 rifle.
He knew that weapon inside and out.
As the community reckons with the violence, a change of heart from a local Democratic congressman who'd previously been opposed to banning assault weapons for civilians.
I now call on the United States Congress to ban assault rifles like the one used by the sick perpetrator of this mass killing.
Our thanks to Sam Brock for that report. Robert Card is now facing multiple murder charges for the victims that have been identified so far.
For more, we are joined now by Catherine Schweitz. She is the author of Stop the Killing, How to End the Mass Shooting Crisis, and a former FBI special agent executive. Thank you so much for joining us. We know the gun was obtained legally by the suspect. As Sam mentioned, we're also learning Robert Card had a history of mental illness, especially recently. What can you first of all tell us about how easy it is to get weapons like the one that was allegedly used in this attack?
I think in the United States compared to other countries, and I think that puzzles people in other countries, but in the United States, we default towards you can get a gun unless there's a prohibition. And where other countries have essentially kind of licenses, many other countries have a license. So you have to get the license first and make sure that you're capable and able and safe. It's safe for you to have a gun. In the United States, it just isn't that way. So every state has its own regulations, and the limited number of background checks that might be done, or the amount of background checks, for one thing, is I think that's a kind of a scary loophole is that we don't have a way to check somebody after they've purchased the gun. So these are legally purchased guns, but when somebody has mental health problems or somebody has stressors in their life, there isn't a way a very easy way to take a weapon away from somebody under those circumstances.
Yeah, and we know now Card's family said he was experiencing a mental break and hearing voices. He had recently even been checked into receiving treatment for this. How does that information...
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Craig Melvin.
We have some breaking news right now. We're about to get an update from officials in Maine on that manhunt for Robert Card. Card is the accused gunman in Wednesday night's deadly shooting rampage at a bar and the bowling alley in the town of Lewiston. We can tell you that overnight a search warrant was executed at a property belonging to the Card family. No arrests were made, but let's listen in to law enforcement officials right now.
That a tremendous amount of law enforcement manpower, time, and effort is being utilized around the clock, literally around the clock, in every effort to apprehend the suspect as well as to safeguard this community. As the chief of the Lewiston, Maine Police Department, I am extremely thankful for the community's outpouring of support being offered during this tense and trying time. I extend my deepest appreciation for all of our law enforcement partners who have responded from literally around this nation. Again, I will ask the community to be as patient as possible with this process, realizing that there are many, many moving parts and coordination of efforts involved between multiple agencies. We will attempt to provide as much information possible as this investigation proceeds forward. I would also like to acknowledge and thank the many businesses, restaurant owners, individuals who have provided meals and other essential items to support an investigation of this magnitude. Following this press conference, details will be shared regarding counseling locations, where somebody can make a donation if necessary or asked, and the hosting of several different vigils. On behalf of the hundreds of law enforcement officers who have descended upon our great city over the last 3 days, we want to extend our heartfelt support as well as our sympathies to the victims and families involved in this senseless tragedy. Thank you, and I'll turn it back over to Mike.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. So I guess for starters, I want to make sure that we always take a moment to acknowledge the victims, their families, and how this is negatively impacting the state of Maine, the city of Lewiston, and really our entire country. We know when these things occur around our country, we are all so incredibly focused on what happened, and then we try to get to the why. And there are certainly times when we can't quite figure out the why, because every one of these situations is so tragic, so outside of the norm, that it makes it difficult for community members of all types in all locations, East Coast, West Coast, it doesn't matter, to fathom how these kind of things can occur in the greatest country in the world. So we're going to continue to work towards that. And as a piece of this, I wanted to come in and really speak to the partnership that we are committed to have with you. And as we start to really flow into an operational period, we have more of a pattern to see what we're doing day in and day out. I'm going to commit to you to have a morning briefing every day at 10 o'clock right here in this location. As you can imagine, some of those briefings may be longer than others, but I want you to know that you're going to see us in the morning. And we're going to go over what happened overnight, and we're going to kind of talk about what the plan of the day is. And I'll speak to that plan of the day here in just a second. I would also say that we will certainly be considering afternoon briefings as well. If something new came up or something that we believe would be helpful for you to know and the communities to know, then we'll get back to you. Either way, you will receive a communication from our PIO, Shannon Moss, either saying we're going to have a briefing or we're not, so that you kind of have some idea what your day and your afternoon is going to look like as well. So I would also say that these daily briefings, as you can imagine, will be more operational in nature, that our families, our communities, our loved ones are always going to be in the forefront of our mind and certainly in our hearts. But we do want to talk to you about this is what we're going to do, this is what we did, because I know that's incredibly important to you. And then you're going to share that appropriately with your viewers, with your readers. And that's going to help everybody start that healing process as well. I know that information is power. You also know that there's going to be times that I won't be able to give you all the information that you need, or certainly that you want. And that won't be done because we're just not going to tell them. That's going to be done because from an operational standpoint or a tactical standpoint, there are safety concerns that I have for our first responders and that we all have for our community members. So please keep that in mind. I will go back to like a Q&A kind of a period. We want to allow that opportunity, and we're going to try to do the best we can. But if in my mind the math starts leading to, well, I'm going to get asked 10 questions and I can't answer 9 of them, then maybe that's counterproductive to a certain extent. So we're going to try to front load as much information as we can, again, with these particular sessions. So that is kind of the plan moving forward. And to speak to today's briefing in particular, I would tell you that the overnight hours, and we are on 24/7, and we will be until the suspect in this case, again, is brought to justice. So overnight, our officers, our investigators, and that's investigating, I say our, I'm talking about local, county, state, federal, all of our partners, been continuing to work 530 plus tips and leads that have come in from the general public, from a number of communities, a number of different relationships. And as you can imagine, those vary greatly. Depending on that individual's knowledge of what happened and what they want us to do about that. So we're continuing to check those things off the list as we go. We're also continuing to do searches at the two primary venues here, the one being Schmenge's Bar and Grill, and the second being the Spare Time Bowling Alley. I will tell you that it's going to be easy to think, well, how come, what's taking them so long to work these scenes, right? And because everything we watch gets solved in an hour, and it's all taken care of. But in order for us to do our jobs, to be professional about what we do, be respectful of the victims and the families that we're working with, in the process within which we work, we have to take our time. We're going to be processing every square inch of these facilities. Not only do you have the victims in question, but every one of those rounds that got fired need to be investigated. Every one of those cartridges that lays on the ground needs to be collected. The vehicles that are in those parking lots, everything that we do around this, we need to be careful. We need to be professional, and that's what we're committed to do. So I would expect that we're still days away from completing those particular investigations, those particular crime scenes. So you'll continue to see us at those locations without question. And because of that, there are also affidavits, and affidavits are essentially the first step in a search warrant or an arrest warrant or whatever that looks like. So we're continuing to draft affidavits, ultimately for search warrants around any kind of digital media that we're hoping to attain or investigate. That could be phones, that could be computers, that could be video from any location. So our officers, our investigators continue to work on that material. And so that's a lot of that stuff overnight, as well as using that 3 o'clock, that 4 o'clock in the morning, using that time frame to kind of plan out what the next day is going to look like. So we've trying to get some people rotated through for operational periods. We're going to get them some rest. Now let's plan what the next day is going to look like. We have a morning briefing, which kind of kicks off and says, this is what's going to happen. We need a team to go do this. We need a team to go do that. This is who our team leads are. This is the process. And then we let those folks loose to go do the good work. And we're going to try to share some of that information with you. So as we discuss that, we have some maps and some other additional information up here with us right now. I will talk about a couple of these locations here to the best of my ability. Obviously, there's a lot of us here, and this isn't ideal as far as these maps go. But if you look at this boat launch overview as an example, this dot here is that Lisbon boat launch area that we've discussed. That's where the suspect's vehicle was located ultimately, that white Subaru station wagon. And I will also say that we'll have these three primary maps, but this QR code here, and whether you can get it from your seats or come up after the fact, will give the digital version of those so you have those readily available. You certainly understand how all of that works. So we talk about that boat launch area, and that particular location is 501 Lisbon Street. Pejebscott Landing. Pejebscott Landing is at this location. I believe we have some of our friends from the media that are out in that area now. And what will happen in this general location today is that we will be putting divers in the water along that Androscoggin River, which you see here. And that's going to look like a couple of different things. So the very first thing that you're going to see out there is you're going to see some air resources that will fly over this particular area. And they're looking to see what can we clear from the air. Do I have to put divers in that particular area, or can I tell from the top, based on the current and how muddy the water is and all those other things, can I see to the very bottom here? So that's going to start this entire process. Then there's going to be some screening and some divers that are actually in the water that may start on this side by the boat launch and will continue on this side. I would envision at some point that we'll be moving over to these particular locations here for ground searches as well. So That's gonna look like a bunch of different things. So they could be dragging a diver behind them, literally, while that diver is checking for evidence, checking for potential bodies. And I would also say that while this is going to look like a major focus today with a lot of people, we have a lot of other irons in the fire. So I'm not here saying that the suspect, we know the suspect is in the water and this is what we're doing. What I'm telling you is you're going to see a lot of activity here, and I'm going to tell you that in advance. We've got nothing to hide in that regard at all. So then you're going to have some sonar as well that's going to be utilized here. And that
authorities revealing there that they are working some 500-plus tips, continuing searches at both shooting scenes. Bottom line, though, the suspect, the 40-year-old Robert Card remains at large. The manhunt ongoing. We'll keep you up to speed here. We'll return most of you to normal programming. I'm Craig Melvin. This has been an NBC News special report.
A fifth of the population. In many mixed cities in Israel, there are mosques right next to synagogues. Some Arabs who are also Israeli citizens say they feel caught between conflicting identities. Back in Ramla, Yusuf El-Shamali is at the bustling shuk, or market, buying vegetables from Moshe, who he's known for 30 years. He tells me what you see in the media, Jews and Arabs always at odds, isn't what you see in the market. Here's a Jew. Here's a Jew. I'm an Arab. They're Arabs. Yusuf says, here in a mixed city, we're family. The problem, you see, is government.
Our thanks to Josh Letterman for that report.
Breaking overnight, the U.S. says it launched airstrikes on Iranian-linked targets in Syria. The Defense Department says the strikes were retaliation for a series of drone attacks on American military bases in the region. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more on that. Gabe, good morning.
Joe, good morning. A senior U.S. military official says the two locations hit overnight were a weapons storage area and an ammunition facility in Syria. It is not clear yet whether there were any casualties. Overnight, a dramatic retaliation. The U.S. striking two facilities in eastern Syria that the Pentagon says were used by groups linked to Iran. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin calling them self-defense strikes that were a response to a series of recent drone attacks against U.S. forces. The Pentagon says there have been at least 19 attacks on U.S. bases in Iraq and Syria in the last 9 days. 21 personnel have been injured. These strikes meant to deter Iran, which the U.S. says backs the groups launching the attacks. Austin saying, quote, Iran wants to deny its role in these attacks against our forces. We will not let them.
We know that these are Iranian-backed militia groups that are supported by Iran, and of course we hold Iran responsible for these groups.
The new U.S. airstrikes come after President Biden delivered this stark warning to Iran's leader on Wednesday.
My warning to the Ayatollah was that if they continue to move against those troops, we will respond, and he should be prepared.
Amid rising tensions in the region, the Biden administration is walking a fine line, hitting Iranian-backed groups suspected of targeting the U.S. in an effort to deter future aggression, but not wanting to provoke a wider war. A senior administration official telling NBC News that these strikes were entirely separate from the current U.S. diplomacy surrounding the Israel-Hamas war, adding they have to do with restoring deterrence and going after the facilities that targeted our people. No response yet from Iran, Joe.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much.
We've got much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including our continuing coverage of those tragic mass shootings in Maine and how everyday Americans are reacting to seemingly endless violence.
But first, after the break, cleanup efforts are underway in Mexico this morning in the wake of Hurricane Otis, a historic Category 5 storm. We'll bring you the latest from there next.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. Cleanup efforts in Acapulco, Mexico have begun as officials begin assessing the damage left behind by Hurricane Otis. The historic Category 5 storm slammed the coast early Wednesday morning, making it the strongest hurricane to ever hit the eastern Pacific coast. Telemundo's Julio Vaquero has the latest.
Utter devastation in Acapulco. At least 27 dead after a Category 5 hurricane slammed into the popular Mexican tourist destination, home to nearly 1 million people. I'm not sure how we are alive, he says, but we are. Explosive Hurricane Otis, now the strongest storm ever to hit Mexico's Pacific coast. Otis more than doubled its strength just hours before landfall, leaving residents and tourists with little time to prepare. Some of the worst damage along the city's waterfront, where 165-mile-per-hour winds shredded high-rise buildings and left the streets choked with mud and debris. The exterior of this hotel room, 21 stories up, ripped clean off as the terrified guests sheltered inside. With its streets underwater and power out for hundreds of thousands, Mexican authorities are now scrambling to assess the damage and provide relief. Our house was a total loss, this woman said, as desperate residents fend for themselves. The devastation in Acapulco has no precedent. This is one of the most famous and most important resorts in Mexico. Its recovery will be a huge challenge for the Mexican government and for President Andrés Manuel López Obrador. For now, we still don't really understand the scope of the damage.
All right, Julio, thank you so much. We're heading now into the weekend here with some possible record high temps in store from the Midwest to the east.
That's right. Angie Lastman is here with the latest. Hey, Angie. Hey, guys, what's up? We've got, I'll tell you, some summer-like conditions here across much of the country. We're talking 80-degree temperatures in a lot of spots. We've got St. Louis, Little Rock, Nashville, Roanoke, Washington, all headed to the 80s today. These temperatures will, in some spots, flirt with the records, of course. And we've got upper 70s for Syracuse, running more than 20 degrees above normal for this time of year, and even across portions of the Great Lakes, mid-70s in Detroit today. We will deal with some rain in a couple of these spots, but still some really warm temperatures out ahead of that storm system that's going to be a little problematic, make it a little bumpy for us as we get into the weekend. As we look ahead to tomorrow, more of the same. We, of course, start to see some of that cooler air filtering in behind the system, but folks up and down the East Coast, from Augusta down to Wilmington and into Savannah, you'll see temperatures running way warm. We've got 80s on tap once again tomorrow from Richmond
into Savannah, Birmingham, Nashville, all included in that as well. Upper 70s for Detroit, and we'll see numerous record highs likely across that region again for tomorrow. Now, as we look ahead into next week, Sunday really into Monday, that's when we start to see things shift. The pattern changes up a little bit as that system works a little closer. We'll go from the upper 70s in Nashville on Sunday to the mid 50s on Monday, and even chillier than that by Tuesday. Similar story for New York. Upper 50s Sunday. We'll kind of flirt with those mid 60s Mondays, but we'll be back to the 50s on Tuesday. And we go from the 80s to the 50s in just a couple of days in Richmond. So we'll start to see that cooler, more fall-like air start to filter in behind the system once it works a little farther to the east. In the meantime, we've got rain that we're watching through the day today from the Midwest down through parts of the southern plains. We've got frost and freeze conditions happening out west, and we've got great conditions up and down the East Coast. So I showed you those really warm, nice conditions that we'll deal with. We'll stay dry through the day today for most locations as well. But notice what happens here across parts of the Midwest and into the plains. We've got the showers that we're going to track from that system working a little farther to the east. And then especially as we get into tomorrow, big batch of moisture starts to surge into that region. The southern plains will deal with some heavy rain, as well as the potential for some kind of an icy mix, even some snow in that region. And then we'll start to see this shift a little farther to the east here as we get into Sunday. So Sunday will be the day that we deal with some showers across parts of the Northeast and New England. Looking ahead to the rest of the weekend, I think the record highs will be something that will get your attention tomorrow across the east. Out west, it looks really quiet, too, for your Saturday. So outdoor plans should be good to go there. We'll deal with the Santa Ana winds out there, though, on Sunday. So heads up for that. And then, of course, that flood risk and the rain that we'll see across much of the country here on Sunday. The southeast looks pretty nice on Sunday, though, so you'll have plenty of warmth and sunshine to go around. And if you're looking ahead to Halloween evening, we've got some spooky showers, guys. And some scary snow across parts of the Great Lakes. I know, it is scary to say snow across the Great Lakes and on Halloween evening. We don't want that. We don't want to wear jackets for our costumes.
No, umbrellas ruin everyone's costumes.
Look at this music.
Look at
Regina,
LA. 72 in LA on Halloween evening. 80s in Miami. You might deal with some showers, but Minneapolis, 32 degrees.
Wow.
I have a feeling kids are going to be in coats.
Yeah, but if you're from Minnesota, you remember the Halloween blizzard many, many, many years ago. 30 inches of snow.
Oh,
nothing will ever top that on
Did
Halloween.
you trick or treat?
Inches.
I think we started to, and then we made our way into
Yeah,
it.
you're like, this is.
Oh my gosh. When I went to school in Boulder, it always snows before Halloween every year. It's like a thing you know, and everybody's in these little costumes and these coats. It's ridiculous.
It was devastating as a kid in Detroit when it would snow and you'd have to wear a coat and ruin my costume.
Exactly.
Thanks, Angie. Wow, that was so fun and festive. All right, let's get you some international headlines now, starting with a close call involving a U.S. Air Force bomber and a Chinese fighter jet over the South China Sea.
NBC News correspondent David Noriega joins us with that and other world headlines. David, good morning.
Yeah, guys, good morning. So a Chinese fighter jet flew within 10 feet of a U.S. bomber over the South China Sea this week. That's according to the U.S. Defense Department. The Pentagon also said that the Chinese plane was flying at an uncontrolled excessive speed. As you know, the South China Sea is the site of territorial disputes between China and other countries, and in the past, China has demanded that the U.S. stop these military flyovers in the area. Next, more than 1,600 migrants arrived on Spain's Canary Islands in the last week, including on one boat that was carrying 320 people. That's a record for a single vessel on this migrant route, according to the Spanish state news agency. These islands are off the coast of Africa, but they belong to Spain, which means that migrants who set foot there can then go on to seek asylum in mainland Europe. And finally, Maggie Smith, she's the 88-year-old actor who's known for playing Professor McGonagall in the Harry Potter movies, is the latest model for luxury fashion brand Loewe. The photos of Smith for the brand's Spring and Summer 2024 campaign were shot by Jürgen Teller, and they blew up the moment they hit social media. Back to you guys.
Love Maggie Smith.
Love that. What a great idea. That's awesome. All right, David, thank you so much.
Coming up, contextualizing tragedy.
After the break, we'll take a closer look at how gun violence is affecting more and more everyday Americans and the mounting frustration over a perceived lack of action that's coming along with it. That's next on Morning News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The mass shooting in Lewiston, Maine is the latest in a disturbing trend of gun violence in our nation. According to the Gun Violence Archive, there have been 565 mass shootings nationwide so far this year, killing 597 people. And the archive says, based on data, the U.S. is on pace for 700 shootings this year. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk takes a closer look at the gun violence epidemic.
Another community ripped apart by America's gun crisis.
Frustrated, worried. We know a close friend has passed.
At least 18 lives lost in the Lewiston, Maine mass shooting. The 565th mass shooting in 2023, and the deadliest so far this year, according to the National Gun Violence Archive, which defines a mass shooting as at least 4 victims shot, excluding the shooter.
Pray for the families, pray for these victims. God, things have got to change. We have to start doing better.
That grief felt across the country, time and time and time again, with more than 35,000 people killed by gun violence so far this year. Families in Monterey Park, California, still recovering from the horrific killing of 11 people at a dance hall studio that took place just 3 weeks into the new year. Flowers and pictures lining the entrance of an elementary school in Nashville after 6 people, including 3 children, were shot and killed there in March. And a community in Allen, Texas, grieving the 9 murdered at an outlet mall in May, and now calling for change. The heartbreak and anger in Lewiston, Maine also felt less than 300 miles away in Newtown, Connecticut.
We know that gun violence is preventable. We need to do more to stand up to this issue, to enact safe laws, and to create the safe communities that we all deserve. So I'm incredibly saddened, but also very angry.
Nicole Hockley watching another mass shooting unfold, nearly 11 years after her 6-year-old son Dylan was killed along with his 19 classmates and 6 teachers at Sandy Hook Elementary School.
I just wish my little boy was back by my side. He would be turning 18 in a couple of months. And I often think about how tall he might be now, or he'd be a senior in high school, what life experiences might be ahead from him. And I'll never know because he's frozen at 6.
Hockley turning her anguish into action, helping launch Sandy Hook Promise, a nonprofit that works to protect children from gun violence through programs and bipartisan policy.
No one should feel unsafe wherever they go, whether it's their school or their bowling alley. Everyone should be and feel safe, and we have the power to make that happen.
More families impacted by senseless gun violence, and the nation once again united in grief.
Our thanks to Stephanie Gosk for that report. In the wake of Wednesday's shooting, Representative Jared Golden of Maine is calling for a ban on assault weapons. Last July, he was one of just 5 Democrats opposing such a measure.
Well, an Idaho judge has denied a request from the legal team of Bryan Kohberger, the man accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students, to have his indictment dismissed.
Yeah, the push was based on an alleged error in juror instructions. NBC's senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has that.
Hey, good morning, guys. If everything had gone as scheduled, I'd be here talking to you about the start of Bryan Kohberger's trial set for this month. Instead, the case has been bogged down with delays for months, but those days could soon be over as 4 families wait for answers.
Just because the courts didn't like.
This morning, the murder trial against Bryan Kohberger moving full speed ahead after a judge in Idaho refused to dismiss the whole case.
I appreciate the argument. I think it's really creative. I am going to deny that argument.
Prosecutors and defense lawyers battling in court for hours Thursday. The judge opting to keep cameras in the courtroom over Kohberger's objection. He's been charged with the stabbing death of 4 University of Idaho students, Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves, in this off-campus home. His defense team arguing the prosecution wrongly instructed the grand jury to indict using a standard of proof lower than required.
There's clearly prejudice in the record that the court can see from what they were being instructed.
The judge finding no support for that claim, saying his hands are tied.
I am constrained by existing law. I can't just change the law.
Much of the legal wrangling in the case has been shrouded in secrecy. Hours of arguments earlier Thursday held behind closed doors.
The grand jury is secret, so that's why it's sealed.
Kohberger's defense team urging the judge to dismiss the case on other grounds as well, suggesting in court papers the grand jury was biased. There was insufficient evidence to charge him, and prosecutors withheld other evidence that could exonerate him. What exactly that evidence might be remains unknown. A judge entered a not guilty plea on Kohberger's behalf in May. The state has said it is seeking the death penalty.
All rise.
Meantime, the families of the victims are anxious for a trial date, as next month marks 1 year since the grisly killings rattled this tight-knit community.
They were amazing, amazing kids in the prime of their life.
The mother of Ethan Chapin appearing at a true crime convention in September with a simple message.
Don't forget these kids.
As for the house where the 4 victims were murdered, it is still standing for now. The university has been paused its plans to demolish it as the court proceedings inch forward. Back to you guys.
All right, Laura, thank you so much. Coming up, we're watching Your Money this morning with some breaking inflation data that's giving us an idea of just how well the U.S. economy is really doing.
And who better to break down those numbers than one half of our amazing Morning News Now economic dream team. He's alone, but he's still great. Investopedia's Caleb Silver.
Caleb came on a Friday for us. Brian, where are you at?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know, and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina. Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Back with some breaking economic data.
So the Personal Consumption Expenditure Price Index, which is another monthly report that measures inflation, out for the month of September, rising by 0.4% on the month. Personal income came in at 0.3%. Personal spending was 0.7% on a monthly basis.
So obviously, Caleb Silver is here, Investopedia's editor-in-chief. We don't know where Brian went. Delinquent on this Friday. I know. Let's frame all the shots with just an empty space next to you. All right, what does this mean? What does this tell us about the economy?
This is exactly where we thought we would be. Inflation has cooled way down from last June when it was at 9%. We got this 3.4% range. We know the Federal Reserve would like to see that at 2.5%. But this is kind of where we're going to be with inflation. Prices have come down to this level, still high for food, still high for shelter, but the Fed looks at PCE, the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index, because it measures a more dynamic view of the economy. They're meeting next week. This will probably tell them this is exactly where we thought we'd be at this point. And the fact that personal income keeps rising tells us that the consumer still has some gas in the tank.
So yesterday, we also then saw GDP up 4.9% year over year, third quarter, better than expected. What were some of the factors that boosted that number?
Spending. We continue to spend aggressively, whether that's on experiences, thank you, Taylor Swift, whether that's on travel, whether that's on groceries, whether that's dining out. We continue to spend. Consumer spending, 70% of GDP here in the U.S., and that is what's keeping the economy going. But if you look at this report, personal income is still growing a little bit, and the savings rate is about 3.4%. Now, back during the pandemic, that was around 18%, but the normal state for personal savings is around 2%. So we're continuing to spend, but we still have some money in the bank by and large across the country.
So as you mentioned, Fed's meeting next week. You also mentioned people probably racking up some interest rates on those credit cards as they keep on spending. What do you think we might see from the Fed next week?
Yeah, the Fed meets in 5 days, 5 hours, and 20 minutes. I'm not counting, but they're not going to raise rates next week. They may not raise rates again this year. The rate raising may be over. Why? Because by all those rate hikes that have happened over the past 20 months, they have a little delayed effect. They are really starting to take effect throughout the economy. If you look at the housing market and the new car market, those are really slow right now. But this is kind of the steady state of inflation. So don't expect that 2.5%, but probably no rate hike but the Fed's going to keep these rates high for a while. So if you have consumer debt, credit card debt, that's going to keep rising. You got to watch your own balance sheet.
Does something have to give here?
It's going to be the consumer. If the consumer stops spending and feels like a recession's coming, or they're worried about their job, or they can't pay their bills, that's going to put the economy in a big break right now. So that's not happening. We continue to spend going into the holiday season. We'll probably see more of that, and then the bills are going to come in the new year, and we'll see how we deal with that.
All right, Caleb, always great to see you. Thanks
for
handling it solo today. We appreciate you.
More financial news. Apple Watches could soon be a little harder to get your hands on.
Silvana Hanau is back with us with more financial headlines. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Yeah, so Apple is facing a potential import ban in the U.S. over a technology dispute involving the company's Apple Watch. Now, the U.S. International Trade Commission decided on Thursday that Apple violated the patent rights of medical technology company Masimo by using light-based technology to read blood oxygen levels. Now, most Apple Watches made after 2020 have this feature. The decision now faces presidential review and possible appeals. The Biden administration has 60 days to potentially overrule the decision. OpenAI, that's the parent company of ChatGPT, is forming a new team to study what it calls the potentially catastrophic risks of the technology. The company says the newly formed preparedness team will track, forecast, and even try to protect against some of the major issues caused by AI, from generating malicious code or phishing attacks to more far-ranging issues like nuclear threats. And as part of the team's work, OpenAI is asking people to send ideas on ways AI can be misused for it to study. The company is offering a $25,000 prize for the top submissions. And companies that make deodorant are benefiting from the pushback to get workers back into the office. Unilever, which makes Axe, Degree, and Dove antiperspirants and deodorant, says it is seeing a 15% rebound in sales now that Americans are spending less time at home and more time at work, guys.
Wait, so people weren't wearing deodorant when they were at home?
I thought the same thing.
I still wore deodorant.
Wait a second, exactly.
There's nobody buying toothpaste either?
Right.
Like, what? Disgusting.
That's we have to do more on that. All right, Silvana, thank you.
Maybe people are like so nervous back at work. They're like, I need more. Yeah, it's so weird.
Piling it on.
Yeah.
Triple
I don't know. That is just, not what I was expecting.
That's always deodorant.
That is scary news in itself, but we've got a particularly spooky edition of our Friday Can't Miss list in store for you.
Oh my gosh, I'm so into this music. With a terrifying video game scare fest that's made its way to the big screen, we've got more on that and all the other can't miss content for you. That was Joe, not part of the soundtrack. For your Halloween weekend. Up next.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hammer delivery.
All right, it just did too.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Welcome back. It's the end of an era, and for many, it's a hard one to bear.
Yes, the beloved giant pandas at the Smithsonian National Zoo are waving their final goodbyes before a long journey home to China. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell is in D.C. with the latest on the giant panda's final bow.
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. Just a couple of weeks left for visitors here to see the giant pandas at the Smithsonian National Zoo before they travel to China with their veterinarian and zookeepers. China owns all of the pandas in the United States, and that contract is ending in December. The National Zoo is sending them a little bit early without giving us a specific date after a half-century of history right here in Washington. Saying goodbye can be unbearable. The beloved giant pandas of the Smithsonian National Zoo so cute. Have long been the most popular attraction here.
I am sad to see them go, but it was neat to see them today.
A sentimental transition is underway for the panda staff.
I see them almost more than I see my family at home, so it's hard not to love your job when you're working with pandas every day.
The big change ends 50 years of panda diplomacy. In 1972, First Lady Pat Nixon welcomed the gift from China.
I am pleased to be here and accept the precious gift of the panda.
Later, China leased pandas to U.S. zoos, and that deal is over, forcing the return of Mei Xiong and Tian Tian after 23 years in Washington, and their cub, Xiao Qi-ji.
Certainly, lots of mixed emotions.
To prepare for a 19-hour flight to China, the pandas are now in crate training.
Oh, look at that. Good girl.
That is the biggest part of preparation for their shipment, is because they're going to be spending hours in that crate. So we want to make sure that they're very comfortable.
Their flight is a kind of Panda Express, operated by FedEx.
FedEx has actually transported 15 pandas on 10 separate flights over the past 2 decades.
With extraordinary in-flight dining, 60 to 80 pounds of bamboo will be served, plus favorite treats.
Mei Xiong really loves her pears, Tian Tian really loves sugarcane, Xiao Qi-ji likes butternut squash, and then they'll all get apples or carrots, sweet potato, things like that.
For fans, their November farewell is bittersweet.
I'm just heartbroken that they're leaving.
When the pandas do leave here in Washington, the zoo plans to renovate their exhibit with the hope that other animals will make it their home soon, and perhaps even other pandas in the future. The only remaining place in the United States will be the Atlanta Zoo with 4 giant pandas. But that contract also ends next year, so the fate of the pandas inside the U.S. is uncertain. Joe, Savannah?
All right, thanks to Kelly O'Donnell. Finally this hour. It is Friday. That means it's time for your weekly can't miss list. And this week we have all the spooky movies and streaming shows you need to see on this Halloween weekend.
That's right. We also have something else we're going to start with, though, with Bravos. Darren Karp, our BFF, our LA lady, back with us.
Always.
I'm in 1989 blue this morning because Taylor has released Taylor's version.
This is Savannah's can't miss list today. As soon as I knew I could talk about it, I was like, how many people did Savannah pay in order for me to talk about this? But it is here. This is not a spooktacular album.
No.
This is actually my favorite Taylor Swift album. So this is the 4th re-recorded album coming from Taylor Swift. This is all in response to her 2019 Masters dispute. But this is her 5th album that she ever created. There's a few secret hidden tracks. How many have you listened to already?
I've listened to all of them, except for, did you know Spotify crashed last night and you couldn't get to the vault tracks and it was like,
Not surprising. Do you have a favorite one? Like, do you like this version? I like that she came out with the song Slut because I feel like it's a direct response into what she's been called over the years. I don't think you were expecting that, Joe.
I was not prepared.
I mean, this is my morning tea for you. But it's a really...
It's like a play on, you know.
It's a... She's making fun of the people who have made fun of her in the past.
Just like
she's taking back power.
On this
what do you think of the album cover? Like, this is...
It's fantastic.
Okay.
She's recreated all these photos. It's just really cool, her reclaiming it. Also, I know you said your favorite song, Bad Blood, right?
Yeah, I love Bad Blood.
I know, and that's on this album.
It's so anthemic.
Back at the time, she released it, and then she released a remix with Kendrick Lamar. She just announced like 20 minutes ago that they re-recorded that too, and she's dropping that. So Kendrick's back.
This is big. Yeah, Joe, have you listened to... Joe is
I know Bad Blood.
unimpressed.
I know Bad Blood.
Okay, let's shake it off.
Is there a Halloween song? Did she do a Halloween song?
Shake it off.
But she loves autumn, so we're in autumn. You like to be autumn vibes.
I do like autumn.
Okay, just give it a listen.
It's so great. We'll hang after.
We'll hang out. You're in your blue.
Office party.
We should talk about Halloween stuff, I guess.
I do have some Halloween
There are
stuff.
some movies, right? Including the one that looks really scary.
Five Nights at Freddy's, which I wasn't really expecting to be kind of creepy, but if you look at this, it's basically about this, you know, troubled, rundown security guard who goes to take this kind of job he's not really expecting. Think like Chuck E. Cheese is what Freddy's really is.
Scary
like,
not that the folks at Chuck E. Cheese want you to think that.
Yeah, back in the day, you know, it's like an animatronic show.
Yeah.
But of course, this is Halloween, so when he takes the job at night, the animatronics come to life, and it's pretty terrifying.
And they're not cuddly.
They're not cuddly.
Wait, this is hysterical.
But like, it's funny because it's so uncomfortable. Like,
but
as I was watching it, yes, it is scary. Josh Hutcherson is in it. It is scary, but it like shouldn't be. Right, but it like shouldn't be, and I'm uncomfortable, but it is a very, very good movie to kind of watch.
I feel like they don't need help making those animatronics scary. So
No,
I can imagine it would be a very quick little leap
It's
to
very Twilight
actually
Zone-y
being
kind
terrifying.
of come to life in a way, yes.
All right, and Wolf Like Me is another one, right?
Wolf Like Me, also on Peacock. Both of those are on Peacock that you can stream. So our sister streaming network, which is great. This stars Josh Gad as well as Isla Fisher. Season 1 was already out, and if you kind of remember, Josh was this single father living in Adelaide, Australia. He was just not capable of emotionally supporting his child, physically supporting his child. He couldn't really be there. Meets Isla Fisher. They have an unexpected friendship. She turns out she's a werewolf, so she's been keeping the secret forever. So this is going to compromise their relationship, and they keep meeting up serendipitously. In the season 2, though, no real spoilers, she does get pregnant with a wolf baby. So this is also good. We're going from Taylor Swift to wolf babies. I love the list this morning. You guys really give me the hard-hitting news.
But this love you just saying it turns out she's a werewolf.
Just, you know, that's what happens.
BTW.
By the way, and she's pregnant with a little wolf baby.
No spoilers, but oh my God.
We have 45 seconds. We want to try and get through whatever else we can.
Yeah, I like this historical romance thriller.
Yeah, this is historical fiction. It's called Fellow Travelers. This is an 8-part series on Showtime. Good-looking guys. These are like political operatives that essentially fall in love during the height of the Lavender Scare of the 1950s. During the McCarthy era, they fall in love at probably one of the worst times that you can probably fall in love. Yeah. They go through everything. They go through all the, kind of think Forrest Gump, but in this love story. So they're going through the Vietnam War. They're going through McCarthyism. They're going through the AIDS epidemic. And their love story is really timeless, but it can be volatile at times. But it's a beautiful, beautiful historical
Got Matt
story.
Bomer, who's great. And we're not going to have time, but there's 2 shows set in Florida called Neon and Pain Hustlers. I'm sure they're great, right?
Reggaeton artist. That's going to be good. Neon on Netflix.
Very cool. Darren, thank you so much.
Love you.
No bad blood here, guys, right? We can shake it off.
Welcome to New York, Darren.
Yes.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
News continues right now.
Is an NBC News special report. Here's Craig Melvin.
We have some breaking news right now. We're about to get an update from officials in Maine on that manhunt for Robert Card. Card is the accused gunman in Wednesday night's deadly shooting rampage at a bar and the bowling alley in the town of Lewiston. We can tell you that overnight a search warrant was executed at a property belonging to the Card family. No arrests were made, but let's listen into law enforcement officials right now.
All that a tremendous amount of law enforcement manpower, time, and effort is being utilized around the clock, literally around the clock, in every effort to apprehend the suspect and as well as to safeguard this community. As the chief of the Lewiston, Maine Police Department, I am extremely thankful for the community's outpouring of support being offered during this tense and trying time. I extend my deepest appreciation for all of our law enforcement partners who have responded from literally around this nation. Again, I will ask the community to be as patient as possible with this process, realizing that there are many, many moving parts and coordination of efforts involved between multiple agencies. We will attempt to provide as much information possible as this investigation proceeds forward. I would also like to acknowledge and thank the many businesses, restaurant owners, individuals who have provided meals and other essential items to support an investigation of this magnitude. Following this press conference, details will be shared regarding counseling locations, where somebody can make a donation if necessary or asked, and the hosting of several different vigils. On behalf of the hundreds of law enforcement officers who have descended upon our great city over the last 3 days, we want to extend our heartfelt support as well as our sympathies to the victims and families involved in this senseless tragedy. Thank you, and I'll turn it back over to Mike.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. So I guess for starters, I want to make sure that we always take a moment to acknowledge the victims, their families, and how this is negatively impacting the state of Maine, the city of Lewiston, and really our entire country. We know when these things occur around our country, we are all so incredibly focused on what happened, and then we try to get to the why. And there are certainly times when we can't quite figure out the why, because every one of these situations is so tragic, so outside of the norm, that it makes it difficult for community members of all types in all locations, East Coast, West Coast, it doesn't matter, to fathom how these kind of things can occur in the greatest country in the world. So we're going to continue to work towards that. And as a piece of this, I wanted to come in and really speak to the partnership that we are committed to have with you. And as we start to really flow into an operational period, we have more of a pattern to see what we're doing day in and day out. I'm going to commit to you to have a morning briefing every day at 10 o'clock right here in this location. As you can imagine, some of those briefings may be longer than others, but I want you to know that you're going to see us in the morning. And we're going to go over what happened overnight, and we're going to kind of talk about what the plan of the day is. And I'll speak to that plan of the day here in just a second. I would also say that we will certainly be considering afternoon briefings as well. If something new came up or something that we believe would be helpful for you to know and the communities to know, then we'll get back to you. Either way, you will receive a communication from our PIO, Shannon Moss, either saying we're going to have a briefing or we're not, so that you kind of have some idea what your day and your afternoon is going to look like as well. So I would also say that these daily briefings, as you can imagine, will be more operational in nature, that our families, our communities, our loved ones are always going to be in the forefront of our mind and certainly in our hearts. But we do want to talk to you about this is what we're going to do, this is what we did, because I know that's incredibly important to you. And then you're going to share that appropriately with your viewers, with your readers. And that's going to help everybody start that healing process as well. I know that information is power. You also know that there's going to be times that I won't be able to give you all the information that you need, or certainly that you want. And that won't be done because we're just not going to tell them. That's going to be done because from an operational standpoint or a tactical standpoint, there are safety concerns that I have for our first responders and that we all have for our community members. So please keep that in mind. I will go back to like a Q&A kind of a period. We want to allow that opportunity, and we're going to try to do the best we can. But if in my mind the math starts leading to, well, I'm going to get asked 10 questions and I can't answer 9 of them, then maybe that's counterproductive to a certain extent. So we're going to try to front load as much information as we can, again, with these particular sessions. So that is kind of the plan moving forward. And to speak to today's briefing in particular, I would tell you that the overnight hours, and we are on 24/7, and we will be until the suspect in this case, again, is brought to justice. So overnight, our officers, our investigators, and that's investigating, I say our, I'm talking about local, county, state, federal, all of our partners, been continuing to work 530 plus tips and leads that have come in from the general public, from a number of communities, a number of different relationships. And as you can imagine, those vary greatly. Depending on that individual's knowledge of what happened and what they want us to do about that. So we're continuing to check those things off the list as we go. We're also continuing to do searches at the 2 primary venues here, the one being Schmenschie's Bar and Grill, and the second being the Spare Time Bowling Alley. I will tell you that it's going to be easy to think, well, how come, what's taking them so long to work these scenes, right? And because everything we watch gets solved in an hour and it's all taken care of. But in order for us to do our jobs, to be professional about what we do, be respectful of the victims and the families that we're working with in the process within which we work. We have to take our time. We're going to be processing every square inch of these facilities. Not only do you have the victims in question, but every one of those rounds that got fired need to be investigated. Every one of those cartridges that lays on the ground needs to be collected. The vehicles that are in those parking lots, everything that we do around this, we need to be careful. We need to be professional, and that's what we're committed to do. So I would expect that we're still days away from completing those particular investigations, those particular crime scenes. So you'll continue to see us at those locations without question. And because of that, there are also affidavits, and affidavits are essentially the first step in a search warrant or an arrest warrant or whatever that looks like. So we're continuing to draft affidavits ultimately for search warrants around any kind of digital media that we're hoping to attain or investigate. That could be phones, that could be computers, that could be video from any location. So our officers, our investigators continue to work on that material. And so that's a lot of that stuff overnight, as well as using that 3 o'clock, that 4 o'clock in the morning, using that time frame to kind of plan out what the next day is going to look like. So we've trying to get some people rotated through for operational periods. We're going to get them some rest. Now let's plan what the next day is going to look like. We have a morning briefing, which kind of kicks off and says, this is what's going to happen. We need a team to go do this. We need a team to go do that. This is who our team leads are. This is the process. And then we let those folks loose to go do the good work. And we're going to try to share some of that information with you. So as we discuss that, we have some maps and some other additional information up here with us right now. I will talk about a couple of these locations here to the best of my ability. Obviously, there's a lot of us here, and this isn't ideal as far as these maps go. But if you look at this boat launch overview as an example, this dot here is that Lisbon boat launch area that we've discussed. That's where the suspect's vehicle was located ultimately, that white Subaru station wagon. And I will also say that we'll have these 3 primary maps, but this QR code here, and whether you can get it from your seats or come up after the fact, will give the digital version of those, so you have those readily available. You certainly understand how all of that works. So we talk about that boat launch area, and that particular location is 501 Lisbon Street. Pejebscott Landing. Pejebscott Landing is at this location. I believe we have some of our friends from the media that are out in that area now. And what will happen in this general location today is that we will be putting divers in the water along that Androscoggin River, which you see here. And that's going to look like a couple of different things. So the very first thing that you're going to see out there is you're going to see some air resources that will fly over this particular area, and they're looking to see what can we clear from the air. Do I have to put divers in that particular area, or can I tell from the top, based on the current and how muddy the water is and all those other things, can I see to the very bottom here? So that's going to start this entire process. Then there's going to be some screening and some divers that are actually in the water that may start on this side by the boat launch and will continue on this side. I would envision at some point that we'll be moving over to these particular locations here for ground searches as well. So that's gonna look like a bunch of different things. So they could be dragging a diver behind them, literally, while that diver is checking for evidence, checking for potential bodies. And I would also say that while this is going to look like a major focus today with a lot of people, we have a lot of other irons in the fire. So I'm not saying that the suspect, we know the suspect is in the water and this is what we're doing. What I'm telling you is you're going to see a lot of activity here, and I'm going to tell you that in advance. We've got nothing to hide in that regard at all. So then you're going to have some sonar as well that's going to be utilized here. And that can
authorities revealing there that they are working some 500+ tips, continuing searches at both shooting scenes. Bottom line, though, the suspect, the 40-year-old Robert Card remains at large. The manhunt ongoing. We'll keep you up to speed here. We'll return most of you to normal programming. I'm Craig Melvin. This has been an NBC News special report.
The amount of force being used makes hell sound pleasant. The health ministry in Gaza, run by Hamas, says more than 7,000 Palestinians have been killed so far. Our crew in southern Gaza witnessed an Israeli airstrike and rushed toward it. A boy is rescued from the rubble, but a girl remains trapped. She's eventually freed, and our cameraman caught up with her in an ambulance. She's dazed. At a hospital, she's treated on the floor, given air, and comes around as she's cleaned. She says her name is Miral and asks if her father is alive. The medic tells her he's fine, but doesn't know. The Israeli military says it's preparing to fight Hamas in the militants' network of tunnels under the Gaza Strip. It's a dangerous and complicated mission, especially since that's where freed hostages say they were kept. Israel increasing its estimate of the hostages in Gaza this morning to 229. The Israeli public is increasingly divided over the full offensive. A poll this morning saying 49% of Israelis saying Israel should wait. In Tel Aviv, families of hostages are growing frustrated, saying they're being forgotten in the push to expand the war.
Before the army getting inside Gaza, there is much more important thing to bring them back.
A small amount of aid did get into Gaza this morning, but still no fuel needed to power generators at hospitals. Israel isn't allowing fuel in, saying it could go to Hamas.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much.
Well, human rights groups are sounding the alarm about a major crackdown by Israeli authorities on Arab citizens who live in Israel that have been speaking out against the bombing of Gaza. NBC's Josh Letterman spoke with some Arabs in Israel about their experiences and their fears.
The Israeli city of Ramleh, Arabs and Jews have been living, working, and raising families on the same land for centuries. Yusuf El-Shamli, a grandfather and one of Israel's Arab citizens, says his family has been here for 80 years. But these days, Yusuf fears if he says one word about the suffering of Arabs in Gaza, the Shin Bet, Israel's internal security service, will arrest him. I ask him how it feels to be an Arab in Israel during a war. He says, we Arabs in Israel are like a divorced couple. The kids don't know where to go, to mom or to dad. We're in the middle. Since the Israel-Gaza war started, human rights groups say hundreds of Arabs have been fired, suspended from universities, or even arrested, accused of supporting terror or sympathizing with Hamas, mostly on social media. Israel's police chief has declared zero tolerance for inciting violence and pro-Hamas protests, saying on TikTok, anyone who wants to identify with Gaza, go ahead. I'll put them on buses and send them there. And the president of Tel Aviv University has vowed to be very strict with students who support Hamas. writing, "When we feel the offense is criminal in nature, we shall report them to the police." Hassan Jabareen runs Adala, an Arab human rights group representing 80 students who have been suspended or expelled.
We are trying to explain that these people have the right of freedom of expression to express their anger against the war and to criticize Israel, but has nothing to do with supporting violence against Israelis.
Amir, not his real name, was threatened with disciplinary proceedings after a social media post suggesting the historical oppression of Palestinians had led to the Israel-Gaza war.
What was the response to that post?
Well, the response was people accusing me of justifying terrorism. The university has sent me an email basically saying that they have reason to believe that I am supporting the actions of a certain side over the other.
The side of Hamas, whose terror attacks killed more than 1,400 people and triggered an Israeli response that many Arab citizens say includes an unprecedented crackdown on free speech. Amir, who says he opposes violence against civilians, requested anonymity because he says he's concerned about even more retaliation for speaking out about what happened.
How risky is it for you to be speaking out right now?
I mean, everyone is terrified.
Other Arab students have reported being doxxed, their home addresses posted on social media. And popular Palestinian singer Dalal Abu Amna was detained for 2 days, then placed under house arrest, her lawyer says, after posting a Palestinian flag emoji and the Muslim phrase, "There is no victor but God." She later took it down, but says in a new post, "They tried to strip me of my humanity, silence my voice, and humiliate me in every way." Since the war started, Israel's police says they've investigated 110 cases of incitement on social media and arrested 90 people. At least 17 have already been indicted. Most, if not all, are believed to be Arabs, although the police haven't said. Israel police telling NBC News these acts of incitement present a significant threat to the stability of public order and the overall tranquility within our communities. In a nation of nearly 10 million people, roughly 2 million are Arab, about a fifth of the population.
In many mixed cities in Israel, there are mosques right next to synagogues. Some Arabs who are also Israeli citizens say they feel caught between conflicting identities.
Back in Ramla, Yusuf El-Shamali is at the bustling shuk, or market, buying vegetables from Moshe, who he's known for 30 years. He tells me what you see in the media, Jews and Arabs always at odds, isn't what you see in the market. Here's a Jew. Here's a Jew. I'm an Arab. They're Arabs. Yusuf says, here in a mixed city, we're family. The problem, you see, is government.
Our thanks to Josh Lutterman for that report.
Breaking overnight, the U.S. says it launched airstrikes on Iranian-linked targets in Syria. The Defense Department says the strikes were retaliation for a series of drone attacks on American military bases in the region. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more on that. Gabe, good morning.
Joe, good morning. A senior U.S. military official says the two locations hit overnight were a weapons storage area and an ammunition facility in Syria. It is not clear yet whether there were any casualties. Overnight, a dramatic retaliation. The U.S. striking two facilities in eastern Syria that the Pentagon says were used by groups linked to Iran. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin calling them self-defense strikes that were a response to a series of recent drone attacks against U.S. forces. The Pentagon says there have been at least 19 attacks on U.S. bases in Iraq and Syria in the last 9 days. 21 personnel have been injured. These strikes meant to deter Iran, which the U.S. says backs the groups launching the attacks. Austin saying, quote, Iran wants to deny its role in these attacks against our forces. We will not let them.
We know that these are Iranian-backed militia groups that are supported by Iran, and of course we hold Iran responsible for these groups.
The new U.S. airstrikes come after President Biden delivered this stark warning to Iran's leader on Wednesday.
My warning to the Ayatollah was that if they continue to move against those troops, we will respond, and he should be prepared.
Amid rising tensions in the region, the Biden administration is walking a fine line, hitting Iranian-backed groups suspected of targeting the U.S. in an effort to deter future aggression, but not wanting to provoke a wider war. A senior administration official telling NBC News that these strikes were entirely separate from the current U.S. diplomacy surrounding the Israel-Hamas war, adding they have to do with restoring deterrence and going after the facilities that targeted our people. No response yet from Iran, Joe.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much.
We've got much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including our continuing coverage of those tragic mass shootings in Maine and how everyday Americans are reacting to seemingly endless violence.
But first, after the break, cleanup efforts are underway in Mexico this morning in the wake of Hurricane Otis, a historic Category 5 storm. We'll bring you the latest from there next.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right?
5 seconds.
There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery.
All right, it just fit.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just fit.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. Cleanup efforts in Acapulco, Mexico have begun as officials begin assessing the damage left behind by Hurricane Otis. The historic Category 5 storm slammed the coast early Wednesday morning, making it the strongest hurricane to ever hit the eastern Pacific coast. Telemundo's Julio Vaquero has the latest.
Utter devastation in Acapulco. At least 27 dead after a Category 5 hurricane slammed into the popular Mexican tourist destination, home to nearly 1 million people. I'm not sure how we are alive, he says, but we are. Explosive Hurricane Otis, now the strongest storm ever to hit Mexico's Pacific coast. Otis more than doubled its strength just hours before landfall, leaving residents and tourists with little time to prepare. Some of the worst damage along the city's waterfront, where 165-mile-per-hour winds shredded high-rise buildings and left the streets choked with mud and debris. The exterior of this hotel room, 21 stories up, ripped clean off as the terrified guests sheltered inside. With its streets underwater and power out for hundreds of thousands, Mexican authorities are now scrambling to assess the damage and provide relief. Our house was a total loss, this woman said, as desperate residents fend for themselves. The devastation in Acapulco has no precedent. This is one of the most famous and most important resorts in Mexico. Its recovery will be a huge challenge for the Mexican government and for President Andrés Manuel López Obrador. For now, we still don't really understand the scope of the damage.
All right, Julio, thank you so much. We're heading now into the weekend here with some possible record high temps in store from the Midwest to the east.
That's right. Angie Lastman is here with the latest. Hey, Angie.
Hey, guys, what's up? We've got, I'll tell you, some summer-like conditions here across much of the country. We're talking 80-degree temperatures in a lot of spots. We've got St. Louis, Little Rock, Nashville, Roanoke, Washington, all headed to the 80s today. These temperatures will, in some spots, flirt with the records, of course. And we've got upper 70s for Syracuse, running more than 20 degrees above normal for this time of year, and even across portions of the Great Lakes, mid-70s in Detroit today. We will deal with some rain in a couple of these spots, but still some really warm temperatures out ahead of that storm system that's going to be a little problematic, make it a little bumpy for us as we get into the weekend. As we look ahead to tomorrow, more of the same. We, of course, start to see some of that cooler air filtering in behind the system, but folks up and down the East Coast, from Augusta down to Wilmington and into Savannah, you'll see temperatures running way warm. We've got 80s on tap once again tomorrow from Richmond to Savannah, Birmingham, Nashville, all included in that as well. Upper 70s for Detroit, and we'll see numerous record highs likely across that region again for tomorrow. Now, as we look ahead into next week, Sunday really into Monday, that's when we start to see things shift. The pattern changes up a little bit as that system works a little closer. We'll go from the upper 70s in Nashville on Sunday to the mid 50s on Monday, and even chillier than that by Tuesday. Similar story for New York. Upper 50s Sunday. We'll kind of flirt with those mid 60s Mondays, but we'll be back to the 50s on Tuesday, and we go from the 80s to the 50s in just a couple of days in Richmond. So we'll start to see that cooler, more fall-like air start to filter in behind the system once it works a little farther to the east. In the meantime, we've got rain that we're watching through the day today from the Midwest down through parts of the southern plains. We've got frost and freeze conditions happening out west, and we've got great conditions up and down the East Coast. So I showed you those really warm, nice conditions that we'll deal with. We'll stay dry through the day today for most locations as well. But notice what happens here across parts of the Midwest and into the plains. We've got the showers that we're going to track from that system working a little farther to the east. And then especially as we get into tomorrow, big batch of moisture starts to surge into that region. The southern plains will deal with some heavy rain, as well as the potential for some kind of an icy mix, even some snow in that region. And then we'll start to see this shift a little farther to the east here as we get into Sunday. So Sunday will be the day that we deal with some showers across parts of the Northeast and New England. Looking ahead to the rest of the weekend, I think the record highs will be something that will get your attention tomorrow across the east. Out west, it looks really quiet, too, for your Saturday, so outdoor plans should be good to go there. We'll deal with the Santa Ana winds out there, though, on Sunday, so heads up for that. And then, of course, that flood risk and the rain that we'll see across much of the country here on Sunday. The southeast looks pretty nice on Sunday, though, so you'll have plenty of warmth and sunshine to go around. And if you're looking ahead to Halloween evening, we've got some spooky showers, guys. Some scary snow across parts of the Great Lakes. I know, it is scary to say snow across the Great Lakes and on Halloween evening. We don't want that. We don't want to wear jackets for our costumes.
No, umbrellas ruin everyone's costumes.
Look at this music.
Look at LA.
72
in LA on Halloween evening. 80s in Miami. You might deal with some showers, but Minneapolis, 32 degrees.
Wow.
I have a feeling kids are going to be in coats.
Yeah, but if you're from Minnesota, you remember the Halloween blizzard many, many, many years ago. 30 inches of snow.
Oh,
nothing will ever top that on
Did
Halloween.
you trick or treat?
Inches.
I think we started to, and then we made our way into
Yeah,
it.
you're like, this is. Oh my gosh.
When I went to school in Boulder, it always snows before Halloween every year. It's like a thing you know, and everybody's in these little costumes and these coats. It's ridiculous.
It was devastating as a kid in Detroit when it would snow and you'd have to wear a coat and ruin my costume.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks,
Angie. Wow, that was so fun and festive. All right, let's get you some international headlines now, starting with a close call involving a U.S. Air Force bomber and a Chinese fighter jet over the South China Sea.
NBC News correspondent David Noriega joins us with that and other world headlines. David, good morning.
Yeah, guys, good morning. So a Chinese fighter jet flew within 10 feet of a U.S. bomber over the South China Sea this week. That's according to the U.S. Defense Department. The Pentagon also said that the Chinese plane was flying at an uncontrolled, excessive speed. As you know, the South China Sea is the site of territorial disputes between China and other countries, and in the past, China has demanded that the U.S. stop these military flyovers in the area. Next, more than 1,600 migrants arrived on Spain's Canary Islands in the last week, including on one boat that was carrying 320 people. That's a record for a single vessel on this migrant route, according to the Spanish state news agency. These islands are off the coast of Africa, but they belong to Spain, which means that migrants who set foot there can then go on to seek asylum in mainland Europe. And finally, Maggie Smith, she's the 88-year-old actor who's known for playing Professor McGonagall in the Harry Potter movies. is the latest model for luxury fashion brand Loewe. The photos of Smith for the brand's spring and summer 2024 campaign were shot by Jürgen Teller, and they blew up the moment they hit social media. Back to you guys.
Love Maggie Smith.
Love that. What a great idea. That's awesome. All right, David, thank you so much.
Coming up, contextualizing tragedy.
After the break, we'll take a closer look at how gun violence is affecting more and more everyday Americans and the mounting frustration over a perceived lack of action that's coming along with it. That's next on Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The mass shooting in Lewiston, Maine is the latest in a disturbing trend of gun violence in our nation. According to the Gun Violence Archive, there have been 565 mass shootings nationwide so far this year, killing 597 people. And the archive says, based on data, the U.S. is on pace for 700 shootings this year. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk takes a closer look at the gun violence epidemic.
Another community ripped apart by America's gun crisis.
Frustrated, worried. We know a close friend has passed.
At least 18 lives lost in the Lewiston, Maine mass shooting. The 565th mass shooting in 2023, and the deadliest so far this year, according to the National Gun Violence Archive, which defines a mass shooting as at least 4 victims shot, excluding the shooter.
Pray for the families, pray for these victims. God, things have got to change. We have to start doing better.
That grief felt across the country, time and time and time again, with more than 35,000 people killed by gun violence so far this year. Families in Monterey Park, California, still recovering from the horrific killing of 11 people at a dance hall studio that took place just 3 weeks into the new year. Flowers and pictures lining the entrance of an elementary school in Nashville after 6 people, including 3 children, were shot and killed there in March. And a community in Allen, Texas, grieving the 9 murdered at an outlet mall in May, and now calling for change. The heartbreak and anger in Lewiston, Maine also felt less than 300 miles away in Newtown, Connecticut.
We know that gun violence is preventable. We need to do more to stand up to this issue, to enact safe laws, and to create the safe communities that we all deserve. So I'm incredibly saddened, but also very angry.
Nicole Hockley watching another mass shooting unfold, nearly 11 years after her 6-year-old son Dylan was killed along with his 19 classmates and 6 teachers at Sandy Hook Elementary School.
I just wish my little boy was back by my side. He would be turning 18 in a couple of months. And I often think about how tall he might be now, or he'd be a senior in high school, what life experiences might be ahead from him. And I'll never know because he's frozen at 6.
Hockley turning her anguish into action, helping launch Sandy Hook Promise, a nonprofit that works to protect children from gun violence through programs and bipartisan policy.
No one should feel unsafe wherever they go, whether it's their school or their bowling alley. Everyone should be and feel safe, and we have the power to make that happen.
More families impacted by senseless gun violence, and the nation once again united in grief.
Our thanks to Stephanie Gosk for that report. In the wake of Wednesday's shooting, Representative Jared Golden of Maine is calling for a ban on assault weapons. Last July, he was one of just 5 Democrats opposing such a measure.
Well, an Idaho judge has denied a request from the legal team of Bryan Kohberger, the man accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students, to have his indictment dismissed.
Yeah, the push was based on an alleged error in juror instructions. NBC's senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has that.
Hey, good morning, guys. If everything had gone as scheduled, I'd be here talking to you about the start of Bryan Kohberger's trial set for this month. Instead, the case has been bogged down with delays for months, but those days could soon be over as 4 families wait for answers.
Just because the courts didn't like.
This morning, the murder trial against Bryan Kohberger moving full speed ahead after a judge in Idaho refused to dismiss the whole case.
I appreciate the argument. I think it's really creative. I am going to deny that argument.
Prosecutors and defense lawyers battling in court for hours Thursday. The judge opting to keep cameras in the courtroom over Kohberger's objection. He's been charged with the stabbing death of 4 University of Idaho students, Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves, in this off-campus home. His defense team arguing the prosecution wrongly instructed the grand jury to indict using a standard of proof lower than required.
There's clearly prejudice in the record that the court can see from what they were being instructed.
The judge finding no support for that claim, saying his hands are tied.
I am constrained by existing law. I can't just change the law.
Much of the legal wrangling in the case has been shrouded in secrecy. Hours of arguments earlier Thursday held behind closed doors.
The grand jury is secret, so that's why it's sealed.
Kohberger's defense team urging the judge to dismiss the case on other grounds as well, suggesting in court papers the grand jury was biased. There was insufficient evidence to charge him, and prosecutors withheld other evidence that could exonerate him. What exactly that evidence might be remains unknown. A judge entered a not guilty plea on Kohberger's behalf in May. The state has said it is seeking the death penalty.
All rise.
Meantime, the families of the victims are anxious for a trial date, as next month marks 1 year since the grisly killings rattled this tight-knit community.
They were amazing, amazing kids in the prime of their life.
The mother of Ethan Chapin appearing at a true crime convention in September with a simple message.
Don't forget these kids.
As for the house where the 4 victims were murdered, it is still standing for now. The university has been paused its plans to demolish it as the court proceedings inch forward. Back to you guys.
All right, Laura, thank you so much. Coming up, we're watching Your Money this morning with some breaking inflation data that's giving us an idea of just how well the U.S. economy is really doing.
And who better to break down those numbers than one half of our amazing Morning News Now economic dream team. He's alone, but he's still great. Investopedia's Caleb Silver.
Caleb came on a Friday for us. Brian, where are you at?
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
No, what is in the drug supply?
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Back with some breaking economic data.
So the Personal Consumption Expenditure Price Index, which is another monthly report that measures inflation, out for the month of September, rising by 0.4% on the month. Personal income came in at 0.3%. Personal spending was 0.7% on a monthly basis.
So obviously, Caleb Silver is here, Investopedia's editor-in-chief. We don't know where Brian went, delinquent on this Friday. I know, let's frame all the shots with just an empty space next to you. All right, what does this mean? What does this tell us about the economy?
This is exactly where we thought we would be. Inflation has cooled way down from last June when it was at 9%. We got this 3.4% range. We know the Federal Reserve would like to see that at 2.5%. But this is kind of where we're going to be with inflation. Prices have come down to this level, still high for food, still high for shelter, but the Fed looks at PCE, the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index, because it measures a more dynamic view of the economy. They're meeting next week. This will probably tell them this is exactly where we thought we'd be at this point. And the fact that personal income keeps rising tells us that the consumer still has some gas in the tank.
So yesterday, we also then saw GDP up 4.9% year over year, third quarter, better than expected. What were some of the factors that boosted that number?
Spending. We continue to spend aggressively, whether that's on experiences, thank you, Taylor Swift, whether that's on travel, whether that's on groceries, whether that's dining out. We continue to spend. Consumer spending, 70% of GDP here in the U.S., and that is what's keeping the economy going. But if you look at this report, personal income is still growing a little bit, and the savings rate is about 3.4%. Now, back during the pandemic, that was around 18%, but the normal state for personal savings is around 2%. So we're continuing to spend, but we still have some money in the bank by and large across the country.
So as you mentioned, Fed's meeting next week. You also mentioned people probably racking up some interest rates on those credit cards as they keep on spending. What do you think we might see from the Fed next week?
Yeah, the Fed meets in 5 days, 5 hours, and 20 minutes. I'm not counting, but they're not going to raise rates next week. They may not raise rates again this year. The rate raising may be over. Why? Because by all those rate hikes that have happened over the past 20 months, they have a little delayed effect. They are really starting to take effect throughout the economy. If you look at the housing market and the new car market, those are really slow right now. But this is kind of the steady state of inflation. So don't expect that 2.5%, but probably no rate hike. But the Fed's going to keep these rates high for a while. So if you have consumer debt, credit card debt, that's going to keep rising. You got to watch your own balance sheet.
Does something have to give here?
It's going to be the consumer. If the consumer stops spending and feels like a recession's coming, or they're worried about their job, or they can't pay their bills, that's going to put the economy in a big break right now. So that's not happening. We continue to spend going into the holiday season. We'll probably see more of that, and then the bills are going to come in the new year. We'll see how we deal with that.
All right, Caleb, always great to see you. Thanks for
you.
handling it solo today. We appreciate you.
More financial news. Apple Watches could soon be a little harder to get your hands on.
Silvana Hanau is back with us with more financial headlines. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Yeah, so Apple is facing a potential import ban in the U.S. over a technology dispute involving the company's Apple Watch. Now, the U.S. International Trade Commission decided on Thursday that Apple violated the patent rights of medical technology company Masimo by using light-based technology to read blood oxygen levels. Now, most Apple Watches made after 2020 have this feature. The decision now faces presidential review and possible appeals. The Biden administration has 60 days to potentially overrule the decision. OpenAI, that's the parent company of ChatGPT, is forming a new team to study what it calls the potentially catastrophic risks of the technology. The company says the newly formed preparedness team will track, forecast, and even try to protect against some of the major issues caused by AI, from generating malicious code or phishing attacks to more far-ranging issues like nuclear threats. And as part of the team's work, OpenAI is asking people to send ideas on ways AI can be misused for it to study. The company is offering a $25,000 prize for the top submissions. And companies that make deodorant are benefiting from the pushback to get workers back into the office. Unilever, which makes Axe, Degree, and Dove antiperspirants and deodorant, says it is seeing a 15% rebound in sales now that Americans are spending less time at home and more time at work, guys.
Wait, so people weren't wearing deodorant when they were at home?
I thought the same thing.
Still wore deodorant.
I was like, wait a second, exactly.
There's nobody buying toothpaste either?
Right.
Like, what? Disgusting.
We have to do more on that. All right, Savannah, thank you.
Maybe people are like so nervous back at work. They're like, I need more. Yeah, it's so weird.
Piling it on.
Yeah.
Triple
That is just, that is not what I was expecting.
That's always deodorant.
That is scary news in itself, but we've got a particularly spooky edition of our Friday Can't Miss list in store for you.
Oh my gosh, I'm so into this music. With a terrifying video game scare fest that's made its way to the big screen, we've got more on that and all the other can't miss content for you. That was Joe, not part of the soundtrack. For your Halloween weekend. Up next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News Special Report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. It's the end of an era, and for many, it's a hard one to bear.
Yes, the beloved giant pandas at the Smithsonian National Zoo are waving their final goodbyes before a long journey home to China. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell is in D.C. with the latest on the giant panda's final bow.
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. Just a couple of weeks left for visitors here to see the giant pandas at the Smithsonian National Zoo before they travel to China with their veterinarian and zookeepers. China owns all of the pandas in the United States, and that contract is ending in December. The National Zoo is sending them a little bit early without giving us a specific date after a half-century of history right here in Washington. Saying goodbye can be unbearable. The beloved giant pandas of the Smithsonian National Zoo so cute. Have long been the most popular attraction here.
I am sad to see them go, but it was neat to see them today.
A sentimental transition is underway for the panda staff.
I see them almost more than I see my family at home, so it's hard not to love your job when you're working with pandas every day.
The big change ends 50 years of panda diplomacy. In 1972, First Lady Pat Nixon welcomed the gift from China.
I am pleased to be here and accept the precious gift of the panda.
Later, China leased pandas to U.S. zoos, and that deal is over, forcing the return of Mei Xiong and Tian Tian after 23 years in Washington, and their cub, Xiao Qi-ji.
Certainly, lots of mixed emotions.
To prepare for a 19-hour flight to China, the pandas are now in crate training.
Oh, look at that. Good girl.
That is the biggest part of preparation for their shipment, is because they're going to be spending hours in that crate. So we want to make sure that they're very comfortable.
Their flight is a kind of Panda Express, operated by FedEx.
FedEx has actually transported 15 pandas on 10 separate flights over the past 2 decades.
With extraordinary in-flight dining, 60 to 80 pounds of bamboo will be served, plus favorite treats.
Mei Shang really loves her pears, Tian Tian really loves sugarcane, Xiao Shiji likes butternut squash, and then they'll all get apples or carrots, sweet potato, things like that.
For fans, their November farewell is bittersweet.
I'm just heartbroken that they're leaving.
When the pandas do leave here in Washington, the zoo plans to renovate their exhibit with the hope that other animals will make it their home soon, and perhaps even other pandas in the future. The only remaining place in the United States will be the Atlanta Zoo with 4 giant pandas. But that contract also ends next year, so the fate of the pandas inside the U.S. is uncertain. Joe, Savannah?
All right, thanks to Kelly O'Donnell. Finally this hour. It is Friday. That means it's time for your weekly can't miss list. And this week we have all the spooky movies and streaming shows you need to see on this Halloween weekend.
That's right. We also have something else we're going to start with, though, with Bravo's. Darren Karp, our BFF, our LA lady, back with us.
Always.
I'm in 1989 blue this morning because Taylor has released Taylor's version.
This is Savannah's can't miss list today. As soon as I knew I could talk about it, I was like, how many people did Savannah pay in order for me to talk about this? But it is here. This is not a spooktacular album.
No.
This is actually my favorite Taylor Swift album. So this is the 4th re-recorded album coming from Taylor Swift. This is all in response to her 2019 Masters dispute. But this is her 5th album that she ever created. There's a few secret hidden tracks. How many have you listened to already?
I've listened to all of them, except for, did you know Spotify crashed last night and you couldn't get to the vault tracks and it was like,
Not surprising. Do you have a favorite one? Like, do you like this version? I like that she came out with the song Slut because I feel like it's a direct response into what she's been called over the years. I don't think you were expecting that, Joe. I was
not prepared.
I mean, this is my morning tea for you. But it's a really...
It's like a play on, you know.
It's a... She's making fun of the people who have made fun of her in the past.
Just like
she's taking back power.
On this
what do you think of the album cover? Like, this is...
It's fantastic.
Okay.
She's recreated all these photos. It's just really cool, her reclaiming it. Also, I know you said your favorite song, Bad Blood, right?
Yeah, I love Bad Blood.
I know, and that's on this album.
It's so anthemic.
Back at the time, she released it, and then she released a remix with Kendrick Lamar. She just announced like 20 minutes ago that they re-recorded that too, and she's dropping that. So Kendrick's back.
This is big. Yeah, Joe, have you listened to... Joe is
I know Bad Blood.
unimpressed.
I know Bad Blood.
Okay, let's shake it up.
Is there a Halloween song? Did she do a Halloween song?
Shake it up.
But she loves autumn, so we're in autumn. You like to be autumn vibes.
I do like autumn.
Okay, just give it a listen.
It's so great. We'll hang after.
We'll hang out. You're in your blue.
Office party.
We should talk about Halloween stuff, I guess.
I do have some Halloween
There are
stuff.
some movies, right? Including the one that looks really scary.
Five Nights at Freddy's, which I wasn't really expecting to be kind of creepy, but if you look at this, it's basically about this, you know, troubled, rundown security guard who goes to take this kind of job he's not really expecting. Think like Chuck E. Cheese is what Freddy's really is.
Scary
like,
not that the folks at Chuck E. Cheese want you to think that.
Yeah, back in the day. You know, it's like an animatronic show.
Yeah.
But of course, this is Halloween, so when he takes the job at night, the animatronics come to life.
Of
and
course.
It's pretty terrifying.
And they're not cuddly.
They're not cuddly.
Wait, this is hysterical.
But like, it's funny because it's so uncomfortable. Like,
but
as I was watching it, yes, it is scary. Josh Hutcherson is in it. It is scary, but it like shouldn't be. Right, but it like shouldn't be, and I'm uncomfortable, but it is a very, very good movie to kind of watch.
I feel like they don't need help making those animatronics scary. So no, I can imagine it would be a very quick little leap
to Twilight
actually
Zone
being terrifying.
Kind of come to life in a way, yes.
All right, and Wolf Like Me is another one, right?
Wolf Like Me, also on Peacock. Both of those are on Peacock that you can stream, so our sister streaming network, which is great. This stars Josh Gad as well as Isla Fisher. Season 1 was already out, and if you kind of remember, Josh was this single father living in Adelaide, Australia. He was just not capable of emotionally supporting his child, physically supporting his child. He couldn't really be there. Meets Isla Fisher. They have an unexpected friendship. She turns out she's a werewolf, so she's been keeping the secret forever. So this is going to compromise their relationship, and they keep meeting up serendipitously. In the season 2, though, no real spoilers, she does get pregnant with a wolf baby. So this is also good. We're going from Taylor Swift to wolf babies. I love the list this morning. You guys really give me the hard-hitting news.
But this love you just saying it turns out she's a werewolf.
Just, you know, that's what happens.
BTW.
By the way, and she's pregnant with a little wolf baby.
baby.
No spoilers, but oh my God.
We have 45 seconds. We want to try and get through whatever else we can.
Yeah, I like this historical romance thriller.
Yeah, this is historical fiction. It's called Fellow Travelers. This is an 8-part series on Showtime. Good-looking guys. These are like political operatives that essentially fall in love during the height of the Lavender Scare of the 1950s, during the McCarthy era. They fall in love at probably one of the worst times that you can probably fall in love. Yep. They go through everything. They go through all the, kind of think Forrest Gump, but in this love story. So they're going through the Vietnam War, they're going through McCarthyism, they're going through the AIDS epidemic, and their love story is really timeless, but it can be volatile at times. But it's a beautiful, beautiful historical
Got Matt
story.
Bomer, who's great. And we're not going to have time, but there's 2 shows set in Florida called Neon and Pain Hustlers. I'm sure they're great, right?
Reggaeton artist, that's going to be good. Neon on Netflix.
Very cool. Darren, thank you so much.
Love you.
No bad blood here, guys, right? We can shake it off.
Welcome to New York, Darren.
Yes.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
News continues right now.
Hello there, everyone, and good Friday. I'm Morgan Radford. Vicki Wynn is on assignment. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Friday, October 27th. Maine manhunt. Law enforcement agencies still searching for a suspect who they believe went on a deadly rampage in Maine. Officials telling residents to shelter in place while businesses and schools are closed for a second day. Plus, U.S. airstrikes, the military launching a series of strikes on facilities in Syria that the Pentagon says are linked to Iran. The reason for those attacks and whether there could be more on the way. AI and stress. A new study confirmed that healthcare workers experienced extreme mental health problems during the pandemic. How researchers used artificial intelligence to now screen people for depression and anxiety. Tough topics. Keeping a clear headspace, it can be really tough with ongoing reports about wars and mass shootings. And later on this hour, we're going to talk to an expert about how to cope during these difficult times. Welcome to NBC News Daily this Friday, and thank you for joining us. We start right now in Maine, where police are urging residents to shelter in place for now a second day in a row. Officials say there is a multi-state manhunt for 40-year-old Robert Card. Police accuse him of shooting and killing 18 people at a local bar and bowling alley on Wednesday night. Card's family says his mental health has rapidly deteriorated in recent months. In fact, just last night, authorities executed a search warrant at Card's last known location, but there was no sign of him. Police say they are investigating more than 500 tips from the public, and today they'll conduct dive and air searches in the river right near where the suspect's car was found. Meanwhile, the community reeling from the worst mass murder in Maine's history as people there try to cope with the loss.
Coming to Maine the minute we find out when her body will be released from the morgue. I want to hold my baby one more time. I don't care. I want to put her in my arms.
They're just innocent people out for a night of bowling. This was a children's event. You know, who expects a shooter to go into a children's event?
I spent most of the night last night awake in the living room with some of my stuff, my gear, making sure that my family was safe.
NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis is live in Lewiston, Maine with the latest. Rahema, all hands on deck looking for this suspect. Do we know anything about the last location where Card was seen?
Well, what they know is where his car was last seen. It was at a boat launch in Lisbon, and in fact, that's where authorities tell us that they are focusing part of their search today. As you pointed out in the intro to this, that they have got divers that are going to be going into water. They're going to be participating in an overhead search with aerials overhead. What are they looking for? They're looking for clues. And, of course, they're looking for the possibility that a body could be in the water. You mentioned that they've had over 500 tips. In fact, they've had 530-plus tips from people, and they say there's no tip that's insignificant. And even authorities are saying if you think that someone else might have shared information with them, you need not. Authorities say, please do. They want as many tips as they can possibly get that would lead them to this. They said they've also talked with some 70-plus witnesses as they try to come to a conclusion as to where this suspect is. Morning.
And Rahema, I know that area schools, businesses, they're still closed due to the shelter-in-place order. Do we have any idea of when that order could be lifted?
No, they don't. And what was one of the remarkable things about the news conference that they had this morning was that they shared more information. It's an effort to try and lessen the anxiety that people have about how is the search going? When will the search end? When will we get our lives back together? When will this shelter-in-place order end? They didn't say because they don't know just yet. I think it depends on the search that they're conducting and working. If they feel that they're closer, maybe they feel they can start to bring people's lives back to something that's closer to normal. But at this moment, they're not saying when this shelter-in-place order is going to be lifted.
With an entire community there on edge. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis live in Maine for us. Rahema, thank you so much. Let's go in and bring in NBC News law enforcement analyst Carmen Best. She is the former police chief of Seattle. Thank you so much, former Chief Best. We appreciate your time and your expertise here. We know that law enforcement is covering just, frankly, a massive area looking for this suspect. Most of that area is heavily wooded. What are some of the challenges, the difficulties they're facing in searching an area with that type of terrain?
Yeah, well, the issue is, of course, they don't know where the starting point is for sure with the suspect. As you know, they have deployed resources to all over the area, including now today, as they've announced that they're going to be doing some searching in the river to see if, in fact, that was a place where the suspect may have gone or utilized either to harm himself or as an escape route. So they just don't know right now. And so it creates a lot of challenges. It's a heavily wooded area, as what we're hearing, very rural, so there's not a lot of cell phone towers.
And Chief, I mean, Card, he does have extensive survival fighting skills, being a member of the Army Reserve, as well as pretty deep knowledge of guns, being a former firearms instructor. Take a listen to how a fellow Army Reservist actually described him, and we'll talk on the other side.
And with what we did, meeting him and the way that he showed us how to use a weapon, and then smart. He's really smart. He knows warfare. He understands it. I think they need the soldiers, to be honest with you, to be here. I really do.
So, Chief, terrain aside, what about this profile of person? How do police deal when they're looking for a suspect who has this type of skill set?
Well, certainly it makes it more challenging because he clearly is more capable in this environment and has had the training to survive in these kinds of circumstances and is very astute as a subject matter expert in weaponry. That said, many of our own law enforcement as well have that similar type of training and a former military. I myself am a former Army person. So, but it makes more of a challenge to make sure that we can actually locate him. And it makes it more dangerous, in fact, for the public and for the officers.
NBC News law enforcement analyst Chief Carmen Best. Thank you so much, Chief Best. We appreciate your time. Meanwhile, we are following a developing story overseas. Just overnight, the U.S. launched airstrikes against 2 facilities in eastern Syria. According to the Defense Department, the targets were used by militia groups linked to Iran. Pentagon officials described the mission as self-defense in response to a string of recent drone attacks on American military bases right there in that region. They say the airstrikes are not related to the ongoing war between Israel and Hamas. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubey joins me now live from the Pentagon. Courtney, look, the Pentagon officials, they say that at least 20 attacks in the last 9 days injured 21 U.S. personnel there in between Syria and Iraq. So tell us more about the U.S. response in this particular case. What is the message that the Biden administration wants to send to Iran right now?
So the whole idea here is that these strikes are meant to be defensive, yes, to hopefully defend against future attacks. But more than that, the idea is about deterrence here. That's really been the message that the Pentagon has been sending with so many of the things that they have been doing since the October 7th attack in Israel. And as you mentioned, Morgan, defense officials here are saying, look, these strikes in Syria that occurred overnight have nothing to do with what's happening in Israel and Hamas, with Israel and in Gaza with Hamas. But the reality is nothing happens in a vacuum. In the last 9 or 10 days since October 17th, the U.S. has seen a pretty dramatic uptick in attacks against bases in Iraq and Syria. They have included drones, indirect fire, multiple different types of projectiles striking U.S. bases here. The U.S. now saying that the reason they took these strikes is because they are trying to defend against future attacks. Brigadier General Pat Ryder actually joined our colleague Ana Cabrera earlier today to explain a little bit more about their right of self-defense. Here's what he had to say.
I think we've been crystal clear that we maintain the inherent right of defending our troops, and we will take all necessary measures to protect our forces and our interests overseas.
But already today, Morgan, we've heard about another attack against U.S. base. It was not successful. The U.S. shot down a drone that appeared to be trying to attack al-Assad in western Iraq, Morgan.
And speaking of which, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin said that these strikes are not related to the ongoing Israel-Hamas war. But is this sort of a sign that the U.S. is, in fact, preparing for a broader regional conflict?
So the goal of these strikes is deterrence, with the hope that it will stop a broader regional conflict. But the reality is, what it shows is the tensions in the region are really at a high point, and there is a tremendous amount of concern here at the Pentagon, in the U.S. military, that this will potentially widen. The real concern about these sorts of attacks is, obviously there have been nearly 24 U.S. troops who've been injured. There was a contractor who actually died from a heart attack during one of these airstrikes. But the real concern is, if there is one that is really successful, American troops are killed, that could really escalate this situation, Morgan.
All right, NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cuby for us there, live from the Pentagon. Courtney, thanks. All right, let's switch gears. It's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Even as inflation continues to push prices higher, Americans, well, they keep on spending. A new report from the Commerce Department actually shows that personal spending rose 0.7% last month, which is higher than analysts were expecting initially. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins me now with more. Deirdre, if you can, just sort of walk us through the numbers here. Why did we see consumer spending rise?
Well, good morning. So the numbers on increased spending, they do have some hidden costs. The Commerce Department noted that people increasingly relied on their savings to fuel their spending last month, and adjusted for inflation, income growth actually slowed last month. Many economists saying that's not sustainable in the long term. Meanwhile, Shein and Forever 21 are deepening their relationship. The two companies are coming together to launch a clothing line. Through the partnership, Shein will design, manufacture, and sell a co-branded line of Forever 21 apparel. And finally, it is the one-year anniversary of Elon Musk's decision to buy Twitter, now known as X. During his first year, Musk changed the site's name, added new paid membership tiers, brought controversial public figures to back the platform, and slashed its workforce by 80%. Sensor Tower reports that X downloads are down 38% since Musk's acquisition. Guys, he's got big plans for the platform. It's going to take some time.
I feel like there's not a day that goes by that we are not collectively reporting on some big sort of earth-shattering shift in the X-Twitter universe. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa with the latest for us. Deirdre, thank you. And coming up, the Actors Union cautiously optimistic about making a deal with Hollywood. Where those talks stand going into this weekend. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
All right, now to Hollywood, where the Screen Actors Guild and major studios, they're expected back at the bargaining table again today, and they're really trying to reach a deal to finally end the months-long actor strike. Now, this all wraps a pretty critical week of negotiations after hours of talks on Tuesday, and Thursday. SAG-AFTRA's top negotiator tells Deadline that he's, quote, cautiously optimistic. Let's go to bring in NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas for us for the latest details. Chloe, first off, just, when we talk about cautious optimism, what does that actually look like? Where do we think these talks are right now?
Because these talks can stall and fall apart at any moment, but there is a lot of pressure on both sides for a deal to be made, and quickly. First of all, thousands of people are out of work. This is costing the California economy alone upwards of $5 billion, and we are approaching the holiday season. People don't have paychecks coming in. They can't afford their lives, and they're making massive concessions. I have spoken to 3 sources close to the talks. These talks are underway as of just a few minutes ago, and they are held virtually on Zoom. Some inside baseball for you right there. And we have Fran Drescher, who is leading the negotiations, along with Duncan Crabtree for SAG-AFTRA, that represents over 100,000 actors. And then obviously you have the studios and streamers, and you see Netflix, you see Warner Brothers Discovery, you see NBC Universal's parent company Comcast at the table. And there are a lot of outstanding issues, but I can tell you from those sources that they are in the home stretch, and we will see a deal done very soon. Doesn't mean it's going to be today, but we are getting very close.
It's feeling imminent.
Imminent could mean like within a matter of minutes, so I don't want to say imminent, but we are in the home stretch, the final lap. You could see a deal done potentially this weekend. There are some outstanding issues, obviously, when it comes to residuals in the streaming era, and also around artificial intelligence, which you and I have been talking about that.
Yep.
It's a really, really hot topic across multiple industries right now.
That's exactly what I was going to ask. Those sticking points. Chloe Melas. Chloe, always a pleasure.
Good to see you.
And happy Friday.
You too.
Appreciate it. FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried is back on the stand today in his criminal fraud trial, and this is the second time that he's testifying in his own defense. He answered questions yesterday without the jury present. The 31-year-old claimed he relied on his attorney's advice before the collapse of his crypto empire last year. Bankman-Fried is now answering another round of questions, and this time in front of a jury. CNBC technology reporter Kate Rooney is outside that courtroom in Lower Manhattan. Kate, I know you've been following this since the beginning. Reporters in court yesterday, they say that Bankman-Fried appeared a little fidgety, a little nervous, and even at one point the judge begged him to just listen to the question. So what are we learning from his testimony thus far?
So, Morgan, that was one of the big takeaways from yesterday. He got up on the stand. The jury actually left the room. They had sort of this hearing within a hearing to talk about some of the legal issues and what could actually be brought into the courtroom. That's happening today. But at the time, he was fidgety. He was kind of finding these roundabout ways to answer questions. There was no clear yes or no when he was being cross-examined by the government attorneys. He would find a way, kind of answer it, and then also ask follow-up questions, would stall. At one point, he was taking a sip of water to try to buy himself more time. The judge was getting really frustrated, looked at him and said, just answer the question, listen to the question. Very frustrated, which is not a thing you want if you're the defendant in this case. The judge is the one who's going to decide the sentencing in the end. He also needs to make sure that he's telling the truth up there. That's one thing that could play into his sentencing. He's got to be reliable in the eyes of the jury and the judge as well.
And is that the question, the reliability? Because I know a former prosecutor told CNBC that Bankman-Fried is his own worst enemy in this case. Is it that behavior that's making that the case?
So they've tried, the defense at least has tried to frame this as Sam Bankman-Fried now being naive in some senses, not really knowing what was going on at the company that he ran, that he founded. It's a very different image than he built up in the 2 years really running that company. He was seen as the smartest guy in the room. He raised billions of dollars from investors. He was really seen as a genius in some ways. He went to MIT. He's a math major. He was seen as a very intelligent person. It's going to be really hard for them to undo that image in the eyes of the jury. He has admitted to some mistakes. We heard that inside the courtroom earlier. He said, yes, I made mistakes, like not having enough hedging and taking too much risk.
has admitted mistakes, but said right from the outset, no, I did not commit a crime. So he's trying to change the narrative here, but it's an uphill battle for Bankman-Fried.
In this business, we call that spin. CNBC technology reporter Kate Rooney for us there. Kate, thanks so much. We appreciate it. And later on this hour, Congressman George Santos pleading not guilty today to new charges related to his ongoing fraud case. Why prosecutors are now accusing him of stealing people's identities. You're watching NBC News Daily.
On the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, as you've probably seen, since the start of the Israel-Hamas war, we've reported on civilians being kidnapped and killed, relentless airstrikes, and critical aid being cut off. Examples being used by both sides to accuse the other of committing war crimes. But what actually constitutes a war crime? NBC News senior legal and investigative correspondent Cynthia McFadden takes a look.
While it's fair to say bloodshed has plagued us since the dawn of time, the laws of war, a group of international treaties and conventions signed over the past 150 years, are an attempt to lessen the civilian toll. Born out of the horrors of European conflicts, the American Civil War, and 2 world wars, what's known as international humanitarian law, or IHL, relies on 5 basic principles. Military actions must be necessary. They must distinguish between civilians and legitimate military targets. They must be proportionate, meaning they must avoid, to the extent possible, incidental harm. They must avoid unnecessary suffering, sometimes referred to as humanity. And finally, the actions taken by the military must be honorable. When combatants break these principles, we generally call that a war crime, but there are few absolutes, as you will see. Question: did Hamas commit war crimes on October 7th when they attacked Israeli villages and a music festival, taking hostages and killing civilians?
It was an intentional attack on Israeli civilians for no appropriate reason. Hamas committed a war crime.
Professor David Crane spent 3 years prosecuting war crimes committed in Sierra Leone. He says that while Hamas's attacks against Israeli military posts on the border can be condemned and criticized as wrong, attacking military posts are generally not war crimes. However, he says, the killing of civilians and taking of hostages is a different story.
Taking civilians and using them for purposes other than to protect them and remove them from the battlefield is a war crime.
Question: but what about Israel's response, dropping thousands of bombs in Gaza? Israel has the right to defend itself, says Ambassador David Sheffer, who played a critical role in the development of the first permanent war crimes tribunal, the International Criminal Court. However,
Israel has to try to follow the principle of distinction, namely distinguishing between civilians and armed Hamas militants. Those are decisions where you should have a military lawyer involved.
Question: if Israeli airstrikes hit civilian buildings, is that a war crime? Schools and hospitals cannot be targets, says Ambassador Sheffer, but there are exceptions.
If it were a hospital building that had almost no patients in it, but actually was housing 300 Hamas militants, then sure. I mean, that's a legitimate military target.
Question: Israel cut off food, water, medicine, fuel, and electricity to all of Gaza. Is that a war crime? Both experts say blockades are legal, but there are limits.
If Israel said we're going to temporarily blockade so that we can try to get the hostages back, well, then that is still lawful. But they took it one step further and said we're going to do this blockade to basically starve them out. That's wrong.
Question: final advice from the experts? As Israel seems poised to launch a ground war, and as humanitarian observers from the UN say there is no longer anywhere for civilians to stay safe in Gaza.
President Biden rightfully is now cautioning Israel, saying, take a step back, take a deep breath, try to understand the strategic results of what you have done with the blockade, but also what you're about to do, and that is physically go in.
Or, as Ambassador Schaefer put it, Israel must be able to defend itself without abandoning its own principles. If it fails to do so, it may find itself in a militarily superior position, but ostracized on a risky perch. Cynthia McFadden, NBC News.
A Chinese fighter jet came within 10 feet of an American B-52 bomber over the South China Sea Tuesday night. According to U.S. military officials, the Chinese jet was seen flying below and in front of the American plane at an uncontrolled excessive speed. The U.S. military says it was conducting routine operations when the incident happened, and China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs did not respond to a request for comment. Stay with us right here. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back, and thank you so much for joining us this Friday. I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. Minnesota Democratic Congressman Dean Phillips is challenging President Joe Biden for the 2024 presidential nomination. Now, Phillips formally launched his campaign earlier today in Concord, New Hampshire. He says the country is at risk if former President Donald Trump wins the election, and he is not confident that President Biden is the candidate to defeat him. 1 year after a deadly crowd crush in South Korea killed nearly 160 people, officials are now implementing crowd control measures, which include a people counting system that automatically detects large numbers of people and notifies authorities. Last year on Halloween weekend, 159 people died in a crowd surge as they celebrated the country's first post-pandemic holiday. Meanwhile, there's a new song from the Beatles coming our way, thanks to a little help from AI. The song, Now and Then, is set to be released next Thursday, and it was written by John Lennon back in the 70s, but it wasn't until now that the group actually figured out how to isolate Lennon's voice and then add it to the track, which also features Paul McCartney, Ringo Starr, and of course, George Harrison. We start this half hour with a massive manhunt in Maine for a man who police say shot and killed 18 people on Wednesday night. 40-year-old Robert Card is now wanted for murder, and he has a history of mental health issues, military weapons, experience, and should be considered armed and dangerous, according to police. People in 4 towns are being ordered to shelter in place while officers work really around the clock to find him. Police will be doing dive and air searches in a nearby river today after a search warrant last night provided no signs of the suspect. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton has been on the ground there in Lewiston, Maine with the latest. Antonia, first off, just where does the manhunt generally stand right now?
Morgan, it is very much active, and there are authorities from the state, local, and federal level, partners from New Hampshire and Massachusetts fanning out across New England as part of this search. But right now, actually, our colleague George Solis is over closer to the water where there are dive teams going in. They're trying to see if they find a body, any further clues. We know that Robert Card left his car by a launch point there at the water. And so there's a question of, did he take a boat and leave? Is he not anywhere near Maine at this point? Or did he perhaps commit suicide? These are all active questions in the investigation. And I should note the shelter-in-place order is very much still going to be in place. And that was a major question at today's press conference as people here in this community trying to grieve, tried to sort out what happens next. They're very much still in an active threat, and officials say all of that is still the case for now, Morgan.
And Antonia, in a news conference just earlier today, officials were questioned about whether they actually missed some warning signs before these shootings. What did they say? I mean, what was their answer?
Well, Morgan, that has been the question that reporters have been hammering authorities here with, frankly. And what I found interesting about the press conference was that you could learn as much from what they did say as you could from what they couldn't say. And so there's so much on the front of the question of mental health that we still do not know. So while they've acknowledged this history of mental illness that's been well established, not just by initial police bulletins, but also NBC News reporting, we spoke with, NBC News has spoken with the sister-in-law, Robert Card, who confirmed that he was having manic beliefs and having mental health problems, but also, letters found. But authorities haven't yet told us the full details of what they found in some of that material and given us that bigger picture. Some of our law enforcement analysts here at NBC News say that may be because they need to protect people as they follow the course of this investigation. So we hope to find out more soon, Morgan.
And I know that you will as you stay on the ground there in Lewiston, Maine for us. NBC correspondent Antonia Hilton. Antonia, thank you. And let's stay in Lewiston there for just a moment, where the community, of course, is reeling after losing 18 people in what has become the country's deadliest mass shooting so far this year. It's frankly an all too familiar scene for Americans across the country, and many are wondering what can be done and what will be done to stop the violence. NBC News national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more.
Another community ripped apart by America's gun crisis.
Frustrated, worried. We know a close friend has passed.
At least 18 lives lost in the Lewiston, Maine mass shooting, the 565th mass shooting in 2023, and the deadliest so far this year, according to the National Gun Violence Archive, which defines a mass shooting as at least 4 victims shot, excluding the shooter.
Pray for the families, pray for these victims. God, things have got to change.
That grief felt across the country, time and time and time again, with more than 35,000 people killed by gun violence so far this year. Families in Monterey Park, California, still recovering from the horrific killing of 11 people at a dance hall studio that took place just 3 weeks into the new year. Flowers and pictures lining the entrance of an elementary school in Nashville after 6 people, including 3 children, were shot and killed there in March. And a community in Allen, Texas, grieving the 9 murdered at an outlet mall in May, and now calling for change. The heartbreak and anger in Lewiston, Maine also felt less than 300 miles away in Newtown, Connecticut.
We know that gun violence is preventable. We need to do more to stand up to this issue, to enact safe laws, and to create the safe communities that we all deserve.
Nicole Hockley watching another mass shooting unfold, nearly 11 years after her 6-year-old son Dylan was killed along with his 19 classmates and 6 teachers at Sandy Hook Elementary School.
I just wish my little boy was back by my side. He would be turning 18 in a couple of months. And I often think about how tall he might be now, or he'd be a senior in high school, what life experiences might be ahead from him. And I'll never know because he's frozen at 6.
Hockley turning her anguish into action, helping launch Sandy Hook Promise, a nonprofit that works to protect children from gun violence through programs and bipartisan policy.
No one should feel unsafe wherever they go, whether it's their school or their bowling alley. Everyone should be and feel safe, and we have the power to make that happen.
More families impacted by senseless gun violence, and the nation once again united in grief. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
In battle, New York Congressman George Santos is facing a 1-2 punch of problems. On the political front, his fellow House Republicans are forcing a vote on whether to expel him from Congress. And then on the legal front, Santos appeared in federal court today to enter a not guilty plea on additional fraud charges. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now from Capitol Hill. Julie, if you haven't already had just an incredibly busy 3 weeks, let's jump into an entirely new topic. We know that, this proposal to remove Santos, it claims that he's, quote, not fit to serve as a congressman. But what does the proposal specifically actually say that he did?
Yeah, next week could be a monumental one for Santos when it comes to this building, because basically what this privilege resolution requires is that the House has to vote on this resolution to expel him from Congress within 2 legislative days. This is something that was raised by a group of New York House Republicans who have been trying for months, quite frankly, to do just that. And they said that just because there's a new speaker doesn't mean it's not a good time to do something like this. And in their resolution, of course, they talk about the legal problems that we already know. Santos accused of lying, of embellishing, of stealing campaign funds. He also embellished his resume. He said, for example, he was tied to the Holocaust. His family was. He said he was tied to 9/11. That was proven to be not true. Santos himself had admitted that. So all in all, of course, this group of House Republicans are saying now is the time to expel him from Congress because of all of that.
So that's what they're saying. But what is he saying? What happened during that, court appearance today?
Yeah, well, Santos didn't say much. His lawyer entered a not guilty plea on his behalf today. This is that superseding indictment of 10 charges, already adding to the other 13 that Santos earlier had pled not guilty to. This has to do with, of course, embezzling those campaign funds, with stealing donations, falsifying credit card charges as well. Santos responding to the resolution offered yesterday in a tweet that you just showed on your screen, saying he will not step aside, he will not resign. He said time and time again he will defend himself in court. When it comes to those charges, the trial will actually be held next September. That's just weeks before a potential election, which Santos had promised he will still be involved in.
All right, NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin following it all for us. Julie, thank you. The Palestinian ambassador to Russia says that Palestine is ready for peace negotiations with Israel. In a new interview with Russian media, the ambassador says a ceasefire is needed to allow for more aid to enter Gaza before any negotiations can begin. The comments come as a medical delegation that includes 10 foreign doctors and 10 trucks carrying water, food, medicine recently crossed into the Gaza Strip, according to Hamas. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now live from Tel Aviv. Josh, you've been there really since the beginning, since October 7th, and now the United Nations says that aid efforts can really only last a few more days unless more supplies, specifically fuel, arrives. What is it like right now, just day to day inside Gaza, miles from where you are? I mean, what are the chances that we actually see more aid or even peace talks come at this point?
Well, Morgan, the UN Secretary General says that the misery in Gaza is growing by the minute. And just to put it in perspective, the UN says that before this war started 2.5 weeks or so ago, that there were 500 aid trucks that were going into Gaza each day. That was just the pre-war basic needs in a territory that has been besieged by Israel for years. Now we've been averaging about a dozen trucks a day for the last few days. So a tiny fraction of what was flowing in before the war, even though the humanitarian need is so much greater because of the destruction wrought by all of those Israeli airstrikes. And so the UN says that unless there is a major surge in aid, the misery is simply going to continue to compound there.
And speaking of those airstrikes, can we just kind of stay on that topic for a minute, Josh? Because Israel launched new operations sort of deeper into Gaza. Their military says they conducted, quote, targeted raids, striking dozens of Hamas locations, while fighter jets also hit over 250 Hamas targets. But, you know, to what extent can they achieve their objectives simply with those airstrikes? Does this at all change the calculus when it comes to that imminent ground invasion?
Well, the whole point of these limited ground raids, Morgan, is to lay the groundwork for that larger scale ground operation, to essentially soften the Hamas defenses so that when Israel does go in a full scale way, they will be able to do so without as much resistance from Hamas. What's so interesting is over the last 2 days, we've seen Israeli incursions on the ground, not only in the north, but also in the south of Gaza, Morgan.
All right. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman live in Tel Aviv. Josh, thank you. And coming up next, managing your mindset. We've got tips to help you stay positive during these undeniably difficult times. More NBC News Daily coming up right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
At the height of the pandemic, healthcare workers were more likely to be diagnosed with anxiety and depression, according to researchers at NYU Langone. Now, the researchers found these results through artificial intelligence. Here's NBC New York reporter Rana Novini on how AI can actually help healthcare providers and their patients.
Dr. Yomaris Pena was on the front lines of the pandemic. As the chief medical officer of Somos Community Care, she worked with underserved communities. She helped set up testing sites and eventually vaccination clinics. Now, looking back, she admits it wasn't easy.
When you don't know when something is going to happen, that creates a lot of anxiety. And we were just going through the motions of things. So many people got sick and so many people died. And after that, just the trauma of reliving and being alive, right, for so many people.
Researchers at NYU Langone Health are backing up what many assumed. At the height of the pandemic, healthcare workers were more likely to be diagnosed with anxiety and depression. The study looked at 820 medical workers around the country, analyzing their conversations with therapists in the spring of 2020. All of it done using artificial intelligence.
We think of AI, we think of Skynet, we think of something that somehow was going to take our job and be an alien in the way that it thinks. And I don't think that this is a constructive approach.
Behind the study is Dr. Matteo Malgaroli. He's an assistant professor of psychiatry at NYU. He says they used AI to dissect the language of therapy patients, a first step into studying how AI can help in the field of mental health.
I would say right now, but this is something that needs to be studied.
As for the future, he doesn't envision replacing humans with robot therapists. Instead, a tool for real therapists to screen for depression and anxiety, or to handle note-taking and paperwork.
I think, though, that actually where they're going to make the most revolution is in the boring things.
For Dr. Pena, she's hopeful more focus will be placed on the mental health of frontline workers, whether it's through AI or not.
It's a needed conversation. Who takes care of the healthcare provider? Who takes care of the person that takes care of you?
For NBC News Daily, I'm Rana Novini. All right, so chances are pretty high that when you turn on your TV these days, you're faced with some pretty heart-wrenching images of war, or if you look on social media, or even facing the aftermath of yet another mass shooting. All of that can take a serious toll on your mental health. So the question is, how can we sort of get through these times of crisis together and individually? Pastor, speaker, and author Jesse Bradley joins us now with more. Jesse, it's great to see you this Friday. And I know this is a topic that for a lot of us here is personal. We're journalists. We watch these images. Our colleagues are in those zones. But also just as human beings, right? It's taxing to sort of metabolize these images, these difficult images every single day. What are sort of your tips for protecting your peace during times like this?
That's right. It's very important to have a mindset that includes gratitude, a gritty gratitude, giving thanks even when you don't feel like it. And for a lot of people, prayer and meditation is very helpful. And I like the 3 C's: clarity, courage, and compassion. Clarity to do the right thing, the next right thing, continue on that path. Courage, because it might not be easy. And compassion, because a lot of people are in pain right now.
It's interesting. You talk about, adding hope to your grieving. What does that actually mean? And how do you do that? Like, why is hope as part of grieving the calculus for getting through it?
Well, they're not mutually exclusive, and we need to do both. We need to grieve when we're sad, but then also have hope. I was in an almost all African-American church in Dallas, Texas, and I saw both lived out. And we need to express both because we feel both. And we need to let people in because relationships bring healing and people want to love us. And then we love other people as well. Love drives out fear, and love is what makes the difference. As you think about a strength-based approach versus a deficit-based approach with your words, don't go deficit. Don't criticize, find people's mistakes and flaws. Don't do that as parents when you're stressed or in the workplace, but instead strength-based. Your words of affirmation change the culture where you live, work, learn, and play.
Change the culture, one step at a time, one person at a time, and leading with love to create that sort of safe space. Pastor, speaker, author, Jesse Bradley. Thank you so much, Jesse, for joining us this Friday on an important topic. We really appreciate it. And stay with us right here because you are watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
As a result of rising sea levels, researchers say some coastal homes are at risk of collapsing straight into the ocean. NBC national climate reporter Chase Kane details how the government is now stepping in to buy those homes and hopefully prevent a future catastrophe.
A viral video shows the ocean swallowing a home in North Carolina last year. And the federal government just bought others nearby to demolish them, preventing a similar fate. The $700,000 price tag might seem small until you consider that 800,000 homes also risk collapse over the next 30 years. Sea level rise driven by human-caused climate change continues to eat away at beaches, dunes, and cliffs, threatening an Amtrak line in California, homes in Florida, Delaware, Massachusetts, and most recently in New York.
I've been coming out to the Pines for 25 years. I have never seen the beach look as bad as it does today. It is absolutely terrifying.
Fire Island, the primary barrier island for the 7 million people who live on Long Island, got a 1-2 punch from recent storms, leaving houses on the edge of collapse.
And then there is a less obvious but even bigger concern, emergencies, because you can see how high the water is coming in. Before this beach was washed away, fire trucks and ambulances could actually use the sand to get back and forth between different communities more quickly. Now that's just not an option.
The price tag, a major question. Building back beaches can cost upwards of $1 million per mile. Seawalls aren't cheap either, nor popular. Miami scoffed at this plan along its scenic waterfront. Nationally, Western Carolina University projects we spent more than $13 billion to restore beaches, tax dollars. But even choosing to do nothing has cost because a certain amount of sea level rise is already baked in from the fossil fuels we've burned.
By the end of the century, we basically have to plan for about 3 feet of global rise in sea level from those temperature and the ice volume components. We can do that. I mean, we can adapt, but it's going to be costly.
A problem which will gain more attention in the coming weeks and months as king tides, the highest high tides of the year, give an unsettling preview of what normal high tides will look like as our oceans continue to rise. In New York, I'm national climate reporter Chase Kane.
Private pilots are taking flight to help scientists better understand everything from climate change to monitoring endangered species. Brad Hicks from This American Land series takes us sky high to see how things look down below.
Will Worthington,
okay, let me have my passengers for a minute,
is about to help the world in a small way.
So this is the flight that we plan to do.
He's taking 2 conservationists from Mexico on a mission, a flight over the Colorado River Delta. He's one of 300 pilots who volunteer for the nonprofit Lighthawk to help conservation efforts across North America and into Mexico.
Some conservation is best done with an aerial perspective, and that's what Lighthawk provides.
Some flights help conservation groups conduct species counts from above.
Sometimes that work could be transporting endangered species.
And some flights, like today, give a bird's eye view of critical conservation areas. Gabriela Coloca Michel, a wetland specialist with the environmental group Pro Natura Nordeste, is eager to study how water is flowing through the delta.
It's amazing to have this opportunity to see in a different perspective.
Cornell ornithologist Osvel Hinojosa Huerta is eager to see how key bird habitats he's helped rebuild are looking for this winter's migration.
It's amazing to be able to see the connections and the habitats and really the configuration of the land. That's super helpful.
They're in good hands. Will Worthington has 6,000 hours at the controls. That's a lot of flying time. And he has soared over this stretch of the river many times with Lighthawk.
We're helping just in a small way, but we're helping in a way that seems to be meaningful.
His passengers are pleased with what they see.
We can see how restoration is working, so we are very thankful to Lighthawk.
Back on the ground in Arizona, mission accomplished. Will is already gearing up for another Lighthawk flight next week.
You know, that makes me feel good when I can tell that they really got a kick out of what we did today.
Brad Hicks reporting.
Our thanks to Brad Hicks for that report. I'm Morgan Radford, and you are watching NBC News Daily. Remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, and that's wherever you stream. All those places there on your screen, YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, you name it.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone, and good Friday to you. I'm Morgan Radford. Vicki Wynn is on assignment today, and NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Friday, October 27th. Suspect at large. More than 24 hours after the Maine mass shooting, the gunman is still on the run and considered armed and dangerous. What officials are saying about their massive manhunt and new details about those lives lost. On the stand, FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried is testifying in federal court about whether he committed fraud and conspiracy. We're going to take you straight to that trial where he's defending his crypto empire. Border battle. Texas passed a pair of new bills cracking down on undocumented migrants and the people who help them. How Governor Greg Abbott is executing his expensive border security plan. Back in flight, a pilot who passed out in the cockpit last year has made a full and complete recovery, is also ready to return to the skies. We're going to hear from him about the emergency event that many have called a miracle. Welcome to NBC News Daily this Friday, and thank you so much for joining us. We start right now with that massive manhunt in Maine for a man who police say shot and killed 18 people. 40-year-old Robert Card is wanted on murder charges, and he has a history of mental health issues. He also used to be a military weapons trainer, according to officials. One of the men that he trained says they may need to even get soldiers to help find him.
We did, meeting him and the way that he showed us how to use a weapon, and then smart. He knows warfare. He understands it. He may not have ever been deployed, but he's smart. I think they need soldiers, to be honest with you, to be here.
As law enforcement works around the clock to locate Card, they're ordering people to shelter in place in at least 4 different towns. Today, they're conducting dive and air searches in a nearby river after search warrants last night gave no signs of Card. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis is live right now in Lewiston, Maine for us. Rahema, investigators said that they're looking into more than 500 tips from the public. What is the latest in their search?
Yeah, in fact, Morgan, they say it's more than 530 tips that they've gotten from the public. One of the things that they're talking about now, too, is that they're going to give more regular briefings on this. In fact, they say they're going to do morning briefings. They're going to do it daily. And this is something the public has been asking for, more information. As you can imagine, people are really anxious here to try and figure out when will their lives be able to get back to normal because that shelter-in-place order is still happening. So let me tell you what we do know. That area where they found the suspect's car at a boat launch in Lisbon, that's where they've got divers today, and they're going to be searching the water in that area. And so the water, as well as doing a flyover to see if they can find any evidence, any clues as to where this person may have been. They also updated us to let us know that they've talked to something like 70 witnesses in reference to this shooting, hoping to glean more information from people on that front, too. Morgan?
And Rahima, we know that there are 3 victims who are still in critical condition in the hospital. What else do we know about them and, frankly, how they're doing right now?
Well, as you point out, they're in critical condition. Authorities aren't releasing a whole lot of information about them, but we are learning more about some of the shooting victims. It appears now that authorities have put out information where we have, of the 18 people killed, they've identified the names of some 17. The oldest on the list is a 76-year-old man. The youngest is a 14-year-old boy who was killed. He was killed and his father was killed in this tragedy as well. So we're learning more about them, and it just gets more tragic. The more we know, the more heartbreaking it seems to be.
It is heartbreaking, to say the least. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis live in Maine for us. Rahema, thank you. Meanwhile, as Rahema mentioned, we are learning more about the 18 lives lost in this most recent mass shooting. These pictures here on your screen represent just some of the fathers, the friends, the sons, one daughter whose lives were cut short. They include a bar manager survived by his 9-year-old daughter, a man who stayed behind to play pool after his pregnant wife went home, and a 14-year-old boy and his dad who were just out for a night of bowling. Their loved ones are now left with heartbreak and memories they shared with NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda.
Residents of Lewiston, Maine are grappling with the grief of losing 18 of their own.
She was a loving girl. She'll be missed horribly.
Among the victims of Wednesday's shooting, 53-year-old Trisha Aslan, who was enjoying a night off with her sister Bobby at the local bowling alley. Her mom says she was shot trying to call 911.
Trisha didn't deserve that. Nobody did. The man that did that has no soul. I pray to God he doesn't do that to no more people. I hope they catch him soon.
Where are you now?
I'm coming to Maine the minute we find out when her body will be released from the morgue. I want to hold my baby one more time. I don't care. I want to put her in my arms.
Kim McConville says her cousin Billy Young and his 14-year-old son Aaron were also among the victims.
They're just innocent people out for a night of bowling. This was a children's event. You know, who expects a shooter to go into a children's event?
Police say the gunman also went to Shemengi's Bar and Grill, where Joey Walker was a manager. His family says they waited an agonizing 14 hours before they learned he was among the 8 people who died there.
That moment when I got the call and said, Joey's dead, it brought me back. It brought me right back to my knees.
His father, Leroy Walker, telling Lester police told his son's wife that Joey died trying to help.
He died as a hero because he picked up a butcher knife and he tried to go at the gunman to stop him from shooting anybody else.
Does that change your pain at all?
Oh.
Knowing that?
It made it worse.
This close-knit community in disbelief that something so horrible could happen here.
I'm going to go home tonight and be with my kids, and I'm not going to watch the news thinking, wow, that was in Florida or Texas. That was in my backyard.
Surreal.
Unreal.
And the tragedy hitting Maine's deaf community especially hard. Among the victims, 36-year-old Joshua Seal, a well-known ASL interpreter. His wife says several members of the deaf community were tragically killed on Wednesday. They were gathering for what was supposed to be a fun night of cornhole, a night that was just shattered by brutal violence. Back to you.
Our thanks to Emily Ikeda for that report. Meanwhile, overnight, the U.S. set its sights on targets in eastern Syria. Pentagon officials say they took out 2 facilities run by Iranian-backed militias in retaliation for recent strikes against U.S. military bases in the region. Now, according to the Defense Department, the mission in Syria had nothing to do with the ongoing war between Israel and Hamas. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba joins us now from Washington, D.C. Monica, it's good to see you this Friday. First, just, hours ago, we learned of another strike against a U.S. military base today in Iraq that now makes 20 in less than 2 weeks, according to the Defense Department. So just tell us more about the U.S. response at this point. What is the message that the Biden administration really wants to send to Iran?
Yeah, this was an alarming trend that we saw over the last couple of days, Morgan, and one that even President Biden took note to mention earlier this week. And he had a very clear message for Iran, specifically to the Ayatollah, Iran's supreme leader, saying that if Iran and their proxies continue to target U.S. personnel, that there would be a swift and decisive response, which is what we saw with these airstrikes. And we learned a little bit more from the Pentagon press secretary on the rationale from the U.S. perspective. Listen.
I think we've been crystal clear that we maintain the inherent right of defending our troops, and we will take all necessary measures to protect our forces and our interests overseas.
Now, we know that there were some injuries to U.S. personnel, and unfortunately, a U.S. contractor died of a heart attack after sheltering in place after one of these attempted strikes. And so, of course, that's the context in which this is all taking place. And the U.S. has been very clear that if any U.S. service members were to be killed, that you could expect another possible response to something like that, retaliatorily, Morgan.
Yeah, and Monica, just speaking of the context here, we know that explicitly Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin said that these strikes are not related to the ongoing Israel-Hamas war, but sort of what signal does all of this send? I mean, is the U.S. sort of preparing for a broader regional conflict at this point?
Well, they're really warning that they don't want to see that happen, but that they do see the risk of the potential for that. But this is certainly not happening in a vacuum. And while the public posture here from senior administration officials is that these two things are not related, we know, of course, that there have also been very clear warnings to Iran not to get involved in the Israel-Hamas war. So we know that this is happening on a dual track. And of course, the two things are related just from a diplomatic sense in terms of what they're trying to channel and signal and telegraph to Iran. And then, of course, there's the very important context that Hamas has been backed and financed by Iran for years, and that ultimately the group, the terrorist organization, wouldn't really be able to exist without the support of Iran. Morgan.
NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba live from D.C. for us. Monica, thank you. Let's turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. The federal government is investigating student loan payment processing companies after customer service complaints surfaced. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is leading that investigation and looking at the companies' wait times as well as their borrowing advice. CNBC senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borston joins us now. Julia, millions of borrowers recently started making their first student loan payments since the pandemic, and that's hurt a lot of people's wallets. I mean, what are some of their allegations that the U.S. government is frankly looking into at this point?
Well, Morgan, many of the complaints center on customer service by the loan processors following the pandemic pause. According to the Wall Street Journal, borrowers are facing long delays and are complaining about the guidance they are getting after having payments paused for 3 years. Now, just days after California suspended the license of GM's Cruise Robotaxi unit, the company announced it is grounding its entire fleet. That brings operations in Austin, Phoenix, and Houston to a halt. In a statement last night on X, the platform formerly known as Twitter, Cruise said the suspension of service does not have to do with any new on-road incidents. And Taylor Swift has reportedly reached a new milestone in her career. The pop star's record-breaking Eras Tour helped her achieve billionaire status, according to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. Now estimates her net worth at $1.1 billion. And by the way, Swift dropped her 4th album remake today with the release of 1989, Taylor's version. I'm definitely going to be checking that one out.
Billion with a B. That's just like mind-boggling. All right. Taylor Swift in her era. CNBC senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borston. Julia, thank you. And Representative George Santos facing a judge today. The 10 new felony counts that he pleaded not guilty to, and the consequences that he could face in Congress as early as next week. All that and more coming up. You are watching NBC News Daily.
News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday, November 8th at 8 p.m.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, isn't it?
Jurors are finally hearing from FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried in his ongoing criminal trial. In fact, he took the stand today in his own defense and denied stealing billions of dollars from customers. Bankman-Fried is facing a long list of charges, including fraud and money laundering, all stemming from his collapse of his crypto empire just last year. He has pleaded not guilty. CNBC technology reporter Kate Rooney is outside that courtroom there in Lower Manhattan. You know, Kate, what else did we hear from Bankman-Fried when he actually took the stand himself today?
So, Morgan, we heard the admission of some guilt in terms of customers losing money. He acknowledged that customers lost out and that they were hurt in this collapse, multi-billion-dollar collapse of the crypto company. But he said point blank that he did not commit fraud. His defense attorneys asked him, did you commit fraud? He said no. Point blank, was calm and collected during this part of the testimony. But yes, said there were mistakes, including not taking care of risk and not hedging, as they call it in the financial world. But he said they did not have enough risk management. But that is the strategy that we're hearing play out, that they were moving fast, they were building a high-growth company, but he said they were not committing fraud, or at least he did not. It's a stark difference from what we heard from some of his inner circle in the past 3 weeks or so.
And give us a sense, I mean, Kate, the former prosecutor told CNBC that Bankman-Fried is his own worst enemy when it comes to this case. But why did he say that? What exactly was he talking about?
So he's talking about this juxtaposition between the image of Sam Bankman-Fried in the past couple of years being this genius, really, as some people described him. He was raising billions of dollars from some of the smartest investors in the world. That image they're now trying to reshape as that he was naive, he didn't know what was going on at his company, and that this was a case of things getting out of hand and he didn't know what was going on there. So it's hard, I think, for a jury to believe sort of those differences and the turnaround story there. It is a leap, definitely, and I think that's what they're talking about in terms of him being his own worst enemy. The fact that he was so popular and he was so highly respected in the financial world will now come back to bite him if he's trying to claim that he was this naive operator that didn't really know what was going on.
All right, CNBC technology reporter Kate Rooney following that criminal case for us there. Kate, thank you. Well, speaking of crime, New York Congressman George Santos pleaded not guilty today to the new federal charges levied against him. Prosecutors claim Santos stole people's identities and made charges to his own donors' credit cards without their permission. Meanwhile, the embattled lawmaker is also at risk of being ousted. His Republican colleagues are forcing a vote to expel him from the House. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now from Capitol Hill. Julie, Congressman Santos was in court today, but what do we need to know about what actually happened?
Well, he didn't say much, not to cameras and not in the courtroom. In fact, his lawyer entered the not guilty plea on his behalf, and it's not surprising given that Santos had previously also pled not guilty to the 13 original charges laid out in that first indictment. Today's was about that superseding indictment with 10 additional counts filed against Santos for those credit card charges and impersifying other people when he solicited donations, including a member of his campaign staff. And so this is really a day for Santos that we knew was coming. We also know that the trial will take place next September. And according to Santos, he's still planning to run for re-election. That would happen after the Republican primary in his district, but just a couple of weeks before the November election.
And Julie, I mean, Santos has repeated time and time again that he's not resigning amid these charges, amid these allegations, but it might actually not be up to him at this point. I mean, tell us more specifically about the strategy behind this effort to kick him out of the House. I mean, what would that actually look like tactically?
Well, this is a privilege resolution, and what that means is that basically the House is required to vote on it within 2 legislative days. So next week we could very well see this vote take place. We could see some other motions, like a motion to table it, get rid of it, but those New York Republicans told myself and my colleagues yesterday they do believe they will actually get a vote on this, which would require 2/3 of the House in order to actually expel Santos. He tweeted about this. He said multiple times he is not resigning, he's not stepping down, he's not using this resolution, the latest one, to even pressure him to do so. But those New York Republican colleagues have been trying for months to do something like this on the House floor. Now they have a speaker, Speaker Mike Johnson, who actually last night sang a similar tune as his predecessor, Kevin McCarthy, in saying that they have a very slim majority. They need Santos's vote. And until Santos is charged in a court of law, he should remain a member of Congress and not be judged by his peers here.
We will wait and find out. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin for us live from Capitol Hill. Julie, thank you. And a massive multi-state manhunt happening right now for the armed and dangerous suspect in the deadliest shooting in America this year. Coming up, where the dive team and air searches are focusing their efforts after more than 500 tips poured in from the public. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Well, as you've probably seen, since the start of the Israel-Hamas war, we've reported on civilians being kidnapped and killed, relentless airstrikes, and critical aid being cut off. Examples being used by both sides to accuse the other of committing war crimes. But what actually constitutes a war crime? NBC News senior legal and investigative correspondent Cynthia McFadden takes a look.
While it's fair to say bloodshed has plagued us since the dawn of time, the laws of war, a group of international treaties and conventions signed over the past 150 years, are an attempt to lessen the civilian toll. Born out of the horrors of European conflicts, the American Civil War, and 2 world wars, what's known as international humanitarian law, or IHL, relies on 5 basic principles. Military actions must be necessary. They must distinguish between civilians and legitimate military targets. They must be proportionate, meaning they must avoid to the extent possible incidental harm. They must avoid unnecessary suffering, sometimes referred to as humanity. And finally, the actions taken by the military must be honorable. When combatants break these principles, we generally call that a war crime, but there are few absolutes, as you will see. Question: did Hamas commit war crimes on October 7th when they attacked Israeli villages and a music festival, taking hostages and killing civilians?
It was an intentional attack on Israeli civilians for no appropriate reason. Hamas committed a war crime.
Professor David Crane spent 3 years prosecuting war crimes committed in Sierra Leone. He says that while Hamas's attacks against Israeli military posts on the border can be condemned and criticized as wrong, attacking military posts are generally not war crimes. However, he says, the killing of civilians and taking of hostages is a different story.
Taking civilians and using them for purposes other than to protect them and remove them from the battlefield is a war crime.
Question: but what about Israel's response, dropping thousands of bombs in Gaza? Israel has the right to defend itself, says Ambassador David Sheffer, who played a critical role in the development of the first permanent war crimes tribunal, the International Criminal Court. However,
Israel has to try to follow the principle of distinction, namely distinguishing between civilians and armed Hamas militants. Those are decisions where you should have a military lawyer involved.
Question: if Israeli airstrikes hit civilian buildings, is that a war crime? Schools and hospitals cannot be targets, says Ambassador Sheffer, but there are exceptions.
If it were a hospital building that had almost no patients in it, but actually was housing 300 Hamas militants, then sure. I mean, that's a legitimate military target.
Question: Israel cut off food, water, medicine, fuel, and electricity to all of Gaza. Is that a war crime? Both experts say blockades are legal, but there are limits.
If Israel said we're going to temporarily blockade so that we can try to get the hostages back, well, then that is still lawful. But they took it one step further and said we're going to do this blockade to basically starve them out. That's wrong.
Question: final advice from the experts? As Israel seems poised to launch a ground war, and as humanitarian observers from the UN say there is no longer anywhere for civilians to stay safe in Gaza.
President Biden rightfully is now cautioning Israel, saying, take a step back, take a deep breath, try to understand the strategic results of what you have done with the blockade, but also what you're about to do, and that is physically go in.
Or, as Ambassador Schaefer put it, Israel must be able to defend itself without abandoning its own principles. If it fails to do so, it may find itself in a militarily superior position, but ostracized on a risky perch. Cynthia McFadden, NBC News.
A Chinese fighter jet came within 10 feet of an American B-52 bomber over the South China Sea Tuesday night. According to U.S. military officials, the Chinese jet was seen flying below and in front of the American plane at an uncontrolled excessive speed. The U.S. military says it was conducting routine operations when the incident happened, and China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs did not respond to a request for comment. Stay with us right here. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back this Friday, and thank you so much for joining us here on NBC News Daily. I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. Progress is being made between the striking Hollywood actors and the movie studios. According to a social media post by SAG-AFTRA, the two sides are scheduled to meet again today. The Actors Union also said that it had made a comprehensive counteroffer to the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers. SAG-AFTRA has been on strike now for 105 days. An Idaho district judge is denying a motion to dismiss a grand jury murder indictment against Brian Kohberger. Kohberger is accused of stabbing and killing 4 University of Idaho students just last November. In the second of 2 hearings yesterday, his attorneys argued that the indictment should be dropped because of errors in the grand jury instructions. But the judge ruled Kohberger's grand jury instructions were no different than instructions to previous grand juries. We do not yet know the judge's decision from the first hearing because that one was closed to the public. And former President George W. Bush is expected to throw the ceremonial first pitch at tonight's World Series opener between the Texas Rangers and the Arizona Diamondbacks. Bush is a former owner of the Rangers and has done this at 3 other World Series games. The MLB also announced that Grammy Award-winning musician Her will be performing the national anthem tonight. We start this half hour with a multi-state manhunt to find a U.S. Army reservist from Maine who police say shot and killed 18 people on Wednesday. 40-year-old Brian Card, pictured there on your screen, is wanted for multiple murder charges. Officials warn, however, that he does have military and weapons training and should be considered armed and dangerous. Meanwhile, people in 4 towns are being ordered to shelter in place while police search for him. Investigators are looking into more than 500 tips that have poured in from the public about where he might be, and they're doing dive and air searches in a nearby river today. NBC News correspondent George Solis is live for us in Lewiston, Maine there. George, what do we know specifically about the river search today? What led to it?
Yeah, good afternoon, Morgan. We're actually in Lisbon, Maine right now. That is the focus of police today, the Androscoggin River, which is right behind me. Officials saying they're really concentrating on the water right now. It's what we've seen are boats and teams in the water right now. There's actually dive teams in there looking in this shallow water. A while ago, there was a helicopter that was flying pretty low here, almost here at the tree lines. Officials not very clear on exactly what it is that they're looking for, but through some press conferences and through officials, they are obviously looking for any signs of Robert Card, be he dead or alive at this point. And so the focus here, local, state, and federal agencies here on the ground. A little bit from me, about a quarter mile from me, is where they are launching these boats into the water. They're keeping the media pretty far away from this scene. They are still obviously under the assumption that Robert Card may be out there. So they are reminding people that he could be armed and dangerous. And so the community is still encouraged to shelter in place. And for the most part, we've seen a number of businesses here today still in that lockdown mode. It is very hard to move around. It is eerily quiet, life essentially on pause in these communities right now, Morgan.
You mentioned life being on pause there, George. Do we have any sense of when those shelter-in-place orders might be lifted?
Yeah, at this point, authorities just reminding people that this search is ongoing and they are asking for patience. And they know it is very difficult because you have a lot of people in this community who are mourning. They would like to move on and start paying their respects to all of those lives lost. We've mentioned this before, that this is a very tight-knit community. Degrees of separation, not far to know someone who lost someone in these tragic shootings. But again, the messaging from authorities, be patient. This search continues and it is intensifying, Morgan.
All right, NBC News correspondent George Solis live in Lisbon, Maine for us. George, thank you. And moments ago, explosions seen over Gaza. These on your screen here right now, these are the heavy waves of Israeli tank and artillery fire hitting northern Gaza. Those lights you see there on your screen. One of our NBC News producers on the ground right now as we speak says there's a constant hum of Israeli drones flying overhead. A Palestinian telecom provider says internet service across Gaza has been cut off because of Israeli missile strikes. All of this is coming after Israeli military announced that it has thwarted an aerial attack in the area of the Red Sea. Now, Israeli Air Forces scrambled, intercepting the targets before any civilians were in danger. This attack comes after Israel says that it launched new ground operations deeper inside Gaza, hitting dozens of Hamas targets. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from southern Israel. Raf, you have just been doing incredible reporting, not only on the day-to-day happenings, but the families and the people who have been impacted on both sides of this war. Tell us more about the latest strikes in Gaza specifically and about Israel's ground operations. It's something that we've been talking about, there being an imminent larger ground operation, but now we're seeing other operations that are happening deeper inside. What is happening at this moment?
Morgan, tonight is feeling different than other nights. As you said, Israel is carrying out intensified bombing inside of Gaza. I can tell you we have been hearing it from here. It is anecdotally felt like a lot more has been dropped on Gaza in the last couple of hours than we've heard previously. The spokesman for the Israeli military has just confirmed in a national address that Israel is intensifying its strike campaign. He also said that they are stepping up their ground operations. Now, he is not saying that the long-awaited ground offensive has begun, but we have increasingly seen Israeli troops operating on the other side of the Gaza border fence. He says they are stepping that up. The other big sign that something unusual is happening, Morgan, is what you just mentioned. All internet appears to be down inside of Gaza. We are hearing from different Palestinian humanitarian organizations that they are unable to reach their staff there. We're hearing from one of the major Palestinian national telecommunications companies that they have lost internet connectivity inside. We don't yet know what that means. We don't know if this is Israel turning the internet off deliberately inside Gaza so that Hamas fighters can't communicate with each other. We don't know if this is an Israeli strike that took out some kind of communication line, but tonight is certainly feeling different, Morgan.
And we are just receiving news now here that looks from the IDF spokesperson saying that they have increased the bombing in Gaza this evening. And we're seeing more on that as it happens. Breaking on the ground, NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez for us there. Raf, thank you. And here at home, the Texas state legislature has passed a bill that will allow local police to arrest migrants. The bill gives Texas officials more power than they've had before when it comes to immigration. This is part of Texas Governor Greg Abbott's plan to beef up security at the border there. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now live from Miami. Guad, look, this proposal isn't sort of officially law yet. I mean, it still has to go back to the Senate and then get onto the governor's desk. But how would it sort of effectively change policing at the southern border? Has the Biden administration responded to any of this?
Morgan, we should also keep in mind that the House is controlled by Republicans in Texas, so it's not very difficult for Governor Abbott to push legislation that he prefers through the House. So what we know is that also the Senate had a similar bill that they were also looking at. So most likely this will pass in Texas and make its way to the governor. So this would change things for local authorities and cities along the border and in all of Texas. Essentially, this would give local police the authority under state law to detain individuals, and if they are undocumented, then they would be able to take them to a port of entry and force them to go back to Mexico. Now, the strange thing here is that ports of entry are under federal authority, so it's unclear what would happen if a local police officer arrives at a port of entry and then tries to force someone to cross the border into Mexico. There's questions of whether it's legal to force someone who's not even Mexican to go back to Mexico. And then, of course, we have to wait and see if the Biden administration will respond. As of now, we don't know what kind of challenge they might have, but judging from what's happened in the past, they have challenged a lot of these state laws. And this is immigration law, which is up, or it should be enforced by the federal government, not state authorities. Morgan?
Yeah, really good context there, Guad. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joining us live from Miami. We appreciate it. And the pilot who passed out behind the controls of a single-engine plane is reuniting with the man who came to the rescue and landed them safely. Now, more than a year later, in a full recovery, pilot Ken Allen is back in the skies. NBC News Today co-host Savannah Guthrie has more.
It's been more than a year since 65-year-old pilot Ken Allen embarked on the scariest flight of his life.
I've got a serious situation here. My pilot has gone incoherent.
Last May, while he was nearly 12,000 feet in the air, Allen suddenly became unconscious, quickly turning the flight from the Bahamas to Fort Pierce, Florida, into a life-or-death emergency for everyone on board. That's when Darren Harrison, one of two others on that single-engine Cessna 208, stepped in. Harrison sharing with Today the moment he took the controls.
All I saw when I came up to the front was water out the right window, and I knew it was coming quick.
The plane is in a nosedive, essentially.
Correct. Yes. And at that point, I knew if I didn't react, that we would die.
What happened next has been called a miracle. Harrison, who had zero flying experience, took over the pilot's seat. With help from an air traffic controller on the ground, he was able to land the plane safely at Palm Beach International Airport. And when did you exhale?
I threw the headset on the dash and said the biggest prayer I've ever said in my life. The last part of the prayer and the strongest part was for the guy in the back. Because I knew it was not a good situation.
Allen was fighting for his life in the back of that plane. Emergency vehicles met them upon landing, and Allen was later rushed to Palm Beach Gardens Medical Center, where he underwent a 9-hour surgery to repair a torn aorta. The medical team led by Dr. Nishant Patel.
I was happy to be awake because I remember Dr. Patel saying, you know, we're going to do everything we can to save your life.
17 months later, after making a full recovery and along with his doctor, Allen is back on his feet and ready for takeoff. Earlier this month, he was medically cleared by the FAA to fly again.
I went through 6 additional doctors, poked, prodded, scanned.
Most patients with this diagnosis don't make it. So to see him go through all of that and get approval to fly, that truly is amazing.
Whatever you can grab onto.
To mark the occasion, Allen decided to go back up in that exact same plane, this time with his life-saving doctor by his side.
Clear to land, 28 left, 3 Lima Delta.
A landing to remember.
Thanks for having me up there. That was awesome.
Amazing day.
Amazing day.
Savannah Guthrie, NBC News.
The list of capabilities for artificial intelligence, well, it keeps on growing. In fact, we're going to tell you how therapists are now using it to help diagnose patients who have anxiety and depression. All that and more coming up next. You are watching NBC News Daily.
really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammers with Everton.
All right, it just fit too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, today, 2 Pennsylvania EMTs and a police officer are being hailed as heroes after saving a choking toddler's life. And it was all caught on police body cam video. Sydney Long from NBC Philadelphia has the story, but we do want to warn you, these images, they may be tough to watch for some of our viewers.
It was 6:30 last Tuesday night.
Oliver had some crackers for the ride to my house.
Grandmom Maureen O'Loughlin and her grandson were singing songs in the car, but then suddenly there was silence.
I have one of those mirrors that looks at babies, and I saw that he was struggling.
Maureen pulled over.
I knew he was choking, and he was turning blue, and I knew I had a limited amount of time.
It's a rural community, and no one was around until...
What's wrong? Choking, I think.
Harrison Township Corporal Kevin McGowan, who happened to be responding to a different call, stopped his car. This is his body-worn camera footage.
Oliver was limp. His face was blue.
The two of them managed to get Oliver out of his car seat. Corporal McGowan started doing back blows on the baby.
It does get your blood flowing a little bit more. The adrenaline's going.
But his airway remained blocked.
We heard somebody screaming for help.
EMT Janine Alina and her partner just happened to be leaving work late. Their EMS station footsteps away. She ran over.
I got a phone radio.
And began doing what she's long been trained.
Come on over. Come on over.
Then they heard a cry.
Okay. There you go. There you go. My partner then suctioned some things out of his mouth. There was mucus and little bits of cracker.
They saved him. They saved our family. It was miraculous, all of it.
A handful of Ollie's relatives say they plan to learn CPR. It's training Alina reminds is free to Gloucester County residents and something people of all ages can learn.
We want to deliver 5 back blows. So you're going to go in between the shoulder blades and you're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oliver's grandfather on his dad's side, who just retired after 30 years of policing, wrote to Corporal McGowan saying in part, quote, "Thanks to you, your training, your quick action, you saved Ollie."
For NBC News Daily, I'm Sydney Long.
At the height of the pandemic, healthcare workers were more likely to be diagnosed with anxiety and depression, according to a recent study from NYU Langone. Now, the researchers found these results through artificial intelligence. Here's NBC New York reporter Rana Navini on how AI can actually help healthcare providers and their patients.
Dr. Yomaris Pena was on the front lines of the pandemic. As the chief medical officer of Somos Community Care, she worked with underserved communities. She helped set up testing sites and eventually vaccination clinics. Now, looking back, she admits it wasn't easy.
When you don't know when something is going to happen, that creates a lot of anxiety. And we were just going through the motions of things. So many people got sick and so many people died. And after that, just the trauma of reliving and being alive, right, for so many people.
Researchers at NYU Langone Health are backing up what many assumed. At the height of the pandemic, healthcare workers were more likely to be diagnosed with anxiety and depression. The study looked at 820 medical workers around the country, analyzing their conversations with therapists in the spring of 2020. All of it done using artificial intelligence.
We think of AI, we think of Skynet, we think of something that somehow was going to take our job and be an alien in the way that it thinks. And I don't think that this is a constructive approach.
Behind the study is Dr. Matteo Malgaroli. He's an assistant professor of psychiatry at NYU. He says they used AI to dissect the language of therapy patients, a first step into studying how AI can help in the field of mental health.
I would say right now, but this is something that needs to be studied.
As for the future, he doesn't envision replacing humans with robot therapists. Instead, a tool for real therapists to screen for depression and anxiety or to handle note-taking and paperwork.
I think, though, that actually where they're going to make the most revolution is in the boring things.
For Dr. Pena, she's hopeful more focus will be placed on the mental health of frontline workers, whether it's through AI or not.
It's a needed conversation. Who takes care of the healthcare provider? Who takes care of the person that takes care of you?
For NBC News Daily, I'm Rana Novini.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
As a result of rising sea levels, researchers say some coastal homes are at risk of collapsing straight into the ocean. NBC national climate reporter Chase Kane details how the government is now stepping in to buy those homes and hopefully prevent a future catastrophe.
A viral video shows the ocean swallowing a home in North Carolina last year. And the federal government just bought others nearby to demolish them, preventing a similar fate. The $700,000 price tag might seem small until you consider that 800,000 homes also risk collapse over the next 30 years. Sea level rise driven by human-caused climate change continues to eat away at beaches, dunes, and cliffs, threatening an Amtrak line in California, homes in Florida, Delaware, Massachusetts, and most recently in New York.
I've been coming out to the Pines for 25 years. I have never seen the beach look as bad as it does today. It is absolutely terrifying.
Fire Island, the primary barrier island for the 7 million people who live on Long Island, got a 1-2 punch from recent storms, leaving houses on the edge of collapse.
And then there is a less obvious but even bigger concern, emergencies, because you can see how high the water is coming in. Before this beach was washed away, fire trucks and ambulances could actually use the sand to get back and forth between different communities more quickly. Now that's just not an option.
The price tag, a major question. Building back beaches can cost upwards of $1 million per mile. Seawalls aren't cheap either, nor popular. Miami scoffed at this plan along its scenic waterfront. Nationally, Western Carolina University projects we spent more than $13 billion to restore beaches, tax dollars. But even choosing to do nothing has cost because a certain amount of sea level rise is already baked in from the fossil fuels we've burned.
By the end of the century, we basically have to plan for about 3 feet of global rise in sea level from those the temperature and the ice volume components. We can do that. I mean, we can adapt, but it's going to be costly.
A problem which will gain more attention in the coming weeks and months as king tides, the highest high tides of the year, give an unsettling preview of what normal high tides will look like as our oceans continue to rise. In New York, I'm national climate reporter Chase Kane.
Private pilots are taking flight to help scientists better understand everything from climate change to monitoring endangered species. Brad Hicks from This American Land series takes us sky high to see how things look down below.
Will Worthington,
okay, let me have my passengers for a minute,
is about to help the world in a small way.
So this is the flight that we plan to do.
He's taking 2 conservationists from Mexico on a mission, a flight over the Colorado River Delta. He's one of 300 pilots who volunteer for the nonprofit Lighthawk to help conservation efforts across North America and into Mexico.
Some conservation is best done with an aerial perspective, and that's what Lighthawk provides.
Some flights help conservation groups conduct species counts from above.
Sometimes that work could be transporting endangered species.
And some flights, like today, give a bird's eye view of critical conservation areas. Gabriela Coloca Michel, a wetland specialist with the environmental group Pro Natura Noreste, is eager to study how water is flowing through the delta.
It's amazing to have this opportunity to see in a different perspective.
Cornell ornithologist Osvel Hinojosa Huerta is eager to see how key bird habitats he's helped rebuild are looking for this winter's migration.
It's amazing to be able to see the connections and the habitats and really that configuration of the land. That's super helpful.
They're in good hands. Will Worthington has 6,000 hours at the controls. That's a lot of flying time. And he has soared over this stretch of the river many times with Lighthawk.
We're helping just in a small way, but we're helping in a way that seems to be meaningful.
His passengers are pleased with what they see.
We can see how restoration is working, so we are very thankful to Lighthawk.
Back on the ground in Arizona, mission accomplished. Will is already gearing up for another Lighthawk flight next week.
You know, that makes me feel good when I can tell that they really got a kick out of what we did today.
Brad Hicks reporting.
Our thanks to Brad Hicks for that report. I'm Morgan Radford, and you are watching NBC News Daily. Remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, and that's wherever you stream. All those places there on your screen, YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, you name it.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Hi, everyone. I'm Stephanie Gosk in for Kate and Zinkley. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Friday, October 27th, 2023. Breaking news, desperate manhunt. Authorities across New England are stepping up their search for the gunman who killed 18 people in Maine. The urgent manhunt now in its second day as officers try to find any sign of the suspect. And thousands of people remain sheltered in place. We have the latest on the ground. Also breaking, new airstrikes, large explosions in Gaza at this hour as Israeli forces expand their operations inside the region. Is Israel on the brink of potential full-scale invasion of Gaza? Retaliation. The U.S. launches strikes against Iran-linked targets in Syria in response to a series of drone attacks on American bases in the Middle East. What this all means for growing tensions in the region. In his own words, FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried takes the stand in his own criminal trial. What he said about his failed crypto empire and accusations he stole billions of dollars from unwitting customers. We begin this hour in Lewiston, Maine, where law enforcement officials are frantically searching for the suspect in Wednesday's mass shooting. By air, land, and water, investigators are working around the clock to find Robert Card. He's accused of opening fire on a restaurant and bowling alley in Lewiston, Maine, the state's second biggest city. An arrest warrant has been issued. Card is considered armed and dangerous. Lewiston and surrounding communities remain under shelter-in-place orders. Some businesses and schools remain closed. Because of the active threat, people can't even gather together for vigils to mourn the 18 lives lost, like we've seen in other communities after countless mass shootings in this country. The victims include a manager at the restaurant who tried to stop the rampage, an American Sign Language interpreter who helped communicate information during Maine CDC COVID briefings, and this father and son who were enjoying a night out with their bowling league. Leading us off this hour is NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton outside a hospital in Lewiston where the injured are being treated. Antonia, let's begin with this manhunt. Officials say they're searching an area at a nearby river. Why has that become a focal point here?
Well, Stephanie, that's because Robert Card abandoned his vehicle right at the edge of that water. And the concern is that he either has escaped on a boat or another vehicle, or the possibility that he may be in the water. He may have committed suicide. All options are on the table right now. So there are divers going into the water. There have been helicopters at the scene all day. And they're hoping to find a new lead here. You know, for anyone who listened to the press conference earlier this morning, while there were some important updates, a reinforcement of the fact that the shelter-in-place order is still going to be in place so long as there is this active threat, there is still the reality here that there are so many unanswered questions that are compounding the excruciating pain and grief that people are facing right now. Take a listen to one public safety official describing the very much active and evolving investigation.
While this is going to look like a major focus today with a lot of people, we have a lot of other irons in the fire. So I'm not here saying that the suspect, we know the suspect is in the water and this is what we're doing. What I'm telling you is you're going to see a lot of activity here, and I'm going to tell you that in advance. We've got nothing to hide in that regard at all.
And this is a multi-state effort. Maine State Police are leading the way, but federal officials, FBI, ATF are here, as well as folks from New Hampshire and Massachusetts who have all compiled their resources to help find this person. The hope is that this doesn't turn into what we just saw happen in Pennsylvania, where it stretches out for weeks and people are on edge, wondering who may be here in the woods, in their community, and in surrounding towns. Stephanie.
Yeah, Antonio, as you mentioned, there's fear, but there is also grief that people are trying to deal with. You spoke with a man who knew some of the victims. What did he have to say?
Yeah, Stephanie, it was a heartbreaking conversation. He hangs out at that bowling alley all the time, and so he knows many of the regulars there. Those are the people that he hangs out with most weeks, and he told me that the only reason he wasn't there that night was that he had to take care of his 2 kids, 3 and 4 years old. And if he had had childcare, he actually would have been there. He was getting texts from his friends who, were giving him some grief, wanting him to come hang out and celebrate with them that night. And so he told me he's now living with some survivor's guilt. And that's actually not a unique story here right now. A lot of residents are feeling that way because this is such a tight-knit place. Take a listen to my conversation with him.
It's really hard when it happens in your backyard and to people, and when you were supposed to be there, and when you know a lot of people that were involved.
If you hadn't been with your own kids, you would have been at the location that night.
Correct.
Those were your friends.
Yeah.
All people you know hanging out that night. Residents tell us that they hope the shelter-in-place order is lifted at some point soon. They understand the need to stay home and stay safe, but they are eager to come together to get back into their routines and try to find just a bit of normal, a semblance of normalcy right now. Stephanie.
That's some heart-wrenching sound from that witness there. Thank you so much, Antonio. I appreciate it. For more on the investigation, let's bring in NBC's Tom Winter. Tom, how worried are authorities about finding Robert Card as time passes? Is it getting more difficult?
Definitely, Steph, and it's one of the things that they addressed this morning, something that they've been talking about in law enforcement circles. The longer you go without finding somebody or getting on a specific trail or scent, quite literally, when we talk about canines, the harder this is going to be. And of course, we're not talking about a small area. We're not talking about a small state. As a fellow New Englander, you well know that all the other New England states can fit into Maine, and we're talking about a very rural area. So this definitely becomes a challenge.
Tom, you've been able to learn some more about why Card may have targeted the restaurant in Lewiston. What can you tell us about that?
Right. The reporting of myself and our colleagues here at NBC News is that law enforcement is trying to determine whether or not, apparently he was a big cornhole player. There was a cornhole tournament there that night, and they're trying to determine whether or not he attacked it because that's something he and his ex-girlfriend like to do. There were also some discussion about whether or not he felt like he was hearing voices or any sort of disrespect from people that attended there. We haven't found any of that to be true at this point, but it's at least an avenue that the law enforcement's going down, Steph. It's not a specific hardened theory at this point.
You know, a lot of details are coming to light about his personal and military background. Can you lay those out for us, Tom?
Right. So I think, we had a limited information the other night when a bulletin went out on him. Now that we've had some time and our NBC Pentagon team has had some time to ask some questions, he's somebody who is believed to be a trained firearms instructor, but not in the military. This firearms training was something he may have done on his own in his personal capacity. He's not somebody who is a member of the Navy SEALs, for instance. I don't think, based on what we've learned, his combat experience is that extensive, Steph.
All right. Tom Winter, thank you very much.
Got it.
We're following breaking news involving the Israel-Hamas war. Israel's military says it is increasing the ground operation in Gaza. And a Palestinian communications provider says internet service has been cut off in Gaza. This comes hours after at least 3 people were hurt after a rocket hit an apartment building in Tel Aviv. Israeli officials say the rocket was fired from the Gaza Strip. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman is in Tel Aviv for us. Josh, what else is the military saying about this operation tonight? Is this the start of the ground invasion we've been talking about for weeks now?
Stephanie, this does not appear to be that moment. In fact, I just spoke with an IDF spokesperson who said that they are still awaiting the formal green light from Israel's political leadership to launch that full-scale ground invasion. But it does mean that Israel's military is stepping up its attacks tonight on Gaza, both by air and on the ground, with additional airstrikes that we've been witnessing for the last several hours, and also the military saying they will expand their ground raids into Gaza, which they have been conducting for the last couple of nights, targeting not only those tunnels that Hamas uses, but also rocket launch sites, command centers used by Hamas in the Gaza Strip. And this comes as we are also hearing about a near total blackout of internet and phone connectivity in the Gaza Strip, with the main the telecommunications company that's still operating there saying they are totally shut down, and the Palestinian Red Crescent saying that people who dial 101, which is their version of 911, are basically unable to reach emergency services right now because the connectivity is simply down.
You know, Josh, one of the big concerns are the hospitals in Gaza. Israel has come out and said that Hamas has a headquarters underneath a hospital in Gaza. Hamas denies that claim. You just talked with an IDF spokesman. What did he say about all of that?
Well, he said, Steph, that they have known about Hamas using the Al-Shifa hospital, the largest in the Gaza Strip, for some time. But they say that now that they are putting this out there, it means that the hospital could lose the protections against airstrikes that it would normally have as a humanitarian civilian facility. And so I asked the IDF, does that mean, are you indicating that this hospital where civilians are now being treated is now a legitimate target for Israel's military? Here's what he said.
Hospitals are protected under conventions, but when they are utilized for military activities, they could lose that protection. This is the challenge. The world needs to know.
And I also asked him whether this means that they intend potentially to attack this hospital, or what they would tell civilians who need health care and are now afraid to go to this hospital. And he didn't have a great answer to that. He said it is up to Hamas to leave that hospital, but had no specific advice for civilians who might be injured from these airstrikes, need medical care, and are now afraid this hospital could be struck by the Israeli military, Stephanie.
All right, Josh Letterman in Israel, thank you so much. Time for today's CNBC Money Minute. A big recall from a big box store, and the real winner of the return to office movement is right under your nose. Christina Partsinovelos is here with us, joining us now. Hi, Christina.
Hi, Stephanie. Well, let's start with inflation, because it actually picked up in September. We have those numbers. The core personal consumption expenditure price index ticked up 0.3% for the month. It's the key measure used by the Fed to measure inflation, which means the economy is still chugging along and those interest rates may stay where they are. Pressure cooker owners, heads up for a new recall by Best Buy. It's recalling the Insignia pressure cookers due to a burn hazard. And companies that make deodorant are benefiting from the push to get workers back into the office. Unilever, which makes Axe Degree and Dove antiperspirants and deodorant, says it is seeing a 15% rebound in sales now that Americans are spending less time at home and more time at work. I don't know why, I just find this story really funny. People are wearing deodorant outside of their home, but not in their home.
From those of us who are in the office, leave your stink at home. Right, Christina?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Well, I think.
Coming up, are we close to a deal to end the actors' strike? Where negotiations stand and what it means for your favorite shows. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
At this hour, we're learning new details about those U.S. airstrikes on Iran-linked targets in Syria. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says the U.S. retaliated for drone attacks on American bases in Iraq and Syria. According to defense officials, there have now been 20 attacks since October 17th, injuring 21 personnel. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce joins us now. Dan, what more can you tell us about these airstrikes? Why now?
Well, Stephanie, I think the U.S. felt they needed to deter Iran and send a message after so many of those rocket and drone attacks against U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria. So 2 F-16s yesterday carried out these airstrikes against targets that are associated with these Iranian-backed militias that have been launching attacks on those American forces. But I think they were also careful to sort of describe them as proportionate, as a kind of calibrated response and not some kind of massive bombing campaign. Here's what Pentagon Press Secretary General Patrick Ryder said and how he described it.
We will maintain the inherent right of self-defense, and we will take all necessary measures to protect our forces and our interests overseas. And so these strikes were very surgical, very targeted to send a clear message that we will protect our forces.
So you can hear the Pentagon trying to calibrate this, right? On the one hand, they want to deter Iran, but they also are trying not to escalate this into something bigger.
Well, I mean, that leads me to my next question. If they are targeting places because they are linked back to Iran, does that not become escalation at some point?
Well, that's a good question. I think there are no guarantees here, right? So I think the Biden administration felt they had to respond given so many attacks were targeting American forces. But it's interesting, they did not stage an attack directly on Iran. I think that's telling. That shows you that they're trying to calibrate things. And then the assumption, I think, in the assessment from intelligence agencies in the U.S. is that Iran itself is ready to push the envelope, but not all the way into a direct clash with the U.S., which could become difficult for them. So they're trying to jab at Israel and the U.S. through these proxies across the region.
The question will be, when does that line get crossed, right, Dan? Thank you very much. As the Israel-Hamas war rages on, rising tensions are fueling an alarming increase in violence against Palestinians and anti-Semitic attacks here in the U.S. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell reports.
Video showing Jewish students scared inside a Cooper Union College library as pro-Palestinian protesters pounded on the door, shouting, "Free Palestine." Anti-Israel slogans projected at night on campus buildings at George Washington University in downtown Washington. A Jewish man describes a home invasion in Los Angeles. He says the attacker was shouting this:
"Free Palestine, we need to kill the Israeli people."
An alarming surge in anti-Semitic incidents in the U.S. since the Hamas terror attack in Israel and Israel's airstrikes in Gaza, according to the Anti-Defamation League, up 388% over the same period last year.
To what do you attribute it?
When you dehumanize and demonize Israelis and Jews, it leads to anti-Jewish sentiment around the world. And we've seen how anti-Semitism has been normalized here in the United States.
Palestinian groups also reporting incidents against them, the most devastating the murder of 6-year-old Wadja al-Fayoum and stabbing of his mother, Chicago police say, by their landlord in an alleged hate crime.
It is very concerning, and it's an example of what can happen to a community when they're dehumanized.
Andrea Mitchell, NBC News.
And tonight on NBC News Now, be sure to watch a Hallie Jackson Now special report. She'll help answer some of the biggest questions coming out of the Israel-Hamas war. Watch The Breakdown tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now. Coming up, the controversial new law that could cause another showdown between Texas and the Biden administration over migrants at the southern border. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Today, we're shining a light on a group that's working to diversify the entertainment industry. NBC Morning News Now anchor Joe Fryer sat down with the couple behind The Nice Crowd to show us how they've been giving a much-needed stage to Black artists for decades.
You need only spend a few minutes with Jeff and Nicole Friday to understand what drives them.
What we're really trying to do and what our company Nice Crowd does is we want to level the playing field for people of color in the entertainment industry.
That's really been our mission, to level the playing field.
Like expert landscapers, they've been leveling that playing field since 1997. That's when Jeff launched the American Black Film Festival after going to another film festival.
In visiting that festival, he realized that there were so many things about it that weren't even, if you will. And we really wanted to give those opportunities to people who ordinarily wouldn't have that into entertainment or into Hollywood.
What were the challenges you faced at the beginning?
Corporate sponsorship was challenging. And if I'm being very honest, the idea was marginalized in the beginning. So 1997, 20 years before Oscars, hashtag Oscars so white, you know, before George Floyd's murder, and people just weren't committed to diversity. I can just say it out loud. So I've endured this journey of marginalization and, you know, kind of putting it off to the side, and we've watched the world catch up to the mission of the festival.
The festival has given an early career boost to artists who've gone on to achieve great success. Anthony Anderson won the Rising Star Award in 2000. Black Panther director Ryan Coogler received an honor for his short film back in 2011. And Issa Rae says the festival gave her a big break. as she told IMDb.
And for me, they showcased my work and brought me out early when I just had a web series, and to be put on a level with so many other people I admire just meant so much to me.
Your host for the evening. Earlier this month, Nice Crowd launched a comedy festival in Washington, D.C., showcasing comedians of color. The festival's name, Because They're Funny.
It's kind of a mission statement and a cool name, if you think about it. You know, why spend the effort to promote diverse comics? Why? Because they're funny.
What can something like this hopefully do for a young comedian?
Yeah, you know, our bread and butter is platforming deserving people that might not get a shot. So we're just replicating that model. You know, we really believe that everyone deserves a shot, and we just don't think that the comedy arena is diverse enough. We truly don't. And so this is just our effort to have some fun and what we call do purposeful for-profit work, you know.
And we want to laugh a lot. Now's a good time. I mean, comedy more than ever, we want to laugh.
You don't understand how good it was out there.
5 years from now, we're going to have a new comedy star, someone that'll have a television series and a $50 million movie that got their start right at our comedy festival.
You say that with confidence.
Oh, man, we've done it before.
Leveling the playing field in comedy, just as they've been doing in film for nearly 3 decades.
As you point out, eventually Hollywood started to catch on and realize this was an important issue. Reality check. Where are we right now? Where do we need to go when it comes to diversity in film?
I think we're in a great place. You know,
I don't, yeah. I mean, he thinks that we're in a great place. I don't know that, I think we're in a better place, but I still think that there's a long way to go to make sure that there are more opportunities for people, not only in front of the camera, but those who are behind the camera and below the line.
And we got to do a better job at making sure that our industry is really forward-thinking and leading the way globally. And we're just doing our little piece of it. You know, we're not going to change the world in our lifetime, but if we can just shift it a little bit forward, we'd be very happy with that.
Thanks to Joe Fryer for that report. The next American Black Festival will take place in June in Miami. It was just announced that Issa Rae will be this year's creative director. And coming up, the Twitter takeover. Today marks 1 year since Elon Musk bought the platform, and it's gone through a lot of changes, including its name. What's next for the site now known as X later this hour? Streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. There is new video coming out of Acapulco, Mexico, showing the destruction caused by Hurricane Otis. The Category 5 hurricane slammed into the resort city earlier this week. At least 27 people are dead, according to local authorities. The storm caused major flooding, power outages, and left homes destroyed. Democratic Congressman Dean Phillips is launching a primary challenge against President Biden for the 2024 election. The Minnesota lawmaker's bid is a long shot. He says that while he thinks the president has done an excellent job, he believes Democrats are facing a re-election emergency next November. Congressman Phillips will speak to Kristen Welker coming up on Meet the Press Now. Watch starting at 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. The Beatles' long and winding road appears to be ending with artificial intelligence. The iconic band's much-anticipated final song, Now and Then, is set to be released. The song was written and sung by John Lennon in the late 70s. In 1994, his widow, Yoko Ono, gave the recording to Paul McCartney. The song will utilize the same audio-enhancing technology used in Peter Jackson's documentary, Get Back. The latest now on the breaking news out of Maine. Local, state, and federal officials are canvassing the Lewiston area, searching for the suspect in Wednesday's mass shooting. The Maine Department of Public Safety says they're working their way through more than 500 tips. The suspect, Robert Card, is considered armed and dangerous. He's accused of killing 18 people and hurting 13 others at a restaurant and a bowling alley. NBC News correspondent George Solis is in nearby Lisbon, Maine. George, what's the significance of Lisbon, Maine in this manhunt?
Yeah, good afternoon, Stephanie. Behind me is the Androscoggin River. This is the area where authorities say Robert Card's car was last seen. And so now authorities are here searching by boat with divers and with helicopters to see what they can find in this river or around this river during this intensifying manhunt. At this hour, we are getting reports that the divers are actually heading into the water right now. They're going to go in as pairs, basically leaving no stone unturned. And officials telling me they're going to mark each area that they've been with GPS, so they basically progress here as they get to the dams here. And officials earlier saying they're actually working on slowing the current here on the river to make it easier for those divers using sonar technology to be able to canvass this waterway. Now, the helicopters that have been circling here, they've been flying pretty low. We're told they're using thermal imaging as well for any sign of this suspect. Of course, this community remains on lockdown. Right now, what you see is really just a heavy police presence and a lot of media here as people are canvassing and searching the woods, not to mention just the river, as we were discussing. People here, of course, very shaken up. Many of them wondering when they'll be able to grieve. A lot of people still haven't been able to leave their homes as they are concerned for their safety, which is the messaging from the authorities, of course, because of that lockdown, because Robert Card is still presumed to be armed and dangerous, Stephanie.
You know, it's been more than a day and a half since the shooting. Are you learning anything new about the suspect's background?
Well, earlier, I should say last night, a lot of things coming to a head at the suspect's home when it was believed he may have been there. We saw a heavy police presence. We heard authorities yelling, Robert, come out with your hands up. We have you surrounded. Of course, it turned out that he was not there. But some of the main bullet points about his background that are, of course, concerning. He was an Army reservist from 2002. There was concerns that he was hearing voices, some reports from his family about his behavior. So there was really just a lot of discussion whether there were some early signs that were missed that could have prevented this shooting. But of course, that's all motive and a lot of it not being discussed by officials right now, as their main objective, Stephanie, is to see if they can track down this very dangerous fugitive at this point. And right now, the focus, again, on this river, and they're telling us they're going to leave no stone unturned, literally and probably figuratively, to make sure that they can find some resolution for this community that is in mourning, Stephanie.
All right, George, thank you very much. George Solis there in Maine. America is reeling once again from yet another mass shooting. It's an all too familiar scene, vigils and memorials for lives lost at the hands of gun violence. With hundreds of shootings and thousands killed this year alone, many are wondering, will it ever end?
Another community ripped apart by America's gun crisis.
Frustrated, worried. We know a close friend has passed.
At least 18 lives lost in the Lewiston, Maine mass shooting, the 565th mass shooting in 2023, and the deadliest so far this year, according to the National Gun Violence Archive, which defines a mass shooting as at least 4 victims shot, excluding the shooter.
Pray for the families, pray for these victims. God, things have got to change. We have to start doing better.
That grief felt across the country, time and time and time again, with more than 35,000 people killed by gun violence so far this year. Families in Monterey Park, California, still recovering from the horrific killing of 11 people at a dance hall studio that took place just 3 weeks into the new year. Flowers and pictures lining the entrance of an elementary school in Nashville after 6 people, including 3 children, were shot and killed there in March. And a community in Allen, Texas, grieving the 9 murdered at an outlet mall in May, and now calling for change. The heartbreak and anger in Lewiston, Maine also felt less than 300 miles away in Newtown, Connecticut.
We know that gun violence is preventable. We need to do more to stand up to this issue, to enact safe laws, and to create the safe communities that we all deserve. So I'm incredibly saddened, but also very angry.
Nicole Hockley watching another mass shooting unfold, nearly 11 years after her 6-year-old son Dylan was killed along with his 19 classmates and 6 teachers at Sandy Hook Elementary School.
I just wish my little boy was back by my side. He would be turning 18 in a couple of months. And I often think about how tall he might be now, or he'd be a senior in high school, what life experiences might be ahead from him. And I'll never know because he's frozen at 6.
Hockley turning her anguish into action, helping launch Sandy Hook Promise, a nonprofit that works to protect children from gun violence through programs and bipartisan policy.
No one should feel unsafe wherever they go, whether it's their school or their bowling alley. Everyone should be and feel safe, and we have the power to make that happen.
But more families impacted by senseless gun violence, and the nation once again united in grief.
To try and help the Lewiston community heal, art teacher Mia Zellner has been posting these hearts around the city. The people in the county still under a shelter-in-place order, members of the community have been holding vigils online. A controversial new immigration bill is close to becoming law in Texas. It would allow local police to arrest migrants suspected of entering the U.S. illegally. The bill also sets up another potential showdown between Texas and the Biden administration over the southern border. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is following this for us. Guad, can you walk us first through the details of this bill and where it stands in the Texas state legislature?
Stephanie, this bill is approved in the House, is expected to go to the Senate, where there is strong support for the Republican border security agenda. So it would expect to pass in the Senate as well. So this bill will give local authorities in Texas, local police officers, state authority, or under state law, it will give them authority to detain individuals and ask if they are undocumented. So they will be able to detain undocumented migrants and then take them back to a port of entry. Now, there's a lot of questions as to how they would do this. This means that if a police officer is driving near the border and somebody crosses in between ports of entry, even an individual that is attempting to request asylum by turning themselves in, a local police officer would be able to arrest them and take them to the port of entry. But the ports of entry are under federal authority, federal jurisdiction. So does this mean that the police officer would be able to get out of his car and force the individual to go into that port of entry and go back to Mexico? There's other questions about the migrants themselves. Many are not Mexican. So is it legal to send someone back to Mexico? And then, of course, opponents are saying that this could also create issues in Hispanic communities in Texas, because police officers would be able to detain anyone and perhaps a Hispanic community and ask for proof of citizenship. So these are all the questions that are now being asked by opponents, Stephanie.
It sounds like a real legal thicket. If this bill does end up getting signed into law, what kind of legal challenges could it face?
Well, it could be the next battle between Texas and the federal government. Immigration law in the U.S. is enforced by federal authorities, so this could make its way through the courts. Texas and the Biden administration already have other legal battles, like the one with the floating barriers in Texas, where the Biden administration is suing Texas, and Texas says they can't have those floating barriers, even though it's a federal area. This could be the next battle that they have, because essentially Texas is passing a law that enforces immigration, something that it should be done by the federal government. So if they challenge this, it would go to the courts. We've seen other states attempt to pass laws like this one in Arizona more than 10 years ago, and that ultimately was struck down. So we'll have to wait and see if this gets approved and how the Biden administration reacts.
All right, Guad Venegas, thank you. The actor strike has now stretched into its 105th day. On Thursday, SAG-AFTRA, which represents more than 150,000 industry workers, submitted its counteroffer to the movie studios. Both sides came back to the bargaining table for the first time this week after negotiations broke down earlier this month. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas joins me now. Chloe, what's the biggest sticking point at this point?
I mean, there are a few different sticking points. One of them is artificial intelligence. I have 3 sources that are familiar with these negotiations telling me that SAG-AFTRA, the union that represents over 150,000 actors, that they want to have say-so in how the likeness of these performers is being used in the future. Although the studios, the AMPTP, have agreed to give these performers consent, and offer consent and to use their likeness, there are a lot of sticking points, and we know that artificial intelligence is a major sticking point here. Also, we heard Ted Sarandos, the CEO of Netflix, recently talking about this levy on subscribers. Well, what does that mean? Well, that is something that we know that they are very far apart on. The union wants 57 cents per subscriber from these streaming services, and these streamers have said absolutely no. That would cost us upwards of $800 million annually, and we just are not prepared to do that. We do know that they have brought up their rates, the minimum rate, the AMPTP, several percentage points, and I know from these sources that are very much in these negotiations and aware of what's going on that a lot of progress was made at the bargaining table yesterday. They are meeting as we speak right now, and there is an end in sight. It could be within the next couple of days, and I know that so many people want their jobs back and obviously their paychecks around the holiday season.
So it sounds like it's not intractable, but it does beg the question, the longer this goes on, what could the effect be on the entertainment industry?
I mean, look, we've already seen movies like Ghostbusters and Dune 2 being pushed back. We know that the spring TV slate is potentially in a bit of peril. It doesn't mean that if things don't ramp up again before the holidays that we couldn't see some of your favorite shows back on the air, but you're even seeing Mission Impossible get pushed to 2025. It's not just like you flip a switch, as we all know, and people just get back to work, not to mention all of the other industries that have been affected. Over 17,000 jobs, according to the last U.S. jobs report in August, and I'm sure that that number has increased when that new jobs report comes out. So many people affected: transportation, dry cleaning, you name it. And like I said, the holiday season is approaching, and people, they're dipping into their savings, and they're having a hard time even putting food on the table for some people.
Yeah, it's so hard for those people. Well, we hope it ends soon for everybody. All right, Chloe Melas, thank you so much. Coming up, FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried takes the stand in his fraud trial, how he's trying to defend himself in front of a jury. You're watching NBC News Daily.
lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried is back on the stand today in his criminal fraud trial, but this time he's answering questions in front of a jury. Yesterday, in a rare move, the judge ordered the jury be sent home as Bankman-Fried gave his first round of testimony. The judge was then going to decide which pieces of evidence could be used today. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas is here to help us understand it all. But let's start with CNBC's Kate Rooney outside the courthouse in Manhattan. Kate, Sam Bankman-Fried is facing a long list of charges, including wire fraud and money laundering. He's now on the stand to defend himself. But what is his defense?
So the defense so far, Stephanie, has been that he had good intentions, that he was building a high-growth, valuable company. He made mistakes, yes, but he did not commit fraud. They're trying to prove that he did not have criminal intent. Among the things that they're talking about is risk management. He's admitted on the stand that they didn't have enough risk management. He said that was one of his biggest mistakes. He also acknowledged that customers were hurt. But when his defense attorneys asked him directly, did you steal customer money and did you commit fraud? He said no. And so tried to clearly paint the difference between taking on too much risk and committing a crime at this point. They have argued he hasn't committed a crime, but was taking on a lot of risk there. Also talked about him being just too busy to run two companies. He's tried to shift the blame, claim that he was naive to some of the issues going on, and blamed other top executives who have already testified we've heard from in the past few weeks.
So, Danny, you heard her, Kate lay that out there. What do you make of this defense?
The essence of Sam Bankman-Fried's defense in taking the stand has to be only one thing. It's basically convincing the jury that all the things the government has put into evidence, his mindset was not intentional, it was careless. In other words, we didn't have risk management. Was that on purpose? No. I was just ignorant. I was careless.
Is that
I
a
was
defense?
negligent.
Is careless a defense?
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting defense because you're saying, hey, I was the boss, but I didn't know what was going on. I let other people handle that. It's on them. I was sort of the figurehead, but when it comes to things like coding and the nitty-gritty, I left that to my lieutenants. Therefore, I lack the criminal intent. Look, this entire testimony is a gambit. Will it pay off? Who knows? Then again, it may not be that much of a gamble if the defense is thinking it's not looking that good anyway. Might as well try something.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, Kate, it's gotten a little rocky in court. We understand the judge got a little testy with Sam Bankman-Fried yesterday. What happened, and what's the feeling inside the courtroom today?
So it's quite different than what we heard yesterday. He's been a lot more calm and prepared this morning. Yesterday, we had sort of a preview of what it's going to be like when he gets cross-examined by the government attorneys, the prosecution. In this case, he stalled a bunch. He was asking follow-up questions. He was evading a lot of the questions and just found a way to answer things without clearly saying yes or no. Really caused some frustration with the judge. Multiple times, Judge Kaplan said, listen to the question and answer the question, and so sort of scolded him in the courtroom. So there was a lot of frustration and honestly tension in the room yesterday. It's a little bit different today, but we expect that maybe to play out again when he gets cross-examined in the coming days.
All right, Kate Rooney and Danny Savalas, thank you both. There's more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Some of Washington's favorite residents are preparing to say goodbye, sadly. We're talking about the beloved giant pandas at the Smithsonian National Zoo. Look at them hanging out there. Just this week, we learned they'll be leaving D.C. sooner than expected. Here's NBC's Kelly O'Donnell.
Saying goodbye can be unbearable. The beloved giant pandas of the Smithsonian National Zoo so cute. Have long been the most popular attraction here.
I am sad to see them go, but it was neat to see them today.
A sentimental transition is underway for the panda staff.
I see them almost more than I see my family at home, so it's hard not to love your job when you're working with pandas every day.
The big change ends 50 years of panda diplomacy. In 1972, First Lady Pat Nixon welcomed the gift from China.
I am pleased to be here and accept the precious gift of the panda.
Later, China leased pandas to U.S. zoos, and that deal is over, forcing the return of Mei Xiong and Tian Tian after 23 years in Washington, and their cub, Xiao Qi-ji.
Certainly, lots of mixed emotions.
To prepare for a 19-hour flight to China, the pandas are now in crate training.
Oh, look at that. Good girl.
That is the biggest part of preparation for their shipment, is because they're going to be spending hours in that crate. So we want to make sure that they're very comfortable.
Their flight is a kind of Panda Express, operated by FedEx.
FedEx has actually transported 15 pandas on 10 separate flights over the past 2 decades.
With extraordinary in-flight dining. 60 to 80 pounds of bamboo will be served, plus favorite treats.
Mei Xiong really loves her pears, Tian Tian really loves sugarcane, Xiao Qi-ji likes butternut squash, and then they'll all get apples or carrots, sweet potato, things like that.
For fans, their November farewell is bittersweet.
I'm just heartbroken that they're leaving.
Kelly O'Donnell, NBC News.
Today marks 1 year since Elon Musk took over Twitter, which he has since renamed X. That's just one of the many platform-altering changes he's made in his short time running the company. And those changes have been controversial, to say the least. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo joins us now. Stephen, what have been the key moments in Elon's rocky first year?
Rocky's such a delicate way to put it. I've forgotten some of these things we went back and took a look at. All the way back to October 22nd, 2022. That's when Elon Musk tweeted that video of himself walking into Twitter HQ with a bathroom sink. That started it all off. He fired a lot of his top staff. And within days, he started layoffs that would eventually take out half of the company's workforce. Then on November 5th, Twitter Blue, the $7.99 subscription service, that came around saying it would allow people who are verified to keep those check marks. Huge accounts were also started being impersonated almost immediately after that, because anyone with verification was able to do that. Then just later that month, the 20th through the 24th, Musk granted amnesty to banned Twitter accounts, including former President Trump's, letting people with problematic or damaging content histories back on the site. Then to December 13th, Twitter's Trust and Safety Council was dissolved. This was a big deal. A lot of people angry about it because they helped fight harmful content on that site. Then, March 25th this year, Twitter removed the blue check marks from the so-called legacy accounts. So prominent non-paying accounts that had those check marks to limit impersonation no longer had them. So that chaos sort of continuing. May 11th, Linda Yaccarino, a former NBC Universal executive, was named the chief exec of Twitter, though Musk has and since continues to remain an active leader. On July 6th, Meta launched Threads, which signed up more than 100 million users in its first week alone. Threads usage has declined by more than 80% since then, but many people see that as a direct response to Twitter's chaos. And Twitter then, on July 24th, rebranded as X, which I am still trying to get used to. The bird logo is now a thing of the past. Also installing that sign in San Francisco, the headquarters there, which didn't last. Neighbors complained really quick, as you probably remember, and they had to take that sign down. I'm getting there, Steph. September 9th, X downloads actually, I know there's so much. X downloads actually hit a low of more than a decade, according to Business Insider. September 19th, Musk indicated in a form that users may all soon have to pay. They launched a test in New Zealand to look at that. And then this month, the EU actually told Elon Musk that a lot of this misinformation is being put on the site about Israel and Hamas's war. So a lot going on.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Stephanie Goskin for Kate and Zinkley. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Friday, October 27th, 2023. Breaking news, Maine on edge. Law enforcement says it's been flooded with tips, but the man accused of killing 18 people still hasn't been found.
I think that every minute that this goes on, we're more and more concerned, because what's the next thing that's going to happen?
What we're learning about the lives lost as the manhunt stretches into a second day. Also breaking, new bombardment. Israeli Defense Forces say their ground operation is ramping up in Gaza. What we know about the targets just hours after one of Israel's largest cities is hit by rocket fire. The bottom line, failed crypto exchange founder Sam Bankman-Fried admits to making mistakes, but says he's not guilty of fraud, the case he's making as he faces the jury for the first time. And plot twist, are Hollywood studios and the Actors Union about to make a deal? The negotiations underway right now, and what it means for movies and TV. We begin this hour in Lewiston, Maine, where law enforcement officials are frantically searching for the suspect in Wednesday's mass shooting by air, land, and water. Investigators are working around the clock to find Robert Card. He's accused of opening fire on a restaurant and bowling alley in Lewiston, Maine, the state's second biggest city. An arrest warrant has been issued. Card is considered armed and dangerous. Lewiston and surrounding communities remain under shelter-in-place orders. Some businesses and schools remain closed. Because of the active threat, people can't even gather together for vigils to mourn the 18 lives lost, like we've seen in other communities that have suffered their own mass shootings. The victims include a manager at the restaurant who tried to stop the rampage, an American Sign Language interpreter who helped communicate information during Maine's CDC COVID briefings, and this father and son who were enjoying a night out with their bowling league. Leading us off this hour is NBC News correspondent George Solis. He's in nearby Lisbon, Maine. George, we understand the town you're in, Lisbon, is significant in this manhunt. Why is that?
Yeah, good afternoon, Stephanie. It's significant in various ways. This is where Robert Card's vehicle was found, and so authorities spent a lot of time here initially combing this area. They are now back here because they are canvassing the Androscoggin River. They have teams about to go into the water, dive teams. They have teams in boats that are going to be using sonar to look at this waterway. They also have helicopters that have been flying around here pretty low to the ground using thermal imaging. We also just got word from one of our crews that has been following some of these teams around the river that they actually have crews now in the woods right now marking them with ribbons to mark where they have already been. That is how intense and how specific they are being. I was told from an official earlier that once these dive teams go into the water, they're going to be using GPS to mark off where they've already been. They are literally turning over every stone for any sign of Robert Card. At this point, as you mentioned, they are telling the people here in this community that he is to be presumed armed and dangerous, and that is why those shelter-in-place orders are in place. Life here in these communities is basically on pause at this time. Earlier, I caught up with the Lisbon Police Chief, Ryan McGee, to talk a little bit about some of the staging that they were doing here in this area and what they were hoping to accomplish. Here's what he told me.
Morale is up there because I have a dedicated team of women and men that really want to locate the individual. You know, we really care about the community and the surrounding communities.
Yeah, Stephanie, they have more than 500 tips that they are looking into, and they are taking each one of these very, very seriously. It tells you, again, how badly they want to capture this individual. Stephanie?
You know, George, this is a community that is on edge, but they are also grieving. I understand you spoke with some people who knew some of the victims. What did they tell you?
Yeah, yesterday I spoke with Kim McConville, who is in Bensalem. She is the cousin of Bill Young. They were trying desperately to get any information they could. The last known location was the bowling alley, and they later received that horrific news that nobody wants to hear, that he was among the deceased, the victims that lost their lives. They also learned that his son, the 14-year-old Aaron Young, was also among the deceased. They are in tears. They are, of course, now figuring out the next phase of this, which will be the funeral, as so many other families are. This tight-knit community, of course, reeling through all of this, and they really want to be able to mourn Stephanie. But, of course, right now the priority for the law enforcement side of things is capturing Robert Card. Stephanie?
All right, George Solis there in Maine. Thank you so much. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter joins us now. Tom, they're looking for this suspect. He has a gun. What are they worried about at this point, the longer he's out there?
Well, I mean, certainly, first off, if he becomes desperate. So there's two things. Either he's alive or he's dead. That's obvious, right? But if he is alive, does he become desperate? As the weather change over the weekends, as it is expected to, get colder, as he spends more time outside? This is somebody who, not that anybody who commits a mass shooting is of right, stable mind, but knowing what we know about his past, this is somebody who has clearly got some serious mental health issues. So the longer that he's out there, does it get more desperate?
You know, he went to two places.
Right.
And part of this is going to be trying to figure out what motivated him. Are you learning any details about those locations and why he might have been connected to them?
So investigators are still doing their work, they tell us, but we've talked to a number of law enforcement officials who say that one of the things that they're considering is this idea that his ex-acquaintance or ex-girlfriend and he used to frequently go to a cornhole tournament or a cornhole night at this local bar, one of the places where he did the shooting, and that maybe he anticipated her being there, or because that's something they used to do, that's perhaps a reason why he did what he did. So that's one avenue that they're considering, Steph.
Any new details about his personal life or his time in the military, in the reserves, rather?
Well, so our Pentagon team has been focused on that. And one of the things that's becoming clear is this is not a Navy SEAL commando. This is somebody who did not participate in active combat. While he did
news for the people looking for him.
Without a question, without a doubt. So I think one of the things that they're looking at is specifically this mental health illness that occurred over the summer, what happened with that. And then, of course, that's tied to a whole host of other issues about whether or not he should have had a gun.
And, you know, listen, the Lewiston police and the police in the area are doing such a great job, but they're obviously getting a lot of help from the federal government. In what ways, what agencies are also involved in this?
When you start to bring in the ATF and you start to bring in the FBI, you start to bring in people that have real expertise in the issues. In the ATF's case, when it comes to guns, where do the guns come from? What other purchases does he have? So if they found 3 guns, but he's bought 4, okay, so maybe he has that 4th gun on him. What does that tell us about what he has? That's an example. From the FBI standpoint, between the technological capability, the additional SWAT capability that they have, the additional investigative capability that they have, they can bring a lot to bear to try to get to a resolution here more quickly, Steph.
Let's hope that happens soon, Tom. Thank you so much.
You got it.
At this hour, we're learning new details about the U.S. airstrikes on Iran-linked targets in Syria. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says the U.S. retaliated for drone attacks on American bases in Iraq and Syria. According to defense officials, there have now been 20 attacks since October 17th, injuring 21 U.S. personnel. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby joins us now. Courtney, these airstrikes come at a very precarious time in the region. What more can you tell us about these strikes, and how is the U.S. preventing this from escalating the conflict in Israel with Hamas into a wider conflict?
So pretty much everything that we have seen the U.S. military do and try to message since October 7th has been a message of deterrence with an effort of de-escalating the situation, or potentially, or keeping what is happening in Israel and in Gaza from spreading to the region. That's what we're hearing from defense officials about these strikes that occurred in northeastern Syria overnight, Stephanie. So they struck 2 locations. One was an ammunition storage facility. The other one was a weapons storage facility. And according to a statement we got from Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin overnight, these were facilities that were directly tied to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps and some proxy forces supported by Iran. These are the groups who are believed to be behind those 20 attacks that you just mentioned on U.S. bases housing U.S. personnel in Iraq and Syria since October 17th. Now, the idea here, according to the statement from Secretary Austin and defense officials we've been speaking to, is that because of these attacks that have been occurring on these bases, these strikes were defensive in nature. We heard a little bit about that from Brigadier General Pat Ryder, the Pentagon press secretary, earlier today, talking with our colleague Anna Cabrera. Here's what he had to say.
We will maintain the inherent right of self-defense, and we will take all necessary measures to protect our forces and our interests overseas. And so these strikes were very surgical, very targeted, to send a clear message that we will protect our forces.
The hope is that these facilities, striking them, taking them out, may prevent some future attacks against forces in the region. Stephanie.
Courtney, I want to shift gears just a little bit to another issue. A Chinese fighter jet came within just a few feet of U.S. bomber plane this week. It's not the first time that's happened. We've seen this happen frequently recently. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, that's right. We know of upwards of 200 of these sorts of incidents in the region since 2021. But this one is particularly concerning for U.S. military officials because it occurred at night, Stephanie. So not only did this Chinese J-11, that's a fighter jet, you see it there in the video, not only did it come within about 10 feet of a U.S. B-52, but it did it at night. Statement that we got out of U.S. Indo-Pacific Command said that the concern here is that the pilot of that Chinese jet may not have known how close he or she was actually getting to the U.S. aircraft and how close they could have actually been to a collision. That's the real concern here, is that if in fact they get so close, there could be an accidental collision and it could have catastrophic consequences, Stephanie.
All right, Courtney Kuby, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Time for today's CNBC Money Minute. Cruise is shifting into neutral in California, and bad news for Chipotle's fans in one particular state. Courtney Reagan joins us now. Hi, Courtney.
Hi, Stephanie. It's good to see you. We're just days after California suspended the license of GM's Cruise robotaxi unit. The company announced it's grounding its entire fleet. That brings operations in Austin, Phoenix, and Houston to a halt. In a statement last night on X, the platform formerly known as Twitter, Cruise said the suspension of service does not have to do with any new on-road incidents. And Chipotle just announced a price hike on menu items, but says it may have to raise them even higher in California. The company is blaming a new law that raises the minimum wage for fast food workers to $20 an hour. And companies that make deodorant are benefiting from the push to get workers back into the office. Unilever, which makes Axe, Degree, and Dove antiperspirants and deodorants, says it is seeing a 15% rebound in sales now that Americans are spending less time at home and more time at work. And luckily, smell better there, too. Back over to you, Stephanie.
Go back to work. Just don't smell. Thanks, Courtney.
Thank you.
Coming up, the new calls for New York Congressman George Santos to resign as he pleads not guilty to a slew of new felony charges. But first, breaking right now, Israeli forces launch another raid on Gaza. What it could mean for people desperate to leave the region. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
We're following breaking news in the Israel-Hamas war. Israel's military says it is expanding the ground operation in Gaza. A Palestinian communications provider says internet service has been cut off in Gaza because of Israeli airstrikes. The escalation comes on the 21st day of the war. Today, a new convoy of aid trucks made it into Gaza, but it's just a fraction of what's needed. People are lining up at trucks just to get water. Food, fuel, and medical supplies are also running very low. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondents Josh Letterman in Israel and Megan Fitzgerald in Cairo, Egypt. Josh, I'll start with you. What else do we know about this new ground operation in Gaza tonight?
Well, what we are seeing tonight, Stephanie, from the Israeli military is an escalation both on the ground and in the air. The Israeli military is saying they are significantly stepping up their airstrikes on the Gaza Strip, which we have seen from afar all evening, but also that their ground forces will be increasing their ground operations in Gaza following raids in the last 48 hours in which Israeli troops briefly entered the Gaza Strip, attacked anti-tank positions and Hamas control centers and other infrastructure, and then returned to Israel. Now, the big question, is this the start of that long-promised ground incursion into the Gaza Strip? All signs for now appear that this is not that big operation that everybody has been waiting for. The Israeli military saying they are still waiting for a political decision from the government leadership here in Israel about whether to launch that full-on ground invasion. But this does appear to be building in that direction, trying to lay the groundwork and soften Hamas's defenses before that promised ground incursion into the Gaza Strip. And it is sure to increase the devastation in the Gaza Strip when we wake up tomorrow and learn about the death toll and other destruction from these airstrikes tonight. It is likely to be more even than what we've seen over the past several nights, Stephanie.
All right, Megan, I want to turn to you in Egypt. We've talked about trucks getting into Gaza, but people still haven't been able to leave through the Rafah border crossing there in Egypt. Is there any progress on opening it up further?
Yeah, you know, Steph, that is certainly what more than 500 Palestinian Americans in Gaza want to know. And the question is, it certainly doesn't appear as though there's been any progress on that matter. You know, we've been in contact with Palestinian Americans in the early days of this conflict who would go daily to the border hoping that that would be the day that they would be able to get out. People are desperate at this point. We were just in contact earlier today with a Palestinian American woman who we had planned on doing a virtual interview with tomorrow. I messaged her. Of course, we're not able to connect because, of course, all connectivity is down. So even if the State Department did want to reach out to Palestinian Americans in Gaza, they would not be able to do so at this point. A lot of frustration here, and we're also seeing that on the humanitarian side of this as well. You mentioned there were some 84 trucks that went into Gaza so far, a drop in the bucket compared to what Gaza saw before this war started, where, according to the UN, some 500 trucks a day were making their way across the border, Steph.
You know, Josh, such a big part of this story is the hospitals in Gaza. Now the Israeli military is claiming that Hamas has a headquarters underneath the hospital in Gaza. Hamas denies that claim, but you talked with an IDF spokesman. What did he have to say about it?
Well, the big question in the light of Israel accusing Hamas of having a terrorist structure in this hospital, Stephanie, is does that mean Israel now considers Al-Shifa Hospital, the largest in the Gaza Strip, to be a legitimate military target? And so I asked the IDF that very question tonight, and they said, look, we're not saying we're about to strike the hospital, but we are saying that now that we have made public that it is being used to house missiles, to be used to house terrorists and other infrastructure of Hamas, it could lose the protection that healthcare facilities and other civilian facilities have from military strikes. And the big question is, would Israel actually move against that hospital? And what should civilians who need medical care do? The IDF saying the real question is whether Hamas will agree to leave that hospital, Stephanie.
All right, Josh Letterman and Megan Fitzgerald, thank you both. And tonight on NBC News Now, be sure to watch a Hallie Jackson Now special report. She'll help answer some of the biggest questions coming out of the Israel-Hamas war. Watch The Breakdown tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now. We'll be right back.
coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today, we're shining a light on a group that's working to diversify the entertainment industry. NBC Morning News Now anchor Joe Fryer sat down with the couple behind The Nice Crowd to show us how they've been giving a much-needed stage to Black artists for decades.
You need only spend a few minutes with Jeff and Nicole Friday to understand what drives them.
What we're really trying to do and what our company Nice Crowd does is we want to level the playing field for people of color in the entertainment industry.
That's really been our mission, to level the playing field.
Like expert landscapers, they've been leveling that playing field since 1997. That's when Jeff launched the American Black Film Festival after going to another film festival.
In visiting that festival, he realized that there were so many things about it that weren't even, if you will. And we really wanted to give those opportunities to people who ordinarily wouldn't have that into entertainment or into Hollywood.
What were the challenges you faced at the beginning?
Corporate sponsorship was challenging. And if I'm being very honest, the idea was marginalized in the beginning. So 1997, 20 years before Oscars, hashtag Oscars so white, you know, before George Floyd's murder, and people just weren't committed to diversity. I can just say it out loud. So I've endured this journey of marginalization and, you know, kind of putting it off to the side, and we've watched the world catch up to the mission of the festival.
The festival has given an early career boost to artists who've gone on to achieve great success. Anthony Anderson won the Rising Star Award in 2000. Black Panther director Ryan Coogler received an honor for his short film back in 2011. And Issa Rae says the festival gave her a big break, as she told IMDb.
And for me, they showcased my work and brought me out early when I just had a web series, and to be put on a level with so many other people I admire just meant so much to me.
Your host for the evening. Earlier this month, Nice Crowd launched a comedy festival in Washington, D.C., showcasing comedians of color. The festival's name, Because They're Funny.
It's kind of a mission statement and a cool name, if you think about it. You know, why spend the effort to promote diverse comics? Why? Because they're funny.
What can something like this hopefully do for a young comedian?
Yeah, you know, our bread and butter is platforming deserving people that might not get a shot. So we're just replicating that model. You know, we really believe that everyone deserves a shot, and we just don't think that the comedy arena is diverse enough. We truly don't. And so this is just our effort to have some fun and what we call do purposeful for-profit work, you know.
And we want to laugh a lot. Now's a good time. I mean, comedy more than ever, we want to laugh.
You don't understand how good it was out there.
5 years from now, we're going to have a new comedy star, someone that'll have a television series and a $50 million movie that got their start right at our comedy festival.
You say that with confidence.
Oh, man, we've done it before.
Leveling the playing field in comedy, just as they've been doing in film for nearly 3 decades.
As you point out, eventually Hollywood started to catch on and realize this was an important issue. Reality check. Where are we right now? Where do we need to go when it comes to diversity in film?
I think we're in a great place. You know,
I don't, yeah. I mean, he thinks that we're in a great place. I don't know that, I think we're in a better place, but I still think that there's a long way to go to make sure that there are more opportunities for people, not only in front of the camera, but those who are behind the camera and below the line.
And we got to do a better job at making sure that our industry is really forward-thinking and leading the way globally. And we're just doing our little piece of it. You know, we're not going to change the world in our lifetime, but if we can just shift it a little bit forward, we'd be very happy with that.
I love how she said we need to laugh more. That is for sure. Thanks to Joe Fryer for that report. The next American Black Film Festival will take place in June in Miami. It was just announced that Issa Rae will be this year's creative director. Don't miss that. Still to come, the bad news bears. Why Washington, D.C. is saying goodbye to some beloved pandas. Look, I'm swinging from the trees. Oh, no, don't go. Earlier than expected, they're leaving. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. There is new video coming out of Acapulco, Mexico, showing the destruction caused by Hurricane Otis. The Category 5 hurricane slammed into the resort city earlier this week. At least 27 people are dead, according to local authorities. The storm caused major flooding, power outages, and left homes destroyed. Democratic Congressman Dean Phillips is launching a primary challenge against President Biden for the 2024 election. The Minnesota lawmaker's bid is a long shot. He says that while he thinks the president has done an excellent job, he believes Democrats are facing a re-election emergency next November. Congressman Phillips will speak to Kristen Welker coming up on Meet the Press Now. Watch starting at 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. Former President Trump's daughter, Ivanka, has been ordered to testify in his $250 million fraud case. The judge said today that she will not be called until after November 1st. Ivanka Trump is no longer a defendant. But New York Attorney General Letitia James says she believes Ivanka has important information in the case. Ivanka Trump's siblings, Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump, are also expected to testify in the case, along with the former president. The latest now on the breaking news out of Maine. Local, state, and federal officials are canvassing the Lewiston area, searching for the suspect in Wednesday's mass shooting. The Maine Department of Public Safety says they're working their way through more than 500 tips. The suspect, Robert Card, is considered armed and dangerous. He's accused of killing 18 people and hurting 13 others at a restaurant and a bowling alley. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is in Lewiston, Maine. Kathy, officials say they're searching an area at a nearby river. Why has that emerged as a focal point? Hey, Steph, good afternoon to you. So this is day 2 of an all-out manhunt for Robert Card, and still no sign of him. As you mentioned, there are resources at the local, state, and federal levels, and there is a lot more activity, a higher concentration of activity at the Androscoggin River, because that is where earlier today officials say that Robert Card's white Subaru was located along with additional evidence. So we have definitely seen a lot more just ground activity. Also, we know there are resources in the air trying to get some more information to get any sighting of him. But this is just kind of an ongoing process. We were told that this is an ongoing investigation. Things are very fluid. And later on today, later on this afternoon, we should be getting another update from officials. Steph? Kathy, the community is under a shelter-in-place order, but some people are heading out, putting up these Lewiston Strong signs. Why do they say they're doing this? Yeah, you know, Steph, a lot of people obviously heeding the warnings. They are hunkering in place because the shelter-in-place order is still in effect. But as you mentioned, folks, like you see here on your screen right now, they're putting up these signs because they want to show that this community is resilient during a time of grieving, of mourning. Take a listen.
I hope when people see the Lewiston Strong signs, they realize that we are a strong community. They are strong as an individual, and that even though a tragedy has happened, it's a time to show strength, compassion, and support for everybody.
And Seth, we do want to mention some of the victims. We are getting to know a little bit more about their background. Behind me is the bowling alley. This was the first location where the gunman stormed in, killing 7 people. One of the victims, Bill Young, along with his 14-year-old son. We are told that they were together at the time with their bowling league. 53-year-old Trisha Aslan was also there with her sister. It was her night off. And we were told from family members that she wanted to call 911 when she knew exactly what was happening, but unfortunately she was also shot. And Steph, a few miles away from where we are standing is the Schmeggy's Bar and Grill. That was the second location where the gunman killed 8 individuals there. We now know that they were hosting a cornhole tournament, and from survivors that we have been speaking with, they told us that it was packed. Dozens of people were inside. Among the victims, Joey Walker, he was a manager of this bar and grill, and according to his father, he told our Lester Holt that he happened to grab a butcher knife nearby and was trying to stop the gunman. Steph? God, the details are so terrifying. Kathy Park, thanks. New York Congressman George Santos appeared in federal court this morning to face a new slate of fraud charges. Santos pleaded not guilty to all of them. His appearance comes just hours after some of his House colleagues launched an effort to expel him from the House. If the effort is successful, he would be only the 3rd member to be expelled since the Civil War. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now from Capitol Hill. Sahil, walk us through what happened in court today and remind us what these new fraud charges are.
Hey, Stephanie. Well, Congressman George Santos pleaded not guilty in federal court today to 23 charges as part of a superseding indictment. And the details of the charges are quite remarkable. He has been charged with stealing people's identities, charging his donors' credit cards without their approval, lying to the FEC, inflating his own campaign receipts with loans that in some cases didn't exist, and in other cases contributions that were either made up or stolen. Now, the judge set a trial date starting next September of 2024 that could last about a month or so. That pushes up quite close to the big presidential election where every member of the House is going to be on the ballot. George Santos says he is running for re-election. The big question is going to be, can he win a primary in New York and Long Island for his seat? Or are Republicans going to decide to go with someone else? And more broadly, is he even going to be a congressman by then? It's unclear that he will be.
Yeah, that's definitely in jeopardy. And Sahil, some members from the New York delegation have introduced a resolution to expel Santos from Congress. How much support does that effort have, given Republicans' very slim majority in the House?
Yeah, it's still a little bit unclear, but there's been a group of New York Republicans that have been threatening for a while to force a vote on the floor of the House of Representatives to expel Congressman George Santos. That effort is led by Congressman Anthony D'Esposito, who represents a neighboring district on Long Island next to George Santos. He has called him a fraudster, a stain on the House. After this latest 23-count superseding indictment, he and his colleagues decided to spring into action. They filed that measure yesterday, which means it has to get a vote on the floor of the House within 2 legislative days, means it's likely to happen next week. And of course, it takes 2/3 of a vote in the House of Representatives to convict. Democrats are very likely to go along with it. How many Republicans will? We don't really know the answer to that. You know, Republicans have been embarrassed by George Santos ever since he took office early January, when the allegations, the many reports about his lies and fabrications to his resume were well known by that point. But it's a very narrow House majority, so they've decided to tolerate him up until now. What do they do? It's going to put all of them on the record here. Should George Santos remain a member of Congress or not? Stephanie?
All right, Sahil Kapoor, thank you so much. FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried is back on the stand today in his criminal fraud trial, but this time he's answering questions in front of a jury. Yesterday, in a rare move, the judge ordered the jury be sent home as Bankman-Fried gave his first round of testimony. The judge was then going to decide which pieces of evidence could be used today. CNBC technology reporter Kate Rooney has been in and out of the courtroom all day and following all of this very closely. Kate, this is the first time we're getting to hear Bankman-Fried's side of the story. Lay out his defense.
So, Stephanie, the judge, as you mentioned, he narrowed what the defense can actually talk about. They talked yesterday about trying to blame the lawyers. The judge said he can't do that. Instead, he's trying to blame some of his top executives. He's admitted some mistakes, said risk management was a problem. They didn't have a risk management team. He said he was also very busy. He talked about being too busy to even get a haircut, and that he delegated to some of his other top executives. He says he was too busy for a relationship. They've talked a little bit about his relationship with Caroline Ellison, who has pleaded guilty and testified against him. He said he was too busy all around, and used that as a defense as well. And then really that he didn't have criminal intent. That's key here. He's trying to show that he was acting in good faith. For example, a venture capital firm that he had, one of the arms of his company, he said he thought he was allowed to use that money because the company was profitable, things that were illegal and may have been a crime, but he says he did not have criminal intent, which would absolve him of some of those issues. So it's all about intent here. He's trying to show it wasn't his fault, and he didn't know about some of these issues, according to Bankman-Fried.
Well, you know, what happens next in this trial? It seems like it's close to wrapping up.
It is wrapping up quicker than a lot of people thought. So he is going to be on the stand until about 4:30 today. It's going to continue on Monday. The direct questioning is going to continue until about lunchtime Monday. And then the cross-examination will start, which is when the prosecution, the government side here, gets a shot at questioning Bankman-Fried. Based on what we saw yesterday, that's when he got a little bit rattled on the stand. He's been quite prepared, calm, up on the stand today when his defense attorneys are approaching him. It was a different story yesterday. He was delaying some of the questions. He was kind of finding runaway ways to answer it without giving direct answers, which the judge did not love. He was telling Bankman-Fried, listen to the question and answer the question. We do expect more of that when the government side gets a chance again at cross-examination on Monday.
All right, Kate Rooney, thank you. Up next, ready for takeoff. A pilot who nearly died at the controls shares his story of getting ready to return to the cockpit. But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Animals at Rome's zoo are celebrating Halloween a bit early. The treat for the white Bengal tiger, a pumpkin stuffed with meat. And who wouldn't think that was a treat? And he didn't even have to dress up for it. Look at him. More NBC News Daily right after this.
now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday, November 8th at 8 p.m.
The actor strike has now stretched into its 105th day. On Thursday, SAG-AFTRA, which represents more than 150,000 industry workers, submitted its counteroffer to the movie studios. Both sides came back to the bargaining table for the first time this week after negotiations broke down earlier this month. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas joins me now. Chloe, what's the biggest sticking point at this point?
I mean, there are a few different sticking points. One of them is artificial intelligence. I have 3 sources that are familiar with these negotiations telling me that SAG-AFTRA, the union that represents over 150,000 actors, that they want to have say-so in how the likeness of these performers is being used in the future. Although the studios, the AMPTP, have agreed to give these performers consent, and offer consent and to use their likeness, you know, there are a lot of sticking points. And we know that artificial intelligence is a major sticking point here. Also, you know, we heard Ted Sarandos, the CEO of Netflix, recently talking about this levy on subscribers. Well, what does that mean? Well, that is something that we know that they are very far apart on. The union wants 57 cents per subscriber from these streaming services, and these streamers have said absolutely no. That would cost us upwards of $800 million annually, and we just are not prepared to do that. We do know that they have brought up their rates, the minimum rate, the AMPTP, several percentage points, and I know from these sources that are very much in these negotiations and aware of what's going on that a lot of progress was made at the bargaining table yesterday. They are meeting as we speak right now, and there is an end in sight. It could be within the next couple of days, and I know that so many people want their jobs back and obviously their paychecks around the holiday season.
So it sounds like it's not intractable, but it does beg the question, the longer this goes on, what could the effect be on the entertainment industry?
I mean, look, we've already seen movies like Ghostbusters and Dune 2 being pushed back. We know that the spring TV slate is potentially in a bit of peril. It doesn't mean that if things don't ramp up again before the holidays that we couldn't see some of your favorite shows back on the air, but you're even seeing Mission Impossible get pushed to 2025. It's not just like you flip a switch, as we all know, and people just get back to work, not to mention all of the other industries that have been affected. Over 17,000 jobs, according to the last U.S. jobs report in August, and I'm sure that that number has increased when that new jobs report comes out. So many people affected: transportation, dry cleaning, you name it. And like I said, the holiday season is approaching, and people, you know, they're dipping into their savings, and they're having a hard time even putting food on the table for some people.
Yeah, it's so hard for those people. Well, we hope it ends soon for everybody. All right, Chloe Moss, thank you so much. Comeback story, more than a year in the making. A pilot is back in the cockpit after suffering a medical emergency and becoming unconscious mid-flight. NBC Today co-host Savannah Guthrie has the story of the miraculous landing by a passenger on that flight with no flying experience and the pilot's road to recovery.
It's been more than a year since 65-year-old pilot Ken Allen embarked on the scariest flight of his life.
I've got a serious situation here. My pilot has gone incoherent.
Last May, while he was nearly 12,000 feet in the air, Allen suddenly became unconscious, quickly turning the flight from the Bahamas to Fort Pierce, Florida, into a life-or-death emergency for everyone on board. That's when Darren Harrison, one of 2 others on that single-engine Cessna 208, stepped in. Harrison sharing with Today the moment he took the controls.
All I saw when I came up to the front was water out the right window, and I knew it was coming quick.
The plane is in a nosedive, essentially.
Correct. Yes. And at that point, I knew if I didn't react, that we would die.
What happened next has been called a miracle. Harrison, who had 0 flying experience, took over the pilot's seat. With help from an air traffic controller on the ground, he was able to land the plane safely at Palm Beach International Airport.
And when did you exhale?
I threw the headset on the dash and said the biggest prayer I've ever said in my life. The last part of the prayer and the strongest part was for the guy in the back. Because I knew it was not a good situation.
Alan was fighting for his life in the back of that plane. Emergency vehicles met them upon landing, and Alan was later rushed to Palm Beach Gardens Medical Center, where he underwent a 9-hour surgery to repair a torn aorta. The medical team, led by Dr. Nishant Patel.
I was happy to be awake because I remember Dr. Patel saying, you know, we're going to do everything we can to save your life.
17 months later, after making a full recovery and along with his doctor, Alan is back on his feet and ready for takeoff. Earlier this month, he was medically cleared by the FAA to fly again.
I went through 6 additional doctors, poked, prodded, scanned.
Most patients with this diagnosis don't make it. So to see him go through all of that and get approval to fly, that truly is amazing.
Whatever you can grab onto.
To mark the occasion, Alan decided to go back up in that exact same plane, this time with his life-saving doctor by his side.
Clear to land, 28 left, 3 Lima Delta.
A landing to remember.
Thanks for having me up there. That was awesome.
Amazing day.
Amazing day.
Savannah Guthrie, NBC News.
An amazing story. There's more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Two Pennsylvania EMTs and a police officer are being called heroes after saving a choking toddler's life. It was all caught on police body cam video. Sydney Long from our NBC station in Philadelphia has the story. We want to warn you, these images may be tough to watch.
It was 6:30 last Tuesday night.
Oliver had some crackers for the ride to my house.
Grandma Maureen O'Loughlin and her grandson were singing songs in the car, but then suddenly there was silence.
I have one of those mirrors that looks at babies, and I saw that he was struggling.
Maureen pulled over.
I knew he was choking, and he was turning blue, and I knew I had a limited amount of time.
It's a rural community, and no one was around until...
What's wrong? He's choking, I think.
Harrison Township Corporal Kevin McGowan, who happened to be responding to a different call, stopped his car. This is his body-worn camera footage.
Oliver was limp. His face was blue.
The two of them managed to get Oliver out of his car seat. Corporal McGowan started doing back blows on the baby.
It does get your blood flowing a little bit more. The adrenaline's going.
But his airway remained blocked.
We heard somebody screaming for help.
EMT Janine Alina and her partner just happened to be leaving work late. Their EMS station footsteps away. She ran over.
I got a phone radio.
And began doing what she's long been trained.
Come on over. Come on over.
Then they heard a cry.
Okay. There you go. My partner then suctioned some things out of his mouth. There was mucus and little bits of cracker.
They saved him. They saved our family. It was miraculous, all of it.
A handful of Ali's relatives say they plan to learn CPR. It's training, Alina reminds, is free to Gloucester County residents and something people of all ages can learn.
We want to deliver 5 back blows. So you're going to go in between the shoulder blades, and you're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oliver's grandfather on his dad's side, who just retired after 30 years of policing, wrote to Corporal McGowan, saying in part, quote, "Thanks to you, your training, your quick action, you saved Ollie."
For NBC News Daily, I'm Sydney Long.
Some of Washington's favorite residents are preparing to say goodbye. We're talking about the beloved giant pandas at the Smithsonian National Zoo. Just this week, we learned they'll be leaving D.C. sooner than expected. Here's NBC's Kelly O'Donnell.
Saying goodbye can be unbearable. The beloved giant pandas of the Smithsonian National Zoo so cute. Have long been the most popular attraction here.
I am sad to see them go, but it was neat to see them today.
A sentimental transition is underway for the panda staff.
I see them almost more than I see my family at home, so it's hard not to love your job when you're working with pandas every day.
The big change ends 50 years of panda diplomacy. In 1972, First Lady Pat Nixon welcomed the gift from China.
I am pleased to be here and accept the precious gift of the panda.
Later, China leased pandas to U.S. zoos, and that deal is over, forcing the return of Mei Xiong and Tian Tian after 23 years in Washington, and their cub, Xiao Qi-ji.
Certainly, lots of mixed emotions.
To prepare for a 19-hour flight to China, the pandas are now in crate training.
Oh, look at that. Good girl.
That is the biggest part of preparation for their shipment, is because they're going to be spending hours in that crate. So we want to make sure that they're very comfortable.
Their flight is a kind of Panda Express, operated by FedEx.
FedEx has actually transported 15 pandas on 10 separate flights over the past 2 decades.
With extraordinary in-flight dining, 60 to 80 pounds of bamboo will be served, plus favorite treats.
Mei Xiong really loves her pears, Tian Tian really loves sugarcane, Xiao Qi-ji likes butternut squash, and then they'll all get apples or carrots, sweet potato, things like that.
For fans, their November farewell is bittersweet.
I'm just heartbroken that they're leaving.
Kelly O'Donnell, NBC News.
I'm Stephanie Gosk. You're watching NBC News Daily. We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If it's Friday, Israeli Defense Forces are expanding military operations inside Gaza as communications inside Gaza are severed, while the U.S. launches retaliatory airstrikes on Iran-backed forces in Syria amid threats of a larger war. Plus, I'll speak to Democratic Congressman Dean Phillips in his first interview since officially filing in New Hampshire, becoming President Biden's most serious 2024 primary challenger yet. And the intensifying search for the suspect behind one of America's deadliest mass shootings as thousands of Maine residents remain on lockdown and investigators search the river for evidence. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington. We begin today with breaking news of a rapid escalation by Israeli forces inside Gaza. Just hours after the country's defense minister said Israel expected to launch a long and difficult ground offensive into Gaza soon. You're looking at live pictures of Gaza, where we've been seeing large explosions over the last half hour. And moments ago, a senior advisor to Prime Minister Netanyahu told my colleague Katie Tur that, quote, "Tonight we are starting payback." This was the skyline in Gaza moments ago, lit up by some of those explosions. It comes as our team reported earlier that fire between the two sides had increased, describing heavy waves of artillery fire and drone strikes from Israel, and at least one volley of missiles fired out of Gaza. Israeli Defense Forces made this announcement late today.
Our ground forces are expanding their ground operations. IDF is operating at all dimensions in order to achieve the goals of the war.
Now, the announcement of an expanded ground operation by Israel comes after the IDF carried out 2 raids this week on military targets in northern Gaza. Palestinian officials say communications have been severed by Israeli strikes and that Gaza's internet services have been cut off from the bombardments. Experts tell NBC this amounts to a near total communications blackout. The aid group Palestinian Red Crescent Society said in a statement that the blackout has caused it to completely lose contact with its team as aid workers desperately try to address an escalating humanitarian catastrophe. Tensions in the Middle East are also ramping up outside of Israel and Gaza as the United States carried out strikes on targets affiliated with Iran-backed militants in eastern Syria last night. Here's what the Pentagon had to say following the strike.
We will maintain the inherent right of self-defense, and we will take all necessary measures to protect our forces and our interests overseas. And so these strikes were very surgical, very targeted to send a clear message that we will protect our forces. It's also important to understand we do not want a conflict with Iran. We do not seek to widen this. And so hopefully they get that message loud and clear, and they will cease these attacks against our forces in Iraq and Syria.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said the strikes were in self-defense after a barrage of drone attacks on U.S. bases in Iraq and Syria. These strikes by the U.S. come as the Pentagon announced the deployment of 900 more troops to the region to bolster American defenses in the region. Let's get right to NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel on the Israeli-Gaza border. So, Richard, break down what you are seeing on the ground there as the IDF announced that the ground offensive is ramping up. Is this the ground invasion everyone was bracing for?
It does not seem to be the ground offensive that everyone is bracing for, but we are seeing intense activity. It's not clear that that ground offensive, as it was billed, will ever come. But what we are seeing right now is an intense bombardment into Gaza. It began a few hours ago with 2 hours of heavy airstrikes all across the Gaza, but much of it focused on the northern part of the Gaza Strip, Gaza City, areas like Beit Hanun, Beit Lahia. Those airstrikes cut off communications. Since then, it has been impossible for us to reach our teams inside, impossible for them to send pictures of what is happening, verified information, credible information. So what we can tell you now is what we can see from our vantage point in southern Israel overlooking Gaza. There's I would say, a sustained level of attacks into the Gaza Strip right now. You can hear some of the explosions that we've also seen machine gun fire going into Gaza. But it does not seem to be that massive push that some people were anticipating. Like I said, it may never come, but this could be the intense campaign. As you said, an advisor to the Israeli Prime Minister said payback has begun. And certainly for the people of Gaza, they are feeling that. And this is only one front in this conflict. The West Bank, where many Palestinians also live, they don't only live in Gaza. Protests have started to break out in at least 4 different cities: Hebron, Nablus, Jenin, and Ramallah. And those have the potential to grow more violent and grow more angry as this continues.
And Richard, what do you anticipate this might mean for the Israeli military and frankly for the citizens of Gaza in the coming days?
We know that they've already carried out at least 3 ground incursions, 2 launched with tanks and troops, 1 described as a naval incursion, all of them brief. So before this latest phase of the attacks, we saw these probing attacks by Israeli forces. So it could be, and I say it could be, that they've blacked out the area, blacked out communications in order to push in further. We don't exactly know what is happening right now on the ground inside. The people in Gaza don't know exactly what is happening inside, and you can only imagine how terrifying it must be for the 2.3 million people who are there under attack, unable to communicate, unable to call ambulances. But what we can see is that attacks from the outside, from Israel into Gaza, have certainly intensified after several punches into the Gaza Strip earlier today and yesterday.
Yeah, and Richard, have we heard anything from Prime Minister Netanyahu or any government officials with whom you might be speaking about what the strategy looks like moving forward and how they are characterizing this moment?
I think it's significant that we have not heard at this stage from Netanyahu himself. It has been the military that has been speaking, and I think that speaks to some of the divides in this country. After the October 7th attacks, there was a sense of national unity here. Israelis were pulling together. But now, as the days passed, there was a growing anger directed against the Prime Minister. And there's widely reported rifts between the Prime Minister and the military. So now, as this operation, wherever it happens to be heading, is underway, it has been the Army and the Army's spokespeople who are sending the messaging and leading the official statements. But we could still hear from Netanyahu later tonight. But as of now, it's been the military doing the talking.
And we know that you'll be watching closely for that. Richard, we've spent a lot of time discussing what the situations are actually like inside Gaza. As you have clearly stated, you are not there. You cannot gain access to see what it actually looks like. But we know that there's been a near total blackout of internet, of other communications. Are they effectively at this point in time cut off from the rest of the world from a communication standpoint?
Yes, cut off from the world and largely cut off from each other. Everything had been cut to Gaza, and supplies had been slowly running out, fuel being one of the most important. But people still had cell comms. They could use what little fuel they could find with generators, go to a hospital. A lot of the hospitals effectively became refugee centers. People would go there, charge their phones, and communications was one of the most vital tools that they had. Now they no longer have that. Perhaps they will be able to be restored, but from a military point of view, it would make sense, if you will, that the Israelis, if they are going in, would want to limit the amount of communications so that Palestinians can't necessarily pick their targets, but also so they can't necessarily get the message out to the world, the pictures that we've all been seeing of civilian casualties. Israel says that it is doing all of this because it is trying to give payback. It is trying to attack Hamas, which has a network of tunnels underneath the Gaza Strip. But there are 2.3 million people who live on top of those tunnels.
Yeah,
who can't leave, and now who can't speak.
Yeah, and Richard, we can hear the bombardments going off behind you. Just set the scene. I mean, how are people in Israel responding to this? I know you were there along the border. It is loud from where we sit. I cannot imagine how loud it is for you there experiencing this in real time.
Yes, it is louder in person than it is on television, certainly. But it is Friday night here. It is Shabbat. Many people are at home with their families. This area along the border is largely empty. A lot of the people who would be living here have already moved to safer areas away from this war zone. Israel had declared areas in the south and in the north closed military areas. Journalists with credentials are able to move around a little bit more freely. But this area is generally not full of people at this moment. There are some, but most people have left on the Israeli side.
And Richard, just finally, before I let you go there, obviously we know that Biden administration officials have been signaling privately to Netanyahu's administration to slow down this ground invasion, to let the process of trying to get more hostages out, play out, more humanitarian aid potentially get in. How might what we're seeing now impact those efforts, Richard?
Well, it depends on where it goes from here. Is this it? Is this Israel's payback? Or is this the start of it? And I think Israel is deliberately keeping that to itself. You quoted Mark Regev earlier. He said that the best way to pressure Hamas, to pressure it militarily, to press it to release the hostages, is with force. And we're seeing Israel apply that force tonight. No idea if it will have success. There have been ongoing negotiations to try to get the hostages out. Israel put up the number to 229 earlier today. The number of hostages it believes are still inside the Gaza Strip and also now under attack. Previously, hostages who were released, and there have been 4 so far, said they were kept in Hamas tunnels underground, and Israel says specifically it is targeting those tunnels.
Richard Engel, thank you for your incredible reporting there on the Gaza-Israel border. Please, please continue to stay safe. Richard, we really appreciate your joining us. We know you have a number of hours ahead. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Joining me now with more on the concerns of a wider war and on those U.S. airstrikes in Syria is NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce. Thank you, Dan, for joining me as we watch that urgent situation unfold behind Richard. I want to talk about the U.S. strikes in just a second, but what does the announcement tell you in light of the U.S. telling Netanyahu to exercise restraint in his operations in Gaza? What we're witnessing right now?
You know, I think we're probably going to see more of these kinds of raids and incursions. The Israeli forces know that Israel knows they have a very difficult task ahead of it. And it may be that we never do see some kind of mass invasion the way we've been anticipating. We just don't know. It may not look like D-Day. It'd be more like these raids that would kind of roll, become more frequent, precise, a lot of special forces in play here. But as to your question, I think Israel ultimately will do what it feels it needs to do and must do. There is this conversation back and forth with the Biden administration concerned about the humanitarian conditions there that are so dire, concerned about the optics, how Arab governments view it, how the rest of the world views it. So there's probably some tough conversations going on here, even as the U.S. provides weapons and other help for the military operation that's unfolding.
And help us understand from the perspective of the Pentagon, would they have likely gotten a heads up about these increased bombardments that we are seeing and hearing unfold right now, Dan?
That's probably pretty likely. You know, there are very senior officers there in Israel who are offering their advice as well. And also the U.S. is trying to provide Israel with air defense systems, bolstering those air defense systems. But on the other hand, Israel is very well known to be independent, a sovereign nation that when it comes to its security concerns, it does what it feels is necessary and has often in the past not always followed the U.S.'s advice or appeals. But there was a very close relationship there, obviously. They're very much in conversation. But I think the U.S. still is very much concerned about what the end game is, what happens not just today or tomorrow, but whenever this operation ends. And what is the political plan if Israel does succeed in somehow driving out or crushing Hamas? What is going to be the political picture in Gaza after Hamas? And I think that's very much an unanswered question that the U.S. is trying to work with Israel and other governments on.
Absolutely. It's a question I have put to the Secretary of State a number of times. Who governs Gaza after this war is over? And it still remains an open question, Dan. I want to ask you about the strikes in Syria. What is the Pentagon saying about the justification there? Obviously, they come in the wake of U.S. service members being targeted throughout the region.
That's right. So this is just an illustration, Kristen, of just how dangerous and precarious the situation is. So there were 20 attacks in about 10 days on U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria with drones and rockets from these Iranian-backed militias. And so yesterday, Biden ordered airstrikes against some of those targets where those militias operate in Syria, F-16s delivering those strikes. But you heard the Pentagon describing them as calibrated, as surgical, really trying to send the message that this was proportionate. So they're trying to, on the one hand, deter Iran, make clear that they won't accept attacks on U.S. forces, but on the other hand, trying not to escalate the situation, right? So they didn't carry out any operation directly against Iran itself. And the rhetoric was very much trying to balance those two things, like don't attack U.S. forces, but we're not seeking some kind of wider confrontation.
Well, and based on my conversations, I mean, that is one of the top concerns within the Biden administration, that this will turn into a wider confrontation, that this will turn into a wider war. What are officials telling you this week, Dan, about that? Is there an increased concern that this is only going to escalate? And what is the message they're hoping to get to Iran in the wake of these attacks against U.S. service members?
It's definitely a concern, but at the moment, the U.S. intelligence community still assesses that Iran is not seeking a direct conflict with the U.S., but they also view these attacks and provocations by these proxy groups and some of the Hezbollah's shelling across Israel's northern border as an attempt to pile pressure on Israel, an attempt to put pressure on the U.S., and to make the U.S. and Israel think twice about how it responds. I think Iran also wants to try to affect Israel's calculations with its military offensive, perhaps make Israel scale back what it has planned there on the ground. But yes, there is a tremendous concern here about what could happen. Also a concern that Iran could miscalculate. Even if Iran isn't seeking a direct war with the U.S., it may cause some kind of accidental conflict that would be just terrible for the whole region. So a very delicate moment, and really one of the most serious situations for any president in the Middle East now for years.
It certainly is, Dan DeLuce. Thank you for walking us through all of that. We really appreciate your reporting and your perspective. And we are going to keep our eyes on this breaking news in Israel throughout the hour. Tune in tonight for more special coverage of the war with my colleague Hallie Jackson. The Breakdown, the Israel-Hamas war, airs tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC News Now. And coming up, Congressman Dean Phillips on his presidential campaign launch, his message to voters, and pushback from members of his party as he challenges President Biden for the Democratic nomination in 2024. That interview is next. And how the White House is reacting to Phillips' campaign launch and what it says about the state of the race and the state of our politics. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. President Biden is now facing a 2024 primary challenge from an elected member of his own party. And it's the most serious challenge he's faced so far. For months, Minnesota Congressman Dean Phillips has been calling on President Biden to pass the torch to a new generation. Well, today in New Hampshire, Congressman Phillips threw his hat into the ring, announcing a long-shot bid for the White House.
I invite you to join me in declaring a new American independence, not from another nation or people, rather a new independence from fear and from the status quo. That road to a new American century starts right here, and it starts right now. I am running for the Democratic nomination for President of the United States because, my friends, it is time for a change.
Well, earlier today, I spoke with the newly announced presidential candidate in his first interview since filing in New Hampshire. So it is official. You are in. You are challenging President Biden for the Democratic presidential nomination. I want to ask you about why you're running. Is your run solely because of public perception about President Biden's fitness for office?
Kristen, I'm running because America is demanding it. About 80% of the country is making it very clear they want another choice. These are Democrats and Republicans. Over 50% of Democrats are asking for a different nominee. And thank goodness we live in a country of democracy, where competition, where the freedom to make choices and your vote matters. And having choices and having options is integral to democracy, and that's the answer. I'm answering that call right now. I'm listening to too many people, I have been for a long time, that want change, that want to pass that torch to a new generation. The problems that we are facing are ones that my generation and future generations can, should, and will attack. But we can't do it the old way, and we've got to do it together. We've got to repair this nation literally and figuratively and get to work. And I'm going to make that case thoughtfully, gracefully, and with fortitude, because we are facing some significant challenges and an existential threat to the very democracy that we love so much.
Well, as some of President Biden's supporters have pointed out, you have voted with President Biden nearly 100% of the time while you were in Congress. So I guess the question is, do you have any major policy critiques about the Biden administration?
Well, Kristen, I admire the president. I voted for those policies because they're good ones, and they will be making a difference over time. I'm not running against Joe Biden. I'm not running against President Biden. I'm running for the future. Yes, we have some policy differences, but I'm a proud Democrat. And what I'm hearing every single day, and I know all of my colleagues are as well, both Democrats and Republicans, is that the cost of living in America is terrifying for people right now. It's too high. Things that were affordable are no longer. Mortgage rates are going up. Fuel is too expensive. Food is too expensive. People can't afford childcare. And we're spending almost $1 trillion a year defending the very people who can barely make ends meet. 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. About 40% cannot even afford a $400 emergency repair. And I'm afraid we have people protecting their positions of power instead of protecting the American people who are desperate for someone to listen to them. And if I can make that change, if I can be that ear and then that voice and then that president, that's how this system is supposed to work. And I might also say, those who might fear choice or who fear freedom, I don't think are on the side of democracy, and that is very troubling in a time like this.
Congressman, respectfully, you are literally running against President Biden. So can you tell voters what is your major point of difference with President Biden?
I'm not running against President Biden. I'm running for the majority of Americans who want somebody different.
But you just announced you're running for president, aren't you? That means you're running against President Biden. That's literally the definition of what that means.
And I'm doing it, and I'm running for president because America deserves to have someone listen to them. I am someone that feels so deeply that this system is so broken, is so corrupt, and is so in need of someone who does not come from 50 years of spending time in Washington, a culture of conflict instead of cooperation. I know what America wants. I'm part of the exhausted majority. I know tens of millions of people are as well. And I also want to make it clear, because I admire Joe Biden, I also am a proud Democrat. I would not run as an independent. In fact, I encourage all the third-party candidates to enter the primary. Cornel West, Robert Kennedy, the No Labels effort. I think that would be the most traumatic, dangerous decision possible. I want people to actually enter the primary because that's how we do it in America. And frankly, I'm still extending an invitation to more, because we need more contributions in our political lives, we need more competition, and we need more participation. That's why I'm doing this, and I'm doing it with joy, but also recognizing the existential threat to our country. Gun violence, 18 people were just killed in the state next door in Maine, 18 Americans. And because Americans in Congress are fighting one another, we're not fighting for the people we represent. I'm going to change that. I look forward to it. And if I don't succeed, rest assured I will be supporting the eventual Democratic nominee. But Americans are saying they want somebody else.
I just have to try one more time. Name one policy difference that you have with the current commander-in-chief, with President Biden.
I can name a couple. I think the circumstances at our southern border, which I've visited twice, are a good example where I believe Democrats have not done the job. National security is important to me. As president, I will ensure it, and our southern border is part of that. We need a comprehensive reform package to ensure border security. We need immigration reform, and we should be bringing Democrats and Republicans together at the table to identify ways to use the hundreds of billions of dollars that we spend a year, much of it overseas, to actually keep people safe in the countries from which they're migrating so that we can go upstream and actually prevent the crisis that we are now dealing with. And frankly, Democratic and Republican administrations have been for years unsuccessfully. I'm going to do it differently. I'm going to do it in a bipartisan fashion, and I'm going to get the job done because I'm sick of people making those promises who do not have the intention, in my estimation, of actually accomplishing it.
How do you justify your presidential run, which could effectively help Mr. Trump get back into the Oval Office?
Kristen, that conventional wisdom, perhaps, of a primary to a sitting president will help the alternative is nonsensical to me. I believe, and I think the data supports, as do conversations and listening to people, that the most dangerous path right now is the status quo. I sadly believe that President Biden is perhaps one of the only Democrats who might lose to Donald Trump. And I will tell you, in 2016, I watched the election with my family. I had a wonderful life, never contemplated serving in office. Woke up the next morning, my daughters were in tears, and I sat at the breakfast table and I promised them that I would do something, and I did. Ran for Congress. I flipped a district blue that had been in Republican hands for 60 years. I love my service. I made a promise to them. I was in the House chamber on January 6th, one of the most atrocious days in American history, when an insurrection that was inspired by a sitting president of the United States affected our entire country. And I will not sit down. I will not be quiet. I will not get back in line the way that a lot of my colleagues would like right now, because I see the danger ahead, and it is this political system, this industrial complex, if you will, that is preventing the very need we have right now. And that's why I entered this race, because it is about our children, it is about the future, and right now, if this election was held today, President Biden would lose. And it is an existential threat to the future of the United States of America that will not happen under my watch. And when I'm president, I will bring this country together, not just in words, but in deeds. That's what people are begging for, they're asking for, and I invite Republicans, followers of Trump, followers of Joe Biden, to come meet me, hear me out, most importantly, let me listen. There's a better way forward, and it is time for change.
I want to ask you about some of what your fellow Democratic lawmakers have said about your presidential bid. Senator Pete Welch said, quote, "It's a distraction, and he's going to be hounding on the president, not because of policies. It's not helpful. It just doesn't make sense," says Senator Elizabeth Warren. One other thing is true of Minnesota. We love Joe Biden, and we're working day in and day out to get him reelected. Your colleagues are not in favor of your presidential bid, so how do you garner support from your fellow Democrats in this race, Congressman?
I'm so glad you asked me that question, Kristen, because therein lies the great problem in this country. The people whose job it is to represent the Americans, the American people, the American citizens, are not doing it. They're not listening, because if you go out and listen to people in the streets, in restaurants, in coffee shops, at their places of work, in parks, they're telling every one of us right now that they want change. So when I hear people in Washington say that this is a mistake or this is nuts, that is exactly the evidence that everybody needs watching right now, that something is terribly wrong. We are the exhausted majority of this nonsense, people who are so much more focused on preserving and protecting their power than they are protecting American people. That is the truth. I hear it every day. My colleagues hear it every day. I know you hear it every day too, Kristen. And that's why I'm running. Because in a democracy, when people are asking for change, you stand up, you participate, you don't sit down and shush up. That is the worst we could possibly do for the future of this country. And I will not rest, but I will be respectful. I will not demean the president. I will not undermine him. I will not be dangerous relative to his chances. And whoever the Democratic nominee is, I believe it will be me. But if it is someone else, I promise to do everything I can, every ounce of energy, every moment of my day, to ensure that he or she is elected, because that's how important it is right now.
Congressman, you are there in New Hampshire right now, actively campaigning, but it's a state that by all accounts won't award delegates. You missed the Nevada filing deadline. It doesn't seem like your campaign is being built to actually win the nomination. Do you have a realistic path? What is it?
Oh, rest assured, this is a campaign built to win. The difference is that most people who run for president have spent decades preparing for it personally, building organizations, planting the seeds, protecting their positions of power. This is a campaign that was developed in the last 3 weeks because there is an existential threat to the country. President Biden is behind in the national polls. He is behind in 5 of the 6 battleground state polls. His approval ratings are at historic lows. And I hear every day from people right here in New Hampshire and Minnesota, all around the country, the same thing. People want change.
But
that is the truth.
Congressman, let me just
I think
challenge
we should simply
you.
acknowledge that.
Let me just challenge you on that point, because if you can't win delegates in New Hampshire, where you're currently campaigning, you will be behind in the delegate count. Will you not? You're not registered in Nevada. What's the path here, and at what point do you say, okay, I don't have enough delegates, I'm going to drop out and get behind President Biden?
I believe we will win New Hampshire. I will be filing in other states. We are building a grassroots campaign.
What other states,
in the most literal sense.
Where else are you filing?
I'll be in South Carolina. I'll be in Michigan. I'll be in other states all around the country, because that's how you do this. You stand before the voters to make your case, to listen to them, to hear them, their hopes and their dreams, their fears, and then to identify how we are going to work together to overcome those challenges. It's so fundamental to democracy. I do not understand why people are fearful about choice. Why are people fearful about the freedom to have different options? It makes almost no sense to me. And that, I think, is part of the problem that we're seeing in the country. That's why people are so angry, they're so upset, and that's why 80% of the country wants a different person in the White House.
Congressman, respectfully, if you're not willing to draw bright red lines with the president, how are you going to beat him in this primary?
How am I going to win this? Very simply. American voters. What a novel, unusual concept. Is it the political industrial complex that will decide this next election? Is it the Democratic National Committee that will decide the next election? Yeah, that's how it's been done in the past, and that's exactly why we find ourselves in this very position. I was an outsider for most of my life. I watched this from the outside. I was disgusted, just like so many watching right now. Then I've spent the last 5 years on the inside, every single day paying attention to how this works, how it doesn't work, what needs to change. That's my case to America. If people are willing to take a moment out of their day and go vote in the primary election, I can almost guarantee you that I will win the Democratic nomination, and then I will win the U.S. presidency. And then, once again, the American people will come first, because it was they that will have made the difference, not the political industrial complex that is going to be working very hard against me because I was not a member of that tribe.
All right, Congressman Dean Phillips, thank you so very much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Kristen.
All right, well, in a statement today, the Biden-Harris campaign responded saying, quote, the stakes of next year's election could not be higher for the American people, and the campaign is hard at work mobilizing the winning coalition that President Biden can uniquely bring together to once again beat the MAGA Republicans next November. Joining me now is my panel, Jeff Mason, Reuters White House correspondent, Simone Sanders Townsend, former senior advisor to the Biden-Harris 2020 campaign and host of Simone on MSNBC, and Matt Continetti, director of domestic policy studies at the American Enterprise Institute. Simone, I have to let you respond first. Where do you want to begin? And
I want to start with the delegates.
Okay, there you go.
I want to start with the delegates because for people at home watching, the way in which you win a primary, whether it be Republican or Democrat, is you have to win delegates. Delegates are awarded state by state in the primary process that is administered by the political party apparatus, the RNC and the DNC. For Congressman Phillips to say that his strategy is essentially South Carolina with a touch of Nevada, and then his campaign apparatus is also saying Michigan, there are not enough delegates to be the Democratic nominee. In 2020, the Democratic nominee needed 1,991 delegates to be the winner. Between New Hampshire, South Carolina, and Nevada, there's 114 delegates. Super Tuesday, 1,357 delegates. The math is not mathing, Kristen.
What do you think about that, Jeff? The math doesn't add up, Simone is making the case. I mean, does he have a path?
Definitely not going to argue math with Simone. I got all those numbers coming out like, oh, wow.
Like, let me get my calculator.
Here's the point I would make. He does have a right to run. And some of the things that he is saying are absolutely backed up by the polls. There are lots of Americans, there are lots of Democrats who are not happy with their choice. There are Republicans who are not happy with the fact that former President Trump is the front runner. There is concern about the age of the current president and of the former president, and of those two being a repeat of that race again. All of that said, the math is not there. This would be a much bigger threat for President Biden if it were an Elizabeth Warren or if it were somebody who was more of a mainstream Democratic candidate. He is not. He has almost no chance, zero chance probably of winning. But he is tapping into something, and I think that's what he's trying to say in his repeated answers to you. He thinks that because he sees that unhappiness, which is out there, that's going to help him.
Let's put up the polls just to make this point very clearly, because Jeff is highlighting something that we have seen. I mean, look at this. 75% of Democrats approve of the president's job. 37%, Matt, say they approve overall, of voters overall. So clearly, at this point in time, and this is a snapshot in time, he does have some vulnerability. How do you anticipate Republicans will try to capitalize on this moment?
Well, they're going to try to point out all the differences in the Democratic Party. They see some of these numbers with Biden dropping under 40% in the latest Gallup poll because of erosion among Democratic voters as a sign of trouble ahead. I will say this, he might not need math to make an impact in this race. 1968, Gene McCarthy didn't even win New Hampshire, but his outsized showing forced LBJ from the race. Phillips may be pursuing a similar strategy.
What about that, Simone? The optics of it, do they start to chip away at the president's support around the edges and, frankly, emboldened the Republican frontrunner, Donald Trump?
Two things can be true at the same time. Dean Phillips has actually no chance of winning the Democratic nomination because of math, and his candidacy is, in fact, troubling for the Biden-Harris reelection campaign because Dean Phillips is going to go out there and he just, I heard him say, I will not demean the president, I won't undermine him, but his entire campaign is essentially an undermining of President Biden and, frankly, an undermining of his policy goals. He said that the border is one of the reasons why he is running. That is something you often hear from Republican elected officials, Republicans who are running to be president of the United States of America. And I think that's language that could be parroted by some Republican opponents. And then secondarily, I guess thirdly, I would note, it just reminds people, and frankly, I think it is a false, he has the right to run, but I think it's giving people a false sense of hope that somehow maybe Joe Biden won't be the Democratic nominee and we can have someone else. When the the place for that conversation was prior to the president deciding he was going to run a re-elect.
There is a way in which Phillips could help Joe Biden, and I'd point to the issue of immigration. That's right. That's not something you hear from Democrats. However, when you look at the polls divided by subject area, immigration is the area in which Joe Biden does worse than the economy and inflation. The border is a major problem from him. The Biden-Harris campaign may want to listen to Congressman Phillips and maybe even adopt some of his messaging.
Jeff, what about that argument? Could he, in fact, by giving President Biden a run for his money, essentially make him a stronger general election candidate, get him into fighting shape?
Yeah, I mean, usually candidates who have to fight for that spot on the ticket are stronger as a result. They come through a debate process, they come through getting practice. I was recently watching some of President Biden's old debates, and I thought, you know what? He's not going to have that practice this time around if there's not a primary. That might be a disadvantage come next fall if he is up against President Trump, although the same can be said for President Trump because he's not showing up for the Republican debates either. But in general, having competition does usually make a competitor a little bit stronger.
What do you make of what we have seen from the Biden campaign so far? Basically, this argument, we're focused on our campaign. How seriously do you think they're going to engage with Dean Phillips down the line?
I don't think they'll engage with him at all. I think that they are really focusing on a general election. They're focused on Donald Trump, and that's where their focus is going to stay.
I don't think they're going to engage with him either. I do think, though, they should be concerned, to the point that you made, Nick, about this eroding of Democratic support. There's soft support among young people when it comes to the general ticket. I would note, if you look at the vice president's numbers, she's actually very strong among younger voters, millennial voters, and Gen Z voters. And those are folks that the president and the vice president are going to need to come out in strong numbers in a general election if they want to beat whoever the Republicans put.
Biden-Harris is pouring money into the swing states already at this early time because they are concerned about these eroding numbers, and I think the problem will only grow worse in time.
Speaking of money, Dean Phillips is answering some questions about this donation he got in 2019 from Harlan Crow. Of course, there are all sorts of questions about the donations that Harlan Crow gave to Justice Clarence Thomas. I want to play his response on the Trail today and get everyone's reaction.
In June 2019, Harlan Crow gave you a maximum donation of $2,800 in your primary. Could you explain the backstory there and what the relationship with Harlan Crow is, or how you approach, big money in general?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you exactly. I don't believe I've ever met Harlan Crow. Someone mentioned recently that he contributed to my campaign. I think I've had thousands and thousands of people contribute. So I won't opine on him. I take campaign finance reform really seriously. I do not remember ever making a call to Mr. Crow. If I did, by the way, and there's evidence of it, I will be the first to acknowledge it because I don't know him.
Jeff, what do you make of that response?
I'm not sure that saying I don't remember is going to help him with this.
Yeah, he's going to have to get some clarity. Simone, do you agree?
He's going to have a better answer. I find it hard to believe the first time he knew about this was when the reporter asked him today on the campaign trail.
Yeah. What do you think, Matt? I mean, these are the types of questions that, again, we're talking about the fact that he's running a long shot campaign to begin with, but to have this loom large over your first day, not exactly one of the questions.
I'm struck, but he's facing a lot of process questions when it's in fact the message of his campaign that I think is the most significant element right now and what it says about the current state of the race. And look, I think Phillips is right. A Trump-Biden race is one that right now Trump would win. And that has, I think, terrible implications for this country.
Simone, very quickly before we wrap up, this idea that Jeff raises, which is, could this in fact get President Biden into a tougher shape in the general election? Could it make him tougher on the debate stage, for example?
I don't think it will, because the campaign is not going to engage with Dean Phillips, and the president himself is not going to engage. There will be no, and I go out to eat at restaurants, and people are very upset that I've said this before, but I just want people to know these are just the facts. There aren't going to be any debates because the Democratic National Committee facilitates the debate process in a Democratic primary and a presidential, and they've picked their candidate. Their candidate is the sitting president of the United States. That's not me, that's just the rules.
There you have it, the truth. Thank you. Really appreciate it, guys. Great panel, Jeff, Simone, and Matt. Really appreciate it. There's even more of my interview with the congressman. You can see the full interview on our website at meetthepress.com. And after the break, the very latest on the expanding multi-state manhunt for that mass shooter responsible for killing at least 18 people in Maine. Stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press now.
coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Authorities in Maine are set to give another update just a few moments from now amid their desperate and exhaustive search for the suspect in Wednesday night's mass shootings. A search that now includes teams on the ground, the air, and in the water. Authorities have worked around the clock to find the suspect, 40-year-old Robert Card, since Wednesday night, when police say he opened fire inside a bowling alley, a nearby bar, killing 18 people and wounding more than a dozen others. Today's search has included dive teams scouring a river near where the suspect's car was located.
Clearly, we don't have him located at this point. We don't have him in custody. So all of those options are on the table. We certainly don't want to wait too long because the river is a big piece of this. The car was located there. Evidence is located in the vehicle or right there along the shores of the Androscoggin River. So that's stuff that we want to make sure that we're checking and we're using the resources that we have available.
For more, I'm joined in Lewiston by NBC News correspondent Kathy Park, and in a moment I'll be joined by NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter. Kathy, thank you so much for joining us. So tell us, we are learning more about the victims of this horrific mass shooting. What are we learning? What can you tell us?
Krista, good afternoon. So Wednesday night, it was supposed to be a normal night. Behind me is the bowling alley about an eighth of a mile down this road here, and we are told that it was youth night. So a lot of families, a lot of kids were in attendance when the gunman stormed in just before 7 o'clock Wednesday night, killing 7 people. And among those victims included Bill Young and his 14-year-old son. And we have learned that they were there for their youth bowling league. Also, another victim, 53-year-old Trisha Aslan. She was there with her sister at the time. It was her night off. They were just having a good time, and we are told from family members that Trisha happened to be crossing the room at the time, trying to call 911 when she realized what was happening, and that's when she was struck and killed. Meanwhile, Kristen, a few minutes away, just a few miles away from where we are standing, is a second location that the gunman targeted, the Schmeggy's Bar and Grill, and 8 people were killed at that location 12 minutes after the massacre here at the bowling alley. And we've also learned that they were hosting a cornhole tournament. So another busy night at that location. Some of the survivors are saying that roughly 40 to 50 people were there also enjoying their night when the gunman came in. A lot of survivors saying they didn't even see the gunman that closely because it happened so fast. But among the victims there was Joey Walker. He was a manager, and we are told by his father that he died a hero because he tried to stop the gunman. He found a knife nearby and tried to stop the gunman, but was not able to. Kristen?
Kathy, thank you for those just tragic details. We appreciate your reporting so much from the ground there. I want to turn now to Tom Winter. And Tom, I know you've been working the phones. You have some new reporting for us on the search for the suspect. What can you tell us?
That's right, Kristen, and I apologize for being late. We have been on the phones all afternoon, as you can imagine. So the search remains at this hour. Unfortunately, wish I had some news that they were closer to finding where this individual is. They are not. So far, every indication that we've received is that they are actively searching, as you can see from video up there, as we've seen from the reporting all day, but they don't have any specific leads. One thing they are starting to think about are the consequences ahead, and so we understand that they're going to begin bringing in more resources to allow people to get some rest, to keep the people that are doing these searches fresh on the ground, but at the same time, make sure that they continue to be staffing this up, because very clearly they've got a lot more work to do to find out where it is. We do have multiple law enforcement officials saying that because of Maine's laws, it's a little bit difficult for them to determine what weapons this individual bought and when, to see if he had or has any additional guns. And so that's proving to be a challenge here, according to 2 senior law enforcement officials who've been briefed on it. In addition, a senior law enforcement official says that the gun was found at the residence of, the cell phone belonging to Card was found at his residence. They're trying to determine at this point, using cell site analysis, whether it was there during the entirety of the shooting. So those are just a couple of new details that we have here tonight.
It's really great reporting, Tom. And just, can you tell us a little bit more about the activity near Card's home last night? We know that the police were there, and as you're saying, they did make some key discoveries. What else was found?
Yeah, so one of the things that they've been doing is going house to house and focusing on family members. I mean, you think when something like this happens, what are the properties or places that somebody like Card would be most familiar with? So I know there was a lot of activity there last night. That activity was actually the second time they had gone back to that residence. There were some additional structures there, or at least one additional structure there that they wanted to give kind of a second look at. And so what they're doing, and we'll hear about this, by the way, again tonight at some point, I'm sure, that they might use certain flashbangs to get people's attention. They might call out on bullhorns, use spotlights. We're looking at it on the video right there on screen, and shout out to people, come out with your hands up, because they don't want anybody to be startled and create an accident. That's something that law enforcement has to do, to say, look, we told somebody to come out, give them an opportunity to do so.
All right, Tom Winter, thank you so much, and Kathy Park beforehand. Really fantastic reporting, and we will have all the latest developments on this story right here on NBC News Now. And still ahead, you are looking at live pictures of Gaza as the IDF prepares an expanded military operation in the war against Hamas. We are back on the ground in Israel next. You're watching Meet the Press now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We want to turn back to the breaking news. We've been following all hour a rapid escalation of operations by Israeli forces inside Gaza. Joining me now from Ashdod, Israel, is NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez. So, Raf, what is the very latest that you are seeing right now there?
Well, Kristen, in just the last few minutes, we got a statement from the Al-Qassam brigades. This is the so-called military wing of the Hamas terrorist group. They say they are fighting ground battles against Israeli forces in an area of Gaza called Beit Hanun. This is the absolute most northeastern tip of the Gaza Strip. Now, the Israeli military, having said earlier tonight that they are expanding their ground operations, are not commenting on this specific claim about fighting in Beit Hanun, but it's an area where it would make sense. This is the most northern end of Gaza. It would be one of the entry points for Israeli ground forces. Now, Kristen, over the last couple of nights, we have seen Israeli troops going into Gaza 2 nights ago by land with tanks. Last night, they landed by sea, Israel's equivalent of Navy SEALs landing on a beach in the south of Gaza, fighting Hamas forces there. We do not know what Israel's military means specifically when they say they're expanding ground operations, but one possibility is that Israeli forces will enter the Gaza Strip tonight and they will plan to stay there. They will plan to hold territory and they will try to establish some kind of bridgehead, some kind of staging area for what could be a larger ground invasion in the coming days, potentially in the coming weeks. Kristen.
Raf, let me put this question to you. I was discussing it with Richard earlier in the hour. Obviously, we know that the Biden administration has been sending a signal to Israel to slow down its ground invasion. How might what we're seeing right now impact the effort to get the hostages out?
Yeah, it's a really good question, Kristen. So we were outside the Israeli Defense Ministry yesterday. Families of the 220-plus hostages have been protesting there on a daily basis. And what we heard from them consistently is that they are very, very frightened that the start of an Israeli ground offensive in Gaza will mean the end of these delicate negotiations over the fate of the hostages. 4 hostages released so far, all women, through these back channels via Qatar, via Egypt. It is not clear what exactly the impact of an Israeli ground offensive would be. Some Israeli officials, former officials, are arguing that actually by entering on the ground, Israel might ramp up the pressure on Hamas to negotiate, to release the hostages. But there is another school of thought, it seems to be the dominant one among the families of these hostages, that once the ground offensive starts, the negotiations are going to fall apart. Kristen.
All right, Raf Sanchez, thank you so much for your great reporting. Please continue to stay safe. We really appreciate it. And thank you for being with us this hour. We will be back Monday with more Meet the Press Now. And if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press on your local NBC station. I'll have exclusive interviews with Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal and 2024 presidential candidate Governor Ron DeSantis. You do not want to miss it. The news continues with Tom Costello in for Hallie Jackson right now.
Top of the hour, I'm Tom Costello in for Hallie Jackson. We come on the air with brand new details from law enforcement just into us moments ago as we await a press conference with police set to start any minute now as they search for the suspect accused of murdering 18 people and injuring more than a dozen others in Lewiston, Maine. Police now say they're sending additional resources to Maine to rotate people in, given the search zone, and it may take some time to get it all searched. They are now growing, even as they say the trail's gone cold for now. Police in Maine have zeroed in on a nearby lake, a river rather. Take a look at this area. All hands on deck at this river. Dive teams, boats, planes, other resources, combing the water for Robert Card or any evidence that might lead to him. It's all part of a manhunt that one local police chief calls the biggest he's seen in decades. Again, this is the suspect on the run. His name is Robert Card, a 40-year-old Army reservist who previously spent time in a psychiatric facility for making violent threats. We bring in now our team covering all of this. NBC's Kathy Park in Lewiston, Maine for us. Tom Winter is talking to his law enforcement sources. Tom, let's begin with you. You have some new reporting right now about the dead ends police are hitting, right? Talk to us about what's going on.
That's right, Tom. I wish I had more hopeful news about this search, but as you heard this morning at the news conference, and we expect another one to begin shortly, right now all indication, according to multiple senior law enforcement officials, and I'm incorporating the work of myself and my colleague Jonathan Dienst, is that there are no substantial leads or sightings to follow up on at the moment, and police are searching the areas they believe might be most likely, including that river, as you discussed there, Tom, just a few seconds ago, to see if they can find Robert Card, the person that they are charging with murder in connection with this mass shooting. Now, a couple additional things. They're sending additional federal and state resources in for two reasons. One, they know that this search is going to take longer than they anticipated, or that they had hoped, rather. And obviously, people are getting to a point where they're getting tired. And when you're doing this type of work, combing through woods, diving underwater, you need to make sure that your people are fresh. So additional resources are going to be going up for this weekend. The trail, as I discussed, believed to have gone cold so far. Investigators are right now trying to determine just how many guns this individual had because of some of the laws in the state of Maine to try to determine who owns what is proving to be a bit of a challenge. So they're working on that. Now, what I'm sharing with you is from a senior law enforcement official who's well briefed on what's going on. And that official says a couple of things. One, they found his cell phone at his home. And right now they're trying to determine whether it was at the home throughout the entirety of the shooting, and they use cell site analysis to try to determine that. So it appears that they have the phone, that it was found at his house. That official also says that the note that was left behind by card apparently references financial records. But as we've been reporting now for 2 days, Tom, and as we first reported, the specific meaning of this note is not yet exactly clear, and that's coming from multiple officials who've been briefed on it. So we're hesitating to call it anything other than just a note that he left behind at this point because of the type of information that we're getting. That's kind of the highlights, if you will, of some of the things we've been working on this afternoon.
Not encouraging if you say that right now the trail has gone cold. Kathy, not encouraging for the people there in Lewiston, Maine. What else do we know about the police hunt as you're seeing it, and also how desperate the people who live there are to find this guy?
Yeah, so Tom, just to kind of set the scene here, we are right by the bowling alley. This was the first location that the gunman targeted, killing 7 people. And officials are saying it could take some time to kind of survey the area and also just kind of combing through every square inch of the facility as they continue to process the scene. The second scene, as you know, is a bar and grill just a few miles away from where we are as well. 8 people killed there. So earlier today at a press conference, officials are saying that this is all part of a larger investigation, obviously a fluid situation. Tom?
Kathy, thanks very much. Hey, Tom Winter, are you still there? I want to get back to you because we are expecting a news conference any moment now. What are you expecting that they're going to be able to say, given the fact that the trail may have gone cold, at least for now?
Well, I think we can telegraph it a little bit because our colleague Adam Reese reported earlier today that that all 18 of the victims have now been identified. That's a change from what officials said at the press conference this morning. So I think now that you have the identification of all these individuals, Tom, they're probably going to be able to spend a lot more time talking about the victims. And of course, they're the most important ones here. As much as we want to know where this card individual is, if in fact he's the right person for this shooting, and to make sure that obviously nobody else gets hurt. I think that's the wish of everybody. Certainly the focus here on the victims, what they've gone through, and what these families have gone through remains paramount. So I think we'll probably get a little bit more detail on that. But just in my discussions with law enforcement officials, and as I just reported to you, I don't think we're going to get as far as a new lead on where this individual is.
Okay, we're going to keep the live shot up there as we await it to start. And Kathy, let's go back to you very quickly. The shelter-in-place orders remain, but interestingly, there is a pretty significant deaf community there, and that's one reason why you see the sign language interpreter who was there to provide that real-time translation, right?
Tom, that's right. At the bar and grill, the second location, as I mentioned, for the shooting, we are told that there were several members of the deaf community who are among the victims. And earlier today, one of our colleagues actually spoke with one of the victims, the wife of one of the victims. Here's what she told us. Take a listen.
I'm still processing. It still doesn't feel real. I'm trying to support my kids. I have a fantastic family, deaf community. I have a huge group of people supporting us, and we're not alone in this process. The other victims and their families, we're going to be connected forever about this trauma.
And Tom, that was the wife of Joshua Seal. He was an ASL interpreter for the state of Maine. A lot of people recognize him during the pandemic, when he was at the forefront of the pandemic, providing his services. We're told that he was a father father of 4. His wife was at home at the time when she received a text message alerting her of what was happening. And during that interview, we also learned that he was just a loving dad and fiercely loved his children. So we're hearing more and more about the victims, the 18 victims of this horrific shooting in 2 different locations. And as you mentioned, Tom, the community is grieving. There is a cloud of grief here, but family members have come out saying that they want justice. They want the suspect caught right away. So they are holding out for hope. And obviously, they're kind of heeding the warnings for the shelter-in-place order, which is still in effect. We have noticed a bit more activity behind us, a lot more cars out and about. A lot of the restaurants and businesses were shut down for the better part of the past 2 days.
Kathy, I'm going to interrupt you, Kathy, because we do have the news conference starting.
For the consideration of the 4 death victims and their family, we are requesting that the ASL interpreter is in all frames for language access here in Maine and the U.S. They are grieving and have a right to know the latest info in ASL. You can see we've changed this a little bit, the kind of the setup from earlier today. And again, as we continue to evolve, right? Lots of podiums, lost our maps. The whole thing was a little bit of a mess earlier, to be quite honest. And our victims in this investigation, the people that are doing the work, deserve better than that. So I would also tell you that we're kind of looking for a larger venue as well. The chains here and everything else seems to work. We're going to use some technology for some pictures here right off the bat. So I would say that, again, thank you for joining us. It's been a busy day for our law enforcement officers and our partners around the state. I'm going to give some updates from what we found, but the real primary reason I wanted to bring you back in today was we wanted to really identify the victims and show their pictures. We won't get into family backgrounds and their lineage at all, but we do want to show those pictures, give ages. I would say that the families didn't want hometowns listed. They do certainly deserve and want some privacy around these issues, which makes complete sense. And we're going to start with that component of our information simply because that's why we're here, right? This is about the victims. That's why we do what we do, and that's why we're striving so hard, and that's why you're here, because you care about them as well. So we're going to go ahead and load that behind us here on the screen. And I think Shannon Moss can also put that information out following this. Some specifics here, I would just like to note that the families actually approved these photos, sent these photos in to us for a lot of different reasons. I think some of them show a little of their character, a little of their relationships, and some other specifics. You'll just see, again, a picture, a name, an age, and then there's a couple symbols there. And we wanted to be specific enough to what location they ultimately lost their lives at. And again, thank the families for allowing us to even do this. They certainly didn't need to do that. They're working through their own struggles, and rightfully so. So I'm going to start with this and then ask for just a moment of silence before we continue on to our next agenda item. But that top left, as you see it, and that is Ronald G. Morin, 55. And I won't read the venues. You can put that all together yourself. Peyton Brewer Ross, 40 years of age. Joshua A. Seal, 36 years of age. Brian M. McFarland, 41 years of age. Joseph Lawrence Walker, 57. Arthur Fred Strout, 42. Max A. Hathaway, 35. Stephen M. Vozella, 45. Thomas Ryan Conrad, 34. Michael R. Deloria, II, 51. Jason Adam Walker, 51. Tricia C. Asselin, 53. William A. Young, 44. Aaron Young, 14, his son. Robert E. Violet, 76, and his wife, Lucille M. Violet, 73. William Frank Brackett, 48 years of age. Keith D. McNair, 64. Just have a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you for that. Truly, truly appreciate it. And we do, again, appreciate that to the family. They did give us those photos. I did not, however, have any of the family members pronounce any of those last names, so certainly no disrespect intended if in any way screwed up the pronunciation. So to move on, I would also like to address the numbers of the victims that that I confirmed earlier today with the number 8. And I will tell you that's miscommunication on my part. I was wrong. In talking to our detectives, we had a list for people that had been identified and family members that had been notified. There's also a separate list that involved family advocacy and whether or not they had been plugged into that. So the reality here is that all 18 of those victims, everybody that we listed here today, everybody has been identified and their families have been notified. So we were in contact with them. I would expect some more information later tonight, and I'll definitely talk about it tomorrow morning at 10, reference to Family Information Center, a new location, and some material around that, exactly what services will be available at that particular time. But I definitely wanted to make sure that I correct that mistake from earlier. So several other updates from this morning's briefing. I know that Shannon has sent along the aerial maps that we showed or tried to show here on the board, so you have received those. I also think that we had, and Shannon has corrected this as well, but the Pejebscott boat ramp, the proper name there was the Paper Mills Trail and Miller Park boat launch. The address was correct at 501 Lisbon Street. Pejebscott is a little bit further down the river, apparently, and we certainly like and appreciate everybody working with us to make sure that we had the proper location, the proper terminology for that. And other additional updates, the boat launch search of the river, the Androscoggin, they're still out there right now, and they'll be there as long as they can based on the light. And as we mentioned earlier, we're talking about sonars and grid searches and things of that nature. That's time intensive. It's taken them a while to work through there. They want to make sure they do it right. So we're not going to finish that search this evening. I would be surprised if you ever saw divers in the water overall. But tomorrow we'll have additional dive resources available to us from out of state, as well as some additional in-state teams. So again, we'll discuss that a little bit at 10 o'clock tomorrow. But no surprises. We expect that to go over, and that we'll have some assets there tomorrow. They did a bunch of flyovers this morning, as I mentioned. They did the sonar searches, some side, some ROV, and we'll be back on that tomorrow. The bar scene itself, they continue to do their on-scene investigation there, as well as at the bowling alley. They did check those wood lines. They may be back in there tomorrow as well, but that is progressing as expected. And I think another major piece of updates for you now is to talk about the shelter-in-place order and where that's going effective immediately. And I'm not a big reader of orders, but I think this is important that you hear this directly from a couple different sources. We're going to put out a release. There's going to be a cell phone geofence release to some folks. We've used that a couple times already during the active shooter as a warning and otherwise. But the shelter-in-place order is rescinded, except hunting is prohibited in the towns of Lewiston, Lisbon, Bowdoin, and Monmouth, beginning Saturday, 10/28/24, until further notice. The state police continue to search in Lewiston, Lisbon, Bowdoin, and Monmouth for the suspect, Robert Card, and recommend individuals remain vigilant. Businesses may choose to open or remain closed. Commissioner Camuso from IF&W is here to help us answer any additional questions about that hunting piece. It was asked this morning, and it was a good question, and I told you at that time that we were working on an answer for that. And what that means is that the general shelter in place has been rescinded. Specifically, hunting, again, is prohibited in those 4 towns and those 4 towns only. And it's important that I mention that because the rest of the state is allowed to continue with their resident-only day on Saturday, tomorrow. And what does that mean? That means that there are going to be communities that hear gunshots from time to time because they're going to be hunting. So we would ask everybody to use caution in that and not think that every one of those gunshots is directly regarding this particular crisis situation, this investigation. So clearly, if they think, if they're suspicious, if they're concerned, they could certainly call their local agencies. But I would ask them to think about that, where they're located, when do they hear that? If they're 150 miles north, do they need to call their 911 center and create a response? And I think I would say no to that unless they have another set of facts, a fact pattern that would believe them that there's a direct connection between that gunfire and what they've heard to this point. So we had mentioned why we made that decision initially because of the crisis and the situation that we had. Those 4 towns in particular, clearly with Lewiston and the 2 tragic situations here, the 2 locations we've already talked about. And then you have Lisbon with the boat launch, Bowdoin where the suspect live. In Monmouth, there's other family connections in that particular area as well. So this is not to say that the crisis is over, the emergency is done, we can go about our lives as life is good. We want our folks, we want our residents to remain vigilant and to pay attention to what we share for information. I again focus on what we share is in the Department of Public Safety in the city of Lewiston because we continue to see a lot of information from a lot of different places that is far from accurate. I would also say in that regard, when we say that we're going to meet you here at 10, we're going to meet you here at 10. And when we say we're going to notify you, we are going to notify you in the afternoon if we're going to get together and what time that is. I just encourage you to believe that until I prove you wrong, and I won't. And I say that because we've heard some other stuff. There's going to be a press conference at 1 o'clock, and then our PIO, who's incredibly busy, gets 100 emails that says, is it going to be 1 o'clock or is it going to be this? And you've got a job to do, I get it, and we're trying to help you do your job, and if you could help us do our job, that would be greatly, greatly appreciated. So that is some of those pieces for updates from what we worked on this morning. A couple of additional things. Neighborhood canvases, as an example. I did not speak to that. So we talked about large deployments of officers in various locations. What would that look like? Neighborhood canvases could be a couple of officers knocking on a door. And that's going to be happening at various locations around this particular area in multiple towns. Again, if somebody's using their own common sense and they say that doesn't seem right, then sure, call. But you could have 2 uniformed officers or 2 officers with clearly displayed badges jumping out of a marked car to come talk to you as detectives. There was a question this morning around arrival times at the 2 locations, and we had done some research on that, which was hot off the presses walking out the door to come here today. So spare time, as we had mentioned earlier, that initial 911 call was occurred at 6:56 p.m. And by the CAD system, or the computer-aided dispatch system, so somebody calls in on a radio and they says, now I'm out at that location. The first officer, the first Lewiston officer arrived based on that system at 7 p.m., so 4 minutes later. The reality there, however, is that there were 4 plainclothes police officers that were shooting on the range in that general area. They hear that call come in, and they're walking into the bar, and or rather the bowling alley, in about a minute and a half. So they don't have radios. They weren't in uniform. They hear it as they're at the range. They respond to the address immediately, and then they address the threat and clear the building. For that same location, right, spare time, as an example, you have Lewiston. It's a self-contained police department. They work with everybody, so it's not uncommon to see the Maine State Police in town, but they don't have specific areas to patrol. Calls came in to dispatch centers for the Department of Public Safety that would control the Maine State Police, as an example, at 6:57, so a minute-ish later. And we didn't have necessarily troopers right inside the town, so 11 minutes later, our first trooper arrives, which is not uncommon, actually, and that's a pretty good response time, considering it's an urban atmosphere and troopers aren't here. The second set of calls, as we've discussed, came in at 7:08. So this is the bar and grill. And the first Lewiston officer is responding there at 19:13 or 7:13 p.m., so 5 minutes later. And then really it becomes exponential after that. As an example, should have mentioned this earlier, but spare time, a minute after those initial officers respond, 8 more are there. Now we're saying now everybody's starting to roll in about the same time, and about 10 officers are responding to the bar and grill immediately thereafter. You got the first folks, and then people are just showing up from the police department and other locations. And that particular call for service for the Maine State Police through Department of Public Safety dispatches, we got that second call at 7:10, about 2 minutes later than the Lewiston Center received it, and we had officers responding and arriving 3 minutes later. So why is that? They're already flying to the first address, and now we got a second call, and now they're diverting to that second call. So it's obviously they're in town, and they're running hard to that location. So those are the arrival times that I was asked about earlier today. I think based on the list that I made this morning, I think that's all we had for information. And I'll just call that kind of updates and follow-ups, things that I knew you were asking. There were some additional questions from the general public, which has been good for us to receive those through these, right? They get a chance to see stuff, and then they reach out and say, what does this mean? We had a bunch of people reach out about that shelter in place, and what does that mean, and what should I do, and what does that look like? And rather than answer those through conversations with city staff, city leadership, police chiefs, we decided to rescind that order again. But recommend that people remain vigilant as they move forward. So I do appreciate them reaching out, and all of that contact has something to do with our ultimate decision. Where do we go from here? So with that in mind, that's the information that I was asked, and the information that I can update. We do have, I believe, the suspect picture up here as another piece. And the reason that we did this is because it's been quite some time. We've seen that photo, and you have a bunch of different photos. This, in fact, has more of the physical description of his height and weight, and his more official hair and eye color. You could guess at that based on some of the photos that you see, but why do that if we can directly give you that information? So if you could freshen up any material that you have there. It does again show that brown hooded sweatshirt and dark colored cargo pants that are in the photo that we had released earlier, which showed him walking in to spare time with that firearm. So I think that's the information that I wanted to get out to you today. I appreciate you coming back or holding on. I know you have long days and long nights, so that piece you were going to be around anyway, I'm sure. But I am, again, happy to try to take some questions and answers. The chief is here as well, but we did want to keep this tight from an operational standpoint. So, yes, sir.
Go back to the timeline.
Yeah.
4 officers who were at the range, I think, right? So can you just go over that again, just that sequence?
Yeah, sure. So officers are required to qualify a certain number of times a year, right? So in this particular instance, the officers are in plain clothes. They're shooting at a range right around the corner. The call comes in. They hear that, and they're going to respond, which just speaks to when these things happen, everybody's going. You could be a detective, the chief's bailing out of the station, you could be wherever. Everybody goes. So being Lewiston officers, they go, we know where that is. Everybody gets in the car and they immediately go to spare time to help in any way they can, not knowing that in fact they're going to be the closest there and the first out. So that cuts almost 2.5 minutes off the original or the initial uniformed police officer's response. And that's not uncommon from a police standpoint. Sometimes you got months where you're thinking, boy, I'm right around the corner when all this stuff happens. And sometimes I'm on the other side of the city when other stuff happens. We're very, very lucky that the officers were that close, because I think you save lives with time responses. And in an urban atmosphere, depending on where everybody is and how busy the night is, that response could have been much longer than that. Yes, sir.
Have there been any credible sightings of the suspect by either law enforcement or the public since the shooting took place?
Yeah, so we have, again, 530 plus tips and leads that have come in. Some of those have been sightings. Some of those have been, and I would say as simple as, but hey, I've got a vacant house that's in this location. I own a barn that I'm afraid to go to. There's something over here that concerns me. So those things run the gamut. And I'm also going to use that opportunity to the FBI supervisory agent in charge, Jody Cohen, who has been with us during these press conferences. We gave that digital video information out this morning. There's already well over 100 entries in that system. So that means you're putting that information out, and the general public is grabbing hold of that, wanting to be involved, and sending that information in. So I thank you for that, and we certainly thank the FBI for their assistance with that kind of material. So we've got all kinds of, somebody may say,
Has law enforcement seen him in the last 2 days?
We have not. Law enforcement has not seen him in the last 2 days. But again, in that stack of that 500 plus, you may have somebody that says, hey, we see somebody that looks like that. So we have not. But go ahead, ma'am.
Can you confirm that the note found at the suspect's home was a suicide note? And does that have something to do with lifting the shelter in place?
Yeah, I cannot, and I'm not going to speak to the note itself. I acknowledge the fact that a note existed this morning, but I'm not going to get into exactly what it contained. But, sir?
Sir, you said that the officers, the plainclothes officers who responded, addressed the threat and cleared the building. Can you explain what happened there?
Sure. When I say address the threat, they're going in the door addressing an active shooter. So they're going in prepared to do whatever they need to do to make that scene safe. On that particular time, the suspect is no longer there. They're going in as if they were. So the first thing you do is you go in and clear that location, make sure it's safe, and then you start working with victims and triaging people and trying to make sure that you're getting additional units there as fast as possible. So, yes, sir.
I wonder if when the officers arrived at the second scene, the suspect was still there, or whether by the time the first responders had arrived, the suspects had already left. And secondly to that, outside of the area of Lewiston and the surrounding communities, can you talk about the work that's going on further afield, and the suspicion that he might have been able to flee a bit further than that, and potentially even outside of the state?
Yeah, sure. So the suspect was not at the second location when the officers arrived. As we discussed this morning, we showed those 3 maps as specific areas we knew we were definitely going to be working in, and then we've also cleared other areas that are farther afield. Somebody may again say, there's a barn over there, there's an outbuilding over there, there's some family property that somebody's uncle owns, and can you check that? So as those things come in, some of those are kind of on the checklist to begin with, and then some come in real time. Because as those leads come in, we do look at those and then we farm them back out to either tactical units that are looking on that apprehension side or investigative units that can go out and do additional interviews.
Is it possible that it could have gone outside of the state?
Well, at this point, we are cognizant of all possibilities. We're not closing off anything because we want to make sure that we're being as comprehensive as we can with these particular searches. Yes, ma'am?
We noticed earlier there was extensive law enforcement presence in Durham, Maine. What can you tell us about what that was about?
In what town?
Durham, Maine.
Durham. Okay, yeah. So, and that's a situation where I heard that on the radio. Somebody had reached out to say that somebody may ask that question today. So we did look at that. There was a location there. On a street.
Well, we've been listening to the update from Lewiston, Maine on the search for the man who is suspected of killing 18 people in that area. He is still on the loose and no sign of him. Let's bring in quickly, if we could, NBC's Tom Winter, who covers law enforcement, and NBC's Kathy Park, who's on the ground. Tom, they've rescinded the order for the shelter in place, but they say remain vigilant, and they've said no hunting in and around those 4 towns. I'm wondering 2 things. Number one, if they've rescinded the shelter-in-place order, do they think he's long gone? Number 2, if he is long gone and you're concerned about the potential for hunters outside, it seems like you might just put a moratorium on hunting statewide rather than just that immediate area.
I think the idea here, Tom, is a couple of things. One, you can't keep people locked down forever, and I think there's this community needs to see each other. They need to grieve. They need to go through what is going to be a horrible process, having been to far too many of these in the past. That's the first thing. Second thing is, with respect to hunting, you can limit it to just these areas, and that just keeps people armed with guns out of woods with law enforcement officers also armed at guns in a situation that could be could be troubling. I think there's a feeling here that this person hasn't gone very far. I think there's some good, the reasoning behind that is pretty sharp. And of course, Tom, all of this is assuming that this individual is still alive that they're searching for. And I think there's just an equal chance that this individual is no longer alive. And that's something that we have to consider as well. So the idea here is we'll see what happens. I remember very clearly, so do you. We worked together during the time when the lockdown was lifted in Watertown, Massachusetts, while they were searching for Boston Marathon bomber Dzhokhar Tsarnaev. It was moments after that that somebody spotted something, and that led to the actual apprehension of that individual. So all these things we'll just keep an eye on, Tom.
Good point, Tom. Thank you. Kathy Park on the ground. Kathy, when they talk about 18 people dead, they put the names and the faces up there. That's very poignant. And as Tom mentioned, that town needs to try to resume some sense of normalcy as they grieve for these people.
Tom, that's absolutely right. And right as the press conference got started, there was a moment of silence, and all of the victims' names, identifications, that was made public. And we were also told that next of kin, family members, were notified as well. A couple of things struck me, though, Tom. The youngest victim, just 14 years old, another individual in his 70s. And we've been on the ground for the better part of 2 days, and we're starting to get a clear picture of these individuals. The bowling alley that is right behind me, it was packed. They were hosting a youth night, and the bar and grill, it was a cornhole tournament. This was a normal Wednesday night. People were out and about, just kind of enjoying their day when their lives were shattered. A couple of other things that struck me, Tom, during that press conference, we were told that throughout some of the neighborhoods, officials will be canvassing and kind of sharing more information, hoping to glean more information, perhaps from residents as they kind of go on with the investigation. Although also these two locations here, the bowling alley, also the bar and grill, that will still be processed as the days go on, as this is part of a greater investigation. Also, officials are saying that they continue to get many tips, hundreds of tips and leads, but still no sighting of Robert Card. Tom?
Kathy, thank you very much. Kathy Park and Tom Winter both on the story, and they will continue to follow it closely. We're going to a break. When we come back, the latest on the evolving ground war, and it is live right now in Gaza with Israeli troops moving back into Gaza. We will give you the latest on that with a report on the ground. Back in a minute.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back. Breaking news live now in the Middle East, and significant signs of an escalation in the conflict between Israel and Hamas. This is a live shot looking at Gaza from Israel right now. The Israeli military says it is stepping up its ground operations inside Gaza, as it is also increasing the bombing in Gaza and over Gaza. The IDF is telling the people living there in the north part of Gaza, where Hamas is based, to head south. An Israeli spokesman did not announce a widely anticipated ground invasion yet, but inside Gaza, the telecom provider and also NBC personnel report a widespread digital blackout. No phone service, landlines, cells, no internet connection, and that's spreading fear and panic among Gazans about what could be coming next. The IDF is not commenting on whether it is behind that communication shutdown. NBC's Hala Garani is right now joining us from Tel Aviv. Hana, what else can you tell us about what's happening there?
Well, you summed up quite well there what the Israeli military is saying, that it is stepping up its ground operations. It doesn't seem as though this is the full-scale ground incursion that we were anticipating in the days after the October 7th attack. The strikes on Gaza are intensifying. As you mentioned, it's a complete communications blackout with the Gaza Strip. I was trying to establish an internet connection with someone inside Gaza. That went down. Paltel, which is the cell phone operator, has said that essentially they have absolutely no way now of connecting people to that cell network, that their remaining towers have been taken out. As far as Gaza itself, the UN Secretary General is saying that it faces an unprecedented avalanche of human suffering potentially. But as I said, we don't think that this is the full-scale ground invasion so far, Tom.
Hala, Israel's military is claiming that Hamas has a headquarters underneath a hospital there in Gaza. And they presented some visual evidence of that. Hamas denies it, but experts say that is a common strategy for Hamas, right?
Well, this is what the Israeli military and the Israeli government is saying. They're talking about Shifa Hospital. Now, this is in northern Gaza. This is a hospital that treats hundreds, if not thousands, of injured Palestinians who have been living through these 3 weeks now of aerial bombardments and Israeli strikes. Obviously, any hit on that hospital would cause devastating civilian consequences. The Israeli government has been quite clear. We heard even from Mark Regev, one of the spokespeople for the Israeli leadership, that they don't intend on hitting the hospital. But they are saying, and this could be a way to explain from their view, from their vantage point, why civilians are dying in some of these strikes, that Hamas does use civilian infrastructure as cover. Of course, from our vantage point, this is not something we can confirm as journalists. We are not inside of the Gaza Strip right now, Tom.
Hala, thank you very much. Hala Garani, get back to us if more breaks in the next hour or so. Here in the United States, Republican Congressman George Santos has pleaded not guilty to new federal charges that include identity theft and using donors' credit cards for unauthorized charges. Here he is walking out of court earlier today in Long Island, New York, not making any comments to reporters. He's now facing a total of 23 charges. Between these and the counts he'd already been pleading not guilty to, the judge has scheduled his trial for next September. And it all comes as just now some fellow Republicans are moving to force a vote to expel Santos from office, citing both the charges and his lies about his resume and his background, a move he's pushing back against. He says, quote, 1, I have not cleared out my office. 2, I'm not resigning. 3, I'm entitled to due process and not a predetermined outcome as some are seeking. We bring in now NBC's Sahil Kapoor, who is on Capitol Hill. Sahil, let's focus first on these federal charges. These are pretty serious. What happens next?
Yeah, they absolutely are serious, Tom. George Santos pleaded not guilty to 23 charges in federal court. That includes stealing people's identities, charging his donors' credit cards without their approval, lying to the FEC, inflating campaign receipts, sometimes with loans that didn't exist, sometimes with contributions that were made up or stolen. And as you can imagine, this has ginned up quite a bit of opposition in his competitive district on Long Island. Let's listen to what one activist had to say about Santos.
He's never been our congressman. He's always been a swindler,
someone we can't trust, somebody we can't go to for help with federal agency issues. And not only do we not know him, right? We voted for an imposter, but he doesn't know us.
Now, that trial is slated for next September. It could last about a month, which gets us pretty close to that big presidential election where every member of the House will be on the ballot. Unclear, though, if George Santos will win his primary, if he'll be a candidate by then, or if he'll even be a member of Congress by that point.
Okay, that's what I wanted to ask. Let's take the assumption that his fellow members of Congress kick him out. What happens then? What would happen then?
Well, first, it's still an if, Tom. It's not entirely clear that he will be kicked out, but there is a movement afoot. A group of New York Republicans has been threatening for a while to force a vote to expel George Santos from Congress. Now they finally have a new speaker. The leader of that effort, Congressman Anthony D'Esposito, filed that resolution and could force a vote as early as next week. D'Esposito, who represents a neighboring district to George Santos on Long Island, a fellow freshman, has called him a fraudster and a stain on the House. Let's play some more of what he had to say.
It outlines everything that's wrong with what Santos has done over the last, 10 months here and more. We would have done this 2 weeks ago if we weren't in the situation that we were in.
What did Speaker Mike Johnson said about this?
Yeah, what did the Speaker say? He said, do what you think is right and do what's right for your district.
Now, it takes 2/3 of the House to expel a member. It almost never happens, Tom. Most of the instances where members have been expelled happened during the Civil War, where certain members were supporting the rebellion against the United States. It would be a highly rare move, but many Republicans believe that the charges rise to the level of expulsion for George Santos if he refuses to leave voluntarily, which he is refusing to leave voluntarily. And it looks like they're going to put everyone in the House on the record in the coming days.
Okay, but if it were to happen, I realize it's a big if, would the governor appoint his replacement, or would there be a special election?
The governor would not appoint a replacement. This is a House seat. So depending on the date, depending on how close it is to the election, there would either be a special election to replace him, or if there's a certain delta to the general election, then that seat would remain vacant and simply be filled on the November 2024 ballot.
And Republicans have a very thin majority in the House. Sahil, thank you very much. Let's get you over now to the 5 things our team thinks you might want to know about tonight, Friday. Number 1, a New York judge is ordering Ivanka Trump to testify in her father's $250 million fraud case. The New York Attorney General's office says it wants to ask her about the sale of former President Trump's hotel in D.C., among other issues. She'll have until November 1st to prepare. Number 2, Congressman Dean Phillips says he is going to challenge President Biden in the Democratic primary. He's a 54-year-old Minnesota Democrat. He says he's worried about Biden's chances at re-election, and he wants a younger leader for the party. He's now the second Democrat running in the primary behind self-help author Marianne Williamson. Number 3, only 2% of children and 7% of adults have received the latest COVID booster, that vaccine booster, that according to the CDC. The data also found that about 40% of adults say they probably or definitely will not get the shot or have their kids receive it. Number 4, GM's driverless car startup, Cruise. Well, it's halting all operations around the country. Just 2 days ago, the California DMV ruled Cruise could not continue testing in San Francisco after a Cruise car hit and dragged a pedestrian for about 20 feet. Number 5, Taylor Swift has officially entered into the billionaire club. That according to Bloomberg. Her net worth now surpassing $1 billion following her record-breaking Eras tour and the concert film. And it comes on the same day as the release of her 4th re-recorded album, 1989, Taylor's Version. Coming up from us, the clock is ticking for striking actors and the big Hollywood studios as negotiators are back at the bargaining table. What they're warning could be postponed or canceled some of your favorites if a deal isn't reached. Plus, the scary moments when a Colorado security guard, watch this, got surprised by a bear in the hotel's kitchen. That's in the local. We'll be right back.
lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, you know, NBC News covers hundreds of stories each day, and it's pretty tough to read, watch, or listen to all of them. So our bureau teams have done it for you and for me, and this is what they say is going down in their region. We call the segment The Local. All right, from our Midwest Bureau, police in Ohio say they've charged a woman in connection with the deaths of at least 4 men. She's accused of meeting the men for sex, robbing them, and then fatally drugging them. The killings span from last December to June of this year. Investigators think there could be even more victims. From our Western Bureau, my home state of Colorado, look at this bear wandering into a hotel Monday night. You can see the security guard go to check on some commotion, and that's when the bear attacked him, knocked him down to the ground. He called 911. Wildlife officers say they caught the bear and they had to put it down, or put it down in a nearby park. Unfortunately, the security guard expected to be okay. Also out of our Western Bureau, the U.S. Coast Guard says a man was rescued Thursday after his boat went missing earlier this month off Washington State. He told the 2 Good Samaritans who rescued him that he survived in a life raft for 13 days and caught salmon to stay alive. The second man who was on the boat is still missing, that according to the Coast Guard. Negotiators representing Hollywood actors and the major movie and TV studios, including NBC Universal, they're meeting again today, and sources tell NBC News the talks have been challenging. That comes after some progress yesterday. The strike now stretching past 100 days. Both sides are trying to avoid yet another breakdown in talks, and the clock is ticking. The studios are warning that next year's summer blockbusters could be postponed, and TV shows may be canceled altogether if a deal does not come together next week. NBC's Chloe Melas is joining us now. Chloe, there's a lot of incentive on both sides, right, to get a deal done. How does it look?
I mean, like you just said, we have been speaking at NBC News to 3 sources familiar with these ongoing negotiations. Today marks the 3rd time that we have seen these Hollywood heavyweights who run these studios and streamers come to the bargaining table with Fran Drescher, the president of SAG-AFTRA, that represents over 150,000 actors among some of the other negotiators for SAG-AFTRA. And we are hearing that today's talks, they have been challenging. They are far apart on several issues, that things are volatile. I have one insider telling me, quote, it's a volatile situation. Both sides are far apart on some major issues. And one of those issues has to do with the levy on subscriber that the CEO of Netflix, Ted Sarandos, recently spoke out about, saying that he was completely against this idea that SAG-AFTRA wants 57 cents per subscriber for their union members. And he said that that was just a no-go. And we know from these insiders that that is a major sticking point that they are hammering out today as we speak.
You know, there's an awful lot of attention on SAG-AFTRA's president, right? The nanny, Fran Drescher. She's now dealing with the union, of course, and dealing with growing restlessness among its members. Talk through some of the criticism towards her, and where is it coming from?
So there are some A-listers like George Clooney and some others that had a meeting with Fran Drescher last week, and they said, listen, let's make the highest earners in Hollywood's earn last. Let's give some of our money off of the table to those that make less. Let's save some money for the union and find money somewhere. And Fran Drescher came out very publicly, and she said, thanks, but no thanks. That's very noble of you all to want to, try to put some money back into the pockets of performers. Obviously, there are 17,000 jobs as of the last U.S. jobs report at stake right now. And obviously, this is costing the California economy billions of dollars. I mean, look, there are some people, obviously, that really support Fran Drescher and what she's doing because she was recently reelected as the president of SAG-AFTRA, the actors union. But at the same time, you have some of Hollywood's biggest names coming out and clearly not happy with how these negotiations are going. It is a really touch-and-go situation right now. We know from one insider that talks were so positive yesterday that this person was telling NBC News news that they saw an end in sight. They felt a deal could be done as soon as this weekend. Obviously, it's very touch and go. We didn't hear a statement from SAG-AFTRA until the wee hours of the morning as to what happened yesterday. So we know that there are a lot of sticking points, and I haven't even got to tell you about what's going on with artificial intelligence, but we'll save that for another day. But clearly, they are far apart on many things. But like we saw with the writer's strike, you never know. Something could happen over the weekend, and we're looking to see if those talks will go into the weekend. We know that there's a lot of pressure right now on both sides.
Absolutely. Chloe, thank you very much. Still to come from us tonight, just how worried should you be about the Devil Comet? You may have heard that it's headed straight towards Earth. We've got the 411 if you're old enough to know what that means. Stay with us.